Chapter 1. I am a policeman, activating the Demon Lord system. Ren Xingyan, are you furious? Your enterprise belongs to me, the villa is mine, and even your woman is under my control. Ren Xingyan glared at the man on the second floor of the villa, embracing his beautiful wife, as he listened to his smug voice, his eyes ablaze with rage. A torrent of seething fury erupted within him, and he roared, "Zhao Qianyu, you bastard! You dare to!" Little did he anticipate that the vice mayor he had labored 15 years to build up would shamelessly cavort with his wife within his own villa, all while mocking him. They had graduated together from the police academy. How had it come to this? Just as he prepared to charge up the stairs in a fit of desperation, a chair came crashing down from the staircase, striking him squarely on the head. Buzz in an instant, the world spun around him, blood flowed from his head, and he tumbled down the stairs. A 15-year-old boy, clad in fine attire and wielding a stick, shouted, "Don't come up. My mom is with my dad. What do you want, you green-haired turtle?" A girl's voice echoed behind him. "Humph, if you can't do anything, why meddle in our family affairs? The villa belongs to my mom and dad." Why are you? Ren Xingyan was dumbfounded. Those were clearly his own twin children. The woman leaning over the railing on the second floor, Ding Hui, shook her head and shouted without regard for her image, "Ren Xingyan, they are all UGE's children. Who are you to expect me to bear your children? We have long been together. Finding you is merely a means to an end. You go. You are so much stronger than him." Each word struck him like a dagger, shattering all his thoughts completely. You all deserve to die. In a fit of rage, he fainted. "Danger! Danger!" Ren Xingyan, groggy, lifted his head as a harsh mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Opening his hazy eyes, he found himself in a military briefing room, surrounded by hundreds of military personnel and police officers. Every gaze in the room was fixed upon him. At the forefront sat a prominent figure in a white shirt, exuding an aura of authority without needing to raise his voice. Not in the villa? No children? What is happening? Danger? The front row consisted of half police and half armed forces. This should be the safest place. How'd I end up here? As he pondered, the mechanical voice resonated again in his mind. Ding! Intense hatred detected in host Demon Lord system successfully bound. Newbie gift package rewarded. Delivery successful. Essence blood pill X3. Heavenly demon body refining technique. Detection shows that Xiantian sect lacks demonic energy for cultivation. Eliminate enemies to absorb essence blood and practice the heavenly demon body refining technique. You are deeply entrapped in Xiantian sect. Under the scrutiny of the punishment hall, your identity as the Demon Lord is about to be exposed. Escape immediately. What nonsense is this? Kill someone? Don't joke around. Ren Xingyan, a distinguished graduate of the police academy, could never commit murder. Shaking his head, he endeavored to dispel the strange voice from his mind. He quickly glanced at his watch. The date read, July 2nd, 2010. Looking back at the immobile figure seated at the forefront, he suddenly recalled who it was. Director Hu Mansheng of the provincial department reflexively recalled everything. This marked the 10th year of the joint anti-drug operation, a pre-mobilization conference for military and police forces. As a graduate from the police academy in Nanyuan City, he had been assigned as an intern officer to the narcotics team and had been summoned to participate in the operation. He patted his pocket, only to realize that his phone had been confiscated. A lowered voice interrupted his thoughts. "Xingyan, I told you not to stay up late. Why on earth did you fall asleep during the meeting? Sit up straight. How can you be a police officer like this?" Hearing the voice, Ren Xingyan turned his head slightly, squinting. It was Zhao Qianyu, a classmate from the police academy. Instantly, 15 years of memories surged forth. He had sought his father's assistance to help Zhao enter the narcotics division, paving the way for his rapid ascent. Was this the reward he received? Betrayal akin to digging up graves? "You bastard! Did you think I wouldn't be reborn? Just wait, I will make you pay." A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent shocked Zhao Qianyu. If not for the crowd, he would have surely reprimanded him. Ren Xingyan said nothing, sitting upright and attentively observing the leaders at the front. Hu Mansheng removed his hat and placed it beside him, speaking coldly. "Now, I will announce the various operational tasks." In his previous life, this joint operation became a turning point during the capture mission. A group of intern officers, merely filling numbers, encountered an overseas drug lord. 22 individuals perished on the spot, including the commanding leader, who fell victim to a flurry of knives. Ren Xingyun was severely injured and forced into retirement, while Zhao Tianyu gained recognition for protecting the leader and was granted permanent status. Upon reflection, he realized that certain circumstances had been amiss. During their time at the academy, his grades had far surpassed Zhao Tianyu's. Yet, he survived and saved the gravely wounded leader. Subsequently, a seismic upheaval rocked the political landscape of Nanyan City and even the entire Tianshan province. His retired grandfather was implicated and passed away in despair, while his parents' company faced catastrophic losses, teetering on the brink of collapse. After recovering from his injuries, leveraging the remaining resources, he founded the Qingyu Group, amassing assets worth billions, continuously supporting Zhao Tianyu's rise. He had envisioned a life filled with beautiful, lovely wife and twin children having reached the pinnacle of success. But little did he expect, it was all for that wretched woman. In this lifetime, everything must change. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the leader's voice echoed in his ears. Tianshan Province, Nanyan City, has long been labeled as a hub for drug traffickers by the outside world, and there are reasons for that. Falling asleep at a pre-war meeting, do you even care for the people and the mission? Do you honor the emblem of the nation above you? Such behavior necessitates sending him to the front lines, to witness how police officers and armed soldiers fight with selflessness. A chorus of piercing gazes converged upon Ren Xingyun from all around. In the distance, people scanned the crowd, secretly searching for the offender. Ren Xingyun remained unperturbed, maintaining his composure amidst the intense scrutiny, as if the gazes were merely a breeze brushing past his ears. A mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Danger. Extreme danger. There is an imminent risk of exposure. Evacuate swiftly. Please consume the blood essence pill immediately to enhance your strength and break through the encirclement. He disregarded the voice, reflecting on a reason for his drowsiness, suddenly recalling, last night my girlfriend Ding Huiyi mentioned that she was feeling down and insisted on a video call that extended into the early hours. Upon reflection, I realized that her demeanor during the call was rather unusual. Accompanied by peculiar sounds, I attributed my drowsiness to fatigue and paid little heed. If life could be lived anew, I would know precisely what was transpiring, engaging in a video call with myself while simultaneously indulging in apple. My fists clenched tightly, a murderous intent emanating from my eyes. After a restless night, I succumbed to slumber while waiting for the meeting to commence. Damn it, I cursed under my breath, feeling as though my heart and lungs were on the verge of explosion. A subdued voice emerged from my left. We worked overtime yesterday to finish the materials, yet these leaders remain oblivious. Alas, the lowly have no voice. Bai Chongshan, an intern officer like myself, transferred from another region, nonchalant and unconcerned about the leader's attitudes. In my previous life, he had suffered more than I, perishing in that chaotic melee, sustaining 18 stab wounds while incessantly shouting about maintaining dignity. Sure, a mistake is a mistake when one is punished. One must stand at attention. If caught, one must admit to the charges. My mind was occupied with thoughts on how to avoid repeating past mistakes. I paid no attention to the so-called tactical arrangements. Conversely, Bai Chongshan, after the meeting concluded, remarked with a lack of enthusiasm, let's block the road with the leaders directing from the periphery, where lies the chance for merit. Let's go, change equipment. Ren Xingyun disregarded his ramblings and rose to follow the crowd to the armory. Xingyun, stop. As your elder brother, I must have a word with you just as I exited the meeting room. Zhao Tianyu's cold reprimand rang out. Chapter 2. A system perhaps useful? Ren Xingyun turned back, casting a frigid gaze his way, and replied, you claim to be the elder brother, yet knowing there was a mission today, why didn't you assist me in preparing materials yesterday? Aware of the meeting, why didn't you wake me up earlier? What the hell do you mean? His words were unrestrained, a barrage of inquiries. Noticing Zhao Tianyu's face contorted in discomfort, I scoffed and turned away. Though I yearned to shoot him on the spot, I restrained myself. To break the law is to invite graver consequences. I was determined to lead him down a path of despair, to make him taste the anguish I once endured. Zhao Tianyu glared at my retreating figure, his expression darkening as he muttered, has he lost his mind? In the past, my words held sway over him. Why this sudden change in disposition? It must be that I wounded his pride just now. When night falls, I shall have Ding Hui send you another video, and I will be standing tall. His eyes glinting coldly, he slowly followed. Bai Chongshan, observing Ren Qingyan's attitude, felt a spark of excitement. Ren Qingyun, who excelled in all subjects, had always heeded Zhao Tianyu's every command, leaving Bai perplexed. Displaying displeasure was the normal response. Upon reaching the armory, everyone swiftly donned bulletproof vests and picked up standard-issue weapons, the QBZ-95. In my previous life, this operation was the only occasion I had encountered the 95-type automatic rifle, and I cherished the experience dearly. I had studied its specifications in Police Academy, longing to handle it. Alas, in the absence of large-scale operations, even narcotics officers could not get their hands on it. A mechanical voice echoed in my mind. Opportunity. Opportunity. The crowd at the law enforcement hall is dispersed. This is the chance to escape from Zantiangong. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the mystical artifact of the Shantian sect, which possesses formidable power. I shall now impart its usage to you. Upon the conclusion of the voice, Ren Qingyun felt his fingers, arms, breath, gaze, and posture continually adjust, as if he had practiced countless times, instilling a terrifying muscle memory within him. Click, click, click. He adeptly pulled the trigger, inspected the magazine, and engaged the safety mechanism. Had he possessed such proficiency in his previous life, he would have easily resolved any crises. How could he have sustained such severe injuries, allowing drug traffickers the opportunity to strike? This system appears to be quite beneficial. Beside him, Bai Chongshan, observing his remarkable skill in inspecting the firearm, could not help but inquire, "No way. Have you ever handled an automatic rifle?" Ren Qingyun shook his head and replied, "I've had a few occasions to handle handguns during police academy training, and I've learned by watching videos." He casually explained before following the personnel ahead. The group boarded a transport vehicle, where the voice of the anti-drug team leader, Bian Lu, resonated. Account for the reserve team. The reserve team consisted of inexperienced trainees who had fired weapons only a few times, supplemented by 10 frontline narcotics officers. Expected 30, present 30, end of report. The deputy team leader, seated at the rear, answered loudly. "Let's depart." The transport vehicle set off alongside the command vehicle. This anti-drug operation targeted the treacherous terrain of Tazai, situated close to the border, surrounded by towering mountains and ancient forests. The village comprised 133 households, of which 79 were involved in drug manufacturing and trafficking, posing a significant threat. Following extensive investigations and evidence collection, the locations of the majority of individuals were determined, enabling a precise strike. The true assault force consisted of armed police and seasoned narcotics officers. Their role was merely to provide support, blocking a hillside route leading into the mountains, preventing the drug traffickers from fleeing into the wilderness towards the border. The reason Ninyuan City had become a preferred base for traffickers was its perilous terrain, filled with deep mountains and dense forests, characterized by winding paths that made coordinated defense and control challenging. In his previous life, the armed police were discovered as they approached the village. No one had anticipated that what was expected to be a nearly foolproof operation would reveal significant flaws, as a group of foreign drug lords, accompanied by ruthless traffickers, had secretly infiltrated the area in advance. Upon sensing something amiss, they abandoned their vehicles and fled from their established positions on the hillside, leaving no time for proper deployment before they were upon them. To avert the crisis he had faced in his past life, Ren Qingyun contemplated two strategies. One was to delay time, allowing the drug traffickers to enter the forest. The other was to hasten preparations for deployment. However, the timing for initiating the attack was mandated by higher authorities, and acting prematurely carried the risk of exposure. Delaying time, allowing those traffickers to escape, was something he vehemently opposed. They were the architects of his family's downfall, and vengeance was imperative. Suddenly, he recalled the 3 blood essence pills provided by the unreliable system. Perhaps they would prove useful. Since he could not control the timing, he resolved to enhance his combat capability. Seizing the moment, he took one pill, without pausing to examine it, and placed it in his mouth. A strong metallic taste instantly filled his senses. It slid down his throat and permeated his body. Why do I feel nothing? Ren Qingyun noted that his body exhibited no discernible changes. Did he need to consume all 3 at once? As he lamented the system's unreliability, he hastily swallowed the remaining 2 pills. Having consumed everything without a hint of discomfort, the convoy finally arrived at the designated location on the outskirts of Tazai after a 2.5-hour journey. Bien, Lu bellowed. Everyone disembark and attend to your physiological needs. Assemble in 3 minutes. Upon hearing the command, Ren Qingyun's mind buzzed with realization of something amiss from his previous life. Squinting, he turned his gaze toward Zhao Tianyu, noticing his tense demeanor as he exited the vehicle alongside others. In his former life, a mere minute's delay due to a reported stomach ache had extended the formation of the entire team, disrupting their effective alignment. Ren Qingyun was determined to observe what was transpiring this time. They found themselves on a rural path, with a forest to the north and a wheat field to the south. If they had prepared in advance, even 100 drug traffickers could have been delayed for a time. The action team comprised solely of men, making it easy to relieve themselves, and they could simply venture into the thicket to do so. After Ren Qingyun disembarked, he followed Zhao Tianyu into the underbrush. Observing this, Bai Chongshan promptly slung his weapon behind him and strode forward. Ren Qingyun, I'm feeling a bit anxious. Could you walk with me a little farther? He said. Who isn't anxious? This is my first encounter with such a case. Ren Qingyun replied, his voice intentionally raised, his attention still fixed on Zhao Tianyu. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Tianyu halted and turned, adopting an elder brotherly tone as he proclaimed, We are the people's police, safeguarding the interests of the populace. No matter how perilous the situation, we must step forward. Therefore, Qingyun, we must cast aside our anxieties and fulfill the tasks assigned to us. His words resonated loudly in the dimly lit rural path. While such lofty sentiments were pleasing to the ear, Bai Chongshan scoffed, and Ren Qingyun prepared to retort. However, an authoritative voice interjected, while said, Young comrade, this is the very awareness we, as people's police, ought to embody. Everyone, hurry up, we cannot afford any delays. Upon hearing this, Ren Qingyun's mind sparked with recognition. Qian Shouxin. He was an elderly figure accompanying Hu Mansheng, whom he had previously regarded as a deputy director from the provincial department, only to later discover he was a significant player from the capital. He had been carried out by Zhao Tianyu, barely clinging to life. Despite being a prominent figure, he concealed himself among the crowd, resulting in terrifying consequences after his demise. Ren Qingyun could vividly recall the smug expression on Zhao Tianyu's face, causing him to squint slightly. Such a show-off, Bai Chongshan muttered under his breath as he drew his weapon. Ren Qingyun wholeheartedly agreed, observing Zhao Tianyu continue forward, prompting him to follow. My stomach hurts, does yours hurt too? Zhao Tianyu inquired, furrowing his brow. Chapter 3. Astonishing Effects. Sudden encounter. Ren Qingyun proclaimed loudly during the course of our mission. No one is permitted to act alone. Are we not brothers? Are you afraid of my gaze? As his words fell, it was evident that Zhao Tianyu's expression darkened. However, he refrained from retorting, as numerous eyes turned their attention towards them. The inability to relieve oneself could potentially pose a problem. After taking a few steps, Ren squatted down, scanning his surroundings. A voice emerged from the side, urging, Hurry, hurry, time is running out. We must reach the designated location punctually. Ignoring the urgency, Ren Qingyun proceeded to relieve himself. As he unfastened his belt, he vaguely noticed Zhao Tianyu making a movement, a glimmer flashing briefly. Yet it was too swift to discern clearly. Instead, as his body expelled the urine, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated. What an opportunity! The personnel from the punishment hall are scattered. Release the potency of the blood essence pill and prepare to escape. Boom! His heart felt as though it had erupted suddenly. A torrent of terrifying heat coursing through his veins, rushing towards every limb. He sensed his heart's violent pulsations, akin to a drumbeat, sending shivers through him, while a buzzing filled his head. He felt his muscles and bones continuously fortifying amidst the surging blood. With a splatter, the stream of urine shot out 4 meters, splashing onto Zhao Tianyu's clothes. What are you doing? Zhao Tianyu instinctively shouted, his anger reaching a boiling point. This incident immediately drew the gaze of the onlookers. The forest was too dark to discern any movements, leaving them oblivious to the specifics of what had transpired. Just as Ren Qingyun finished, The tumultuous energy within him gradually subsided, and he inquired, "What's the matter?" As he spoke, he felt an exhilarating lightness, as if he could leap into the sky with a single bound. After fastening his belt, he grasped a tree trunk as thick as his arm to restrain his seemingly buoyant body. With a crack, he inadvertently tore off a piece of wood. Hiss! Has my strength increased so dramatically? Am I becoming a Superman? It seems the system has its merits. What's going on? Are you prepared to complete the mission? The voice from the side inquired solemnly. Noticing the crowd's attention, Zhao Qianyu decided to forego restraint, standing up to declare, "Report. This worthless fool disdains me and urinated upon me." Infuriated, he wondered how someone who had always obeyed him could dare to humiliate him. At his remark, the crowd turned in unison to face Ren Xinyan. Surely, this is not the time for petty revenge, they thought. Is it really so serious as to take offense for not reminding him during a meeting while he was dozing off? This is a mission, not a child's play. Most of those acting together were members of the Anti-Narcotics Team 1, who held a greater affinity toward Zhao Qianyu, known for his sociability, while they looked down upon Ren Xinyan, who had dozed off during the assembly. At that moment, Bai Chongshan casually remarked, "Do not slander one another. You were over 4 meters apart. Who could possibly urinate that far? Even in youth, it is implausible to reach such a distance." His comments swiftly quelled the rising tide of anger directed at Ren Xinyan. It is but a trivial matter, hardly worthy of such alarm. Bian Lu, filled with disdain for them, bellowed, "Assemble quickly." Most of the individuals concluded their tasks and returned to the roadside, forming 4 lines. "Check your firearms." A series of crisp sounds echoed in response. "Move out." As Bian Lu spoke, ahead of him, Hu Mansheng and Qian Shouxin had already set out. The troop was notably silent, the only sound being the friction of military boots against gravel. They marched briskly for 200 meters, traversing a relatively narrow mountain path, before positioning themselves in a more open hillside area. Ren Xinyan glanced at his watch, confirming they had not squandered time, arriving 2 minutes earlier than in his previous life. They should reach the designated location ahead of schedule. He was determined to seize this opportunity, to earn merit and alter the course of events. At the very least, he wished to bring joy to his grandfather and ensure smooth sailing for his parents. The enhancement of his weaponry and personal capabilities filled him with confidence. 200 meters, even with firearms in hand, could be covered in a minute. The first 10 seasoned narcotics officers swiftly sought cover, surveying their surroundings. However, before they could reach their designated position, a cacophony of noise erupted from below the slope, accompanied by the flickering of flashlight beams. Immediately, they signaled to the rear, indicating a situation was unfolding. Upon witnessing the gesture, Ren Xinyan felt a momentary disorientation. How could there be an issue when they had arrived early? Bian Lu promptly instructed the leaders to take cover among the nearby underbrush. Crouching low as he quietly commanded, "All personnel, conceal yourselves." The once fervent troop now flattened themselves against the ground, hiding among the trees and wheat fields, breathing heavily. Qian Shouxin frowned and whispered, "What is happening? Could it be passing villagers?" Bian Lu, uncertain, merely shook his head, cautiously peering out to assess the situation below the slope. Fei Qingyun, crouched at the edge of the wheat field on the opposite side of the path, gazed down the slope. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. An opportunity has arisen. We have identified 103 fallen disciples. A coordinated effort can eliminate the current members of the Punishment Hall and restore the confidence of the Demon Lord." The revelation sent his mind whirling. Unclear about what fallen truly entailed, he surmised it referred to criminals. The realization that they numbered over 3 times his own group made him gasp in disbelief. In his previous life, gravely injured and on the brink of death, he had been unaware of their true numbers, ultimately departing from the narcotics team in despondency. There had been no subsequent reports, only knowledge of several vigorous campaigns against drug trafficking, which eventually quelled the audacity of the dealers, confirming that they were not the villagers Qian Shouxin spoke of. He noticed his vision had sharpened. He could distinctly see the faces of the drug traffickers 50 meters away, their skin dark and blood red pulsating from their heads. An uncanny sensation washed over him. He immediately remarked, The nearest road from the village at Tajai is eastward, specifically paved with cement. This route leads up the mountain for farming, typically only accessible on foot. It is implausible for a group to ascend the mountain to work at this late hour. Though his voice was lowered, it still reached the ears of Qian Shouxin and others with clarity. Hu Mancheng immediately retorted, "Comrade, refrain from speaking recklessly. The plan we devised is foolproof, derived from the sacrifice of 2 informants. Are you suggesting that the people in Tazai were aware of the impending capture and preemptively emerged?" Qian Shouxin chimed in. "You, who slept through the meeting and are unaware of the circumstances, ought to refrain from making unfounded statements. If the drug traffickers had received word of our operation, they would have vacated the area well in advance." It was evident that he was referring to Ren Qingyun, an intern officer who had indeed dozed off during the meeting, and his words were far from courteous. Not far behind, Zhao Tianyu added, "If you truly encounter drug traffickers, you would likely flee faster than a rabbit. Esteemed leaders, I believe it is prudent for you to remain behind while we young ones take the lead." Ironically, he positioned himself at the rear of the group. Within moments, a beam of flashlight illuminated the path ahead, followed by a shouted warning. "Shay Ka Chon Ko Pai. Pete Lita. There is an ambush ahead. Open fire." Bang! The sound of gunfire shattered the tranquility of the mountain village. Chapter 4. The Demon Lord system and the drug enforcement officer are a perfect match. The cacophony of shouts and gunfire has unequivocally validated Ren Qingyun's assertions. The individuals ahead are certainly not ordinary villagers. The gunfire intensified, with bullets raining down upon their concealed positions. Even the drug enforcement officers who had reached their designated locations found themselves under heavy fire, making counterattacks nearly impossible. Various beams from flashlights swept across the area, and they dared not show themselves. The inexperienced officers behind, overwhelmed by the barrage, cowered behind cover, chattering in panic. Observing the situation, Bian Lu broke out in a cold sweat and urgently implored, "Leaders, you should withdraw first. We will hold our ground." He was acutely aware that neither Hu Mancheng from the provincial department nor the enigmatic Qian Shouxin could afford to encounter any mishaps. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences, if not death, as accountability was inevitable. Before Hu Mancheng could utter a word, Qian Shouxin barked angrily, "Withdraw? We are law enforcement officers. We must at least buy some time to accomplish our mission. Call for backup." As he spoke, he raised a thermal imaging device towards the front, and a sharp intake of breath escaped his lips. The screen displayed a dense cluster of red heat signatures moving down the hillside, making it impossible to ascertain their numbers. A sense of foreboding gripped him, signaling that something was amiss. Ren Qingyun, confronted with gunfire, felt a similar trepidation. Possessing capability was one thing. Having the courage to confront it was a psychological challenge. He instinctively glanced at Zhao Tianyu, only to find him retreating 30 meters away, hiding in a crevice of a rock wall. Since he had distanced himself, he would ensure Zhao experienced the pain he had endured in his previous life. Moreover, the stigma of cowardice would not escape him. His eyes gleamed with cold determination as he turned back to retrieve his Type 95 rifle, swiftly chambering around and seeking an opportunity to strike. Beside him, Bai Chongshan was entirely concealed within the wheat field. Hearing the sound of the bolt action, he exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? You dare to expose yourself and fire at this moment?" However, before the words had left his lips, Ren Qingyun had already poked his head out and fired in quick succession. Bang! 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 In his line of sight, the bloodthirsty demons appeared even more pronounced than during the day. Following the gunfire, the 4 most aggressive drug traffickers met their demise at his hands with precision shots to the head. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. The host truly possesses the potential of a demon lord. He shows no mercy in slaying demons. 4 kills yield 4 drops of essence blood, applicable for cultivating the celestial demon body refining technique. Simultaneously, cries erupted from the opposing side. "Kong, Min Asin Mabiebula. Gangzi, how are you? Ah, Shay Hma Y Tushernat. Oh my, there are officers ahead." Ren Qingyun disregarded the system's voice and the foreign language of his adversaries, continuing to pull the trigger in rapid succession. The bullets from his automatic rifle flew rhythmically in every direction. He felt as though the firearm had become an extension of his very being, hitting every target with unerring accuracy. This system is rather impressive. After 7 formidable strongholds were neutralized, the remaining drug traffickers evidently felt the severity of the situation and instinctively sought refuge, abandoning their previous reckless rush. The beam of a flashlight illuminated the scene, and bullets whizzed overhead. Ren Qingyun executed a flawless forward roll, landing beside another stretch of wheat field. Alas, nearby, a police officer let out a scream. It appeared that 2 individuals had been struck by stray bullets. Bian Lu and several leaders observed through thermal imaging as crimson bursts erupted from the heads of the fallen, confirming that 7 individuals had been executed with precision. They were taken aback, astonished that the inexperienced officer beside them proved to be more formidable than the seasoned veterans. Without the aid of thermal imaging, 7 bullets had quelled the oncoming assault. Qian Shouxin clenched his fist in admiration, exclaiming, "Excellent, such marksmanship. If he can amend his bad habits, he will undoubtedly be an elite." Bian Lu immediately bellowed, "Fire! Suppress the wave of attackers and allow those in front to retreat. Fall back while delaying them." A direct retreat was not an option. The operation could not fail, and they must not flee in this direction. Hu Mansheng swiftly contacted the armed police and command center. "Hello, command center, this is 01, requesting support. There's an assault by drug traffickers from Myanmar." The narcotics officers in front, alongside the inexperienced officers, were too fearful to show themselves. Upon receiving the order, they merely extended their firearms, blindly firing their weapons and illuminating the area with flashlight beams. Their accuracy was non-existent, only serving to expose their positions. In an instant, cries of agony echoed, leaving uncertainty about how many were injured or had succumbed. Having relocated, Ren Qingyun glanced back at Zhao Tianyu's approximate position, a wicked smile gracing his lips. He then bellowed, "Do not fire. It will expose your positions." Indeed, the gunfire around the hillside gradually dwindled, replaced by the sound of magazines being reloaded. He commenced a series of precise shots. Bang, bang, bang. The host continuously eliminated 12 demonic foes, earning 12 points of vital essence. This could be utilized for cultivation again. He stifled another wave of attacks from the traffickers. He finally comprehended the system's voice, secretly feeling that this demonic sovereign system was more suited to the narcotics officers. At this stage, only the narcotics officers had the capacity for mass extermination. Nothing else could compare. Excellent. I must carve out an entirely new future. Ren Qingyun resolved within, his strikes growing increasingly accurate. Qian Shouxin observed through the thermal imaging as yet another individual was executed, unable to contain his praise. Impressive. Another headshot. That makes 19. Amidst the excitement, nearby officers were continually struck by stray bullets, cries of pain resonating. "Ah, damn, that hurts. It can penetrate the earthworks." Bian Lu, noticing the growing number of injured, realized they could not withstand much longer and turned to Hu Mansheng. Hu Mansheng promptly stated, "Fight while retreating, stall for time. Reinforcements will take at least 10 minutes to arrive." Although a plan was in place, the 20 individuals present were inexperienced newcomers, and once the order to retreat was given, they would likely scatter in panic, leading to a catastrophic rout. Just then, a voice rang out from Ren Pingsheng. "You retreat, I will cover you." In the midst of the chaos, 7 bullets were unleashed in rapid succession. The sound of gunfire echoed, albeit muffled. Many were unable to perceive the situation ahead. Yet the diminishing gunfire signaled a dwindling supply of ammunition. The commanding officer swiftly issued orders. "Trainee officers, escort the wounded and retreat immediately." Aside from Ren Qingyun, the others possessed no combat capabilities. Their firearms were little more than ornamental. Bai Chongshan grasped the arm of an injured officer nearby and began to retreat from the fields. After traversing 30 meters, he spotted Zhao Tianyu, sprawled in a depression, and exclaimed in anger, "Damn it, you cursed Ren Qingyun for fleeing first. Yet here you are, the very first to escape. What has become of your pride?" The officers hurrying behind him paused in astonishment at the sight. But the urgency of the battlefield left no room for hesitation. They hastened towards the vehicles. Their movements did not go unnoticed by the drug traffickers, who erupted in exultant shouts. "There's no police ahead. Charge forward with all your might. Leave no survivors. For every kill, I shall reward 2 million." The cacophony of their cries surged as the remaining traffickers rushed towards the slope from all directions. Their weapons unleashed a frenzied barrage, suppressing the narcotics officers. Rin Qingyun, though unable to comprehend their words, grasped the essence of the situation. With precision, he aligned his weapon and fired rapidly, continuously shifting his position. The 50-meter incline transformed into his lethal battleground. The fastest of the traffickers fell victim to his marksmanship, their heads exploding under his fire. Qian Shouxin watched in disbelief, his eyelids twitching as the silhouettes of the targets collapsed in the heat of battle. Was this truly a trainee officer? As his ammunition ran dry, Ren Qingyun instinctively reached for a spare magazine, swiftly reloading. Observing from behind a nearby stone wall, several commanding officers witnessed his relentless movement. Noting that his bullets were nearly exhausted, the commanding officer promptly tossed his own magazine to him, urging, "Fire fiercely. Hold the line, brothers." They needed to buy him time to reload. The concealed narcotics officers, having bided their time, unleashed a coordinated volley of fire. 13 points of fire erupted, yet the effectiveness was dismal. There were only a handful left. "Charge!" Another frenzied roar pierced the air, accompanied by yet another round of gunfire. Chapter 5. Is that kid a policeman? Ren Qingyun could not comprehend the unfolding chaos, yet he observed the bloodlust emanating from the drug dealers, their vigor intensifying as they swiftly approached, the distance between them dwindling to less than 30 meters. The sound of gunfire reverberated through the air, punctuated by muffled groans of the wounded. In this dire predicament, he propelled himself forward along the edge of the wheat field. Should they breach his defenses, none of the 10 veteran officers would likely survive. Qian Shouxin, witnessing his reckless advance, shouted, "Come back. You mustn't go. It's too dangerous." Despite being a slothful in turn, Ren Qingyun exhibited remarkable combat prowess. He could not perish here. Even Hu Mansheng was imploring, "Return." However, their commands fell on deaf ears. With impeccable shooting technique, Ren Qingyun continued to dispatch foes with precision, each shot claiming a life. The rhythmic gunfire echoed around them, accompanied by the sound of heavy bodies crashing to the ground. Shooting provided a respite from the mounting pressure. Bian Lu hastily joined the fray, yet his position offered no clear shot at the descending slope. He could only distract their attention. Remarkably, Ren Qingyun, relying solely on his combat skills, had cleared 2 magazines and reached the side of the 10 veteran officers. Regrettably, he was out of ammunition, and the narcotics unit unleashed a coordinated volley, emptying their clips. One seasoned narcotics officer, retrieving a military dagger from his trousers, coldly declared, "We cannot retreat. Prepare for hand-to-hand combat." What was meant to be a supportive defense had unexpectedly turned into a confrontation with a multitude of armed drug dealers. The sheer volume of ammunition they possessed could have decimated them tenfold. The sudden and drastic change had inflicted severe damage upon their ranks. Ren Qingyun noted that the drug dealers were equally bereft of bullets. It was hardly surprising. How could they transport a vast supply of magazines into the mainland? That piet. Monantai kuankiskivikone. Kill. Leave none alive. A robust man brandished a Nepalese blade, bellowing as he charged forward. The others drew various standard-issue machetes, surging towards the hillside. In a matter of mere meters, over 30 fearless individuals rushed forward, driven by the desire to avenge their fallen comrades. They appeared even more reckless than the most audacious bandits during an assault. Seeing this, Ren Qingyun licked his lips, flung his rifle behind him, and unsheathed his dagger. Leading the charge, his feet left deep impressions in the ground as adrenaline surged through his veins, muscles taut with anticipation. He felt an inexhaustible strength coursing within him. The mechanical voice echoed in his mind, urging him, "Kill. Every drop of blood enhances your power. Annihilate the fallen, eradicate all, kill." The voice, though mechanical, instilled a sense of fervor. Ignoring the cacophony, Ren Xingyun reached his peak velocity, a shadow darting through the throng of drug dealers. The first assailant to confront him barely had time to register the encounter before feeling a chill at his throat. Instinctively, he touched his neck, finding it slick with blood. Oxygen deprivation led to his swift collapse. The mechanical voice grew increasingly frenzied. "Congratulations, host. You have slain your first foe. Witness the rise of the Demon Lord. With the demise of one individual, a drop of essence is acquired, which can be utilized for." Ren Xingyun disregarded the chaotic clamor, as the immense power within him erupted in full force. The combat techniques he had previously learned, combined with his formidable strength, transformed his every movement into a lethal strike. Boom! A swift kick sent a sneaky drug dealer sprawling, contorting like a cooked shrimp, and before he could hit the ground, Ren Xingyun had already sliced his throat. Crack! A punch shattered the ribs of another dealer, followed immediately by a dagger gliding across his neck. Like a fierce tiger, he weaved through the throngs of over 30 drug traffickers. After dispatching one, 12 lay lifeless upon the ground. Turning back for another onslaught, 10 more fell. Behind the thermal imaging device, Qian Shouxin trembled, his lips quivering, eyes gleaming with admiration. Incredible, truly remarkable. Such an exceptional narcotics officer deserves commendation. Unarmed, he has slain over 20, a true warrior. Were it not for his advanced age, he would have joined the fray himself. At that moment, 6 veteran officers sprang from their ambush positions, while the remaining 4 remained motionless, unsure of how to proceed. Kill. Faced with the Burmese drug dealers, they did not dare to underestimate the situation, exerting their utmost effort. Relatively outnumbered and confronting dealers desperate to flee, they suffered significant losses within mere moments. By the time Ren Xingyun charged through the crowd for the 3rd time, there were no standing drug dealers left. Of course, 3 narcotics officers had also succumbed in the fray. The fierce battle left only the chilling cries of the wounded echoing in the air. Ren Xingyun slowly approached a robust man, seizing his wrist and crushing the bones with force. "Ah, it hurts!" He howled in agony, his bloodshot eyes glaring at Ren Xingyun, seemingly intent on vengeance. Amidst heavy breaths, Ren Xingyun grasped the collar of his neck, bellowing in fury. "Who else? Come out before me." In his previous life, it was this very scum that shattered his dreams of becoming a police officer. Today, he had finally taken his revenge, releasing all his pent-up fury. The drug dealer, weighing in at over 200 pounds, was effortlessly lifted by Ren Xingyun, leaving all officers in awe. Fierce and domineering, he was a whirlwind of chaos. As the battle subsided, Bian Lu and others rushed over, witnessing the near-manic state he was in. Bian Lu, noticing that only one captive remained, quickly shouted, "Stop! Don't kill him! We need a live one." Switching on his flashlight, he scanned the surrounding area, inhaling sharply at the sight. Blood stained the hillside, with countless bodies strewn about, the exact number obscured. For narcotics, officers bore injuries, while 3 lay lifeless on the ground. Hu Mansheng and Qian Shouxin, witnessing the scene, were equally astonished. "That kid is a police officer? He seems more like a demonic entity. His methods are ruthlessly brutal. Yet, I find it quite commendable. Drug dealers deserve no rights." Despite the incredulity, the mission had been accomplished. I have never seen such military proficiency in a police officer. Regardless of the circumstances, the immediate priority was to continue securing the area. Ren Xingyun forcefully slammed the man onto the ground, the sound of bones cracking under the strain resonating in the air. He stood at attention, saluting. "Yes, sir." Bian Lu longed to pat his shoulder, but ultimately lowered his arm. After a salute, he remarked, "Well done, I commend you." Had it not been for Ren Xingyun's extraordinary emergence, it is likely that this group would have perished here. Just as they were assessing the situation, the supporting armed police arrived swiftly. Reporting in, "Armed police unit, where is the situation?" A sharp and efficient officer rushed to the forefront, saluting and inquiring before Hu Mansheng and other leaders. Hu Mansheng inhaled deeply and declared, "The battle has concluded. We can now clear the scene and re-establish control." Upon finishing his statement, he suddenly felt a chill at the thought of Ren Xingyun's terrifying prowess. Had he truly annihilated all the drug traffickers in less than 10 minutes? It was alarmingly swift and ferocious. Turning to Ren Qingyun, he instructed, "Young man, you have done remarkably well. First, take the injured to the hospital." "Understood," Ren Qingyun responded, bending to assist the motionless narcotics officer on the ground. He sensed the limpness of the arm, devoid of strength, and upon touching the nose, detected no breath. A sense of loss washed over him. Silently, he hoisted the lifeless body and began his descent down the mountain. In a previous life, he had sustained grave injuries and had not attended the funeral of the fallen. Now, he profoundly felt the weight they bore for their country. Without the pillar of strength, a family could crumble. He silently regretted that in his past life he had focused solely on helping Zhao Tianyu ascend, never considering the widows of martyrs. Was I truly such a fool in my previous existence? How could I have been so severely manipulated? It was unfathomable how much folly clouded my judgment, trusting only him. As he passed a rocky crevice, he spotted Zhao Tianyu clutching his bleeding thigh, still leaning against the wall. With a disdainful snort, he made his way toward the vehicles. "Ren Qingyun, I am your elder brother. You must take me away. My leg is injured," he cried out in anguish, unable to accept that, despite hiding at the farthest distance, he had still been struck by a stray bullet. Without turning back, Ren Qingyun coldly replied, "Walk on your own. My shoulders bear the weight of heroes, not cowards." The contempt in his words resonated like thunder in Zhao Tianyu's mind. "Ren Qingyun, don't think you're impressive just because you're unscathed. You certainly hid in the wheat fields and did not dare to show your face. You are worthless. What gave you the right to look down on me?" Crouched within the crevice, he had long been paralyzed by fear from the stray bullets, remaining unaware of the battlefield's reality. Thus, he believed Ren Qingyun had merely hidden away, waiting until the end. Chapter 6. "You truly are my idol." Ren Qingyun paid no heed to his impotent rage, allowing him to fully experience the agony of his wounds. He strode purposefully towards the vicinity of the vehicle. Behind him, 3 narcotics officers, joined by several armed police, were bearing a corpse down the hill. Bian Lu and the deputy captain discovered Zhao Tianyu nestled in a hollow, devoid of any trace of blood, speculating that he had been hiding there all along. Furrowing his brow, Bian Lu assisted him. Zhao Tianyu winced in pain, yet seized the opportunity to ingratiate himself. "Thank you, leaders. It must be your remarkable efforts that turned the tide and accomplished this operation, right? Indeed, with your wealth of experience and formidable combat prowess, you are fearless and tenacious." A few compliments, he believed, would surely leave a favorable impression. Bian Lu could hardly tolerate such flattery, glancing at Zhao's damp trousers, and interrupted curtly. "It was not us." Taken aback, Zhao Tianyu stammered, "You are being modest, leaders. Surely, you were in command of the mission, and that is your merit as well. I trust everyone will remember your adept leadership and balanced decision-making." "Stop, close your mouth." Deputy Captain Lu Changshan reprimanded sharply. Observing Zhao's position, it was evident he had fled in the face of danger, a coward through and through. No matter how eloquently he spoke, it could not alter this impression. Moreover, their interference with Ren Qingyun's charge was hardly commendable. Had they truly followed orders, all 10 experienced narcotics officers might have perished, alongside several leaders. This fellow was utterly oblivious to the battlefield's realities, his spirit terrorized to the utmost degree. Upon reaching the assembly area, 4 corpses lay on the ground, and an ambulance had arrived. The injured were swiftly loaded and dispatched to the hospital. Only 8 individuals stood beside the bodies, awaiting the arrival of the funeral home's vehicle. Ren Qingyun was one among them, his mind echoing with a mechanical voice. Opportunity. Run swiftly, with the qualifications of a demon lord. You shall surely escape the Xintian sect and return to the demon sect. He found the incessant mechanical murmuring profoundly exasperating. Gazing at the fallen officers stirred a tumult of emotions within him. Bai Chongshan approached the visibly troubled Ren Qingyun and whispered, "You were incredible. You single-handedly took down so many? I heard you bested over 10 in hand-to-hand combat. Are you even human?" He scrutinized Ren from head to toe, seemingly assessing where he might be injured. In close combat, even the strongest could easily sustain injuries. Ren Xingyun instinctively glanced at the system rewards, 100 drops of essence blood. This indicated that throughout the combat, he had slain 100 drug traffickers, leaving only 2 alive, one of whom might have been killed by another. He nonchalantly replied, "It's nothing significant, merely a bunch of incompetent fools." Nothing significant? Bai Chongshan's voice resonated with disbelief as he countered. Do you realize that even the most elite narcotics officers might not kill 10 drug traffickers in a lifetime? You've surpassed 30, haven't you? And you are merely an intern. Bai Chongshan's voice rose slightly, his gaze now tinged with admiration. Then, a voice from an experienced narcotics officer nearby interjected. You are mistaken. He has dispatched over 30 solely with his dagger. The rest are beyond counting. With wide eyes, Bai Chongshan gazed at Ren Xingyun's retreating figure, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "By heavens, you single-handedly took down over 30 drug traffickers? They are indeed desperate men. You truly are my idol." His admiration gradually transformed into reverence. Beside him, an elderly police officer sighed, "They are indeed desperate, having all perished in hand-to-hand combat." His voice bore a heavy sorrow, yet it underscored the brutality of the drug traffickers, who fought ferociously for their lives. As they engaged in discussion, the voice in their earpiece announced the conclusion of the mission. All individuals involved in drug activities at the tower have been apprehended, requesting to regroup. What? Bai Chongshan was momentarily taken aback by the voice emanating from the vehicle. Was the capture at the tower completed so swiftly? Regroup. Hu Manqing's voice confirmed that the mission was entirely concluded. However, many subsequent tasks remained unfinished, such as accounting for the deceased, tallying the ammunition used, and compiling various reports. Shortly thereafter, a hearse arrived to transport the 4 drug enforcement officers. The 3 uninjured senior officers immediately stated, "Report. I wish to accompany my brothers for their final journey." The battle had ended, yet the memory of their brothers who had sacrificed their lives lingered. Ren Xingyun felt a pang of emotion, his fists clenched tightly. An unfamiliar feeling surged within him. Hu Manqing added, "After we return the firearms, I will accompany you. Regulations must be adhered to." It was impossible to leave with automatic rifles. Even drug enforcement officers were permitted to carry only their sidearms. Understood. The group boarded the vehicle, which soon felt spacious with only 13 individuals remaining, including their leader. 4 had perished, and 16 were injured. Though it was a significant victory, it was also a grievous one. Even the typically exuberant Bai Chongshan was subdued by the oppressive atmosphere, falling silent. After 2.5 hours, they returned to the operations department to return their equipment. Ren Xingyun was informed that he should return home to rest and that a psychologist would contact him the following day for post-combat counseling. Yes, Captain. The bond between the intern officers and the veterans was not particularly deep, hence they did not feel compelled to partake in the farewell ceremony for the deceased. Primarily, they wished to avoid exposure to the eyes of outsiders. Upon exiting the office building, Bai Chongshan caught up with Ren Xingyun, slinging an arm around his shoulder, and said, "Xingyun, come, let me take you out to unwind. Today was far too perilous. I must celebrate our safe return." His eyes twinkled with unspoken implications. Ren Xingyun recalled the tragic end of his previous life, where someone had collected his remains and casually provided him with a box. It was said that in Nanyuan City, he was the only one worth befriending, and within was an exquisite timepiece. At that moment, he realized that his background must be extraordinary. This was an opportunity to strengthen their bond, and he smiled, saying, "Let us go have a drink." The hour was nearing 11, and the nightlife was just beginning. The two settled into an inconspicuous Buick, with Bai Chongshan chuckling, "Aren't you going to accompany Ding Hui? Will you get in trouble for being out with me?" He started the engine, which emitted a strange sound, and continued to jest casually. As fate would have it, just as I had retrieved my newly activated phone, a call request arrived. Why not accept it? After all, I am not unfamiliar with such encounters. Bai Chongshan cast a glance at the name displayed on the screen, Ding Hui, and jested once more. Meanwhile, Ren Xingyun furrowed his brow, grappling with inner conflict. In a previous life, this woman had proclaimed herself to be a mere pawn, suggesting that she might now be with child. According to my recollections, their relationship had only progressed to hand-holding, and they had yet to share a bed. This implies that she has already become entangled with Zhao Tianyu. In this life, I must devise a strategy to thwart this peculiar pair and prevent them from bringing misfortune upon others. This inevitably conjures memories of Zhao Tianyu's wife from my former existence. Su Jinxiu, a paragon of beauty, exuding grace and elegance, embodying the quintessential classical image. She epitomizes the ideal goddess in the hearts of most men. How perplexing it is that, despite having a pristine white lotus at home, one would choose to cling to a wretched scoundrel. Such behavior is truly despicable. Chapter 7. Who on earth would accompany a coward? Beside him, Bai Chongshan, noticing that he allowed his phone to ring incessantly without answering, chuckled and said, "What is the matter? Have you failed to find the right words? Open it, and I shall speak to her." Ren Qingyun answered the call, and before he could utter a word, Ding Hui's shrill voice pierced through. "Where are you? Brother Zhao is injured and undergoing surgery. Hurry and come to keep him company. And don't forget to bring us some nutritious sea cucumber porridge and hairy crabs to nourish his health." Upon hearing her words, Bai Chongshan blinked and tilted his head in a whisper. "Is she Zhao Tianyu's girlfriend or yours? Why does she seem so anxious about him?" Ren Qingyun replied softly, "What girlfriend? I'm merely a devoted admirer, unable to express myself clearly." A self-deprecating remark that acknowledged the path he had traveled. Then, addressing the phone loudly, he declared, "You only know he is injured. What about me? I'm hurt as well. I need to go back and recuperate. I have no time for you." Without a second thought, he hung up. "Let us go have some fun. Who on earth would accompany a coward? Ha, come on. I'll introduce you to 2 friends today." Bai Chongshan was exceedingly pleased with his reaction, flooring the gas pedal as the engine roared to life, speeding towards Bai Jinheng. Unbeknownst to him, his friends were arriving this afternoon for a surprise visit. Upon exiting the car, he kicked the old door in frustration. Damn, what a slowpoke. He was quite displeased with the antiquated vehicle that bore the weight of its years. Ren Qingyun did not return home. His grandfather was in a nursing home, and his parents were often engaged in social events, leaving the house eerily empty. He could return at any time. As he stepped through the door, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for escaping the punishment hall and finally evading surveillance. This is the He Huan sect branch. You may seek refuge here, but do not grow too attached." Had he not heard the voice, Ren Qingyun would have forgotten about the Demon Lord system, believing he could finally delve into his studies. Upon entering Bai Jinheng, the mechanical voice resumed its incessant chatter. "In the room ahead, there are 4 lust demons. No need to engage. In the next room, there is 1 greed demon. No need to engage. Ah, to the side, there are 7 fallen demons, with 10 kilograms of bliss powder, possessing reasonable strength. Assistance can be sought." Ren Qingyun's mind became somewhat muddled. He recognized that fallen demons were drug dealers, but what was bliss powder? Could it be a form of narcotic? What about lust demons and greed demons? For the moment, he had little inclination to deal with them, his gaze fixed intently on the room that housed the drug dealers. The innermost room on the 2nd floor was merely separated from them by a single partition. Seeing him fixated on room 2089, Bai Chongshan quickly grasped his arm and said, "Don't look over there. We're in 2088. He pushed open the door, and a melodious voice filled the air. What a heartless man. The 2 stumbled in, perhaps too attuned to the ambience. "Ah, our young master Bai finally graces us with his presence. Oh, and he has brought along a handsome gentleman." At the sound of the teasing voice, Ren Qingyun turned to look at the woman who had spoken. Boom! A tremor surged through his mind, stirring turbulent waves within. In a previous life, as one of the billions of affluent individuals, I naturally kept an eye on notable figures within the elite circles of wealth. The speaker was unmistakably the future queen of commerce, Qin Xing, whose assets exceed 100 billion and who frequently graces the public eye. Standing at a height of 175 meters, with a refined visage, cascading long hair, and an air of aloof elegance, she is a sight to behold from afar. It was she who received a gift from Bai Chongshan, thus affirming her identity, possibly as a relative of his. With a hearty chuckle, Bai Chongshan strode over, microphone in hand, addressing the 2 ladies. "I bring forth a friend of remarkable prowess. His name is Ren Qingyun. Please extend your kindness towards him." He continued, "Qingyun, Allow me to introduce you to these two enchanting ladies, Qin Qing and Bai Kai Wei. Upon hearing this, Ren Qingyun realized his initial assumptions were indeed correct. It was certainly Qin Qing. However, the other name, Bai Kai Wei, struck a chord of familiarity, though he could not quite place it, despite the thorough introductions. The two beauties appeared indifferent, merely offering a cursory wave in acknowledgement. Understanding their notable status, Ren Qingyun greeted them politely. "Greetings, my esteemed ladies. We are here to enjoy a drink. Please feel free." The two women merely nodded, engaging in casual conversation with Bai Chongshan. Unperturbed, Ren Qingyun's attention was primarily focused on the 7 drug traffickers nearby. With the systems alert and his role as an anti-drug officer, he could not allow this opportunity to slip by. While he enjoyed a drink with the ladies, the command center was receiving data reports from various channels. Qian Shouxin, his hair as white as snow, reviewed Ren Qingyun's profile, removing his reading glasses with a look of astonishment. Ren Qingyun is an exemplary student. His grandfather is none other than Ren Pingsheng, the chief prosecutor. Clearly, he has been well educated. Rather than revealing any shortcomings, the information painted him as a paragon of virtue. Hu Mansheng, standing beside him, concurred. When I observed him sleeping, I assumed he was merely a gilded second-generation heir. How infuriating! I had no idea of his formidable capabilities. He added, "Old Run is still my superior. His mentoring is commendable." Unaware of Ren Qingyun's lineage until now, they reflected on how little attention previous leaders had paid to him. Nodding in agreement, Qian Shouxin glanced at the submitted report, suddenly rising with a broad smile. "Excellent. Within 10 minutes, he has eliminated 100 vicious drug lords and captured one alive. I shall recommend him for a first-class merit." He mused. Even the most renowned generals in history cannot boast such a record. His marksmanship is remarkable. He is truly a formidable adversary against crime. Filled with excitement, he slammed the report down before Hu Mansheng, while simultaneously dialing the department leaders in the capital. Without Ren Qingyun, they might have faced dire consequences that day. Hu Mansheng, examining the data, muttered to himself, 3 magazines, each shot landing a perfect headshot, all within 10 minutes. How terrifying. This was not mere practice on a shooting range, but a triumph achieved under pressure in the shadows. Some traffickers had endured 2 shots, taking cover behind trees, a bullet to the leg, followed by a fatal shot to the head. In the battlefield, he was akin to a reaper. Both men resolved unanimously. This achievement must be reported for a first-class merit. In stark contrast to their excitement, Ding Huiyi, who had just escorted Zhao Tianyu out of the hospital, wore a face full of sorrow. Alongside the nurse, she wheeled him into the ward. His thigh bore mere abrasions, stitched up with 13 sutures, a far cry from the severe injuries of others. Most crucially, upon his entrance, all the other injured patients turned their heads away, disregarding his presence entirely. The slogans were shouted loudly, yet he found himself hiding at the back. Even with the usual scheming and flattery he engaged in, they remained unwilling to acknowledge him. Unaware of the specifics, Ding Huiyi, her face etched with concern, inquired, "How are you?" Zhao Tianyu noticed the disdain in the eyes of those around him, gritting his teeth in silence. The concern from Ding Huiyi only served to exacerbate his inner turmoil. He replied curtly, "What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be with that good-for-nothing? Isn't he injured?" With so many onlookers, being seen with his brother's girlfriend made it even more difficult for him to hold his head high. Ding Huiyi, noticing his repeated glances, eventually grasped the situation. Forcing herself to remain composed, she said, "I sent him a video. He mentioned it was just a minor injury and that I needn't accompany him. He insisted that as his dear brother, I must check on you." Despite her attempts at calm explanation, her expression remained grim. She pulled out her phone, swiftly typed a message, and handed it to him. "He has been ignoring me. Has something happened?" Zhao Tianyu furrowed his brow, then took the phone and typed back, "Go comfort him tonight. If necessary, offer him some sweet words. You must keep him under control. You should leave now. Your presence here is not beneficial." Chapter 8. Opportunity Arises. Ding Huiyi, filled with reluctance, noticed the presence of others in the ward. Nodding slightly, she uttered, "I'm going to accompany my boyfriend. Call the nurse if you need anything." Gritting her teeth, She turned and strode towards the exit. Upon entering the desolate elevator, her expression twisted with fury as she muttered through clenched jaws, "Ren Xingyun, how dare you hang up on my video call? Just wait, I shall deal with you properly." As a devoted admirer for 3 long years, she believed she could easily manipulate Ren Xingyun. Exiting the elevator, she immediately dialed Ren Xingyun's number once more, only to be met with silence. After 3 futile attempts, her frustration boiled over, and she stood on the steps, hastily sending a message. "Ren Xingyun, you have audacity indeed to ignore my calls. Let us see if I still regard you in the future." Based on her past experiences, she was certain that sending this message would prompt Ren Xingyun to quickly reply with a video to inform her of his whereabouts. However, after waiting for a full minute on the steps, there was still no response. With an exasperated stomp of her foot, she shouted, "How dare you sulk and ignore my messages?" In her rage, she misstepped and tumbled down the 7 steps, her phone crashing to the ground. "Ouch!" She cried out in pain, her body aching from the impact. Luckily, a security guard nearby rushed over to assist her into the emergency room. After a cursory treatment for her scrapes, she was directed to settle the payment for her care. Ding Huai was at her wit's end. Surrounded by 2 men, one injured and hospitalized, the other refusing to answer her calls, teetering on the brink of madness. Meanwhile, Ren Xingyun had indeed seen the call and received the message, but chose to ignore it, fully aware of her intentions and wishing to sever any future connection. His gaze shifted to Bai Chongshan and his companions, whose singing was quite melodious, yet his thoughts were consumed by the drug traffickers next door. Even the police could not easily intrude without evidence. What if there was nothing to be found at the scene? Catching a thief in the act required solid proof. He needed a strategy to gain entry under another pretext. Knowing they were drug dealers but feeling powerless to convey that was maddening. As he pondered, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. The number of fallen demons has increased to 14, indicating a significant scale and considerable strength. Assistance may be sought. What? Upon hearing this, Ren Xingyun felt a chill run down his spine. The increasing numbers suggested a transaction was underway, and he could not let this opportunity slip away. Capturing both the individuals and their contraband would surely merit recognition. While deep in thought, Bai Chongshan leaned closer, clapping him on the shoulder and jesting, "Buddy, you seem rather shy and reserved. We're here to unwind. How about a night of fun?" As he spoke, he placed a microphone in Ren Xingyun's hand, and the room, previously filled with noise, fell into an unusual silence. 3 pairs of eyes suddenly fixated on him, and just as Ren Xingyun prepared to decline, a loud crash reverberated through the air. All eyes turned towards the door that had been forcefully kicked open, revealing 3 young men with green-dyed hair bursting into the room. "Ha! I told you this private room had beauties. It seems I was right. Hurry, deliver this to the boss. Today is indeed a day of double joy." They were exuberant, their actions devoid of any semblance of order. Bai Chongshan promptly rose, admonishing, "What are you doing? Get out." A surge of authority emanated from him, entirely unlike his usual laid-back demeanor. The 2 young women displayed little sign of anxiety, as if it were merely a trivial matter. Ren Xingyun's eyes instantly brightened upon seeing them, for above their heads a red mist swirled. Demonic transformation, that is to say, drug dealers. They must be 3 out of the 14 next door. An opportunity has arisen. Quietly rising, he grasped a bottle of liquor in his left hand and a microphone in his right. 3 young men with unkempt hair erupted into raucous laughter, brazenly declaring, "Little brat, us taking a liking to your girl is your good fortune. So sit down quickly. You haven't made your move yet, have you? With such diligent performance. I'll let you observe closely. Today our boss is here, you're damn lucky. Otherwise, do I owe you a favor?" They swayed unsteadily, grinning maliciously as they lunged at the 2 women. Naturally, Bai Chongshan could not allow them to be insulted and stepped forward, ready to intervene. However, a young man with yellow hair drew a dagger from his waist, thrusting it towards Bai Chongshan's abdomen. "Are you deaf?" Bai Chongshan hesitated at the sight of the blade. The other 2, rushing toward the women, similarly brandished daggers and barked, "Come with us obediently, or you'll experience a red blade piercing through." "Miss, You surely wouldn't want to be stripped and discarded after death, would you? Qin Xing and Bai Kai Wei felt a surge of panic, but managed to maintain a semblance of composure. If you dare to lay a hand on us, I promise you will be uprooted. Bai Tsai Wei's voice trembled slightly, her right hand clutching her bag, her anger palpable. Just as the three ruffians believed victory was within their grasp, Ren Qingyun decisively intervened. With a swift motion, he smashed a liquor bottle over the head of the yellow-haired assailant aiming at Bai Chongshan. The bottle shattered, leaving a long gash across his face, blood mingling with the liquor as it cascaded down. The yellow-haired thug swayed and collapsed to the ground. What the hell? You dare to fight back? Get over here and die. The remaining two yellow-haired thugs charged at Ren Qingyun. He hurled the microphone, striking the first one squarely on the forehead. Staggering back 3 steps, a large bump formed on his brow as stars danced before his eyes. He fell heavily at the doorway. The last one received a punch to the chin from Ren Qingyun. A distinct crack echoed as he spun backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The yellow-haired thug, struck by the microphone, seeing this, dared not linger and stumbled through the door in flight. Ren Qingyun seized a dagger from the ground and pursued him like the wind. It was only at this moment that Bai Chongshan realized what was happening and shouted urgently, "Hey, don't chase after him. Call the police." As his voice fell, Bai Kai Wei chimed in, "Aren't you the police? What is there to report?" She witnessed Ren Qingyun's fluid and graceful movements as he struck down an opponent with a single punch, sending them sprawling. Their jaw likely shattered, leaving their fate uncertain. Another individual was bleeding profusely, their limbs convulsing. The ferocity of the attack was alarming, seemingly aimed at annihilation. Although Bai Chongshan heard the commotion, he still ventured outside, stating, "Be cautious. I shall investigate to prevent any calamity." Since learning of Ren Qingyun's solitary defeat of over 30 drug traffickers, he understood the gravity of his blows. It could very well lead to a fatality. Upon exiting, he observed Ren Qingyun had already stormed into the adjacent private room. "Goodness, you are far too reckless." His anxiety surged. Even with prowess, how many could he conquer without proper equipment? He retrieved his phone, trembling as he dialed the emergency number. After what felt like an eternity, he finally connected, only to hear the unmistakable sound of gunfire emanating from within the room. Bang! Oh no, this is disastrous. Bai Chongshan's mind went blank. With the adversary armed, Ren Qingyun's reckless intrusion was tantamount to courting death. A homicide involving law enforcement would undoubtedly pose a grave issue. Contemplating the evening's mission, his heart raced with a flicker of hope. Even as he heard a voice through his phone, he hastily recounted the situation while inching closer to room 2089, his heart pounding in trepidation, utterly unaware of the events unfolding within. Chapter 9. Ruthless Strikes I Submit. In room 2089, by Jean Heng, Ren Qingyun dashed in and immediately spotted a pile of white plastic bags on the coffee table. A peculiar scent of chemicals surged into his nostrils, heightening his senses. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have encountered the fallen demon. Currently, you must avoid contact with the Xianyao powder, as it will destroy your foundation. Seek assistance and escape the domain of the Xiantian sect." In an instant, he comprehended the nature of the so-called Xianyao powder, those white substances concealed within black canvas bags. The 11 individuals around him, whether standing or seated, fixated their gazes upon him. The recently arrived yellow-haired man stumbled forward to the coffee table, panic-stricken as he exclaimed, Boss, help me. That brat over there is chasing me." The two burly men at the doorway belatedly realized that an outsider had intruded. They swiftly drew daggers from their pockets, lunging towards Ren Qingyun's neck. The moment their movements crystallized, Ren Qingyun was already acutely aware. His body sprang into action, akin to a cheetah. With his left hand, he thrust the dagger into the side of the first man, while his right hand transformed into a blade, delivering a fierce chop to the second. The brutal force shattered the second man's throat, producing a crisp sound. Simultaneously, the dagger pierced through the first man's neck, blood gushing forth in a torrential spray. Clatter! Clatter! The two knives fell to the ground, and the bodies of the assailants slumped slowly against the wall. The remaining individuals finally recognized the gravity of the situation and hastily drew their weapons. Particularly, the two middle-aged men seated on the sofa swiftly unsheathed their handguns. In Nanyuan City, in this era, such occurrences are hardly surprising, especially within the realm of drug dealers who live on the edge of danger. Ren Xingyun felt every hair on his body stand on end as he swiftly rolled, appearing beside one of the burly men. His right fist struck true, landing squarely on the man's groin. A bone-chilling scream drowned out the music blaring from speakers, and the man instinctively clasped his legs. Seizing the opportunity, Ren Xingyun hurled him towards the two middle-aged men. Bang! The middle-aged man in the red shirt fired his gun, instantly hitting the flying thug. Simultaneously, Ren Xingyun slid along the ground, reaching the two men. With a flick of his wrist, he severed their wrists with the dagger. Squelch! Squelch! Their wrists nearly fell off, blood spraying uncontrollably. Even the most ferocious among them could not withstand such a terrifying assault. They involuntarily lost their strength, instinctively retracting their hands that held the guns. Seizing the moment, Ren Xingyun sprang to his feet, swiftly commandeering the firearms from the two men. The remaining thugs, momentarily taken aback, surged forward in a frenzy. Damn it! I'll kill you. The boss is injured. Take him down. Don't let him escape. In the dimly lit private room, though it concealed many evils, it also obscured the clarity of the situation. Blades flashed and shadows danced, as the room reverberated with the sounds of violent collisions. In a mere 10 seconds, 7 burly men cowered in the corner like refuse. Alongside the one writhing in agony from a gunshot wound before the coffee table, only 3 remain alive in the room. Ren Xingyun stood before the two bosses, observing their fear-stricken faces as they clutched their wounded wrists. Trembling, one of them implored, "Brother, whatever you desire. Money goods we will provide. I beg you, spare my life." Another chimed in, "Yes, yes. There are 20 million in my pocket, and all the goods are yours." They were oblivious to the formidable figure that had emerged from nowhere. With ruthless precision, he had dispatched so many in the blink of an eye. They were mere prey on a butcher's block. If a problem could be resolved with money, then let it be resolved with money. Ren Xingyun regarded them, a sinister smile spreading across his face, revealing his stark white teeth as he remarked, "What are your names? I was merely enjoying a song. Yet you dared to steal my woman?" Sensing their misunderstanding, he decided to play along. He spat a mouthful of phlegm onto the face of the man in the red shirt, emanating an aura of wickedness. A mechanical voice reverberated wildly in his mind. "Host, you are too dashing. You must act without restraint and reign supreme. How dare these scoundrels lay a hand on you? Annihilate them all. Congratulations, host, for slaying 10 scoundrels. You have obtained 10 drops of essence blood, which can be used to cultivate the heavenly demon body refinement technique." Ren Xingyun chose to disregard the voice, awaiting a response. The middle-aged man in the red shirt, though feeling humiliated, dared not wipe away the spittle. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he stammered, I am known as Ghost Brother. I mean no offense." He shot a resentful glance at the man beside him and added, "Those minions are not mine. They belong to him. Had he not acted so arrogantly, we would not have drawn the ire of such a ruthless individual." The man beside him, clad in a floral shirt and adorned with a gold chain, with a rotund visage, looked as though he had just consumed something foul. "Everyone calls me Big Gold Tooth. I truly did not intend this. I swear, I am no one's grandson. The underlings were foolish, and you have already killed them. Please spare us." In his heart, he had resolved that should he survive this day, he would ensure the annihilation of Ren Xingyun's entire family. Ren Xingyun smiled coldly. "You know, 50 grams would suffice for a death sentence, wouldn't it? Coupled with 20 million in illicit gains, that should be more than enough for execution. I have never been one to leave loose ends. It is time for you to depart." He raised his handgun, aiming it at their heads. Ghost Brother and Big Gold Tooth immediately covered their heads with their hands, paralyzed by terror. They realized the man before them was far too merciless. He was not merely threatening. At that moment, the room's door was abruptly flung open, accompanied by a thunderous shout. "Don't move. Police." The two drug lords had never anticipated that they would one day so eagerly await the arrival of law enforcement. They shouted in unison, "Murder! Help! Police! Save us!" Their voices, strained and filled with desperate hope, echoed through the air. Even if they were to be apprehended by the police, it was certainly preferable to dying senselessly at the hands of a monstrous psychopath. However, when they beheld the scene at the doorway, despair washed over them anew. Only one individual stood there, holding a handgun, staring blankly inside. Ren Xingyun recognized him at once by Chongshan. With both hands extended forward, the butt of the gun struck the necks of the two individuals. Whether they were killed or merely injured was of no consequence. The priority was to ensure they could not overhear the forthcoming dialogue. After executing this, he turned to face Bai Chongshan, who lingered at the doorway. Clearing his throat, he inquired, "Are you here to rescue me?" Bai Chongshan swallowed hard, his gaze traversing the surrounding corpses before settling on Ren Xingyun. Gasping, he exclaimed, "I must say, you are extraordinary. To bring them all down while they were armed? Surely, they cannot all be dead." "Indeed, they are all dead," Ren Xingyun replied with an air of certainty, devoid of hesitation. Bai Chongshan nearly stumbled, hastily entering the room and shutting the door behind him. With a tone of urgency, he stated, "Are they really dead?" "No, you must flee at once. Even the police cannot kill so many without facing dire consequences. Is there a way out? I can provide one." Upon hearing this, Ren Xingyun realized that Bai Chongshan had truly begun to idolize him. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You should call Captain Ji of the Bienlo team. We VE apprehended 2 gangs of drug traffickers in the midst of a transaction. Over 500 grams, enough to warrant the death penalty." "What?" Bai Chongshan's gaze finally fell upon the coffee table, where numerous packages of white powder emitted a scent that suggested the substance was of dubious quality. Upon noticing the 2 firearms in Ren Xingyun's possession, a smile broke across his face. "All right, I appreciate this. You're allocating me a portion of the credit." He was acutely aware that as trainee officers, they had no right to firearms. They must have belonged to the drug traffickers. The charges of illegal possession of firearms and assaulting an officer would undoubtedly suffice. Not to mention the drug trafficking, securing a second-class merit would be exceedingly straightforward. With a sense of satisfaction, he retrieved his phone and stepped outside the room to make the call. Chapter 10. A shocking revelation at the Nanyuan City Bureau. Amidst the tense atmosphere of officers handling subsequent operations, a chilling legend began to circulate. Have you heard? During today's operation, a remarkable individual single-handedly took down over 100 drug traffickers. Where did that come from? Don't be ridiculous. That would mean wiping out the entire stronghold. No, it's true. I heard it from an injured officer in the action team. It was a fierce encounter, every shot a headshot. Seriously? Is it possible to achieve such precision during a nighttime operation? You must be joking. Not at all. Every forensic expert in the city is working overtime, some even lamenting the bloodshed as a means to conserve ammunition. Who is this person? I don't know, but the narcotics officers certainly cannot disclose their identity. Regardless, it's truly impressive. A first-class merit award is surely in the cards. Yes, in 2 months, we'll see who receives that first-class honor. Forget about that. It's more about who has rumors of promotion. Even within brother units, it's rare for anyone to know the specifics about the narcotics officers. In stark contrast to the chaotic handling of subsequent cases by other departments, a group seated in the operations conference room bore solemn expressions. Although the stronghold had been dismantled and foreign drug traffickers eliminated, it had also brought forth significant problems. Present were Hu Mancheng from the provincial department, Deputy Director Gao Hualong, Bureau Chief Xiao Wan, Deputy Director Su Changhua, Team Leader Bian Lu, Deputy Team Leader Lu Qingye, and various captains and political commissars. Hu Mancheng, seated at the head of the table, rubbed his brow, his excitement over the lack of good news dissipating as he solemnly inquired, "Bien, has the interrogation result from the dismantling operation come through? Why did they enter Nanyuan City en masse?" He had anticipated merely overseeing the operation and accompanying the leadership through the drug eradication task before returning to his regular duties. However, the matters at hand demanded his immediate attention. The sudden emergence of over 100 armed traffickers who had evidently been forewarned about the operation warranted immediate military action. Had it not been for Ren Xingyun's extraordinary performance, the outcome could have been catastrophic. Bien Liu, his robust frame straightening, felt the scar on his left cheek twitch as he replied gravely. We initiated interrogation, but they refused to disclose any information. One live captive speculated that they were meeting with a major drug lord to negotiate prices. The specifics remain unknown. It was disheartening. These traffickers were willing to gamble with their lives, rendering conventional methods futile. The atmosphere was grim as the group faced the daunting challenge of identifying the movements of these individuals, leaving them restless. Such a significant operation could not possibly be trivial. Hu Manqing turned to Qian Shouxin, awaiting further instructions. Upon receiving a nod, he continued, Bien, expedite the interrogation process to secure confessions swiftly. Director Xiao, although the stronghold has been eradicated, our work is far from over. Numerous branches and subordinates remain to be uncovered. We must promptly apprehend key figures such as Gue Gu and Dejinya. Understood. Xiao Wan quickly stood, assuring with fervor. His heart had yet to settle. If it were not for the emergence of Ren Qingyun, it was likely that the entire city bureau would have faced dire consequences. Even if the drug den is destroyed, it cannot compensate for the past misdeeds. Captain Bien Liu understood that the task now rested solely on his shoulders, causing him a throbbing headache. Suddenly, his phone on the table vibrated, revealing a call from Bai Chongshan. He couldn't help but frown slightly as he glanced at the leader presiding over the meeting. Answer it, Hu Manqing said with evident displeasure. As a narcotics officer, any call could potentially lead to a vital clue. Bien Liu swiftly answered the phone, and upon hearing the elevated voice on the other end, he quickly exclaimed, What? This outburst caused everyone present to knit their brows in concern, their expressions turning tense. For a captain to change color like that, something significant must have occurred. Noticing the gazes fixed on him, Bien Liu hurriedly stated, All right, I understand it's by Jin Hang, right? Upon receiving a confirming response, he promptly hung up the phone and declared, Leaders by Chongshan just called. In room 2089 at by Jin Hang, a drug transaction has been discovered. It appears to involve Dejinya and Gue Gu. I must lead a team to investigate. What? The others were taken aback, their eyes widening in shock. Was it truly this easy to uncover a drug deal? These transactions typically involve intricate concealment methods, making them difficult to detect. Particularly, the two individuals highlighted in the meeting were seasoned veterans and should have been well hidden at this point. Hurry, but stay safe. Hu Manqing's expression brightened. They had quickly located their whereabouts and must apprehend them. Bien Liu waved his hand dismissively, saying, It's not dangerous. I've heard that Ren Qingyun has already secured the scene. With that, he turned and dashed out of the office. He gathered the remaining narcotics officers and, without donning their uniforms to avoid revealing their identities, set off in 3 police cars towards Bai Jinhang. In Nanyuan City, due to stringent drug enforcement measures, narcotics officers did not share office space with ordinary criminal investigators. Inside the office, a group of leaders exchanged puzzled glances. Hu Manqing turned to Xiao Wan, asking in astonishment, What is going on? Wasn't he supposed to be resting? How did he manage to catch drug dealers again? Xiao Wan, equally bewildered, replied helplessly, I haven't received any notifications either. Upon Bien Liu's arrival at Bai Jinhang, he found that police officers had already arrived to maintain order. Many customers were being asked to settle their bills and leave, effectively controlling the scene. Qin Qin and Bai Kaiwei had inquired about the situation from Bai Chongshan, confirming that the room was filled with drug dealers and firearms. Ren Qingyun had subdued them single-handedly. Is he truly that formidable? Bai Kaiwei squinted her eyes, recalling the incident in her mind when Ren Qingyun had effortlessly knocked down a thug. The memory was so violent, yet it imparted a profound sense of security. Especially when it came to her, the force of that impact lingered in her mind. Bai Chongshan nodded and said, Of course it was him. I hadn't even entered yet. He urged them, All right, you two should hurry back to the hotel and get some rest. Fearing they might be implicated, he insisted they leave. When Bien Liu and his team entered the private room, they were met with a scene thick with the stench of blood. 11 corpses lay haphazardly in the corner, while Ren Qingyun and Bai Chongshan stood at the entrance, waiting. Did you do all this? Bien Liu exclaimed, astonished. To have killed so many unarmed, without any equipment, was utterly terrifying. Ren Qingyun nodded affirmatively. the mechanical voice echoing in his mind. Host has failed to escape, once again falling within the gaze of the punishment hall. Exercise utmost caution. Do not reveal the identity of the Demon Lord. He was disregarded entirely. Bai Chongshan quickly interjected, Bien, look over here. It must exceed 500 grams. And there are 2 firearms. Illegal possession of firearms, assaulting law enforcement, drug trafficking. He was facing a multitude of charges, and the death penalty was inevitable. Bien Lu observed the white powder, firearms, and cash. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed that the powder was indeed narcotics, leaving him deeply shocked. With firearms resistance, the capture of a significant suspect, and over 10 kilograms on site, he was certain of a commendation. This fellow seemed to achieve merit as effortlessly as one might eat or drink. Yet, how could he be so certain that a drug transaction was taking place here? He promptly issued orders. Take the individuals away. Let the forensic team handle the rest. He instructed the narcotics officers who had accompanied him to take action. Addressing the 2 individuals. How did you come to discover the transaction here? Chapter 11. Parental concerns emerging from the blood-scented private room. Ren Xingyun recounted the entire episode to Bien Lu before being instructed to return home and rest. As he watched the 2 depart, Bien Lu narrowed his eyes and promptly reported to Director Xiao Wan. Following the comprehensive briefing, a wave of discussions erupted among the office staff. This young man, one is at a loss to determine whether his fortune is good or ill. 14 armed drug traffickers. Had it been anyone else, their lifeless body would have already grown cold. This youth possesses sharpness, courage, and capability. He is worthy of cultivation. His audacity is commendable, and his strength is formidable. How is it that such qualities went unnoticed before? After consulting with a psychologist, he should be promoted to formal status, not to mention the second-class merit that follows. Even the first-class merit applied for by leadership would suffice for an exceptional elevation. Unbeknownst to Ren Xingyun, the leader's discussions were far from his mind. After being escorted to the villa by Bai Chongshan, he waved goodbye and immediately spotted his parents seated in the living room. Approaching midnight, they had yet to retire for the night. Upon seeing him enter, his mother, Geng Xiuji, rose to greet him, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and inquired, Why are you back so late? What does that smell? It reeks of blood. Had it not been for the old man's insistence, she would have vehemently opposed her son's enrollment in the police academy, let alone his aspiration to become a narcotics officer. The constant anxiety was unbearable. Especially after hearing about a significant operation today, she had canceled all social engagements and stayed home awaiting his news. Otherwise, she would have retired to bed long ago. His father, Ren Zhong, who was seated at the computer desk, stood up and approached with a grave tone. I heard you had a mission. Were you injured? A slight furrow creased his brow, and a hint of complaint lingered in his eyes. Seeing the worry in his parents' expressions reminded Ren Xingyun of the profound distress they had suffered in his previous life, causing a pang in his heart. He stepped forward and embraced his parents, burying his head between them, exclaiming, Dad, Mom, I've missed you. This sudden show of affection left the elderly couple somewhat bewildered. They sensed a change in their son, but could not pinpoint what it was. Ren Zhong took a step back, brushing off his clothing, and said, Have you gotten yourself into trouble again? Did the police leadership scold you? His mother, detecting something amiss, could hardly tolerate his behavior and remarked, Is it too arduous? If so, you needn't continue. Your mother can support you. Upon hearing their words, Ren Xingyun stifled his melancholy, clearing his throat and replying, It's not that I've been wronged. I've just missed you both after a few days apart. I'm a bit fatigued from a mission, so I'll take a shower and rest now. His parents clearly wished for him to distance himself from the narcotics team, so he refrained from mentioning death or injury, knowing it would only amplify their concerns. As he ascended the stairs, his parents noticed the faint bloodstains on his pant legs and back, exchanging worried glances. Surely, he had encountered combat during the mission. He couldn't have been injured, could he? Just as he reached the staircase landing, Ren Zhong suddenly called out, Xingyun, when you have time, go visit your sister at Tian'an University. She's about to graduate from her master's program. Upon hearing the mention of his sister, Ren Xingyun's footsteps abruptly halted, and his mind erupted in a cacophony of thoughts. Sister? The term, long absent for 15 years, suddenly resurfaced from the depths of his heart. Ren Xingyu, a 2-year senior and outstanding medical graduate student, has participated in forensic work multiple times under the guidance of his mentor. In his previous life, after suffering severe injuries, his sister joined the forensic team to ease their grandfather's worries. Tragically, before he could be discharged from the hospital, she fell victim to a brutal incident, being thrown from the 13th floor, resulting in a horrific death that left their parents in anguish and their grandfather engulfed in guilt. What was the case again? Memories of his past life flashed through his mind as he ascended the stairs, and he uttered a faint acknowledgement. He recalled it was related to a collaboration with his parents' company, the Bell Group. He remembered that in his previous life, the Bell Group faced a crisis in 2017 due to real estate issues. The owner, Bao Wensheng, fled, and his son, Bao Yu, was imprisoned for various offenses. Bao Yu, Ren Xingyu pondered the name, shedding his clothes only to discover bloodstains on his back. This was it. His parents would surely nag him again. No wonder they inquired about his injuries. They must have noticed something. With little time to spare, he hastily tossed his clothes and underwear into the washing machine. Revealing his muscular physique, he stepped into the bathroom. Determined to investigate his sister's situation, his focus turned to the system, the celestial demon body refinement technique, how to cultivate it. The system's voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have found a tranquil refuge. The celestial demon body refinement technique requires the integration of essence blood into the body, which can be achieved through continuous practice. All information has been input. Soon, a method of cultivation that harmonizes both internal and external aspects appeared vividly in his mind. After a quick wash, he returned to his bedroom and attempted to practice. Bang, bang, bang. The ferocity of his techniques surpassed that of the infamous Black Dragon 18 styles, gradually manifesting. With the consumption of essence blood, its power surged. He felt a whirlwind of strength, his muscles pulsating and tendons swelling. After exhausting 110 drops of essence blood, he sensed his physical prowess had at least tripled. Previously able to effortlessly kick someone away, he now possessed the strength to send them flying 10 meters. Such terrifying power. Could he be likened to a humanoid machine? Ren Xingyu gazed at his well-defined muscles, each one brimming with explosive strength. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. It is advisable for the host to swiftly depart from the realm of Xiantian's sect, should there be demonic energy. Your combat power would increase at least tenfold. Upon hearing this, Ren Xingyu felt an overwhelming urge to flee. He was already stronger than many. With further enhancement, he would rival a superhero. Yet, he was unaware of where to go beyond the Xiantian sect. With a light heart, he lay down on the soft bed to rest. His phone lit up and dimmed, a barrage of missed calls failing to wake his exhausted body. He fell into a deep slumber while on the 3rd floor. Ren Zhong and his wife tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Closing her eyes, Gu Xingji envisioned her son's bloodied clothes. With determination, she sat up abruptly, nudging her husband and speaking in a stern tone. This is unacceptable. Tomorrow I will tell Dad that our son cannot continue in the drug enforcement team. Although his promotion is swift, the danger is too great. The mortality rate is alarmingly high, and he cannot disclose his identity. A mother invariably wishes for her son to remain unscathed, let alone suffer any injury. Ren Zhong remained motionless, letting out a sigh as he remarked, "Do you truly believe you can defy the old man?" His eldest daughter is already being groomed for a career in forensic science. We should instead contemplate how to collaborate with the Bale Group. Only by establishing ourselves as a significant enterprise can we hope to engage in meaningful dialogue with him. In the past, he vehemently opposed the idea of his son becoming a police officer, showing disdain towards him, preferring instead to live in solitude at the sanatorium. How could we possibly expect him to honor his word? Geng Xiuji sighed, appearing as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. Had the old man shown them a modicum of kindness, the company would not be struggling as it is now. It would have long since ascended to the pinnacle of success in Nanyan City. Chapter 12. Meeting the Eldest Sister. Seeking love time flows like the delicate silk stockings of girlfriend, swiftly passing with a single tear. As Ren Qingyun opened his eyes, he was greeted by the familiar aroma of milk and the enticing scent of egg crepes. Reflecting on the heightened sensitivity of his senses, he sprang out of bed. Confirming that this was not a mere dream, he changed into a fresh outfit and hurried downstairs. "Mom, good morning. I can smell the egg crepes." He dashed to the dining table, reaching for the delectable dish. His mother swiftly swatted his hand away with chopsticks, admonishing, "Go wash up. It will be ready shortly." Observing his son's lively demeanor and nimble movements, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, knowing he was unharmed. Ren Zhong, seated on the sofa, set down his newspaper and, rubbing his temples, made his way to the dining area. "Dad, can I borrow a car today to visit my sister?" Ren Qingyun called out, having just squeezed toothpaste on his brush. "Take the Audi, but don't choose anything too extravagant. Be mindful of appearances." Although the Audi was equally alluring, it was considerably more understated. Ren Qingyun had no particular preference for vehicles. After a quick wash-up, he grabbed his phone and approached the table. There lay a feast: egg crepes, milk, cucumber salad, soup dumplings, and a bowl of congee with century egg and lean pork. "Are you off today?" Geng Xiuji inquired softly, watching her son devour a dumpling. Ren Qingyun nodded, replying, "Yes. As a trainee officer, significant cases don't really pertain to me, do they? Rest assured, I will take good care of myself." As he spoke, he flexed his bicep. In principle, it was sound reasoning. Most intern officers were stationed at the precinct. His placement in the drug enforcement team was facilitated by his grandfather, affording him a higher starting point. Comparatively, opportunities for merit and rapid advancement in the drug enforcement unit in Nanyan City were abundant. In contrast, it could take a decade in the criminal investigation team to ascend to a division chief. However, the path of a drug enforcement officer was fraught with peril. He had already faced life-threatening situations twice. Geng Xiuji scoffed softly, aware that her son was merely seeking to reassure her. Yet Ren Zhong discerned the strength within his son's muscles, which were well-defined and indicative of rigorous training. Otherwise, the soft flesh beneath his biceps would not be taught, nor would there be any muscle definition. It became increasingly clear that persuading their son to change careers would be futile. Once he had invested so much preparation, he would undoubtedly commit wholeheartedly. They sighed inwardly, but refrained from voicing their concerns. Breakfast concluded in a harmonious atmosphere. Ren Qingyun casually threw on a jacket, grabbed his phone and the keys to the Audi, and made his way to the garage. Upon glancing at his phone, he noticed 18 missed calls, blinking in surprise. Ding Hui, the goddess he had admired for 3 years. Something must have happened. He chuckled to himself, choosing to disregard it. Starting the car, he drove towards Tianan University, a prestigious 211 institution renowned for its robust faculty. The backbone of Nanyan City largely hailed from this university. Stepping outside, it was likely that alumni from Tianan province could be found everywhere. The Medical Research Institute was located in the southern campus, near the coastline, boasting stunning scenery. Ren Qingyun, though still young, bore the appearance of a student as he was effortlessly permitted entry into the campus by the security personnel. Upon arriving at the graduate dormitory, just as he parked his car, he noticed a crowd gathered around a tree. In front of them, a luxury sports car occupied one of the 2 parking spaces, likely belonging to an overly ambitious suitor. He closed the car door, retrieved his mobile phone, and prepared to call his elder sister, only to be greeted by the raucous cheers of the crowd. Agree to him, agree to him. The atmosphere was undeniably enticing, drawing Ren Qingyun's gaze toward the commotion. Standing at an imposing height of 185 meters, he effortlessly spotted 3 individuals within the throng. One of the young women was none other than his elder sister, Ren Qingyu, clad in a light yellow dress, her hair tied back in a ponytail, and adorned with a pair of black-framed glasses. Without any jewelry, she exuded an air of quietude, resembling a studious young woman. Beside her stood an exceptionally beautiful girl, dressed in a white miniskirt, her tall figure enhanced by delicate makeup. With a refined visage, she wore jade earrings of a vibrant green hue and a pearl necklace gracing her neck. She stood elegantly, her appearance polished and reminiscent of a ripe peach. In any campus setting, she would undoubtedly be regarded as the belle of the ball. Across from them was an ostentatious man, kneeling on one knee before the beautiful girl, hands cradling 99 roses, uttering some words. As Ren Qingyun's gaze settled upon him, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. detected a fusion of a demon and a lecher. Possessing considerable energy, it would be prudent to form an acquaintance and escape the jurisdiction of Xintian's sect. Puzzled, he glanced back at the man, noticing a wisp of blood energy breaking through from his crown, forming a pillar of aura. A drug dealer, daring to approach his sister? Without a moment's hesitation, he strode into the crowd, positioning himself behind his sister and declaring, "Sister, let us go out for a meal." Ren Qingyu, recognizing the familiar voice, greeted her towering brother with a beaming smile. She linked her arm with his and whispered, "No rush, let us wait for my best friend." Ren Qingyun's gaze naturally drifted to the exquisite woman beside them, whose face seemed familiar yet elusive in his memory. Up close, he could truly appreciate her fair complexion, beauty, and long legs. However, her expression was far from pleasant. Her face was stern as she stated, "Zhou Kai, we are not suited for each other, and I will not agree to your advances. Please stop pursuing me." The cheers from those around them were dismissed as mere nonsense by her. Zhou Kai, upon hearing her words, rose from his kneeling position. Despite his carefully curated appearance, which spoke of considerable wealth, he exuded an aura devoid of vitality. Particularly, the dark circles under his eyes and their smallness rendered him almost akin to a panda. A body drained by indulgence was hardly appealing to someone of the beauty-s caliber. "Lu Yuhan, I have pursued you for 3 months. Don't be so ungrateful. I have risen from nothing to now flaunt a sports car. My capabilities are evident to all. What are your grievances?" Ren Qingyun furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of familiarity with Zhou Kai's voice. Lu Yuhan had suddenly recalled who he was. He was connected to her first case as a forensic pathologist, the autopsy of her best friend. The thought of performing an autopsy on her closest companion shortly after becoming a forensic doctor was understandably distressing. Noticing the violent aura emanating from Zhou Kai, both Ren Qingyu and Lu Yuhan instinctively huddled closer together, retreating in trepidation. Ren Qingyun immediately stepped forward, his countenance darkening as he admonished, "What do you intend to do? Bully my sister?" Standing an impressive height of 185 meters, coupled with the formidable aura cultivated from the celestial demon body refinement technique, he appeared even more ferocious than Zhou Kai in that moment. The surrounding onlookers, sensing the tension, swiftly dispersed. Zhou Kai, known for his ruthless nature, yet possessing a shrewd disposition, hesitated momentarily upon hearing the mention of a brother. He then donned a smile and exclaimed, a misunderstanding. Since your brother is here, allow me to host a meal and extend my apologies." He leaned closer to Ren Qingyun, whispering, "Brother, you must admit I possess quite the charm. Grant me this opportunity." He even offered a suggestive glance, implying a shared understanding among men. Ren Qingyun, intent on uncovering the truth behind his sister's demise, recognized that Zhou Kai, entangled in vice and depravity, might serve as a pivotal lead. Turning to his elder sister, he inquired, "Sister, what do you think? Should we give him a chance?" Chapter 13. A permanent solution to troubles understanding her younger brother Ren Qingyu. Upon noticing the twitch of his left eye, she discerned his mischief. Immediately, she tugged at her friend who had just scolded him, saying, "Give him a chance. Let's book a restaurant and see if he truly possesses the prowess he claims." Gripping her friend's arm, she restrained her instinct to resist. Being her close confidant, such an unusual display prompted Lu Yuhan to fall silent, curious about their intentions. "Haha, fine, you decide, I'll foot the bill. Yuhan, ride with me." In an instant, she abandoned Ren Qingyun, her eyes sparkling with excitement, glinting with an unusual fervor akin to that of a predator spotting its prey. Lu Yuhan immediately shook her head, pulling Ren Qingyu along as she declared, "I'll take their car." Her tone hinted at an impulse to flee. Zhou Kai's gaze shifted back to Ren Qingyun, a grin revealing his yellowed teeth as he remarked, "Brother, let me help you out." However, Ren Qingyun simply led his sister away, choosing to ignore him. No matter his own demeanor, as a man driven by desire, he would undoubtedly follow. Indeed, as they approached the Audi, Zhou Kai again cheerfully sidled up, saying, "Nice ride. Brother, an A6 worth 500,000. But I earned that in just half a month, it's nothing." He wore a condescending expression while still attempting to hitch a ride. Ren Xingyun silently speculated that this scoundrel was certainly involved in drug trafficking. Otherwise, how could he amass such wealth in a mere fortnight? Even in lucrative businesses, it was unlikely for a disheveled and scrupulous individual to engage. Given the violent aura he just exhibited, it wouldn't be surprising if he resorted to murder when spurned in love. It appeared he was indeed a threat to Lu Yuhan. Though he suspected as much, without concrete evidence, he needed to plan carefully. After ensuring his sister and Lu Yuhan were securely in the car, he extended his arm to block Zhou Kai, stating, "My car is too modest to accommodate someone of your stature. You ought to drive your own." His eyes were fierce, almost wishing to crush him on the spot. Yet, without proof, rash actions were unwise. Zhou Kai chuckled, "Hey, little brother, don't be upset. I misspoke. I'll drive. He retreated towards his sports car, and as Ren Xingyun settled into his vehicle, his expression turned cold, spitting on the ground and muttering, "Humph. Once I get my hands on this, I'll make you all kneel and beg for mercy." He slid into his car and pulled out his phone, beginning to summon his contacts. Recognizing Ren Xingyun as a formidable adversary, he felt compelled to keep him subdued. Today, he must capture Lu Yuhan. The contents within her phone were also essential to his plans. Once seated in the car, Ren Xingyu, after the engine roared to life, finally asked, "How could you agree to dine with him? What if? What will become of my sister?" Lu Yuhan, perched between the two front seats, poked her head out, tilting it to gaze at Ren Xingyun with a playful smile, teasingly saying, "Little brother, you're quite handsome. You're not planning to sell your sister, are you?" Ren Xingyun drove out of the campus, remarking, "That individual is formidable." Just by observing the ferocity with which he reacted to rejection, one can surmise that danger may lie ahead. I intend to ascertain his capabilities and teach him a severe lesson. As a drug dealer, he will undoubtedly seize any opportunity. Although I am unaware of the events that transpired in my previous life, safeguarding my sister from harm is undoubtedly worth any risk. Having been reborn, I cannot idly stand by and watch her repeat the same tragic fate. Lu Yuhan's eyes brightened, but her tone carried an odd inflection as she inquired, "Oh, I didn't realize you were aiming for a one-time solution. He doesn't strike me as a good person. Do you think you can handle him?" She harbored doubts about her younger brother's ability to contend with such a foe. Ren Xingyu responded, "My brother is a police officer. If he claims he has a plan, he surely does." "Really?" Lu Yuhan tilted her head to look at Ren Xingyu, lowering her voice to ask, "Does your brother have a girlfriend?" "Yes, he does." Ren Xingyu felt a lump in her throat at the thought of her brother's partner. Just then, Ren Xingyun's phone vibrated. From the passenger seat, Ren Xingyu noticed it was Ding Huiyi, grimacing as she answered and held the phone to her brother's ear, mouthing "girlfriend" to Lu Yuhan. Lu Yuhan nodded and settled back in her seat. "Ren Xingyun, you've become quite bold. I called you 18 times, and you didn't answer a single one? Don't you know to return a call? Are you mute? Speak up." The furious voice echoed through the car, filling the air with tension. Ren Xingyun took the phone, his expression somewhat awkward. Shifting to the left, he replied coldly, "Who do you think you are? I'm not your servant. Why should I answer your calls? Didn't I tell you to stop bothering me?" Anger simmered within him, barely contained. On the other end, Ding Huiyi immediately realized she had lost control. Previously, she had easily toyed with him, but that tactic was clearly failing now. Remembering Zhao Tianyu's instructions, upon which she relied entirely, she forcibly suppressed her ire and said, "Qingyun, please don't be angry. I tripped when I left the hospital yesterday, and I'm still feeling unwell. I haven't even had breakfast, and my mood is rather poor. Can you forgive me and bring me a meal?" Her voice took on a sugary tone that sent chills down the spine of anyone listening. If she could just summon him to her side, she was certain she could manipulate him. "What you do for breakfast has nothing to do with me. Stop bothering me." He hung up abruptly. Such a troublesome girl. He placed the phone in his pocket, noticing his sister's astonished gaze, and explained, "I felt we weren't compatible, so I rejected her yesterday." The family was aware of Ding Huiyi's existence and recognized that his efforts had gone unreciprocated. What a fortunate turn of events. Why not let me be your girlfriend? Lu Yuhan leaned in from the back seat once more. "Stop joking." Ren Xingyu thought she was merely playing around and seriously asked, "How do you plan to deal with Zhou Kai? He seems quite formidable." Ren Xingyu scoffed, "Just watch me." Accompanied by two women, I arrive at Wanine Building, located 2 streets away from the police station. As I exited the vehicle, I sent a message to Bai Chongshan. Do you wish to achieve merit? Wanine Building, prepare the recording device. To my surprise, he replied swiftly, likely while idling at work. He was not involved in any killings. The narcotics team had ample tasks to attend to. Just as I had organized everything, I spotted Zhou Kai entering with 4 young men. A mechanical voice echoed rapidly in my mind. Congratulations, host. The aura of the demon lord has erupted, prompting the fallen demon to lead his brothers in paying their respects. Seize the opportunity and escape from Xuantianzong. A cold smile crossed my face. Would they pay their respects? It would be a miracle if they didn't tear themselves apart. Zhou Kai strode forth, indifferent to familial ties, as if the street could no longer contain him. He chuckled. Wanine Building is nothing. Let's head inside, brothers. With grandiosity, he disregarded my presence and marched confidently into the establishment. After securing a private room for 10, I noticed through the window that Bai Chongshan was hurrying in with the recording device. It was time for my performance. Once seated, Zhou Kai brazenly thrust a menu in front of Lu Yuhan and declared loudly, "Order whatever you like." His demeanor exuded the essence of a nouveau riche. Big brother is bold. Sister-in-law, feel free to order. Little brother, does your sister have a partner? What do you think of me? With 5 of us present, Zhou Kai sat beside Lu Yuhan while the others settled next to me, all wearing mischievous smiles. Today, we had them firmly in our grasp. Chapter 14. Selling Sister for Wealth? Lu Yuhan found them exceedingly repugnant, pinching her nose in distaste. As their numbers swelled, a palpable fear enveloped her, drawing her closer to Ren Qingyu. Her desperate gaze sought Ren Qingyun's, silently imploring him to intervene. Facing the 5 men, a cold smirk graced Ren Qingyun's lips as he inquired directly, "What are you clamoring about? Who among you claims to be their sister-in-law? Pray tell, what line of work are you in that yields such riches? If it truly is lucrative, do extend an invitation for me to join." In an instant, the oppressive atmosphere momentarily faltered. The expressions of the 5 men shifted in unison, their eyes darting in silent communication, as if contemplating a significant decision. Zhou Kai suddenly erupted into a sinister chuckle, inching closer to say, "You don't seem to lack funds yourself. Our business isn't so easily accessible. However, if your sister becomes my partner, the avenues to wealth shall surely open for you. What do you say?" His ambition was evident as he sought to expand his network and amass greater fortune. Ren Qingyun feigned a demeanor of eager inquiry, responding, "Let's discuss this over a meal. Indeed, let us dine and converse, young brother. Should you choose to join us, I assure you a life of indulgence awaits. With beautiful women at your disposal, is this not akin to selling your sister for profit? Yet, we find it quite appealing. Selling your sister for wealth. Your audacity surpasses ours." Their disdain for Ren Qingyun intensified, perceiving him as increasingly contemptible. To earn vast sums, he would even be willing to barter his stunning sister. The young man beside Ren Qingyun casually draped his left arm over his shoulder, grinning wickedly. "Once you enter our realm, let me assure you, acquiring 2 properties in a year will be a breeze. If you play your cards right, luxurious cars and beautiful women will effortlessly lead you into high society." A grand illusion was being cast upon Ren Qingyun. With his heightened sense of smell, he detected a foul odor of decaying flour emanating from the young man, likely carried on his person. Excellent. He had essentially provided his own evidence. The young man's posture revealed a dagger hanging from his waist. How brazen, how audacious. Uncertain if he was a student from Nanyang University, such arrogance warranted action. Ren Qingyun maintained a disarming smile, retorting, "You speak as if it were magic. My parents toiled for a decade and still couldn't afford a single property. How does one enter this line of work? I yearn to make my mark." He presented himself as a Navi recent graduate eager to amass wealth. As someone prepared to respond, the arrival of a server with dishes interrupted the conversation, stifling their words. Through the ajar door, Ren Qingyun spotted Bai Chongshan locating them. He discreetly signaled for him to activate the recording device. Bai Chongshan gave an okay gesture, activating the concealed law enforcement recorder hidden within his collar. While they maintained their composure, Lu Yuhan's face reflected her distaste, particularly as she noticed Zhou Kai subtly encroaching upon her, almost encircling her. Yuhan, your brother seems intent on associating with me. You wouldn't want him to miss out on fortune, would you? Just agree to be my girlfriend. His right hand rose, brazenly reaching toward Lu Yuhan's cheek, his eyes betraying an unmistakable desire. Ren Xingyun sensed an opportunity and immediately pushed aside the arm resting on his shoulder, pointing at him in outrage. What are you doing? Let me tell you, if you don't take me into the fold, do not even think of touching her. He rushed to Zhou Kai's side, shoving him aside, his anxiety palpable. The other four men, witnessing this, stood up in unison, their brows furrowed in hostility. Zhou Kai gestured for them to temper their aggression. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a small bag of white powder from his pocket and tossed it onto the table, coldly stating, "If you consume this, I will bring you into the business. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. You all must accompany me, without needing to open it." Ren Xingyun caught the acrid scent of rotting chemicals, reminiscent of what he encountered the previous night with the gang. The bag contained approximately 50 grams, ample for their purposes. Outside, Bai Chongshan, having pried open a narrow gap, widened it further, directing his gaze toward the table. Ren Xingyu, feeling tense, clutched Lu Yuhan tightly and trembled as she asked, "What is this? Could it be a poison that controls people? Little brother, do not comply with him." Her anxiety was evident. Even if Ding Ding were a police officer, he might still struggle against 5 adversaries. Zhou Kai snorted derisively, declaring, "If you choose not to accept, it is too late. Today, not only must your brother partake, but you all will as well, and you shall accompany my brothers for some merriment. Of course, I want her for myself." He had a particular fondness for the fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged Lu Yuhan, showing no interest in the irate Ren Xingyu. "Thank you, boss Xie, though, Giloget. You are the first to seek your own demise in such a manner. Selling your sister for profit, we offer you a chance, yet you must demonstrate sincerity." He unsheathed a dagger, brandishing it carelessly. The sight of 4 gleaming blades, coupled with their unabashedly menacing demeanor, instantly thickened the air with tension. Ren Xingyu and Lu Yuhan clung to each other, shivering, preparing to scream for help. "I have no need for your so-called sincerity. You are insignificant." Upon seeing the evidence, Ren Xingyun ceased his politeness, yanking the chairs of the 2 women backward while cursing vehemently. Seizing this opportunity, he decided to test the power of the Tianma body refining technique. His outburst sparked fury among Zhou Kai and his companions. "You little brat, dare to provoke us? Let your sister witness your demise," they shouted. "You won't even have the opportunity to learn. I will sever your hands and feet, and you can watch closely how we play with you." They viewed him as nothing more than a naive youth, ready to pounce. What they thought was control over him swiftly turned into chaos, with the confrontation escalating, for men charged at Ren Xingyun. Yet he was undeterred. His right hand shot out like a tiger's claw, seizing the arm of the nearest young man. Crack! The sound of bones shattering filled the air as his right arm was broken on the spot, forcefully slammed against the nearby windowsill. The fabric of his shirt tore, leaving a gaping wound. Crack! The sound of his skull echoed as he slowly collapsed to the ground. With a swift motion, Ren Xingyun lifted his left foot, striking like lightning directly at the chest of the man to his left. With a sharp crack, a foot imprint appeared on the chest, sending the individual soaring backward to crash violently against the wall. Blood spewed from his mouth in torrents, his face contorted in agony, eyes suffused with crimson. The remaining 2 assailants, undeterred, leaped onto the table, brandishing their weapons towards him. "Ah!" Lu Yuhan gasped in horror, unable to bear the sight. "Little brother," Ren Xingyu exclaimed, her voice laced with concern. Yet Ren Xingyun remained unfazed. As they bent forward, he clenched his fists and struck their foreheads with tremendous force. Thud! Thud! The resounding impact echoed as their bodies soared through the air, tumbling from the dining table. Heads down, their necks cracked ominously, limbs convulsing uncontrollably. Seeing this, Zhou Kai's face blanched in shock as he staggered towards the exit. However, Bai Chongshan seized his opportunity, forcefully pushing the door open and colliding into Zhou's back. Bang! Zhou Kai, unable to withstand the blow, stumbled forward, only to be seized by Ren Qingyun around the neck and violently slammed against the wall. Boom! The violent collision reverberated, causing the entire private room to shake. Chapter 15. They are drug dealers. In a mere 3 seconds, the 4 young men wielding knives were incapacitated, with Zhou Kai forcefully pinned against the wall by Ren Qingyun. The room fell into an eerie silence. Lu Yuhan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the ferocious figure of Ren Qingyun, breathing heavily. Ren Qingyu swallowed hard, astonished by her brother's newfound ferocity. The 4 knife wielders had been brought down in the blink of an eye. Bai Chongshan casually shut the door to the private room, exclaiming, "Brother, you are truly my idol. Your combat prowess is off the charts. Should I just lie down?" He felt an immense admiration. It was one thing to be skilled with a gun, but to possess such terrifying combat abilities was astonishing. Faced with such a situation, he would have likely cowered in fear. With one hand, Ren Qingyun rifled through Zhou Kai's pockets, retrieving 8 bags of white powder and tossing them onto the table. "Zhou Kai, your affairs have come to light. Forcing the families of police officers to consume drugs. How dare you?" As he spoke, he revealed his intern police officer badge. Though he was merely an intern, he was nonetheless an official. Zhou Kai, dazed from the impact, finally processed the situation and cursed, "What the hell? You're a police officer." He could hardly believe that someone who appeared so unassuming could be so ruthless, and even more shocking, a police officer. Drug dealers feared nothing more than dealing with law enforcement, yet he had not perceived any authoritative aura emanating from Ren Qingyun. Upon hearing Zhou Kai's continued insults, Ren Qingyun unhesitatingly seized him with one hand, forcefully slamming him to the ground. Bang! The resounding thud echoed, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones breaking. Zhou Kai nearly lost consciousness, curling up in a ball, unable to utter a word. The host was indeed formidable, exhibiting the ruthless qualities of a demon lord, dispatching 4 fallen demons and acquiring 4 drops of essence blood. Ren Qingyun snorted coldly, disregarding the voice in his mind that urged caution, and began searching the clothing of the other 4 individuals. From them, he extracted several more bags of white powder. Turning to Bai Chongshan, who was recording the scene, he asked, "Did you capture that? Hurry and call for backup." Bai Chongshan, taken aback by the sight of the 4 men now motionless, instinctively responded, "Oh, right." He pulled out his phone to request assistance. 3 punches and 2 kicks had incapacitated 4 individuals. That was extraordinarily impressive. Ren Qingyun glanced at his sister and Lu Yuhan, a smile spreading across his face. Before he could speak, he noticed their bodies flinch, clearly sensing their fear. He scratched his head and explained, "Did you see what I uncovered? Those are unique items. They're drug dealers. Threatening you is a grave crime, punishable by death. I cannot explain everything to you now. Do you know who he is?" He pointed at Zhou Kai. Upon hearing that he was a drug dealer, Lu Yuhan gasped in shock, her mouth agape, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. "A drug dealer? No wonder he doesn't look like a good person. It turns out he truly isn't." After her initial shock, as if regaining her composure, she added, "He is a graduate student in the chemistry department. I heard he had exceptional grades. I never imagined he was involved in this." Ren Qingyun's eyes narrowed momentarily, pondering the implications of a chemistry major with commendable grades. Could the items strewn across the table possibly be the result of his handiwork? What about the goods belonging to Big Gold Tooth and his associates? A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind as he instructed, "You two, please wait in the adjacent room for a moment. It is likely that I will need to take a statement. I must attend to subsequent matters." The 2 women rose, trembling with trepidation. Ren Qingyu's face betrayed her concern as she inquired, "Little brother, are they dead? Are you unharmed?" Being a medical student, she feared that the 4 individuals lying motionless might indeed be deceased, leaving only Zhou Kai with a glimmer of life. Ren Qingyun waved his hand dismissively, assuring her, "It's all right, elder sister. There is no need for you to worry about me." In the meeting room of the municipal narcotics team, alongside some leaders from the provincial department, figures such as Xiao Wan, Lu Qingye, and Bian Lu were present. The first to speak was Qian Shouxin. shedding the guise of yesterday and exuding an imposing presence. In a cold tone, he addressed the assembly. You have all reviewed the conclusions presented by the technical department, have you not? The narcotics exchange between Brother Ghost and Big Gold Tooth differs significantly in composition from the unique substances confiscated in Tazai. This indicates that our city, Nanyang, harbors more than a single drug manufacturing operation. The entire region has been ravaged by drug traffickers, riddled with vulnerabilities. I implore you to excavate the additional leads we have discovered expeditiously, while also striving to uncover all potential traffickers lurking in the shadows. As a prominent figure dispatched from the capital, he was resolutely committed to eradicating all drug dealers. He possessed the authority to mobilize resources across Tiannan province and the entire southwestern region. Xiao Wan and the others promptly responded, understood. Qian Shouxin gestured for silence, stating, I do not require your words. I expect to witness your actions. Comrade Ren Qingyan, you have unearthed a lead. Pursue it diligently and uncover the manufacturing site. I grant you 3 days to deliver results. If you require support, funding, or permissions, I shall provide them. His resolve was formidable, driven by an unwavering commitment to eliminate evil. Xiao Wan felt an overwhelming pressure, yet replied with determination. Rest assured, Chief, we shall accomplish the mission. Occupying this position was facilitated by Ren Ping's assistance, and he could not afford to bring shame upon his superior. Yet, he never anticipated facing such a convoluted case. Qian Shouxin continued, we must also expedite the dismantling efforts. Comrade Ren Qingyun, you have captured a live suspect. Why have you not extracted information from him? How can a group of seasoned narcotics officers be outperformed by a mere youth? I do not wish to overlook any leads. Those who fail to fulfill their duties shall be reassigned to non-essential roles. Competent individuals will rise, while the inept shall fall. Expedite the task assignments. His voice rang with authority, leaving no room for dissent. The atmosphere in the office grew tense, silence enveloping the room as the weight of their responsibilities settled in. Xiao Wan immediately issued orders. Director Liu arranged for the interrogation experts from the provincial department to commence enhanced questioning. Captain Bien, along with all the seasoned narcotics officers, delved into the intricate social ties surrounding Golden Tooth and Ghost Brother, diligently investigating every lead. Komisasu, I request you to mobilize personnel from the Criminal Police Brigade and the Criminal Investigation Division to conduct a thorough inquiry into all suspects, leaving no stone unturned. Concurrently, please visit the hospital to express our condolences while also assessing the condition of the injured, ensuring their swift return to duty. As the chief of the Municipal Bureau, you undoubtedly possess significant organizational capabilities. Immediate arrangements were made. Yes, everyone rose in unison, responding with fervor. Each individual grasped their notebooks, meticulously documenting their assignments in preparation to disperse. At that moment, Captain Bien's phone vibrated. He instinctively glanced at his superior, hesitating whether to answer. Answer it, commanded Qian Shouxin decisively. Upon realizing it was a call from Bai Chongshan, Bien's heart raced, and he promptly picked up. After hearing the contents on the other end, he exclaimed in shock, Really? Are you certain? What transpired? Qian Shouxin, unable to hear the conversation, could not help but inquire. Chapter 16. More ruthless than drug dealers Bien Liu, opting for a hands-free approach, reiterated, Please elaborate on the specific circumstances. Our leaders are present. Bai Chongshan, visibly agitated, responded promptly, Bien Chief, esteemed leaders, I have just emerged with a law enforcement recording device. I captured footage of drug dealers coercing Ren Qingyun into consuming illicit substances and threatening his relatives. Now, he succinctly summarized the entire ordeal, awaiting a decision. News had surfaced of over 500 grams involved, along with threats directed at the police, leaving the numerous leaders present speechless. There was no escaping the second-class merit. The crucial question remained, how could this individual encounter drug dealers wherever he roamed? Should we delve deeper and uncover the drug production den? It would undoubtedly lead to first-class merit. Hurry, this is a lead, Xiao Wan exclaimed with elation, issuing immediate orders. Bien Liu swiftly grasped his phone, confirmed the location, and led the first team onward. Upon hearing this, Qian Shouxin rose, declaring, Look at our young comrade, tirelessly working on the front line of drug enforcement, continually uncovering new leads. I have decided to personally promote him to a third-class police officer. The first-class medal awaits him, and I shall present it. The multitude of leaders present reminisced about their previous meetings where Rin Qingyun had been frequently mentioned, clearly expressing their admiration. From this point onward, who would dare to lay a hand on him? As long as he remained faultless, he was destined for great heights. Each leader felt a twinge of envy, perceiving him as extraordinarily fortunate. Ascending to great heights seemed inevitable. As the city bureau bustled with activity, Bien Lu had already guided the first narcotics unit, traversing in 3 vehicles towards Wenyuan building. Entering the private room, Bai Chongshan and Rin Qingyun awaited inside. Bien Chief, you have arrived. He is still alive. We can interrogate him. Bai Chongshan gestured towards Zhou Kai, who had regained his breath yet remained cautious in his movements. He felt that being alongside Rin Qingyun would surely earn them a collective third-class merit. This was an effortless path to promotion. The narcotics officers assessed the scene, confirming that 4 young men had been brutally slain, and the 16 small bags of illicit substances undoubtedly exceeded 500 grams. Observing the 4 deceased and 1 incapacitated individual, the narcotics officers were taken aback. The bloody aftermath of yesterday's incident at Baijinhan was now overshadowed by a more chilling atmosphere at Wenyuan building. Upon confirming the details, Bien Lu turned to Rin Qingyun, stating, Rin Qingyun, you have succeeded once again. Again, Peyton mused, reflecting on the ease with which he articulated this. Who achieves merit on a daily basis? It was astounding how one could become accustomed to such accomplishments. He privately mused that even in the relatively simpler narcotics unit, no one could attain success with such ease. Rin Qingyun shrugged nonchalantly, content as long as he could alter the trajectory of his past life. Wishing to prevent a repeat of tragedy, he considered the hardships he faced as trivial. He spoke calmly. I just inquired. He is a third-year chemistry student. I suspect he may be involved in drug production, concealment, and trafficking. Perhaps we should accompany him to the dormitory for further investigation. What? Bien Lu was taken aback. This hypothesis could shatter the sky. A graduate student from Tiannan University was actually involved in illicit substances? Tiannan University, a prestigious institution, serves as the sole key university in the entire Tiannan province, attracting students from across the region. Should such a situation arise, one can only imagine the repercussions on its reputation. Is this speculation accurate? If not substantiated by tangible evidence, Bien Lu would not dare to make such an assertion lightly. The absence of a thorough investigation could lead to significant complications. With a sinister smile, Ren Qingyun sees Zhou Kai as one might grasp a chick, declaring, whether this is accurate or not, we can simply inquire with him. Bien Lu, realizing the presence of involved parties, understood that an interrogation would suffice, eliminating the need for conjecture. He promptly inquired, what is your name? Zhou Kai, however, ignored him entirely. His face flushed with anger as he fixed his gaze on Ren Qingyun, as if believing himself to be the most significant figure in the room. I'm addressing you. Respond. Bien Lu barked, his right fist crashing onto the dining table. The surrounding officers shared his frustration, their irritation growing at Zhou Kai's obstinacy, akin to a dead fish disregarding its captors. The atmosphere was tense, with the investigation at an impasse, threatening to disrupt the hotel's operations. Effectively rendering Bien Lu mehr to Ren Qingyun. Observing Bien Lu's anger, Ren Qingyun coldly remarked, who do you think you are? Speak. He gripped Zhou Kai's right forefinger, applying a vice-like pressure. A sickening crack echoed as the bones beneath his grasp shattered. A piercing scream erupted from Zhou Kai, his body writhing helplessly in the air, utterly unprepared for the brutality of the officers. If you remain silent, I can reduce your 200 bones to over 1,000. Do you believe me? In my presence, drug traffickers have no rights. Zhou Kai finally felt the grip of fear. The figure before him was no mere officer, but a merciless demon, far more savage than any adversary he had previously encountered. They would typically beat those who resisted, perhaps even kill them, but Ren Qingyun aimed to shatter every bone in his body. The thought of such agony was unbearable. Bien Lu and Bai Chongshan nearby shuddered at the chilling prospect of over 1,000 fractures. Zhou Kai, his face twisted with pain and bloodshot eyes, coldly retorted, I am not in the dormitory. I reside elsewhere. They are in the dormitory, but it's futile. Should I encounter trouble, everyone will abandon me. As anguish assaulted his mind and body, Ren Qingyun, undeterred, placed a firm hand on his right arm, demanding, where do you live? Who is orchestrating everything? Are you involved in drug production? Speculation was one matter. Acquiring concrete information required direct questioning. Zhou Kai remained silent, resulting in a brutal fracture of his forearm, the jagged bone piercing through his clothing. The excruciating pain triggered torrents of cold sweat, soaking his attire. Damn, it hurts, it hurts. The others instinctively stepped back, overwhelmed by the sheer ferocity displayed. The ability to shatter a bone with a single hand was inhuman. Is he truly a policeman? They wondered, each grappling with the unsettling realization that his methods did not align with the ideals of justice. After enduring excruciating pain, Zhou Kai was utterly devoid of anger. He realized that remaining silent could lead to even harsher methods of torment. Overwhelmed with fear, he exclaimed, although I am involved in drug production, I am always blindfolded during the process. I have no knowledge of its location. My home is in the Xingfu Li community. There are indeed items there. Some students are also involved, but I cannot specify who they are. I have been pursuing them because they seem to have recorded the transaction scene. Like a bamboo tube pouring out beans, I have revealed everything I could. Bian Lu promptly retrieved his phone to report the situation to Director Xiao, emphasizing that further delays were unacceptable. I will contact Principal Hu Yong. You should proceed to apprehend the suspects. Ensure that none escape. Ren Qingyun had once again proven his worth. Take 3 members of the narcotics team to the campus. I will inform the armed police to assist and simultaneously send a team to the Xingfu Li community. Xiao Wan made various adjustments, striving for coordinated action. Time was of the essence. After hanging up the phone, Bian Lu immediately instructed Ren Qingyun and his companion, follow me, but for now, I am unable to provide you with firearms. Chapter 17. Your affection flutters too. Swiftly Ren Qingyun felt little joy, for he was already aware of the tragic circumstances surrounding Lu Yuhan and his sister's demise. 3 months prior, during a photo shoot on campus, the Flash had alerted Zhou Kai. After several inquiries, it became evident that Lu Yuhan and Ren Qingyu were entangled in a relentless pursuit. Had it not been for the disappearance of the university students prompting police investigation, they would have been silenced long ago. Upon entering the adjoining room, he addressed his elder sister and her companion, who were still in shock. You are safe for the time being, but Lu Jie, please forward me all the photos and videos taken 3 months ago during the night. They may involve drug trafficking, which is why he is so insistent. Huh? Lu Yuhan was momentarily taken aback. I had no idea. I will send them to you right away. The two exchanged contact information, and Ren Qingyun hastily added, Sister, take her home. I have a mission and can't afford to waste time. Is it dangerous? Ren Qingyu instinctively inquired. Do you think my brother would be in danger? It's certainly the drug traffickers who pose a threat. Ren Qingyun chuckled lightly, gesturing with his arm. After embracing his sister, he turned and descended the stairs, taking a seat in the police car. Beside him, Bai Chongshan expressed his excitement, exclaiming, Ha ha, we are about to achieve another accomplishment. This operation should pose little risk, right? As long as we succeed, a collective second-class merit is within our grasp. Ren Qingyun paid little heed, swiftly sifting through the photos and videos sent by Lu Yuhan. True to her status as a campus beauty, she effortlessly donned every outfit. Long skirts, short skirts, hot pants, t-shirts, all seemingly crafted to accentuate her youthful allure. With his enhanced vision, he was able to take in the scenery beyond the beauty herself. Lu Yuhan was meticulous about her privacy, always opting to photograph in solitude. Noticing Ren Qingyun peruse the images of her, Bai Chongshan remarked, Oh, quite stunning, isn't she? Is your heart fluttering too swiftly? She does seem more beautiful and appears to have a lovely personality. Why not express your feelings to her? Lacking knowledge of the context, his words were mere speculation. Ren Qingyun responded with feigned exasperation. Behold, these are sent to me. I am not delving into her social media. Oh, I get it now. She seems to have an interest in you. Indeed, while the trope of the hero saving the damsel is kitsch, it proves effective with women. Bai Chongshan reiterated, drawing the attention of other team members. With women chasing men, their S always avail. You're not falling for her, are you? You seem quite captivated. Aside from the officer driving, all eyes converged on Ren Qingyun, their gazes layered with complexity. Should this mission go smoothly, they would bask in his glory, collectively securing a second-class merit. It was well known that he was a trainee officer, lacking the qualifications to handle cases independently, yet he had already accumulated several commendations. His promotion was all but assured. Within the narcotics squad, who was not aware of Ren Qingyun's name, hearing whispers of female interest in him naturally piqued their curiosity. Ren Qingyun sensed their scrutiny but remained unfazed, intently watching a video. Finally, in the corner, a glimmer of cold light flashed and vanished into a man's body. The exact location was unknown, but the figure wearing a hat and brandishing a knife was unmistakable. It was Bao Yu, the notorious Bao Yu, imprisoned for 17 years on numerous charges, including murder. 13 lives claimed. Now, it was 7 years ago, and if his eyes did not deceive him, it appeared to be evidence of the murder. So it was you. His eyes narrowed, the cold light flickering. It was already evident that Bao Yu was undoubtedly connected to Zhou Kai. Perhaps he was even his superior. Bao Wensheng, the wealthiest man in Tianan province, would likely not escape scrutiny. When a tycoon wishes to act, the endeavor becomes decidedly easier. Take a look. Do you recognize him? He inquired, handing the video to Bai Chongshan. Bai Chongshan immediately retorted, "Isn't that inappropriate? How can I watch a video intended for you? Such long legs, you truly are fortunate." Apologizing, yet displaying no semblance of restraint in his gaze, he continued, "The one wielding the knife behind the tree. Who told you to ogle at beauties?" The entire carriage fell into an eerie silence. One could sense that trouble was imminent without needing to look. Bai Chongshan scrutinized the screen carefully, exclaiming in shock, "Goodness! It seems to be Bao Yu. That strike was far too brutal. Someone is bound to die from that blow." Bian Lu, unable to remain composed, hastily urged, "Let me see it." Ren Qingyun passed him the phone. After a meticulous examination, he solemnly stated, "It is indeed Bao Yu, but without a report or a victim's body. Apprehension is problematic. Given the constraints of the law, this brief video is virtually useless." He could easily deny it, claiming it was all in jest. Ren Qingyun responded, "As for Bao Yu's matters, Zhou Kai will handle them. Their connection is undeniable. I even suspect he is someone of significance to Zhou Kai. We must hope to unearth evidence." His words sent a tremor through the group. Even if Bao Yu had a criminal record, who would dare to investigate him lightly? Let us first accomplish our task. We will hand over that video to the criminal investigation team for further examination. Bian Lu decisively stated as police cars sped toward Tianan University. At the southern campus of Tianan University, 6 police cars rushed through the gates, followed by 10 armored vehicles. The principal, Hu Yong, who had already received news, strode forward. "Bian, I heard there are drug dealers at our school. Could it be a misunderstanding?" As the principal, with countless students under his care, he typically would not concern himself with someone as inconsequential as Bian Lu. However, today, a call from Xiao Wan had left him in a cold sweat. Although their handshake was one of formality, disbelief was etched across his face. Bian Lu, devoid of any pretense, produced photographs of 4 deceased students and stated, "Principal Hu, we have obtained irrefutable evidence, which is why we dared to disturb you. Please seal off all male dormitories and conduct a thorough search of the buildings. Your cooperation is essential." Hu Yong's expression darkened significantly. The campaign against drugs had already permeated every corner of society, and he could not impede it. Adjusting his glasses, he replied, "Very well, we will cooperate fully." As they boarded the vehicle, they led the way directly to the dormitory area. 6 police cars, devoid of sirens, accompanied by armed forces, exuded an imposing aura that still astonished some students. A total of 3 male dormitory buildings were promptly surrounded at their entrances by the armed police, while narcotics officers swiftly made their way to the dormitories housing 4 suspected drug dealers. Ren Qingyun and Bai Chongshan chose to remain behind, standing in the shade between the male and female dormitories alongside Hu Yong. A small squad of armed police awaited orders behind them. "Where's the graduate student dormitory? Please guide us there," the officer in charge inquired. The situation was confirmed. With only 13 graduate students present, they were deemed manageable. Even if Zhou Kai claimed he did not reside in the dormitory, they could not afford to let him go. Hu Yong's expression darkened as he could not help but exclaim, "Graduate students possess a promising future and are destined to become industry leaders. How could they possibly engage in unlawful activities?" Rin Qingyun retorted coldly, "A bright future may not outweigh the allure of earning $1 million a month. Some have already confessed to drug production and trafficking. Let's take a look." Sweat trickled down Hu Yong's forehead once more as he hurriedly wiped it away, saying, "Please follow me." With the perpetrators already apprehended, he had little choice. A police car and an armored vehicle proceeded toward the graduate student dormitory. 4 individuals disembarked, and Hu Yong gestured toward the 4-story building ahead, stating, "This is the graduate student dormitory. You may proceed to investigate." At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "A madman intends to kill the host. Take cover." Chapter 18. The gunfire on campus. Although Rin Qingyun harbored doubts about the reliability of the system, in the face of life-threatening danger, he chose to trust it. Without hesitation, he threw himself onto Hu Yong and Bai Chongshan, tumbling to the side of a police car. Bang! The police vehicle he had just leaned against echoed with the sound of bullets striking, leaving a new hole in its metal frame. Hu Yong, initially brimming with hostility, could scarcely fathom that someone would audaciously open fire on campus. He narrowly escaped being hit, his fury boiling over as he stood to reprimand the two. However, another shot rang out, whizzing past his ear. At that moment, Ren Qingyun heard the system's alert and swiftly executed a rolling maneuver, the bullet ricocheting off the concrete floor. It was only then that Bien Liu reacted, drawing his handgun to return fire. Requesting backup. Requesting backup. There is an armed assailant in the graduate dormitory. The gunfire on campus was undeniably a shocking event, one that would undoubtedly lead to accountability for many. If the situation could be quickly quelled, there might still be a chance for damage control. Members of the SWAT team, who had just disembarked, were hastily seeking cover while assessing the direction from which the bullets were flying. Rin Qingyun, having not heard the alert, rose quickly, gazing toward the source of the gunfire, nearly doubting his own eyes. It was indeed the female dormitory, where colorful undergarments fluttered on a clothesline. Could it be a woman? For the moment, he set aside the identity of the shooter and dashed downstairs in swift strides. It was merely 3 stories high. In the blink of an eye, he leaped onto the railing of the first floor. Grasping the second-floor window with both arms, he exerted force once more, climbing up with the agility of a gecko, and then replicated the feat to ascend to the 3rd floor. The entire process was completed in less than 2 seconds. "Remarkable," Bai Chongshan exclaimed as he supported Hu Yong, taking refuge behind a tree in awe. Bien Liu was equally astonished. He had known Rin Qingyun was formidable, but witnessing such rapid, unassisted climbing was a first. The armed police were similarly taken aback. The young man's prowess surpassed that of their seasoned training. As they watched him slip through the 3rd-floor window, Bien Liu urgently shouted to Bai Chongshan, "Hurry, go lend support." With his weapon in hand, he rushed towards the staircase. Just then, 4 individuals burst from the male dormitory, brandishing firearms and aiming at them. "Oh no!" Bai Chongshan gasped, immediately rolling forward to take cover behind the police car. Bien Liu had charged in too quickly, leaving him with no place to hide. He sprinted twice, executing a leap and roll to conceal himself behind a flower bed nestled between 2 floors. The sound of bullets striking the flower bed echoed around him, but fortunately, he remained unscathed. The chaotic gunfire had already captured the attention of the SWAT team, who swiftly sought cover and opened fire to suppress the assailants from the male dormitory. A large contingent quickly arrived to provide support, and just as the 4 attackers closed in on Bien Liu and Bai Chongshan, a police vehicle roared onto the scene, causing the assailants to flee in haste. Had it not been for the ongoing class schedule, this melee would likely have resulted in numerous injuries. Amidst the turmoil outside, Ren Qingyun, having entered the female dormitory, spotted a long-haired man fleeing down the corridor. Seizing a pair of scissors from a nearby table, he pursued the fleeing figure. A moment too late, I discovered that the man had already rushed to the staircase and was swiftly descending. You've escaped this time, but I shall remember your name. With a burst of speed, I pursued him, darting through the corridor in mere seconds. At that very moment, chaotic gunfire erupted from outside. My mind screamed in disbelief. Has madness taken hold? How could there be so many drug dealers? A mechanical voice echoed in my head. 6 fallen demons detected, possessing weapons from the Shintian sect. Combat prowess is considerable. Collaboration may enable our escape from the Shintian sect. 6 fallen demons? A demon lord? Along with the frenzied figure before me. How could there be so many? These deranged drug dealers have infiltrated the university campus? How ruthless! Alarm surged within me as I quickened my pace, and in an instant, I reached the staircase. Below, a startled cry rang out. Ah! Instinctively, I knew a girl had encountered the frenzied man and was terrified. I leaped down the 12 steps. I saw a shadow darting to the right. Using the wall for leverage, I absorbed the tremendous impact and leaped down another 12 steps. Thud! I rolled sideways upon landing, dissipating all my momentum. When I raised my head, I saw a man with long hair clutching a girl by the neck with his left arm, while his right hand pressed a gun against her back. His androgynous face was ashen with fear as he bellowed in a panicked threat. Get lost! Don't follow me! His voice quaked with anxiety. He had not anticipated my swift pursuit. I, Ren Qingyun, felt a twinge of hesitation. Should he pull the trigger in a moment of conflict? It would not bode well for me. Yet the mechanical voice intruded once more. Host, you are enraged. This mere madman dares to threaten the demon lord. He must be eradicated without mercy. Only blood can cleanse this humiliation. It cared not for the lives of others, primarily concerned with my dignity. I could not heed its call. I stepped forward, locking my gaze onto the long-haired man's eyes, declaring with conviction, surrender is your only path to survival. I scarcely had time to glimpse the girl's appearance. She was clad in a pink nightgown, her hair damp, and wearing pink slippers. A basin and some clothing lay strewn at the water room's entrance. Her face, pale with fright, featured striking phoenix eyes fixed on my advancing figure, overwhelmed with terror. The hard metal sensation at her lower back radiated warmth, suggesting a connection to the earlier gunfire. The madman, unfamiliar with an officer of my caliber, barked. Halt! Take another step forward, and I will fire. Click! The sound of the safety being disengaged reverberated through the heavy breaths, sounding particularly ominous. I did not falter. Instead, I quickened my pace and shouted, the consequence of your firing will be your demise. She can be saved if injured, but you shall surely perish. The girl's complexion turned even paler, sensing that the imposing figure before her cared little for his own life. The long-haired man behind her, feeling my formidable presence, began to sweat profusely, panic-stricken. He had to issue a warning. He raised his firearm and aimed it at Ren Qingyun. Without a bulletproof vest or any weapon, he stood as the sovereign. Bang! Whoosh! The sound of gunfire mingled with the swish of blades echoed simultaneously. Although Ren Qingyun noticed the direction of the muzzle and attempted to evade, his left arm was nonetheless grazed, leaving a trail of blood. At that moment, his body sprang into action. Like a swift arrow, he surged in front of the girl. With his right arm, he seized the wrist of the long-haired assailant and exerted tremendous force. The sound of bones fracturing echoed repeatedly, a clear indication of their shattering. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he wrapped his left arm around the girl's waist and kicked the gunman away with his right foot. In one fluid motion, his right hand grasped the handgun. The girl's body was forcefully twisted half a turn, eliciting a piercing scream. It was unclear whether the gunfire had terrified her or the blood sprayed by the shooter had struck fear in her heart. The scissors found their mark, piercing deeply into the assailant's right eye, blood gushing forth as he let out a harrowing wail. With broken ribs, a shattered wrist, and blinded eyes, he lay on the ground, devoid of the strength to rise. Ren Qingyun paid him no mind as he propelled himself and the woman into an adjacent room, peering outside. In a mere glance, he spotted 4 gunmen crouched behind the second-floor windows of the dormitory, firing outward. In contrast, the neighboring building was suppressed, unable to lift its head. while the armed police sought effective positions. A police car rushed toward the scene with urgency. Without hesitation, he extended his right arm and unleashed a volley of shots at the four assailants. Bang, 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 bang. Four shots rang out, each striking the center of the assailants' foreheads, blood splattering against the window. Regardless of who they were, firing a weapon on campus and assaulting law enforcement warranted the ultimate penalty. Chapter 19. Following Ren Qingyun. Every day is a triumph. Congratulations to the host for consecutively eliminating 4 adversaries and acquiring 4 drops of essence, which can be utilized for enhancement. The mechanical voice of the system concluded, yet Ren Qingyun felt no elation whatsoever. The system alerted him to the presence of 5 fallen demons, a frenzied fiend, and a demon lord. This indicated that 2 individuals remained concealed. His gaze swept across the windows of various floors, fervently hoping to swiftly locate their silhouettes. He was wholly oblivious to the young female student in pajamas nestled in his left arm. Once she ascertained their safety, she gazed at Ren Qingyun's resolute profile. Frozen in place as she heard the jarring sound of 4 gunshots, too dazed to move. She feared that he might turn around and fire at her. Uncertain of his identity, she only sensed the strength and warmth of the arm encircling her waist, along with the presence of blood. After fruitlessly searching, Ren Qingyun turned to meet the gaze of the girl with large eyes, momentarily taken aback. Though her hair was disheveled, her features were exquisite, exuding a dignified elegance. Feeling the gentle yet firm embrace of her waist and the softness of her skin, he felt a stir within. She seemed familiar, yet he could not place her. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily withdrew his arm, stating, "I am a police officer. Here is my identification. Please change into a different outfit while we wait for the police to take your statement. Remain indoors for now." As he spoke, he made sure to display his police badge. Although her student number was obscured, her name was visible. Upon learning he was a police officer, the girl visibly relaxed. Quickly committing the name on the badge, Ren Qingyun, to memory, impressed by his decisive actions. She understood, well, that had he reacted any slower, he might have been shot, and the fate of those outside could have been dire. Ren Qingyun strode out of the bathroom, but suddenly halted, turning back to inquire, "What is your name?" "I need to report it." "Su Jinxiao," she replied, smoothing her damp, disheveled hair and speaking in a cool tone. Had he not saved her life, she would never have divulged her name. Ren Qingyun was momentarily stunned, looking at her face again, confirming that it bore a resemblance to someone from his memories. She was, in fact, the reincarnated wife of Zhao Tianyu, the scoundrel who had counseled against excessive contact. They had only met 4 times in their previous life. She possessed an air of aloofness and dressed in an exceedingly modest manner, embodying a graceful beauty. He had not anticipated encountering her so early in this life. She was a graduate student at Tianjin University. Originally, he had intended to investigate her background when time permitted, and now the opportunity had presented itself. Nodding, he proceeded outside, seizing the long-haired man's arm and swiftly descending the stairs, striving to minimize disruption to the students. Meanwhile, Bian Lu and Bai Chongshan, unable to hear the gunfire, observed blood blooming from the windows, speculating that the shooter had been neutralized. Rising to their feet, they prepared to head to the female dormitory when they saw Ren Qingyun emerging with a long-haired man in tow. The first and second shots were fired by him. I left one alive. He had used his handgun to eliminate the other 4. After rapidly reporting the situation, he cast the man, who had scissors embedded in his eyes, onto the ground. It hurts. Help me, I don't want to die." The agony of the scissors piercing his eyes induced a violent tremor, eliciting anguished cries from him. 10 armed police swiftly advanced toward the male dormitory building, executing tactical maneuvers with remarkable precision as they provided mutual cover while commencing their search within. Soon, through the intercom, confirmation was received that the gunman had been neutralized. Members of the narcotics unit rushed into the dormitory, beginning their investigation for drugs and other illicit substances. Hu Yong cautiously approached the side of the building, observing the man on the ground, his brow furrowed as he murmured, "This is strange. This person is not affiliated with the school. Who let him in?" The officer beside him coldly remarked, indicating for the individual to be taken to the vehicle. As he prepared to make a report, Ren Xingyun scanned the surroundings and stated, "Bien, I sensed something amiss. We entered the campus, and before we could act, we were fired upon. It seems someone may have tipped them off. We must swiftly locate the others." With 2 suspects still at large, it was crucial to establish control, given the warning of a demon lord, whose status likely surpassed that of a fallen demon. It was possible that the intent was to create an opportunity for their escape. A sudden crash of breaking glass echoed, drawing their attention to the opposite side of the male dormitory. It was evident that someone had seized the chaos to flee. Bien quickly reacted, issuing a new command via the intercom. Narcotics Team 3 immediately stationed personnel at all school entrances to conduct searches. Entry is permitted, but no one may exit. Before he finished speaking, Ren Xingyun had already dashed forward. With a faint sound of friction, he vanished from sight. Bien, suspecting he might have uncovered something significant, hurriedly followed. Bai Chongshan lagged slightly behind, but exerted himself to catch up. "Don't rush ahead, brother, wait for me." Following Ren Xingyun, "We're bound to achieve success. I can't afford to fall behind." Ren Xingyun darted forward like a cheetah, his speed exceeding all expectations. In less than 10 seconds, he navigated around the dormitory. Reaching the rear, where 2 individuals were already sprinting towards a car, shards of glass reflecting bright light on the ground. Cursing his earlier haste in surrendering his firearm, he lamented the missed opportunity to incapacitate both with a single shot. The system's voice resonated in his mind. The host truly possesses the qualities of a demon lord. With the demon lord fleeing, negotiations will undoubtedly be in your favor, perhaps allowing you to subdue and claim them. Subdue and claim them? Ren Xingyun nearly froze in shock. Was the system wishing for his demise to come swiftly? The wind surged beneath his feet as he activated the heavenly demon body refining technique he had practiced the night before, instantly doubling his speed. Just as he saw the 2 men dive into a Porsche sports car, revving the engine and speeding out of the parking space, he recognized them at a glance. It was Bao Yu, with a dark crimson aura emanating from above. The driver was merely tinged in red. Damn it, those officers actually breached the campus? Thank goodness we made it out. Bao Yu, seated in the passenger seat, cursed vehemently, gripping a black desert eagle. His eyes filled with a fierce glimmer. Beside him, the younger accomplice pressed the accelerator to the floor, producing a thunderous roar, his face twisted in a maniacal frenzy. "Young Master Yu, let us dash out and swiftly find another place to hide for a couple of days. Even if they locate us, there will be no evidence against us. Damn it, who could have exposed us?" Prompting the arrival of so many armed police. While they were in the midst of their tense escape, they suddenly spotted a figure ahead, rushing towards them. "Young master, there is someone in front." The younger accomplice exclaimed in a panic, unsure whether to ram him aside. As Bao Yu fled, he would not allow anyone to obstruct his path. Without hesitation, he leaned out and raised his gun to fire. "What the hell is this? Who dares to block my way?" Betrayed by Hu Yong, he vowed to make him pay dearly. Bang! The deep report of the Desert Eagle reverberated, shaking the campus once more. A bullet sped towards the advancing figure. Chapter 20. Still arrogant, the figure rushing towards them was, of course, Ren Xingyun. He was the first to sense their attempt to flee, sprinting at a staggering speed akin to 5 seconds per 100 meters. The supercar surged forward with a ferocious acceleration, rapidly diminishing the distance between them. The moment he caught sight of the gun's muzzle, Ren Xingyun abruptly shifted half a meter to the right. Despite his swiftness, the bullet grazed his upper arm, tearing away a piece of flesh and causing blood to flow instantaneously. Damn it, he cursed inwardly, realizing that dodging while in motion made it difficult to gauge the gun's aim. It would have been better not to evade at all. In the next instant, the supercar was upon him, and without hesitation, he leaped into the air, forcefully pushing off with his feet. With a resounding crash, the sturdy windshield shattered under the immense impact. His size 42 foot made contact with the 2 assailants. It was the first time his underlings had witnessed such reckless bravery, colliding head-on with the supercar. As they instinctively slammed on the brakes upon seeing the massive foot approaching, they were struck by it with a resounding thud. However, The windshield had mitigated much of the impact, sparing them from severe injury. How dare you obstruct my path? You shall pay. In the passenger seat, Bao Yu raised his Desert Eagle and aimed it at Ren Qingyun. Bang! Even as he fired, Ren Qingyun reacted swiftly, delivering a kick to Bao Yu's wrist, causing the bullet to veer off course. The engine hood reverberated with a harsh impact. Squeal! The driver's underling struggled to draw his handgun with his left hand, dizzy and disoriented as he aimed it at Ren Qingyun. Disregarding the shards of glass clinging to him, Ren Qingyun forced his abdomen inwards and squeezed into the relatively confined cabin. He unleashed a powerful punch towards the underling's face. Bang! The back of the underling's head collided violently with the seat, causing his nose and mouth to cave inward, blood oozing from all 7 orifices. Although his left arm was injured, slowing his movements, he still managed to land a blow on Bao Yu's nose. Crack! The bridge of Bao Yu's nose fractured, his entire head trapped between the seat and Ren Qingyun's fist, blood streaming down. The hand that wielded the gun could barely rise, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Ren Qingyun promptly pressed the ignition off switch, seized both handguns, and slipped out of the window. Only then did Bai Chongshan and Bian Lu arrive in pursuit. Damn, you're hurt, Bai Chongshan exclaimed. Noticing the gashes on Ren Qingyun's clothes and the blood staining his arm, his voice rising in alarm. Bian Lu quickly inquired, Are you all right? We must take you to the hospital immediately. What's the situation? While expressing concern for Ren Qingyun, he was equally mindful of their mission, especially upon observing the 2 guns gripped in Ren Qingyun's hands, indicating the dire circumstances. Ren Qingyun glanced at his arm and muttered, Bao Yu's marksmanship is appalling. I only shifted half a meter, yet he still managed to hit my arm. It would have been better not to dodge. I don't believe it injured the bone. Let us see what he has in the cabin. He tossed the 2 guns onto the engine hood to avoid damaging any fingerprints. Bian Lu promptly approached the passenger seat, retrieving Bao Yu after confirming there was no threat, and instructed Bai Chongshan to secure him. The atmosphere in the driver's compartment felt increasingly tense, as if the air was being sucked away. The limbs convulsed irregularly, devoid of any resistance. Immediately, he spoke into the intercom, requesting support, sent 2 personnel from the 3rd squad to the parking lot behind the male graduate dormitory. As Bao Yu emerged from his daze, he began to shout fiercely, albeit weakly. On what grounds are you arresting me? I haven't done anything. His nasal bone was fractured, and 2 of his front teeth had been knocked out, rendering his speech nearly unintelligible. The police are hitting people. The police are hitting people, despite his loud cries. The peculiar quality of his voice made it difficult to discern his words. In a frantic struggle, Bai Chongshan found it impossible to maintain control. Ren Qingyun approached, extending his right hand to grasp Bao Yu's shoulder blade. A howl escaped Bao Yu as he felt his arm nearly snap. You fool! Illegally possessing a firearm is a grave offense, not to mention assaulting an officer. The moment Bao Yu glimpsed the icy expression on Ren's face, he instantly fell silent. Realizing the severity of the situation, his subordinate had been killed with a single punch, and now his arm was broken. He pondered whether Ren was truly fearless. The numbers were few for now. He would allow Ren to be arrogant for a spell. Once more witnesses arrived, he would teach him a lesson. After securing the scene, the support team arrived. Following a brief first aid treatment at the university clinic, Ren Qingyun returned to his other duties. Before 11 o'clock, more than 700 grams of unique items were confiscated from 4 male dormitories, leading to arrests based on the list. The 5 deceased were promptly removed from the scene. By 11:30, members of the narcotics squad and armed police escorted 16 individuals off campus. Hu Yong realized the situation had escalated, swiftly arranging for a thorough investigation of campus security. Simultaneously, he prepared gifts and banners to personally deliver to the narcotics team. Fortunately, the situation had not yet escalated further, and the matter was resolved. With proper maneuvering, his position could still be secured. Certain individuals would undoubtedly face disciplinary action. Upon returning to the narcotics team, Bao Yu was cautiously led from the vehicle by 2 officers. A group of leaders awaited at the entrance, their faces adorned with smiles. Spotting Ren Qingyun disembarking, Bao Yu immediately erupted, The police are hitting people. The police are hitting people. My nasal bone is broken. My front teeth are gone. Aren't you going to do anything about it? I want a lawyer. I want the media involved. That little brat must pay. Covered in blood, he disregarded the officer's attempts to restrain him, continuing to writhe and struggle, his face twisted in rage, his eyes wild with fury. Bien Liu, trailing beside Rin Qingyun, whispered urgently, "Hold back. Do not do anything foolish. Too many are watching." Aware of Rin's ruthless nature, he feared the consequences if Bao Yu is indeed killed in public, a fallout too significant to comprehend. Rin nodded, ignoring Bao Yu entirely. Entering the narcotics team, he mused on the audacity of someone who believed themselves untouchable simply because of their father's influence. Taking out his phone, he prepared to call his father. Sauntering past Bao Yu, "You better apologize, or I will end you. I know you. Your parents run a company, and you have a graduate sister, right? I shall find individuals to bring ruin upon your parents' company and subject your sister to unspeakable horrors. Ensuring her demise is anything but peaceful." These words pierced Rin Qingyun's sensitive nerves, sending a shiver down his spine. His body bristled with tension, and he swiftly turned, delivering a forceful kick to Bao Yu's abdomen. Exclaiming in fury, "You wretched fool, do you take my leniency for granted?" This kick, infused with a modicum of force, left Bao Yu crumpled like a discarded shrimp. As he prepared to follow up with a punch, he was restrained by Bien Liu, who urged, "Do not act impulsively. Remain calm." He also signaled to others to escort the helpless Bao Yu to the interrogation room. The repercussions of Rin Qingyun inadvertently killing Bao Yu would be dire. Xiao Wanya felt a pang of unease. Escorting this young heir was indeed a daunting task. As the son of the wealthiest man in the province, even with irrefutable evidence, a well-executed defense could potentially absolve him of any penalties. The future economic development of Nanyun City would be fraught with challenges. As a member of the municipal committee, it was imperative to consider the economic implications. Rin Qingyun's rage surged, and upon hearing his father's voice, he spoke gravely. "Father, are we to collaborate with Bell Group? Halt all proceedings and refrain from signing any contracts." "What?" On the other side, Rin Zhong cast a glance at the impending signing ceremony, momentarily taken aback. Chapter 21, with a single sentence. The son relinquished the opportunity for collaboration. Recently, Rin Zhong and Geng Xiuji had been contemplating the conditions required to forge a partnership with Bell Group. Collaborating with the wealthiest company in the province would undoubtedly elevate their notoriety and financial standing significantly. However, to their astonishment, before they could finalize the details, representatives from Bell Group approached them regarding a partnership, offering terms even more generous than anticipated, with an additional 5% profit share. It felt as if a windfall had descended from the heavens. Engaging in cordial discussions, they swiftly progressed to the drafting of the contract. Suddenly, a call from their son disrupted their momentum, as he expressed his refusal to proceed with the collaboration, sensing an ominous shift. What could have transpired? While lost in thought, the voice of his son resonated through the phone. Bao Yu has been implicated in illegal possession of firearms and drug trafficking, with irrefutable evidence. I suspect that Bao Wensheng from Bell Group is also involved and aware of the situation. You must steer clear of them. It could lead to dire consequences. Though his words were few, they struck like a thunderbolt, shattering their visions of a prosperous partnership into countless fragments. How do you know this? Surely, it cannot be mere hearsay. The wealthiest individual in Tiannan province, raking in fortunes daily, why would he resort to drug trafficking? Rin Zhong's thoughts mirrored those of the majority, believing there was no need to engage in illegal activities. With assets in the hundreds of billions, why take such risks? Upon hearing this, Rin Qingyun recognized that his parents might be clinging to false hopes and furrowed his brow as he explained, "Dad, I was directly involved in the arrest. We discovered over 1 kilogram of illicit substances in his vehicle. Even if you wish to sign the contract, it must wait until we can ascertain that Bao Wensheng is not implicated. My recommendation is to gather funds and prepare to acquire the assets of Bell Group following this incident." Rin Zhong's mind cleared instantly at his son's words. Regardless of whether Bell Group was indeed involved in drug trafficking, the fact that his son had apprehended the son of the province's wealthiest man meant that signing the contract was no longer an option. Should there be any underhanded moves, their modest company could swiftly collapse. He immediately inquired, "Are you injured?" What is his current condition? His first concern was for his son's safety, followed by inquiries about value. If the situation left no room for negotiation, even abstaining from signing the contract could lead to impending peril. Ren Qingyun understood that there was no possibility of burying this matter. The opposing party had threatened his family, and they might very well follow through on that threat. However, he believed that they would refrain from provoking him in the immediate term. I have only a minor injury. He, however, is in a severe condition. How could he be aware of our circumstances, which should have been confidential? Listen to me. You must remain low-key for the next few days and await my instructions. Whether true or not, caution was imperative. All right, I understand, Ren Zhong replied solemnly, reminding his son to stay vigilant before ending the call. His eyes narrowed as he took several deep breaths. Based on the information relayed by his son, the sudden proposal from Bell Group was fraught with significant issues. Even without following his father's political aspirations, he possessed a keen intellect. What had his son truly done? It simply did not add up. After some contemplation, I decided to call Xiao Wan. Although he is not involved in politics, he should be well informed about his son's circumstances. Director Xiao, it's me, Ren. Brother, why such formality? Just tell me what's on your mind. Xiao Wan was currently troubled by the matter concerning Bao Yu, and upon receiving Ren Zhong's call, his worries only intensified. After all, he was the son of an esteemed leader, a figure of considerable stature. Ren Zhong chuckled lightly. Director Xiao, I heard that Qingyun was injured during a mission. I hope he hasn't caused you any trouble lately. In the world of the righteous, one cannot simply heed every word spoken. He continued to inquire politely. Upon hearing the mention of Ren Qingyun, Xiao Wan felt overwhelmed and remarked, Your son is exceptionally diligent and remarkably capable. He is a sharp blade aimed at drug traffickers. The discerning eye of your old leader has cultivated a talented individual, and the higher authorities wish to personally commend him. At that moment, Ren Zhong's eyes sparkled with excitement. His son must have achieved a significant feat to warrant such recognition from the leadership. Suddenly, it dawned on him why Bao Wansheng had unexpectedly sought his favor. He had undoubtedly learned of something, possessing information far superior to his own. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, What great accomplishment has garnered such attention from the leaders? May I inquire further? As a narcotics officer, he was aware of the protocols involved. First-class merit, but specifics cannot be disclosed. I must attend a meeting now, so I'll have to end this call. If it weren't for the respect he held for the old leader, Xiao Wan would have certainly withheld any information unless Ren Qingyun himself chose to boast about it. Although the call had ended, Ren Zhong's expression was profoundly complicated. His son had achieved first-class merit, yet had not mentioned it upon returning home. As the saying goes, third-class merit is claimed by the author, second-class merit is received passively, while first-class merit is awarded to the family. The fact that his son had been able to achieve such a feat alive and well illustrated just how formidable he was, which explained the leadership's regard for him. Yet, it also meant that he had attracted the attention of drug traffickers. After an extended absence from the meeting room, Geng Xiuji emerged with a beaming smile, approaching him. Noticing his troubled demeanor, she gradually withdrew her smile and asked, What is the matter? Ren Zhong raised his head and replied solemnly, The contract will not be signed. My son has apprehended Bao Yu and, I hear, has sustained injuries. What? Geng Xiuji was taken aback. Just as the company was on the brink of soaring to new heights, they were now faced with the prospect of letting it slip away. This was utterly unacceptable. What exactly is going on? Please elaborate. Geng Xiuji, now anxious, could not contain her questions. 10 minutes later, they made a decisive choice. We will not proceed. We cannot make a mistake that would complicate our son's situation. He is our only child, and we cannot afford to hinder him. Together, they entered the meeting room and addressed the 3 individuals who had come to discuss collaboration, stating, Our company has decided not to partner with Bell Group. We apologize. Resisting the urge to seize the opportunity for profit was indeed a painful ordeal. The public relations manager, clad in a white shirt, instantly lost her smile, her brow furrowing as she queried, What has happened? Were our terms insufficient? After such prolonged discussions, we were just a step away from finalizing the deal. A sudden jolt coursed through her heart. Failing to complete the task would likely spell disaster for her. Ren Zhong shook his head and remarked, I believe our company's qualifications are insufficient and require an additional 6 months of refinement. I am confident that, by then, we can secure a larger share. I apologize, the supervisor replied, his countenance darkening as he coldly stated, I can grant you 3 days to deliberate. Should you decline, do not blame Bell Group for their lack of courtesy. A company with less than 1 billion can be extinguished with a mere word. This was not mere bravado, but a stark reality. The moment those words were uttered, both Ren Zhong and his wife realized the gravity of the situation. Without ulterior motives, why would they lower themselves to collaborate? Ren Zhong retorted icily, I have made it clear that we require 6 months. Your eagerness to sign a contract suggests you are setting us up for a significant pitfall. The woman's expression shifted slightly, and she responded coldly, very well. If you remain obstinate, do not blame Bell Group for their ruthlessness. With those words, she hurriedly departed with her entourage. Chapter 22. If you do not love, please do not hurt. Unbeknownst to Ren Qingyun, matters concerning the company were being handled by seasoned narcotics officers. After being instructed by his superiors to conduct ballistic testing, he was sent to the hospital to properly attend to his wounds, alongside undergoing a psychological evaluation. Although most of the leadership discerned that he bore no psychological scars, this procedure was deemed necessary. He had no choice but to be driven by Bai Chongshan to the collaborating institution, the First People's Hospital of Nanyuan City. During the battle, he had felt little, but upon examination of the hospital, he discovered that his back bore 6 deep lacerations, embedded with 8 shards of glass. The female physician treating him expressed her astonishment, exclaiming, Young man, you are remarkably resilient. You endured in silence, impressive. As she extracted the glass fragments, she ensured there were no remnants in the wounds before proceeding with disinfection. Throughout the entire ordeal, a lesser individual would have been reduced to cries of agony. Ren Qingyun did feel pain, yet it was not as excruciating as he had anticipated. He bore it stoically. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he remarked, It's just a minor injury. A bit of medication will suffice. The wound on my arm may pose more trouble, though, as it has taken a considerable amount of flesh. Bai Chongshan, observing from the sidelines, chuckled and said, I have come to realize that you are quite the tough guy. Truly admirable. He gave a thumbs up, feeling that no one in the narcotics team could rival him, especially upon witnessing the robust musculature of his back, which led him to believe that a single punch from Ren Qingyun could be fatal. The attending physician casually inquired, Young man, do you have a significant other? My niece works as a nurse in this hospital. She is 21 years old and quite lovely. I think you would make a fine match. While aware that they were police officers, she was oblivious to the specifics of their situation, believing them to be a well-suited pair. Before Bai Chongshan could respond, a woman approached in the corridor, clutching a handbag, with bandages wrapped around her knee. Upon seeing Ren Qingyun sprawled in the doorway, she stormed over, her face a mask of fury. Ren Qingyun, you are here in the hospital too? How dare you ignore my calls? Do you have any idea what I've been going through these past 2 days? She disregarded the surroundings entirely, striding into the examination room in her high heels. The female physician instantly surmised that this was the girlfriend of the police officer, sighing inwardly at how such a good young man had chosen a partner so unreasonable. Ren Qingyun looked up, his expression darkening as he regarded the flustered Ding Hui. Coldly, he retorted, What I'm going through is of no concern to you. Am I your father? The middle-aged female doctor smiled, reveling in the unfolding drama, believing that her niece now had an opportunity. Bai Chongshan discreetly moved to the doorframe, silently giving Ren Qingyun a thumbs up. Tilting his head, he noticed a young woman clad in a white dress, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, gracefully approaching with a simple handbag in her arm. Despite the bustling corridor filled with people, she remained the most striking figure. A classic beauty, poised and dignified. He mused quietly that she must be quite traditional, steadfast and loyal, devoid of any frivolities. Particularly fortunate for the man who could win her affection, as she held a bouquet of fresh flowers, presumably to visit a patient. Bai Chongshan envied her silently, feeling a smile blossom on his face as she drew nearer. Could it be that my own charming demeanor has captured her affection? Suddenly, a sharp and jarring voice interrupted. Ren Qingyun, after pursuing me for so long. You dare to yell at me just because I ignored you yesterday? Let me tell you, no one cares about you but me, and no one will ever have feelings for you. You are nothing but a brutishly simple-minded fool, a waste of space with brawn but no brains. The voice brimmed with indignation, echoing a sense of reckless despair. Bai Chongshan felt that her words were excessively harsh. The middle-aged female doctor coldly reprimanded. I'm treating the injured. Please step outside. If you cannot appreciate a man who contributes to the nation, do not inflict harm upon him. Her words incensed Ding Huai. Well, have I ever harmed him? He is merely a devoted spare tire. How could I possibly have hurt him? The captivating beauty Bai Chongshan had been observing approached the door, ignoring him entirely, her smile abruptly turning awkward. Then, to his astonishment, she walked directly to Ren Qingyun and softly inquired, So, you are here. Is your injury severe? Qingyun, thank you. Here are some flowers for you. As she spoke, she extended a bouquet to Ren Qingyun, her voice imbued with a chill, yet softened by a hint of warmth that evoked an undeniable fondness. Ren Qingyun stared for a while before recalling her identity. With a dry chuckle, he remarked, It seems my skills are lacking. You even noticed my injury. Su Jinxiu, distinctly different from the pastel-clad girls in the school dormitory, radiated a refreshing elegance and poise. She shook her head and replied, You still haven't mastered your craft? Who else emerges from such circumstances with merely a scrape? Let me see you first, and once you're treated, I insist on taking you out for dinner. You got injured for me, and you cannot refuse. Her tone, though playfully teasing, held an air of royal authority that brooked no denial. Bai Chongshan stood at the door, his expression one of utter disillusionment. How could such a stunning beauty come all the way to the hospital to see Ren Qingyun? Was this really happening? After a moment of disbelief, Ding Huai suddenly realized that Ren Qingyun had entangled himself with such an exquisite woman. Enraged, she pointed at Su Jinxiu and shouted, Ren Qingyun, is it because of this vixen that you have forsaken me? What does she have that I do not? Su Jinxiu turned to face her, responding with indifference, and continued speaking to Ren Qingyun, I will wait for you outside. She gracefully turned away, ignoring Ding Huai's outburst. Ren Qingyun fixed his gaze on Ding Huai and coldly stated, Previously, you treated me with indifference. What gives you the right to confront me now? Do not appear before me again. He pointed towards the door, urging her to leave. Upon hearing his resolute words, Ding Huai's fury rapidly extinguished. She suddenly remembered that Ren Qingyun was the scion of a wealthy family, wielding power and influence, not just an ordinary young man. A chill ran down her spine, and she rushed to kneel before Ren Qingyun, grasping his hands in a fit of anxiety. Please do not cast me away. I was wrong. I should not have raised my voice. I care too much about you. I only wanted to capture your attention. I cannot bear to be without you. In the blink of an eye, a madwoman transforms into a resentful soul. The swiftness of this change leaves one utterly astonished. Ren Qingyun forcefully wrenched his hand from hers, his voice cold as ice. I have no desire to see you. Your presence only incites malice. You have disrupted the Dr. S. work. Depart at once. In his previous life, no matter the accolades he achieved or the wealth he amassed, he was met with veiled ridicule. For the sake of his child, he endured the indignities. In this life, he declared his independence, insisting that his affections were his own, urging others to keep their distance from him. Observing the resolute determination etched upon his face, Ding Huai understood that he was unyielding. She immediately fell to her knees, pleading, I acknowledge my wrongs. Grant me but a single chance for redemption. I beseech you, I implore you. Leave, Ren Qingyun bellowed, finally expelling the pretentious woman from his presence. After her departure, the middle-aged doctor remarked, That girl is not suitable. Do not let your heart soften. The previous young lady was quite admirable, clearly a woman of refinement, someone capable of living a good life. Outside the door, Su Jinxiu felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Was there truly nothing between them? Chapter 23. The collapse of trust from this moment forth. Ren Qingyun glanced around, feigning innocence as he spoke. Doctor, do not jest. I merely happened to save her while on a mission and coincidentally encountered her at the hospital. Whether she is in a relationship remains a mystery. Do not tarnish her reputation. Internally, he speculated that her identity must be remarkable, Otherwise, how could someone like Zhao Tianyu relentlessly pursue her? Outside the door, Ding Hui, upon hearing this, instantly suspected that Ren Qingyun had developed feelings for Su Jinxiu. Observing Su Jinxiu's slightly flushed cheeks, she believed the latter was enticing men. The suppressed fury within her erupted once more as she pointed an accusatory finger at Su Jinxiu, exclaiming, "Seductress, do not presume he would ever notice you. He has pursued me for 3 years, and I know him all too well. Just wait and see. With a mere beckon, he will be in my bed while you are left on the sidelines." Bai Chongshan shook his head, reprimanding her coldly. "If you are not ashamed, we certainly are. Continue this ruckus, and I will have you arrested for obstructing official duties." Had it not been for Ren Qingyun's reputation, he would have already slapped her for her disgraceful behavior, insulting a dignified and graceful goddess. Su Jinxiu merely cast a dispassionate glance at Ding Hui, retorting icily, incapable of restraint. Ding Hui's composure shattered. Was she not essentially calling herself a dog? Pointing at them, she shouted, "Fine. You each bully me in turn. I shall seek someone to stand up for me." She hurried away, showing no desire to remain in their presence. Bai Chongshan sighed in relief, utterly baffled by what Ren Qingyun found appealing about her. 3 years of infatuation? Was she a shrew or merely a cunning charmer, or perhaps skilled in martial arts? The critical point being, he had never made a move. Turning his attention to Su Jinxiu, he inquired with a smile, "When did he save you?" "I have never heard him mention it. We were on the same mission." Su Jinxiu simply nodded, choosing not to engage, even though she was a colleague of Ren Qingyun. Bai Chongshan was momentarily at a loss for words. Was she truly this aloof? As the two experienced an awkward silence, Ren Qingyun emerged after tending to the wounds on his arm, donning a tattered shirt. "Remember to apply the medication," the middle-aged female doctor advised, watching them depart. Ren Qingyun responded affirmatively, reaching the doorway as he said, Su, there is no need for special thanks. It is part of my duty. Here are your flowers. Thank you for assisting me." He did not believe that someone like Su Jinxiu would give flowers to a stranger without reason. It was clear she had intervened because Ding Hui had gone too far. Su Jinxiu replied coolly, "I bestowed them upon you. Are they not mine to reclaim? I must meet a friend, and then I shall treat you to a meal. Soon." Ren Qingyun intended to decline, but upon considering that her friend might be Zhao Tianyu, said, "There's truly no need for a meal. I'm off to see a psychologist. Let us go, buddy." He called to Bai Chongshan, preparing to leave. However, Su Jinxiu interjected once more, "My friend is on the same team as you. You ought to know each other. Let's go see him together." As the conversation reached this point, Bai Chongshan's eyes lit up, and he eagerly chimed in. "Who could it be? I must go see." He firmly grasped Ren Qingyun's right arm, and together they made their way to the hospital ward. Could it be that there was such an extraordinary man on their team? The thought of such a woman coming to visit him in his illness was astonishing. Upon arriving at the door, the three of them stood frozen in place. Inside the room, Ding Hui, who had previously caused a commotion in the consultation room, was now standing in the ward, tearfully recounting her troubles. 3 injured narcotics officers, their bodies wrapped in bandages, sat on beds near the entrance, gazing in the direction of the door. Upon noticing their figures, they immediately sat up, their faces beaming with smiles. "Oh dear, our great benefactor has come to visit us," they exclaimed. "Qingyun, how is it that you are injured as well? Please, tell us what happened. Little Bai, you've come too. Is she your girlfriend?" They were aware that Ren Qingyun's girlfriend was inside and mistakenly assumed Su Jinxiu was Bai Chongshan's partner. Their warm reception took Ren Qingyun by surprise, redirecting Su Jinxiu's attention as well. A couple near the window also turned their gaze towards them. Noticing this, Ding Hui immediately addressed Zhao Tianyu, saying, "Brother Tianyu, you must educate Ren Qingyun properly. He is ignoring me. You must stand up for me." Her words suggested that Zhao Tianyu had the authority to manage Ren Qingyun as if he were his parent. However, upon seeing the three together, Zhao Tianyu felt a rush of anxiety. He had pursued Su Jinxiu for over a year with the promise that if he became a narcotics officer, she would agree to be his girlfriend. Now, being discovered entangled with Ding Hui would ruin everything. Nervously rising to his feet, he stammered, "Jinxiu, you're here." He stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, and hastily grasped the edge of the bed, offering an awkward smile. Seeing that Su Jinxiu remained motionless, panic flickered in his eyes. He quickly scanned the room and said, "Qingyan, please bring everyone over. I am so pleased that you could visit me. It's not right for an elder brother to scold you. How could you upset your girlfriend? She has a childlike temperament. A little coaxing will do." He felt the urgent need to clarify his position and affirm his good relationship with Ren Qingyun in hopes of persuading them to reconcile. It was imperative to dispel any of her suspicions. He could not allow the situation to unfold in the manner he dreaded. He also hoped that none of them would speak indiscreetly about matters that should remain unsaid. Ren Qingyun silently mused that Ding Huiyi was a godsend. The trust that had begun to crumble would now start anew. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "Stop the antics. I came to see a colleague and didn't expect to find you here. Fellow officers, there are too many of you. Each of you deserves a flower." He distributed a flower to each person, but withheld one from Zhao Tianyu. Ding Huiyi, witnessing this, was consumed by jealousy and scoffed. "Your brother was injured on duty too. What is so stingy about giving him a flower? Being this miserly will surely lead to trouble in the future. You must change. It's not as if you can't afford it." Feeling bolstered by Zhao Tianyu's presence, she began to assert herself once more. Bai Chongshan replied with irritation, "No, injuries are not the same. Those who are injured during missions sustain their wounds honorably, unlike him who was hurt while fleeing." Ren Qingyun concurred. "I never anticipated he would prove to be such a coward. To abandon the fight is likely to invite consequences. No, I would rather bear the weight of my fallen comrades on my shoulders than flee alongside a coward." His words struck Zhao Tianyu's heart like a dagger, causing his face to flush crimson. "I did not flee. I merely received orders to retreat." He protested. "Qingyun, you are my dearest brother. How could you slander me thus?" Internally seething, he wondered how his friend dared to speak to him with such disrespect. Years of psychological manipulation could not possibly have lost their potency, could they? His gaze drifted to Su Jinxiu, only to find her eyes filled with confusion and disappointment. At that moment, a voice resonated from behind them. "Ah, everyone is here. I have arrived just in time." Upon hearing the voice, the group turned in unison. Ren Qingyun furrowed his brow, questioning what brings him here. Chapter 24, Second-Class Merit. The mischievous old man, Deputy Director Su Changhua. Regardless of past or present, encounters have been minimal. However, my grandfather once remarked that this individual has an unscrupulous demeanor, which is why he initially chose to maneuver Shaowan. There must be substantial reasons for my grandfather's assessment, given his esteemed position. While I was pondering this, the system's voice resonated in my mind. "Congratulations, host. You have identified the corrupt entity within the law enforcement hall. Engage further to uncover the weaknesses of the Shantian Sect's punishment hall and prepare for an early escape." How intriguing. The system explicitly classified it as corruption, indicating that the corrupt individual is one who misappropriates funds that do not belong to them. I surmised that my information must have been leaked by him. As I was contemplating this, the injured officers had already begun to greet. "Good day, Director Su. Please take a seat. What brings you here?" Despite their injuries, they all stood to welcome the deputy director's arrival. Su Changhua entered the ward, took a document from an officer beside him, and announced, "I come bearing good news." With a cheerful demeanor, he cast a particularly sharp glance at Ren Qingyun and Bai Chongshan, a fleeting coldness flickering in his eyes. Naturally, Ren Qingyun perceived this and narrowed his eyes. "What is the good news, Director Su? Please share," urged one of the injured officers, unable to contain their anticipation. Su Jinxiu stepped back a few paces, retreating to the corridor, her expression contemplative. Su Changhua chuckled. "The first piece of good news is that everyone participated in the 702 major operation, delivering a significant blow to the rampant drug traffickers. And we have collectively earned a second-class merit. Quite splendid, wouldn't you agree?" Indeed, the applause echoed, drawing the attention of injured individuals from other wards. Upon hearing of the collective second-class merit, excitement surged among the crowd. However, Ren Qingyun merely curled his lip in disdain. Most of the injured had not contributed significantly, yet they still received recognition. Admittedly, They had indeed assisted in achieving the primary objective, which was undeniable, especially with over 100 drug traffickers eliminated. This accomplishment meant that Zhao Tianyu could secure his formal appointment directly. Once he was officially recognized, it would be exceedingly difficult to dislodge him. It was evident that Zhao Tianyu was the most enthusiastic in his applause. Just as Su Changwa prepared to continue speaking, he noticed Ding Huiyi in the ward. Frowning as she remarked, "Whose family member is she? Why is she not taking the initiative to leave?" Ding Huiyi, who had been clapping joyfully for Zhao Tianyu, turned ashen upon hearing this and scurried out like a frightened cat. All eyes converged on Ren Qingyun, fully aware that she was his girlfriend, clearly an intentional slight. "Deputy Director, do you harbor any grievances against him?" Su Changwa, watching her depart, solemnly continued, "Everyone, please take note. We are a disciplined force. We must not allow just anyone to enter restricted areas. What if a problem arises?" "Understood." In an instant, Zhao Tianyu and Ding Huiyi's expressions darkened considerably. Ren Qingyun curled his lip, convinced that Su Changwa was targeting him, having witnessed his moments with Ding Huiyi. It was deliberate, wasn't it? "Wait for me, you scoundrel. I shall unearth the truth behind your embezzlement." As I meticulously recalled the memories of my past life concerning him, a sudden thought struck me. In 2017, he was dismissed for his complicity and corruption. At that time, he was no longer a deputy director, but rather the vice mayor. 7 years had passed, a significant leap across social strata. It would indeed be peculiar if there were no foul play involved. No wonder I couldn't recall. The roles of vice mayor and deputy director are worlds apart. From where could the embezzled funds have been traced? I genuinely could not remember. Su Changwa finally shifted to the main subject. All the cadets participating in this operation would be granted permanent positions. Their hard work had not gone unnoticed by the leadership. Thus, in their future endeavors, they must continue to embrace challenges and strive for excellence, aiming for further achievements. Those whose health had sufficiently recovered could visit the office in the afternoon to complete their formalities and engage in upcoming tasks. Wonderful. Ha ha. We've been officially recognized. That was remarkably swift. Many cadets were overjoyed, eager to leave the hospital behind. All right, don't let your excitement aggravate your injuries. Everyone must rest well. I must go. There is much work awaiting me. Ren Qingyun understood very well that this was a strategy, using recognition and permanent positions to encourage these passionate youths to return to their duties. As he departed, Su Changwa cast a lingering, complex glance at Ren Qingyun before following his accompanying officers out. "Take care, Director Su. I await your good news." The spirited cadets greeted him with enthusiasm, subsequently engaging in lively discussions. Are we not the fastest group to be recognized? Far quicker than those at the street police station. A second-class merit. We'll dine at the main table. Ren Qingyun, thank you. Without you, we might not have made it back alive. Yes, thank you, Ren Qingyun. You must have received a first-class merit, right? Ren Qingyun. Make sure to take me along for future missions. Having faced death once, I am certainly not afraid. The injured cadets gathered around Ren Qingyun, forming a nucleus of camaraderie. Bai Chongshan laughed heartily from the side. Hey, what are you all doing? Trying to usurp my spot? We are partners now, The jovial laughter of the group stood in stark contrast to the solitary figure standing by the window. Zhao Tianyu watched Ren Qingyun among the crowd, consumed by jealousy. Why was he able to eliminate so many drug traffickers while he could not? He had been advised to remain virtuous. Why was he mingling with them? Through the throng, he spotted Su Jinxiu leaning against the wall, resembling a queen surveying her subjects. Having fulfilled their agreement, she was now his girlfriend. Leveraging her connections, he effortlessly surpassed everyone present, soaring to new heights. What was a mere drug enforcement officer in comparison? Limping towards the entrance, he prepared to navigate through the crowd to exchange a few words with Su Jinxiu. Make way, everyone. Let us not appear undisciplined in the corridor, he admonished, striving to maintain a position of authority. The response he received was a chorus of disdainful glances, accompanied by biting sarcasm. You merely sing high praises. It was you who fled first when Ren Qingyun faced danger. How can you, a coward, have the audacity to claim a second-class merit? Ren Qingyun, patiently waiting for the remarks to subside, interjected with a smile to diffuse the tension. All right, let us refrain from further comments, lest outsiders accuse us of disunity. Hurry back to rest. I too must seek the counsel of a psychologist. This served as a timely opportunity for him to depart, avoiding the sight of Zhao Tianyu's loathsome visage. As Su Jinxiu observed the crowd dispersing, Zhao Tianyu limped forward and coldly remarked, I know what you wish to say, but I would first like to hear your explanation. The reality is evident before us. Surely you wouldn't dare fabricate a lie? Those who had already begun to leave now perked up their ears to listen to their exchange. Bai Chongshan, astonished, gazed at Zhao Tianyu and whispered, no way. Is he truly a friend of Miss Su? I'm beginning to doubt her intellect. His voice was barely audible. Only Ren Qingyun and another could catch it. Zhao Tianyu, surveying his colleagues, steeled himself and explained, I assure you, I am not a deserter. If you wish, you may verify the medical records. The gunshot wound penetrated from the front, not the back. Upon receiving the retreat order, I was merely executing my duty. Everything is verifiable. Chapter 25. Why see a psychologist? Burden Su Jinxiu observed his eagerness to prove himself. Remaining indifferent, she coolly remarked, I can accept your mediocrity, but in matters of great significance. You must not choose the wrong side. Let us leave it at that for today. We shall speak again once you have recovered. With that, she gracefully turned away and approached Ren Qingyun and his companion, lightly saying, let us go. It was as though she had brushed aside countless regrets, oblivious to the turmoil she left behind. Zhao Tianyu found it unbearable to see Su Jinxiu walking alongside Ren Qingyun and could not help but shout angrily, Ren Qingyun, how do you know Jinxiu? You must not harbor any improper intentions. Feeling an immense sense of threat, he recognized that Su Jinxiu was an integral part of his future plans and absolutely could not be swayed by another. Ren Qingyun scoffed, not bothering to look back, and replied, I am not as vile as you. I understand the principle of one must not deceive a friend's wife. His words subtly pointed out their awareness of the situation, making it clear that he was not oblivious. Su Jinxiu narrowed her beautiful eyes, sensing a deeper meaning in his words. Upon exiting the ward, Ren Qingyun addressed her. Miss Su, there's truly no need to treat me to a meal. I must see a psychologist. Why do you need to see a psychologist? She inquired, her curiosity evident as she made no move to leave. Bai Chongshan chuckled. Isn't it because on the day of the mission he abruptly coughed? Ah, never mind. Ren Qingyun quickly interrupted him with a couple of heavy coughs. I may have gone too far during the mission, and my superiors are concerned. Hence I was advised to seek help. Such matters cannot be disclosed to outsiders. Bai Chongshan, with his big mouth, seemed to desire to impress the beautiful woman. From the snippets she overheard, Su Jinxiu could surmise the situation. The incident where he had held her while discharging 4 shots in a fit of violence likely necessitated his visit to a psychologist. After contemplating, she said, very well, I shall not waste your time any longer. Farewell. Let us arrange to meet again when time permits. Just as she was about to turn away, she paused. Retrieving her phone, let us exchange contact information. Ren Qingyun was the first man, aside from her family, with whom she had shared such close contact. She could not help but recall his strong shoulder and the warmth of his blood, a sense of security in the fleeting moment of life and death that eclipsed all others. Otherwise, she would not have engaged in conversation with a stranger. After Ren Qingyun provided his contact details, he turned and walked toward the psychologist's office. Bai Chongshan, wishing to exchange phone numbers as well, was met with disregard. This is so unfair. Why should I provide my number while you receive his? The psychological evaluation report was received amidst various murmurs, and Ren Qingyun lightly flicked it, stating, let us go. It's time for us to return to our regular duties. Yes, to our regular duties. Bai Chongshan finally freed himself from the incessant chatter of Su Jinxiu, driving his Buick back to the police station in a swaying manner. Before they could reach the personnel department, they were summoned to the conference room. Inside were not only the 4 major team leaders, but also the deputy team leader and director, Xiao, among others. Director Xiao gestured for him to take a seat on the chair at the lower end of the table and said, Come, let's give a round of applause for our hero. The applause was particularly fervent, Yet Su Changhua appeared indifferent, merely going through the motions. Once the clapping subsided, Qian Shouxin addressed the gathering. Everyone, the individual has arrived. Let us proceed with the case discussion. Zhou Kai and Bao Yu were present. What insights have emerged from their interrogation? Although significant evidence exists, we must also uncover their chain of evidence. I refuse to believe this is merely a trivial drug offense. Observing the situation, Ren Qingyun felt utterly superfluous. The meeting consisted of individuals holding at least the rank of inspector, a realm far removed from his status as a trainee officer, with a 6-year gap in experience. Bian Lu cleared his throat and lamented upon entering. They have shown nothing but wild outbursts, offering no substantial information. Particularly Bao Yu, who not only refrains from discussing the case, but insists on an apology from Ren Qingyun. Furthermore, it is common knowledge that Bao Wensheng is their greatest support, certain to intervene on their behalf. Qian Shouxin expressed his dissatisfaction, querying, I would like to know why Comrade Ren Qingyun provided information so readily during his questioning. Is it a failure on your part, requiring a new officer to instruct you on your duties? Ren Qingyun immediately felt a wave of anxiety. Was the leader not inciting resentment against him? At this moment, he wished he had not come at all. Bian Lu hesitated, reluctant to speak further. Meanwhile, Su Changhua interjected, Leader, why not let him demonstrate how to conduct an interrogation publicly? I suspect Bao Wensheng may very well arrive with a lawyer. At that point, we would be at a disadvantage. He was even more ruthless, intending to thrust Ren Qingyun into the spotlight. Shaoan promptly declined, stating, that is out of the question. He is merely a trainee officer, lacking any training in interrogation techniques. What if he were to violate protocol? It was clear that despite his exceptional capabilities, the old leader's grandson might not excel in the interrogation arena. The ramifications of failing to secure a confession could be severe, potentially resulting in disciplinary action. It was imperative to protect the old leader's protege from any blemish. However, Su Changhua was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away and boldly retorted, Director Xiao, in extraordinary times, we must employ extraordinary measures. As the leader has said, those capable should rise while the inept should fall. Do we not desire confession? Or does anyone here possess a superior method? With that remark, he drew a significant portion of the attendees into his camp. After 6 to 7 hours of interrogation without yielding any confessions, they had summoned him for assistance. Shaoan furrowed his brow and directly stated, if so many seasoned officers in the Bureau cannot resolve this, how can you expect a trainee to succeed? What capabilities does he possess? Should we be delayed due to this, we will face immense pressure from society. Upon returning, Ren Qingyun noticed reporters blocking the entrance. Despite efforts to suppress the situation, Bao Yu, being Bao Wensheng's child, would undoubtedly attract considerable attention from various quarters. Moreover, the gunfire on campus would inevitably draw the gaze of countless individuals. Qian Shouxin regarded them coldly as they debated, then shifted his gaze to Ren Qingyun's face, inquiring, Comrade Ren, how goes your interrogation of them? In an instant, all discussions ceased, and the eyes of the assembly turned to Ren Qingyun. He refrained from responding, as a mechanical voice echoed ominously in his mind. Danger, danger. The host has attracted the attention of the punishment hall, posing a risk of identity exposure. A gift of the eye of divine retribution was bestowed upon him. With each drop of his blood expended, he could unveil the past sins of a demon. Ren Qingyun initially intended to decline, to rid himself of this burning hot potato. Yet, the moment for action had arrived, presenting an opportunity to test the eye of divine retribution. Rising to his feet, he declared, Report, Chief, if we disregard the means, I am willing to give it a try. His thoughts raced. If the eye of divine retribution proved ineffective, he would resort to alternative methods. His formidable skills were not merely for show. At the sound of his voice, a profound silence enveloped the room. Elder Qian, however, was exceedingly pleased. He decisively remarked, Look at that. Each of you fears responsibility, while our youthful comrade demonstrates commendable accountability. Proceed with your interrogation. I seek only results. So long as no lives are lost, all is well. This effectively granted him considerable authority. Chapter 26. upon entering. One is overwhelmed by the aura of the demon indeed. Ren Qingyun responded loudly once more. Qian Shouxin, upon hearing this, beamed with delight, rising to his feet as he proclaimed, "If you can provide me with irrefutable evidence, I shall recommend you for first-class merit. Should you fail, I will shoulder the consequences." Upon hearing these words, Ren Qingyun instantly cast aside his previous thoughts. It was evident that his superior was providing a platform for him to fully demonstrate his abilities and shine. Regardless of the underlying motives, as long as he could achieve merit, he would secure his position within the narcotics team. He would seize this opportunity without hesitation. Xiao Wan secretly exhaled in relief. With the higher-ups backing him, his own situation would not be too difficult. Su Chonghua's expression darkened. Interrogating a criminal hardly warranted first-class merit. Such notions were sheer nonsense. However, he dared not question his superior's decision and could only stew in his own frustration, contemplating ways to undermine the effort. Qian Shouxin strode toward the office door, stating, "Let's proceed together to witness this." It was as if he intended to set an example for them to learn from. The group rose in unison, making their way toward the interrogation room. Bian Lu walked beside Ren Qingyun, inquiring, "Who shall we interrogate first?" He leaned towards questioning Bao, as the latter was exceedingly sensitive. Securing evidence from him would compel even his father to kneel. However, it all depended on how Ren Qingyun would approach the situation. Arriving at the interrogation room, Ren Qingyun peered through the small window, preparing to practice on Zhou Kai. Let us start with Zhou Kai. Bian Lu had no objections, as long as they could extract a confession. Within the interrogation room, upon spotting Bian Lu in his police uniform, Zhou Kai immediately began to shout, "I was coerced into confessing. I merely enjoy playing. I have no other crimes. I am not afraid of imprisonment. 2 to 3 years is." Suddenly, his words faltered as he caught sight of Ren Qingyun, exclaiming in shock, his body trembling and struggling in the interrogation chair. The leaders observing from behind the one-way mirror realized that Ren Qingyun had instilled a significant psychological fear in Zhou Kai. "Alas, his shirt remains tattered," sighed Xiao Ju. "Hurry and provide him with proper attire." Qian Shouxin frowned and remarked, "I have already notified Director Su Chonghua to take care of it. I trust it will be ready shortly for uniform distribution." His gaze shifted to Su Chonghua, awaiting his response. "Yes, I will deliver the data this afternoon." Internally, he cursed, feeling aggrieved that a mere shabby garment could bring displeasure upon himself from the leaders. If given the chance, he would surely ensure Xiao Wan was beneath his heel. He felt as though he was being unfairly targeted. Their conversation would not reach the other side, and Ren Qingyun paid no heed. Calmly observing Zhou Kai, he coldly inquired, "You claim I coerced you into confessing? You possess quite the audacity." With sleeves rolled up, he strode toward him. "You insolent wretch, I shall not be satisfied without giving you a taste of pain." His demeanor was fierce, exuding an aura of impending violence, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing ominously, resembling a butcher on the prowl. Zhou Kai, in a desperate plea for help, turned to Bian Lu and shouted, "He is merely a trainee officer and lacks the qualifications to interrogate. You must remove him." In a state of utter disarray, his severed fingers trembled incessantly, swollen to the size of buns. Each passing moment brought excruciating pain. The thought of enduring it once more filled him with dread. Bian Lu, seemingly indifferent, casually remarked that the notification for his official appointment had been issued. From that moment forth, he would be recognized as a legitimate police officer. Internally, he harbored resentment, questioning why they, who had also resorted to underhanded tactics, exhibited no fear. Upon encountering Ren Qingyun, he reacted as if confronted by a predator. Ren Qingyun approached him and delivered 2 resounding slaps. The sound echoed, slap, slap. His cheeks visibly swelled, teeth mingled with blood flying from his mouth. Subsequently, Ren's right hand landed on the fractured arm, and even with minimal force, a searing pain surged through his mind. "I insist, let go of me." Zhou Kai was gripped by terror, fearing that a single misstep could result in his demise. He felt utterly dehumanized, with violence erupting at the slightest provocation. "What did you say? Did I permit you to speak?" Ren Qingyun seized his other arm exerting pressure. The ominous crackling of bones filled the air. I have warned you. Drug traffickers possess no rights. Should you refuse to cooperate, I shall shatter your 206 bones into over 1,000 fragments. A sickening crunch echoed as a joint was crushed, sending shivers down the spines of the leaders in the adjoining room. At that moment, anti-narcotics officers entered the space, addressing the leaders. Leadership, Bao Wensheng has arrived with his lawyer, seeking to meet his son. A collective pallor washed over the group. The presence of a lawyer would render Ren Qingyun's method of interrogation untenable. Qin Shouxin stated, Xiao Wan, accompany me to meet him, and aim to prolong the encounter. It is impossible to allow them to see their son, but we cannot obstruct the lawyer. He signaled to Ren Qingyun. Striding out, only Su Changhua and the deputy team remained. How could they delay? Inside, Zhou Kai's frantic cries echoed. Stop squeezing. Stop squeezing. I will cooperate. I will cooperate. I have nothing to hide. I will speak freely. He would accept imprisonment, even the death penalty, but absolutely could not endure such torment. In Ren Qingyun's eyes, he perceived only madness and delight, devoid of any intention to inquire further. This was a lunatic, not to be trifled with. Bian Lu, observing the scene, blinked in surprise. Had he submitted so swiftly? It appeared their interrogation had lacked sufficient intensity. The other party was completely unafraid. I shall summon someone else to continue the interrogation. It was evident that Ren Qingyun and his team were no longer necessary. Any seasoned detective could take over. Ren Qingyun nodded, as a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Heavens, the host truly possesses the qualities of a demonic sovereign, recklessly imposing authority within the Shantian sect's punishment hall, exuding power and dominance. The reward of demon shock aura can instill fear in all criminals, causing them to tremble in your presence. Excellent, excellent. Ren Qingyun praised this reward, feeling elated. Henceforth, criminals would instinctively fear him. This was simply splendid. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Zhou Kai was paralyzed with terror, wetting himself in an instant. The pungent odor of urine swiftly permeating the small interrogation room. I spoke incessantly, begging you not to take action. My eyes were vacant, and my murmurs were a mere echo of the earlier bravado I displayed upon entering. The two seasoned detectives who strode in had previously interrogated me for 2 hours. They had never witnessed such a sight. They raised their thumbs in commendation, exclaiming, the youth indeed possess myriad methods. We are impressed. Bao Wensheng has arrived. Devise a strategy to interrogate Bao Yu. It is likely to be quite challenging. Although Zhou Kai may have faltered, Bao Yu is aware of his father's presence and will undoubtedly remain silent. Ren Qingyun narrowed his eyes, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as he remarked, No matter, I shall take a look. It would be best to unearth everything, laying bare all criminal records. After exchanging pleasantries with the two, Ren Qingyun stepped out on his own. He fortuitously spotted a man clad in a white shirt, carrying a briefcase, sporting a side-parted hairstyle reminiscent of a trader, and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, being escorted by the police into another interrogation room. Ordinarily, lawyers in Longwell lack the right to attend hearings. However, the affluent often seek exceptions, and under pressure, one cannot obstruct too forcefully. Bian Lu appeared somewhat disheartened, weakly stating, Shall we proceed? With a lawyer present, you shall not be permitted to act. It is quite easy to become the accused. Chapter 27. Each one's display of power. Ren Qingyun was acutely aware that, in a normal course of legal proceedings, the use of torture to extract confessions is strictly prohibited. Moreover, with a lawyer present, it would be tantamount to courting disaster. Nonetheless, he had alternative methods at his disposal. Zhou Kai was too inexperienced to hold out for long, leaving no time for the use of the eye of divine retribution. It was just the right moment to test his approach on Bao Yu. They needed to secure a conviction. How could they let him slip away? The two men proceeded towards another interrogation room, one following the other. In the dimly lit chamber, numerous leaders observed and debated amongst themselves. Bao Yu was exceedingly arrogant, and at this juncture, without the means to employ coercive tactics, it seemed unlikely they would extract any useful information. Bao Yu was already aware that his father had arrived, undoubtedly leading him to become even more brazen, rendering their efforts futile. They hoped that Ren Xingyun could uncover some valuable intelligence. Most held little faith in him, given the constraints against the use of violence. Su Chongguo wore a smirk, eager to witness how he would navigate this challenge. He remarked, "We must have sufficient confidence in the youth. Perhaps he might indeed uncover something." This statement was intended to instill a glimmer of hope, only to amplify the disappointment following a potential failure, thereby diminishing Ren Xingyun's influence within the precinct. A formidable presence, such as his, was not to be tolerated among the ranks of rookie officers. Unbeknownst to Ren Xingyun, he entered the interrogation room trailing behind Bien Liu. Bao Yu sat nonchalantly in the interrogation chair, exuding an air of complete relaxation. Behind him stood his recently arrived lawyer, who appeared equally self-assured. Upon seeing Ren Xingyun, Bao Yu raised his hand to mimic the act of firing a gun, brazenly declaring, "You broke my nose, and I will certainly strip you of your skin, forcing you to grovel at my feet. If you beg for mercy now, I might let you go this time." Despite being in an interrogation room, he was outrageously audacious, behaving as though he were the master of the situation. Even Bien Liu found it challenging to keep his blood pressure in check. Threatening a police officer, one could consult the lawyer to determine the potential sentence. The cameras were recording, providing ample evidence. Regardless of his understanding, it was time to establish dominance. The lawyer nonchalantly stated, "It's merely a joke between two individuals of similar age. I see nothing amiss." He then leaned closer to Bao Yu, saying, "Young master, there's no need to engage in a quarrel with him right now." While he said little more, the implication was clear. Once they exited, there would be repercussions for Ren Xingyun. Ren Xingyun, upon hearing this, smiled slyly and replied, "I shall remember your words. Allow me to inform you. You have no opportunity left." He casually picked up the previous interrogation record, which contained only the name and age, with the rest left blank. It was likely that these details were gathered from investigative sources, not from Bao Yu's responses. Armed assaults on police officers, multiple charges compounded, no less than a decade. Possession and trafficking of narcotics exceeding 3 kilograms, punishable by death. If you're not sentenced to immediate execution, it is merely a sign of the heavens turning a blind eye. As he spoke, he gestured towards his own arm. The lawyer beside him cleared his throat and interjected, "First, let me clarify that you did not identify yourself as a police officer at that time. Instead, you charged at the vehicle like a madman. My client was acting in self-defense. As for illegal possession of firearms, this is not an issue concerning my client. He merely stumbled upon a weapon in the vehicle. Regarding drug possession and trafficking, such accusations are purely slanderous. The vehicle is not registered in my client's name, and he was not the one driving. He merely happened to be in that car. The harm caused to you can at most be considered excessive self-defense." Upon hearing this, Bao Yu gave him a thumbs up, indicating professionalism. All charges, including the serious ones, have no connection to him. The lawyer continued, "Conversely, this officer must have at least 2 officers present while executing duties, and must clearly display their credentials and identity. May I ask, did you comply with this requirement? Is there not a suspicion of personal vendetta in damaging another's vehicle? You may pursue drug dealers, but you have inflicted bodily harm upon our client, for which accountability must be established. Of course, we are not concerned with your official duties. We merely reserve the right to seek accountability." Not only did he clear Bao Yu of all charges, but he also countered by stating that there were flaws in the officer's enforcement of the law. Bien Liu, gritting his teeth in anger, found himself at a loss for words. Facing an armed drug dealer, only a fool would present their badge. Yet, this matter could not be openly discussed. Behind the one-way glass, numerous captains sighed in exasperation. Confronted with the lawyer's eloquence, they felt a sense of helplessness in articulating their case. Unless concrete evidence is obtained, one will always find a way to deflect blame. Su Chongguo wore a faint smile, eager to observe how the naive Ren Xingyun would react. If he were to strike, that would indeed be fortuitous. Unfortunately, the anticipated action from Ren Xingyun never transpired. With a cold chuckle, seated behind the interrogation table, he declared, "What you say holds no weight. We have obtained the surveillance footage from the parking lot, along with fingerprints on the bag and the firearm. I hope that when it comes to sentencing, you will respond fluidly to the evidence of the fingerprints. Of course, our discussion today is not about this matter. It pertains to your murder case, for we have received an anonymous video and are formally questioning you." This statement left all observers utterly bewildered. How had the situation shifted from apprehending a drug dealer to accusing him of murder? Although Bien Liu was astonished, he faithfully fulfilled his role as the recorder and began taking notes. Ren Xingyun, in an instant, sacrificed a drop of his blood to employ the eye of divine retribution. In that moment, the dark red aura swirling above Bao Yu's head began to tremble and transform into a long string of inscriptions. Demon Lord, Bao Yu, April 2004. Murdered Lu Feng, buried the body on the island in Qingshan Park. Commenced drug trafficking in April 2004, having delivered 5 tons to date. June 2005, murdered Xue Daba. Buried the body in the cement piles of the underground of Binhai International. April 3, 2010, murdered Lu Yin, buried under the campus rockery. May 2010, murdered Lu Pingping and Guan Ping, resulting in death through abuse, buried in Shaolu village on the outskirts of the city. Over the course of 7 years, he had killed 29 individuals, trafficked 5 tons of drugs, and engaged in debauchery, among other heinous acts, making him a figure of unparalleled infamy. No wonder he is referred to as the Demon Lord by the system. His methods are exceedingly ruthless. However, there is no mention of drug production or bribery among his crimes. Originally wearing a sinister smile, his expression now darkened completely, revealing an unmistakable intent to kill. 7 years ago, Bao Yu just turned 18 and had already descended into such madness, which explained his audacity to conceal himself within the university campus. Lawless and unrestrained, he took a deep breath, slowly rose to his feet, picked up his notebook, and approached the table. His mind raced with thoughts on how to articulate the unspeakable crimes in the form of a confession. Within the interrogation room, the atmospheric pressure plummeted, as if brewing the calm before a storm. The previously arrogant Bao Yu shrank back, his gaze fixating on his lawyer. He sensed an overwhelming ferocity emanating from Ren Xingyun, as if he might pounce at any moment to tear a piece of flesh away. The lawyer cleared his throat, hastily asserting, "What do you intend to do? Coerced confessions lead to mistakes. Do not transgress the law." Sensing that something ominous was about to unfold, Ren Xingyun abruptly commanded, "Get out. Lawyers do not possess the right to eavesdrop. You may only observe from outside." Startled, the lawyer stammered as he retreated. The instant he closed the interrogation room door, Ren Xingyun unleashed his formidable presence and asked gravely, "When did you begin killing?" Bao Yu trembled, feeling as though Ren Xingyun could see straight into his soul. His breath quickening. Chapter 28. Stop guessing. You are the devil. Bien Liu nearly spat out his drink. Such a question could only be uttered by a fool. Yet, what a surprise. The intention was to catch one off guard. The leaders behind the one-way glass felt a chill run down their spines at the sudden sharpness of the inquiry. Even if one were to commit murder, would they truly confess? The lawyer quickly realized that Ren Xingyun might be employing manipulative tactics and urgently shouted inside, "Young master, they may be attempting to elicit a confession. Please refrain from speaking." He was acutely aware that criminals often slip up when they speak too much, and he could not afford to grant Ren Xingyun any opportunity. After a shout, he was pulled away by the criminal police, and the door to the interrogation room was shut. Bao Yu understood the situation and remained silent, enduring the immense pressure brought by Ren Xingyun. Ren Xingyun's expression did not waver. Instead, he fixated on Bao Yu, his right hand resting on the notebook as he said, "Since you are unwilling to speak, let me take a guess. In 2002 at the age of 16, you wouldn't dare? In 2003 at 17, you didn't take action? In 2005 at 19, you had a look of relief just now? In 2004 at 18, is that correct?" Everyone could see Bao Yu's legs retracting, a flicker of terror passing through his eyes. Bien Liu internally exclaimed, "What the hell? Can this really work?" The captain behind the one-way glass gasped. Is this truly how one conducts an interrogation? A murder from 2004, and no one reported it for 7 years. My heavens, is he really just an intern? If this truly uncovers a murder charge, not even the heavens could save him. Hurry, continue. In contrast to the excitement of the crowd, Su Changhua, arms crossed, wore an extremely grim expression. He had intended to pressure a rookie officer into the interrogation, thinking that after 24 hours, they could easily walk away. Never did he expect that Ren Qingyun might actually pry open Bao Yu's lips. Unbeknownst to them, Ren Qingyun was already aware of the outcome and was merely working backwards. He continued, "Your legs are retracting, your pupils are dilating. It seems the memory of your first murder is still fresh. Who was your victim? An enemy? No. A strict upbringing? No. A stepmother? No. A classmate? Your fingers twitched. Quick, retrieve the student list from when he was 18. Bao Yu's breathing became increasingly labored as Bian Lu swiftly tapped on the computer, searching for the list from that time. The numerous leaders behind the one-way glass gaped. Their emotions stirred, fists clenched, eagerly awaiting confirmation of the case. Before long, Ren Qingyun procured the list and once again faced Bao Yu, directly reading aloud the first name, Lu Feng. Everyone observed Bao Yu's body jerk back in evident fright. Ren Qingyun grinned wickedly and said, "It seems the deceased has suddenly awakened your memory. It was him, at 18, your first murder, nervous, fearful. You would have called your father immediately, wouldn't you? Ah, but you didn't tea?" With a deliberately puzzled expression, he continued to speculate. "Did you tell your stepmother?" No. Did you inform the bodyguard?" "Ah, the corners of your mouth are turned upwards, and I have guessed correctly once more." Turning to Bian Lu, I instructed, "Investigate the bodyguard on duty at 1800 hours. There must have been a resignation or promotion. Come, let me take another guess at the time of the murder. March? No. May? You have relaxed again. April. Look into the changes among the bodyguards in April." Bian Lu's fingers tapped back and forth, busily noting down information while searching for the initial circumstances. "Someone come quickly. I'm overwhelmed," he shouted towards the one-way glass. In fact, a keen-eyed veteran detective in his 30s was already observing and swiftly stepped inside to assist in the investigation. The lawyer stood at the door, anxiously tugging at his hair, feeling an immense threat looming. Ren Qingyun remained unfazed by their actions. Continuing to speculate. "Let's guess the burial site, Dongshan Road?" "Incorrect. Qingyan Road?" "No. Qingshan Road." "Your eyes are darting quickly. Qingshan Road. Let us check for any locations suitable for a burial." Without turning his head, he shouted to the officers behind him. "Qingshan Park." Bian Lu promptly provided the answer. As he was all too familiar with the area, Ren Qingyun immediately pulled up a map of Qingshan Park on his phone, saying, "Now, let us continue guessing the specific location. Northeast? No, northwest. No. Ah, on the water surface? Yes, right here. Quickly, send criminal investigation personnel to the island in the center of Qingshan Park to excavate the body from 7 years ago. Searching for Lu Feng's relatives for a swift comparison. His first murder must have left numerous traces. The first murder case took 10 minutes to unravel from Bao Yu's subtle expressions. Bian Lu commanded under the one-way mirror. Team 1, engage immediately. The captain of Team 1 promptly took out his phone, ready to rush out of the room, nearly colliding with Xiao Wan and Qian Shouxin. Xiao Wan was visibly displeased and scolded. "What are you doing? Careless and reckless." "Xiao Ju, Ren Qingyun has uncovered the murder case and located the burial site. Bao Yu will certainly be detained for 48 hours. He cannot escape." "Ah." Xiao Wan was momentarily stunned. Qian Shouxin blinked rapidly and entered the room. After 10 minutes of grappling with Bao Wensheng, he felt utterly exhausted, overwhelmed. If it weren't for the other party requesting silence, who knows how long this would drag on. Now, at last, I have heard some good news. Is it true? The truth will be revealed once the body is excavated. I'll inform the criminal investigation team right away. The captain called out and dashed off. In this perilous murder case, at least a 48-hour detention is necessary. If it is confirmed that Bao Yu committed the murder, the drug trafficking becomes less significant. We can take our time. Xiao Wan strode into the compartment with a face full of elation. He could see the lawyer's expression was extremely grim, utterly at a loss. Even with all his resources, the lawyer could do nothing as they merely spoke. He had no means to intervene. Should evidence truly be found, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this very moment, Ren Qingyun spoke again. Come, let's continue. I believe that since you evaded capture after your first murder, you are emboldened by luck and will strike again. As usual, let us begin by guessing the time. Mayhap it was in May 2004? No murders then? That cannot be right. June 2004? Bingo. Indeed, you have killed once more. Everyone present gazed at Bao Yu's expression of sheer terror, as if they had encountered a ghost. Who was the victim? With graduation approaching in June, it must have been a classmate. How tragic it is to be your peer, to be slain yet again. Let me peruse the list. Ren Xingyun repeated the previous steps, unearthing yet another burial site. Qian Shouxin pointed at him, tilting his head to glance at the surrounding officers, unable to restrain his curiosity. How can this be so precise? 2 lives lost. This certainly qualifies as a major case. Has he studied micro-expressions? Xiao Wan's face bloomed into a smile resembling a chrysanthemum, stating, if a corpse were truly unearthed, there would undoubtedly be numerous traces. It would be inescapable. Micro-expressions are part of university coursework. Surely he has encountered them. When Ren Xingyun deduced the location of the third body, Bao Yu could no longer maintain his composure. Even closing his eyes and resting his head down proved futile, as he could not suppress his involuntary gestures. No more guessing. No more guessing. You are the devil. I did not commit any of these acts. It was all your wild conjecturing. He was convinced that even if a body were discovered, it would bear no relevance, for the act of burial was not his doing. Yet Ren Xingyun remained undeterred, continuing, Come, let us continue to guess when your final murder took place. Chapter 29. To the bottom of it, these words seemed like an incantation, suppressing all of Bao Yu's resistance. He shrank back in his chair like a quail. His eyes reddened as he fixed a heavy gaze upon Ren Xingyun, his breath unusually labored. Ignoring the murderous glare directed at him, Ren Xingyun continued, I believe that when you first committed murder, you were undoubtedly cautious, leaving minimal traces. But 7 years have passed. Given your current arrogance, I am certain that you have not been so meticulous. You think no one would discover your crimes, that no one dares to expose your misdeeds. Am I right? Ah, you've recoiled. I have guessed correctly again. Bao Yu clearly felt the threat and adopted a defensive posture, which Ren Xingyun observed with a sinister smile as he continued. June? July? May? Ah, in May you must have just committed murder, leaving plenty of evidence behind. Let me take a wild guess. Was it a man or a woman? Oh, why did you kill a woman? Did she reject your affections? Was it a refusal of the young master's invitation? Or perhaps she inadvertently stumbled upon your illegal activities. Very well, let's venture to guess how many lives you have taken. Bao Yu's face was a mask of terror, convinced that Ren Xingyun was already aware of all his transgressions and was toying with him. He pounded the table with his fists, his expression twisted in rage as he shouted, Stop guessing. I beg you, please stop. I won't retaliate against you, all right? He had never imagined he would be cornered to the point of having no secrets left. Ren Xingyun remained unfazed, methodically continuing his conjectures. Meanwhile, the numerous leaders behind the one-way glass observed Bao Yu, who was on the brink of collapse, with expressions of delight. Qian Shouxin smiled and praised. Ren Xingyun possesses exceptional comprehensive qualities. He is certainly worthy of vigorous cultivation. Xiao Wan's face twitched as he spoke solemnly. The more information Xiao uncovers, the more responsibility I feel. With so many missing persons cases and no reports filed, although Ren Xingyun has unearthed the murders, he has also severely embarrassed the police department. Su Chonghua clenched his fists, his teeth grinding. If it weren't for his desire to avoid suspicion, he would have already stepped out to make a phone call. He never anticipated Ren Xingyun's terrifying capabilities in effortlessly uncovering criminal records. Especially alarming was the discovery of a murder from a month prior. The remnants of evidence would surely surpass imagination. Even if his father was Li Gang, it would be of no use. The lawyer standing outside the interrogation room was utterly dumbfounded. A murder just a month ago? He could only hope that insufficient evidence would be found, perhaps leaving a glimmer of chance. Just as everyone was engulfed in shock, Ren Xingyun had already pinpointed the location of the concealed bodies and declared loudly, 2 female university students in the outskirts of Shaolu village. Hurry, immediately go to the scene. They should not have fully decomposed yet, leaving more traces. A team leader rushed out once again to relay the message to the Criminal Investigation Unit. The hearts of Xiao Wan and the others, which had been suspended in uncertainty, finally found relief. As long as they obtained the evidence, a conviction was imminent. Even if Bao Wensheng were extraordinarily powerful, he could not shield a murderer from justice. Su Changhua swallowed hard, feeling that all his plans had unraveled. Regardless, it is imperative to temper the spirits of these individuals. Ren Xingyun is indeed formidable. Yet one fears that the addresses derived from the interrogation might be fabricated. Half an hour has elapsed since the first burial site was identified. Is there any progress? The deputy director inquires, prompting the captain to make a call. Hello, what is the situation? Have you located it? What? Excavation has commenced. If a body is discovered, please respond immediately. The distance from the police station to Qingshan Park is not considerable. Yet investigating a burial site from 7 years prior undoubtedly consumes a significant amount of time. Fortunately, preliminary results are emerging. Su Changhua finds himself unable to remain composed. Should a body be uncovered and subsequently examined, identifying the perpetrator would be a straightforward task. Even if it were not Bao Yu who committed the act, there would certainly be a connection. And this is merely one individual. There are others yet to be uncovered. Qian Shouxin promptly informs the captain of the 1st Division. Relay the message. The first set of remains has been discovered. He aims to thoroughly dismantle Bao Yu's psychological defenses. Understood. The captain swiftly exits the room and enters the interrogation chamber, conveying the situation directly. The criminal investigation team has unearthed the first body. Further examinations are ongoing, and we anticipate a trace detection report shortly. Upon hearing this, the determination and ferocity in Bao Yu's gaze swiftly morph into despair. Once a body is found, it becomes exceedingly difficult for him to distance himself from the situation. Particularly concerning are the most recent bodies. He admits he has not dealt with them extensively, having been caught up in a frenzy. Despite uttering not a word, the opposing party seems to know everything. Despair and fear consume his thoughts. You are a devil. You are a devil. You are not human. He murmurs, teetering on the brink of collapse. The lawyer, standing at the doorway, upon hearing the news, can no longer maintain his composure. Continuing the investigation could implicate him in a cover-up, a burden he cannot bear. He resolves to first inform Bao Wensheng. Xiao Wan, noticing his departure, swiftly gestures to Qian Shouxin. It seems we shall have another encounter with Bao Wensheng. Previously, the evidence indeed had its gaps, yet now, with the increased attention time, they can acquire more information. As they exit the partition, they observe Bao Dashing already making his way out of the visitation room. Clad in a purple short-sleeved shirt, blue trousers, crocodile leather shoes, and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, his physique is well-proportioned. His affluence does not betray him, as he appears remarkably well-groomed. He exudes an air of sophistication and intelligence, bearing little resemblance to a cunning merchant. Grasping his mobile phone, which flickers with light, he approaches the two and remarks, "Gentlemen, my son has caused you trouble. If there is no conclusive evidence, I kindly request that you restore his innocence at the earliest opportunity." It seems he has not received specific information, hence still clinging to a glimmer of hope. Qian Shouxin nods and replies, "In our investigations, we never wrong an innocent person, yet we will not spare a guilty one. Regardless of who commits a crime, we shall pursue the matter to the end, with no leniency." His words are resolute, conveying a strong message. Your son's predicament is serious. You cannot shield him. Bao Wensheng, seasoned in the business world, comprehends from a single statement that his son has not withstood the pressure. Thus, one must seek an avenue of retreat. With a forced chuckle, he concurred, "Indeed, your words are most sagacious. If my son were truly at fault, I would certainly not shield him." With that, he excused himself, stating he had a meeting to attend and would return later. He was acutely aware that this formidable figure would not tolerate insolence. However, turning to Xiao Wan, he remarked, "Director Xiao, the incidents of gunfire on campuses and the police resorting to lethal force in the streets indicate a profoundly deteriorating security environment. I must reevaluate my investment strategy. Farewell." Having delivered his veiled threat, he turned on his heel and departed. A glance at his phone revealed but a single terse message. No words were spoken. Yet the scrutiny has intensified. His expression darkened instantaneously, and an aura of lethal intent surfaced upon his elegant visage, his eyes glinting with icy menace. Anyone who met his gaze would feel an instinctive shiver down their spine. Chapter 30. Stop guessing. You frame my father. Qian Shouxin let out a cold snort. His aged face etched with resolve as he declared, attempt to escape? Deploy surveillance throughout the city. He must not leave Nanyan City. How could I be unaware of the transgressions my son has committed over these 7 years? Restrict his exit from the city. Threats? What does it matter if one possesses a fortune of billions? Criminality must be addressed. Xiaowan, equally grim, immediately responded with a resounding yes. If the police are insufficient, we shall call upon the armed police. If the armed police are inadequate, we shall summon the military. As long as there are drug traffickers, we will apprehend them. The red line must not be crossed. Begin mobilizing personnel and set up checkpoints at every intersection. Outside, the power struggles did not interfere with Ren Qingyun within the interrogation room. Let us continue predicting the timing of the next victim. Stop guessing, stop guessing, stop guessing. I said stop guessing. The mere mention of the word guess infuriated Bao Yu, who erupted in rage, his eyes wide and his entire being exuding an almost explosive ferocity. Ren Qingyun sneered, what is this? No need for me to guess anymore. I think my efficiency is quite commendable, less than 10 minutes per prediction. There are still 16 hours left in your detention. Ample time. Rest assured, I will oppose you to the very end. With his left hand holding a notepad and his right grasping a pen, his eyes gleamed with a murderous intent. Had he not been of any use, he would have been eliminated during the apprehension. Bian Lu, observing the nearly broken Bao Yu, sympathetically flicked his fingers. If this line of questioning persisted, even an innocent person might succumb to the unbearable pressure and collapse. It was impossible to conceal the secrets within, inciting profound terror. Bao Yu slumped in his chair. Resigned as he uttered, I did not do any of this. I want to admit to your guesses. Ya. A wave of exhaustion washed over him, prompting a great yawn. Ren Qingyun chuckled. You don't need to admit anything. As long as there are traces of you on the corpse, whether you confess or not, it would suffice for a death sentence. By the way, once I finish guessing the murders, I will continue to speculate on your drug trafficking history. Does it also date back to April 2004? Everyone watched as Bao Yu suddenly sat upright, terror etched upon his face. Let me guess, where did you obtain the goods for the first time? A bodyguard? A friend? Your father? Wow, you obtained the goods directly from your father? This speculation sent shockwaves through all who heard it, especially Su Changhua, whose complexion changed instantly, nearly dropping his phone. Could it be? If Bao Wensheng were involved in drug trafficking and all his actions were uncovered, it would undoubtedly lead to his ruin. Bian Lu continued to type rapidly on his keyboard, recording the recent dialogue. Bao Yu sprang up, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, fearfully retorting, You're talking nonsense. You're framing my father on purpose, aren't you? I'll fight you. In his heart, he held but one notion. He could face problems himself, but his father must not be implicated. As long as his father remained unscathed, he would surely walk out alive. Yet, Ren Qingyun remarked, Did I guess incorrectly? Then tell me, from whom did you acquire the unique item? Don't deceive me. The inner conviction had already been established, derived from his father's hands. He felt that certain individuals within were unreliable, necessitating a cautious approach. Bao Yu despondently shrank into his chair, murmuring, I don't know, I've forgotten. He buried his head between his hands, pressing it firmly against the small table, utterly refusing to cooperate. Ren Qingyun reiterated, Since you are unwilling to speak, let us continue speculating about the recent corpses. Before he could finish, Bao Yu, who had just acted like a quail, suddenly raised his head in a frenzied manner, shouting, Damn it, stop guessing, stop talking. Can you let me have some peace? I have never encountered such a relentless officer, one who can drive a person to the brink without laying a hand on them. Speaking or remaining silent makes no difference. The outcome is inescapable, the death penalty. Recognizing his breakdown, Ren Qingyun said, I won't guess anymore. You tell me, who did you kill in April? Bao Yu instinctively shuddered, responding, I didn't kill anyone. It turned out he had indeed taken a life in April. Who was it? A classmate? A teacher? A man? Or is the body buried? In the park, on the outskirts of the city, on campus. Quickly, under the rockery of Nantian University campus. Ren Qingyun shouted again to the people inside. Xiao Wan and the others were thoroughly convinced. Although some time had been lost, they had uncovered yet another corpse. Qian Shouxin understood that Bao Yu had completely broken down. He left the captain to coordinate and led the others back to the meeting room. I believe that as the interrogation continues, a terrifying gang will undoubtedly emerge around Bao Yu. I instructed the criminal investigation team to work diligently and apprehend the suspects promptly. Next, we will examine significant cases, submit your phones, and we will resolve any issues on site. Having sensed the threat, they would not let this opportunity slip away. Once the phone submission phase commenced, everyone immediately realized the gravity of the situation. They would be unable to proactively contact the outside world. Of course, there were designated individuals responsible for each person's phone. Significant matters would be communicated. Su Changhua felt a sudden jolt, surprised by the abruptness of the situation. He quickly took out his phone, switched it off, and placed it on the table. Qian Shouxin retrieved his phone but did not place it on the table. Instead, he stated, "Everyone has just witnessed the interrogation process and should be aware that Bao Wensheng is suspected of drug trafficking. We will begin our investigation into him. This process will not take long, at most 24 hours. So, I appreciate everyone's effort to stay awake together." The mere introduction sent shockwaves through everyone's hearts. They instantly understood that this leader was resolute, initiating a thorough investigation upon detecting a hint of trouble. Despite countless worries weighing on their minds, no one dared to voice them. Our case handling principle is to boldly speculate, yet cautiously verify. Thus, I shall now commence the assignment. As Qian Shouxin launched the investigation into Bao Wensheng, Ren Qingyun had thoroughly driven Bao Yu to the brink of collapse. "I'll talk, is that not sufficient? Please stop guessing," he exclaimed. "Even as a ghost, I want to let you off the hook, boo-hoo." He could no longer bear it, and amidst tears, began to confess. As Ren Qingyun listened to the situation he was briefed about, it closely mirrored his own observations. He spoke softly to Bian Lu. "Bian, I believe my involvement is no longer necessary. I wish to change my attire and return home. I'm deeply concerned that after what he has divulged, there may be retaliation against my family. You are aware of the threats posed by Bao Yu, which have already circulated throughout the entire narcotics enforcement team." Bian Lu, recognizing that Ren's role here was concluded, responded, "Very well, do take care. It is unfortunate that you cannot carry a firearm at this moment. It would afford you greater safety." He too harbored fears that Bao Wensheng, driven to desperation, might indeed take action against Ren Qingyun's family. Drug traffickers never engage in reasoned discourse. Ren Qingyun excused himself to the restroom, changed his clothes, and walked toward the entrance. Just as he was about to descend the stairs, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Host, exercise utmost caution. You have been targeted by several demon lords. As a demon sovereign, you must instill absolute intimidation. After subjugation, escape from the Xintian sect." Wait, someone has locked onto me? Chapter 31. Are you not going to speak? Everyone shall perish. Ren Qingyun cast a sweeping glance around, his exceptional eyesight swiftly identifying an individual in a Mercedes fixated upon him. Even through the tinted windows, the figure was unmistakably visible. Were they tailing him? Did they intend to take his life? Regardless of their motives, he felt compelled to impart an unforgettable lesson. Riding a motorcycle seemed perilous. Thus, he decided to borrow Bai Chongshan's Buick 18. "I'll give you a ride, but you must hold on tight." Bai Chongshan, oblivious to the situation, felt compelled to join upon hearing that someone was tailing them. Ren Qingyun waved his hand dismissively. "Do not accompany me. I fear I might not protect you adequately, and they may not even be focused on me." He reached for the body camera, stating this can be lent to me. Declining his offer of companionship, he secured the camera to the collar of his shirt and drove off. Indeed, as soon as he exited, the Mercedes followed closely behind. A few demonic lords? Their hands must be stained with blood. "Let us see how I shall annihilate you." Muttering under his breath, he memorized the license plate number of the Mercedes and quickly sent it to Bai Chongshan, saying, "Utilize the system to investigate whose vehicle this is." "Understood." Bai Chongshan replied succinctly with but a single word. Shortly thereafter, another message arrived, registered under the Bell Group, a company vehicle. Although Ren Qingyun had anticipated this, he was still somewhat taken aback. The speed of retaliation was astonishing. He casually remarked, "Send me the license plate numbers of all luxury vehicles under the Bell Group. I wish to ascertain if there are any others nearby." Since they intended to make a move against him, they must possess exceptional marksmanship. For individuals alone should not be able to inflict harm upon him. Before long, a long string of license plate numbers arrived. Most belonged to vehicles registered in Nanyan City, all seemingly operating within the city limits. "Come on, let's see how many there are." After cruising for 2 blocks, he noted 2 additional Mercedes, alternating in their pursuit alongside the first vehicle. Ren Qingyun leisurely navigated through the sunset's afterglow, searching for an opportunity. They would not dare act in a crowded area, as it would incite greater panic. Escaping would be a challenge. It was imperative to neutralize them first. Otherwise, they would bring danger to his doorstep. Driving amidst the evening rush hour, he gradually steered towards the mountains, where the traffic was comparatively sparse, providing them an opportunity to strike. Nanyan City was replete with hills, the urban landscape undulating. After some contemplation, he directed his vehicle towards Shaolu village. Should his car become inoperative, it would be wise to seek assistance from the homicide detectives for the excavation of bodies. Just as he reached the outskirts of the city, 3 Mercedes brazenly approached, encircling his car from 3 sides. From the left side Mercedes, a head emerged, brandishing a gun and signaling for him to lower his window. How audacious! Are they truly making a move? Ren Qingyun activated the body camera, unbuckled his seatbelt, and casually opened the car door. If trouble were to arise, he would need to leap from the vehicle. Otherwise, he would be riddled with bullets. He then lowered the window, coldly inquiring, "What do you intend to do?" Slightly adjusting his position, he ensured the individual's face was captured on camera. Once again, he lamented the inability to carry a firearm. It was exceedingly perilous, leaving him without means for counteraction. At this moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. A mere lunatic dares to threaten the Demon Lord? Intimidate him. Seize the artifacts of the Shantian sect and eliminate him completely. We must not allow this wretched creature to undermine our dignity. The system conveyed an impression that the members of the demon sect would kill at will, and when faced with the Shantian sect, they would flee if possible. There was a palpable sense of bullying the weak while fearing the strong. The man in the passenger seat brandished a handgun, his scorpion tattoo on the back of his hand appearing particularly menacing. Chewing gum with a look of disdain, he sneered, "Come with us. Someone wants to see you. A few $100 a month? What are you risking your life for?" Upon hearing this, Ren Qingyun felt a slight relief. It seemed they wouldn't kill him immediately. His mind raced. Should he seize the gun and retaliate, or venture into the lion's den to meet the adversary? Coldly, he inquired, "Who?" The tattooed man's eyes flashed with ferocity as he taunted, "Why ask? You'll find out when you get there. Turn right at the next intersection. Don't even think about running. There are 12 guns trained on you." A decrepit old car against one man, and they were clearly reveling in their perceived superiority, which would irk anyone who witnessed it. Ren Qingyun contemplated that turning right would lead to a road directly to the seaside, with a wealthy villa area on the left and the ocean view on the right. Disposing of a body in the sea would save them the trouble of burying it. Taking a deep breath as they approached the turn, he coldly declared, "Not going to speak? Then perish." With that, as he turned the corner, he slammed on the brakes and swiftly turned the steering wheel to the left. His left hand shot out like lightning, grasping the adversary's handgun. The sudden inertia caused the enemy's arm to swing towards the car window, and before he could pull the trigger, the force made him relinquish his grip. Crack! Despite the quick release, his arm was still shattered by the window, eliciting a blood-curdling scream. Ah! The Buick's left front bumper collided violently with the Mercedes on the right, painting the air with flakes of black paint like falling snow. Bang! The Mercedes behind slammed into the Buick, producing a dull thud. Ren Qingyun engaged the handbrake with his right hand while swiftly checking the handgun with his left. There were bullets, but only 7. Though his body was jolted by the impact, it did not hinder his speed. He flung open the car door, executed a roll, and landed on the fast lane. Rising, he darted forward like a cheetah, rushing alongside the rear Mercedes. The occupants had just settled in, drawing their guns to aim outside. The window rolled down, revealing 4 fierce faces, their expressions filled with surprise and anger. However, that fury swiftly transformed into terror. Ren Xingyun's gun had already unleashed a barrage of bullets. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 individuals, seated in different positions, were struck in the head, blood spraying and splattering throughout the cabin. Creak! The Mercedes pushed the Buick 10 meters forward, emitting plumes of smoke. Taking advantage of the vehicle's cover, Ren Xingyun seized the handgun from a burly man seated in the back. The ammunition was plentiful. The 2 cars ahead had come to a halt, and their occupants were rushing out. Surrounded by Buicks and Benzes, he relentlessly fired at his silhouette. Bang, bang, bang. Crash! The sound echoed as the car doors were perforated, windows shattered, and sparks flew from the hood, while bullets whizzed past his ears. Each alteration in the scene was acutely sensed by Ren Xingyun, as if endowed with a divine perspective, perceiving the entirety of the unfolding drama. After 4 swift maneuvers, he finally discerned an angle of attack between the 2 vehicles. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots rang out, resulting in the immediate demise of 3 individuals. With a swift motion, he forcefully hurled the empty handgun to the left, and as they recoiled in astonishment, Ren Xingyun had already circled to the front of the Buick. Bang, bang, bang. Another 3 shots followed, claiming the lives of 3 more, their bodies crashing heavily to the ground. In a mere 2 seconds, only one remained. The Demon Lord, struck on the head by the handgun, stared in terror at the scene before him. Come out, damn it! His voice trembled, the handgun wavering as it pointed towards the rear of the 2 vehicles, anxiously awaiting the emergence of a figure. Just as he quaked with fear, the Benz on the expressway began to emit exhaust, preparing to flee. Chapter 32. Another death, leave me behind. Ren Xingyun crouched behind a Buick, aware that the remaining individuals were preparing to flee upon hearing the engines rev instantly. He sprawled on the ground and fired from behind the front tire. Bang! A bullet struck the tire. Bang! It found its mark on the right foot of the 7th man. Ah, damn! The man cried out in agony, dropping to the ground. Bang! Another shot hit a different tire of the Mercedes. Creak! Boom! The tire exploded, sending the vehicle crashing into a nearby tree. Bang! A bullet struck the arm of the crouching Demon Lord. 4 shots in a mere 2 seconds. Ren Xingyun, pressed against the earth, suddenly surged forward, causing the 7th man, who was poised to shoot, to miss his target. By the time he regained his senses, Ren Xingyun was already upon him, delivering a powerful kick that sent the man's eyes flying, his head crashing heavily onto the ground. Without pausing, he swiftly checked his magazine, finding 1 bullet remaining, and dashed toward the Mercedes. Inside the driver's seat, the airbags had failed to deploy, and the burly man was struggling to rise from the steering wheel. Panic etched across his face as he attempted to exit the vehicle. As he opened the door, Ren Xingyun was already upon him, seizing his arm with an explosive force. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, he shattered the man's left hand, his wrist swelling red, blood seeping through the skin. Ren Xingyun then grasped his right hand, and amidst the man's agonized screams, he replicated the previous destruction, rendering his arm useless. Ah, it hurts. With both arms incapacitated and unable to resist, he was seized by the collar and dragged to the untouched Mercedes. With a violent thrust against the car door, Ren Xingyun demanded, "Where are you taking me?" The man, already trembling with terror, lifted his gaze to meet Ren Xingyun's visage, which bore an otherworldly intensity, causing him to quiver uncontrollably, his mind faltering. The hospital? I don't know." He struggled to divert his gaze, too frightened to make eye contact, repeatedly denying any knowledge. Struggling against the mental pressure exuded by Ren Xingyun, he stammered out, "The hospital?" Ren Xingyun felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Who awaited him at the hospital? Why such a grand display? Could it be Bao Wensheng? With his left hand aiming the gun at the man, he retrieved his phone with his right and immediately called Captain Bien Liu, still in the interrogation room. Captain Bien answered the phone, asking, "What's the matter?" Receiving a call from Ren Xingyun always instilled a sense of dread, as it was invariably accompanied by death. Just as the words left his lips, Ren Xingyun's voice echoed through the phone. On Binhai Road, 12 men opened fire on me. Someone is clearly seeking revenge. 3 vehicles. I've killed 11. I must continue to pursue the lead. The scene was chaotic, blocking the 3 lanes leading out of the city. The ground was littered with corpses of those who had been shot in the head and wrecked vehicles, severely impeding traffic. Captain Bien's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Again, 11 more dead? His voice trembled, startling the 2 individuals he was interrogating. Upon receiving a definitive response, he hastily delegated his current tasks and rushed outside. The captain's thunderous call was met with silence. They were in a meeting, someone informed him. He instructed Ren Xingyun to wait a moment before hastening towards the conference room. Maintain order at the scene. Do not lose your weapons. I will bring assistance immediately. Upon bursting into the office, he discovered everyone engrossed in discussion. Ren Xingyun had fallen victim to a deliberate act of vengeance, resulting in the deaths of 11 individuals, potentially linked to Bao Wensheng. What? Qian Shouxin sprang to his feet, his demeanor chillingly composed. They were strategizing about the deployment when an attack was launched against the benefactor. Xiao Wan's expression turned frigid as he rebuked, "This is lawlessness. They hold our police department in utter contempt." Fortunately, Ren Xingyun was formidable. Had it been another officer, they might have already been silenced. Su Chongwu trembled, his throat constricting, rendering him speechless. The reprisal was alarmingly swift. Bian Lu disregarded their astonishment, declaring, "I will lead a team to the scene to ensure his safety." Qian Shouxin immediately ordered, "First and second teams, deploy at once. Ensure the safety of Ren Xingyun." Such audacity. Immediately mobilize all detectives to scrutinize surveillance along the route. Ascertain any vehicles or individuals tailing Ren Xingyun. Investigate all paths taken by Bao Wensheng after leaving the precinct. We must pinpoint his location. To wield personal force against a state apparatus? Was he out his mind? Bian Lu paid no heed to the details, gathering 2 teams as they sped towards Binhai Road. After ending the call, Ren Xingyun activated the law enforcement recorder, confiscating all firearms from the robust man, totaling 12. He discarded them into a pristine Mercedes that had not suffered any scratches, consolidating the ammunition into 2 magazines. He secured the most manageable weapon at his waist and bound the sole survivor in the passenger seat. His arms were rendered entirely incapacitated, the wrists swollen and darkly bruised. A painful testament to his suffering. With a roar, he started the vehicle and continued onward. After checking his phone, he noted that only an abandoned community hospital lay ahead. The hospital was originally established with noble intentions, chosen for its picturesque seaside view, intended as a sanctuary for the elderly to live out their days peacefully. Yet, after its initial 2 years, it had seen no further residents. Rumor had it that complications from rheumatism had claimed as many as 40 lives, with rheumatic heart disease emerging as the deadliest affliction. Neglected for over 20 years, it had long fallen from public consciousness. However, the robust man instinctively sensed something amiss. He had just acquired 11 drops of vital blood, perfect for singular use to uncover the man's transgressions. Demon Lord, Feng Bei. In November 2003, he murdered a family of 3 and disposed of their bodies. In December 2003, he killed a family of 5 and discarded their remains. In January 2004, he slaughtered the Ho brothers, and in April, aided in burying bodies in Qingshan Park. By May 2004, he had been involved in drug production and trafficking ever since. On July 4, 2010, he participated in the assassination of the Demon Sovereign and was captured. Upon witnessing the 20 or more lives he had taken, and subsequently engaging in the production and trafficking of narcotics, the gravity of his deeds was beyond measure. Even to this day, his attempted self-harm was recorded as a crime. What troubled him profoundly was that while he had a place to bury the bodies, the specific location of his drug manufacturing den remained undisclosed. With the world being so vast, how could one possibly locate it? Ren Xingyun began employing reverse deduction methods to ascertain the meeting points. When did you kill your first victim? Was it in 2003? Am I correct? Will the next intersection require a turn? No, it won't. Did you murder your second victim in 2004? Oh, did I err? Will you turn at the next intersection? You say turning is too far-fetched. Was your most recent homicide in 2009? At the next junction, left or right? A left turn leads to the Highlawn residential complex, while a right turn leads to the fishing port. You deceive me again. The imposing figure beside him listened intently to Ren Qingyun's inquiries. Regardless of whether he answered with a turn or not, it seemed he could accurately discern the correct route. Particularly concerning were the murders from his past, which he had nearly forgotten, yet were precisely recalled through Rin's questioning. You are a ghost. Cease your inquiries. I'm a materialist. Trembling uncontrollably, he gazed out at the ocean, his eyes filled with dread, haunted by the feeling that someone was informing the authorities of his transgressions. Unbeknownst to him, the body camera remained operational. Just as they were nearing the nursing home, Ren Qingyun's phone suddenly erupted with a ringing sound. Chapter 33. Unfortunate news. Investigative findings. Ren Qingyun chose to halt by the roadside, picking up the phone to find it was his older sister, whom he had parted ways with earlier that morning. A sudden wave of foreboding washed over him as he answered the call. A tense voice emerged from the receiver. Little brother, where are you? Hearing his sister's voice, Ren Qingyun exhaled in relief, yet remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings as he replied, I am on a mission. What is the matter? His sister's voice came through again, laced with concern. Do you know what our parents are up to? I called them, but no one answered. Could you perhaps give them a call? Upon hearing this, Ren Qingyun's previously relaxed demeanor darkened, his apprehension intensifying. Did the vendetta of those drug traffickers extend to his parents? Nevertheless, he responded, Sister, try not to panic. Ask Mr. Zhang. They might be attending some event. I'm currently driving, so please check with him first. All right, Ren Qingyun replied before hanging up. Ren Qingyun then turned to glance at the imposing figure beside him and inquired, You lot haven't laid hands on my parents, have you? Observing every subtle change in his expression, he discerned a flicker of surprise and disbelief in the depths of his eyes. Not you? Then who? The figure, evidently disregarding his question, bellowed, Our boss has taken your parents. It would be wise to spare me. Otherwise, your family will face annihilation, not a soul left. The venomous words threatened Ren Qingyun. In a fit of rage, he struck the assailant in the ribs, rebuking, Who gave you the right to speak? Stop your nonsense. Who is it then? His heart raced, desperately suppressing the rising tide of panic. His eyes landed on the community hospital ahead, encased in a ring of blue metal sheeting. As if undergoing renovations, his acute hearing detected an unsettling silence. He needed to investigate further, casting a glance at the burly man who was gasping for breath. His face flushed with distress, Ren Qingyun asked, Are the people you mentioned inside the hospital? The figure promptly shut his eyes, seemingly oblivious to the inquiry. The system offered no guidance. Had he ventured to the wrong location? Equipped with a handgun, he extinguished all vehicle lights, swiftly incapacitating the brute with a punch, and silently approached the blue sheeting. At first glance, something felt amiss. There were security cameras, the latest models, swiveling and scanning the area. How peculiar for a derelict community hospital, abandoned for 2 decades, to be monitored so meticulously. Determined to uncover the truth, Ren Qingyun braved the sea breeze, the acrid scent of chemicals wafting through the air. In the distance, he could faintly hear whispers. He stealthily infiltrated the premises for a thorough examination, particularly scrutinizing the cameras as he circled to the seaward side. The stench intensified, becoming overwhelmingly pungent. The encircling metal sheeting had several gaps and openings, through which beams of light pierced the darkness. It was night in a desolate wilderness at an abandoned community hospital, with a noxious odor of chemicals permeating the air and lights flickering. Ren Qingyun had begun to envision the worst possible scenario. Adjusting his angle, he caught sight of 2 figures clad in white protective suits, gas masks dangling from their necks, seated under dim lighting, smoking. In the distance, several trucks loading cargo flickered with lights. However, the focal point was not these vehicles, but rather the individuals standing beside them, each wielding an AK-47. Despite the rampant drug trade in Nanyuan City, it was his first encounter with such formidable firearms. He immediately checked the law enforcement camera, confirming that half of its battery remained, and directed it toward the armed individuals, zooming in meticulously. With his left hand, he retrieved his phone, setting it to vibrate mode, and called Bien Liu, unaware of the situation unfolding inside. He deemed it imperative to report. At that moment, the system's voice finally arrived. The Demon Lord possesses remarkable skills, having discovered the lair of the demonic elixir. Should this location be secured, a vast number of demons could be controlled. Please proceed boldly, subduing all demons, and make a grand escape from the Xintian sect. The notification felt rather unsettling. Meanwhile, Bien Liu, with sirens blaring, arrived at the shooting scene after a brief interval of 10 minutes. 11 bodies lay scattered across the area, including 3 elusive A-level fugitives and 5 B-level fugitives. Comparing the scene to the wanted list featuring by Chongshan and others, they began to discuss amongst themselves. Heavens, Ren Xingyun is extraordinarily impressive. Just capturing 4 A-level fugitives warrants a first-class merit. Not to mention, there are still 5 B-level ones. This is monumental. Have you considered how Ren Xingyun survived encounters with such ruthless individuals? I am more curious about who orchestrated such a grand gathering of wanted criminals. Their capabilities are formidable. Stop pondering. Our role is merely to collect the bodies. Do you realize how many we've encountered over the last 2 days? The number surpasses all previous cases combined. Bien Liu, is it necessary to document the traces? As he was reconstructing the scene, Bien Liu lamented Ren Xingyun's unparalleled marksmanship, with the twilight casting shadows. How could he achieve such precision, with every shot landing on the head? Only one victim had suffered a gruesome demise, having had their skull crushed. Upon hearing a question from an officer, Bai Chongshan interjected loudly. No need. He took my law enforcement camera. There should be a record. What a pity for my vehicle. It's utterly beyond repair. The Buick's hood was raised, its windows shattered, several holes punctured in the doors, and a tire blown out. The sedan had nearly transformed into a hatchback, rendering repairs unnecessary. As Bai Chongshan expressed his grievances, a notification chimed on Bien Liu's phone, causing another wave of frustration. Upon answering, he immediately exclaimed, "Please don't tell me. Another death has occurred?" He had clearly instructed Ren Xingyun to wait at the scene, yet he had driven away independently. Presumably, something else had transpired. Ren Xingyun's voice came through. Bien, I've discovered a drug production den. Hurry and provide backup. Follow that road straight to the fishing port. Then turn southeast towards the community hospital. His voice was barely above a whisper, yet Bien Liu felt as though struck by lightning, shouting, "No way, is this for real?" The previous days had merely targeted the downstream. Dismantling a drug production site would indeed be a monumental achievement, possibly warranting collective first-class honors. Thus, he lost his composure and erupted into foul language in public. Even the other busy officers shifted their gazes towards him, captivated by his outburst. Ren Xingyun's voice, lowered, emanated from the phone. "Of course it's true. Hurry over." Bien Liu promptly exclaimed, "Do not act recklessly. Wait for our support. Quickly, all narcotics officers. Check your gear and get in the vehicles. Get in." Reinforce Ren Xingyun. Upon hearing his expletive, everyone's attention was drawn to him, and upon receiving the command, they hastily checked their weapons. Some rushed to the police car, swiftly searching for their bulletproof vests. Only a few forensic officers remained, exchanging glances in confusion. As Bien Liu settled into the vehicle, he barely had time to speak when Ren Xingyun's urgent shout reached his ears. "This is bad. Someone has spotted me. Hurry!" Bang! A gunshot echoed through the air. Chapter 34. Enemy surrounding me. Bien Liu's head buzzed as gunfire echoed from his phone. Even with a mere guess, he could surmise that Ren Xingyun was in peril. After calling out twice without receiving a response, he realized the call had been disconnected. "Hurry to the Seaside Community Hospital." His hands trembled as he hastily dialed Director Xiao Wanjun. The moment the call connected, he shouted, "Director Xiao, I request immediate assistance. Ren Xingyun has discovered a drug manufacturing den, and gunfire has erupted." The officer on the line, a criminal police officer, was momentarily stunned. Then, abruptly regaining his composure, he reported loudly, "Report. BNG has sent word." Upon hearing this, Qian Shouxin and the others instantly rose to their feet. "What? He has located another drug trafficking den?" Xiao Wan's mind raced, struggling to process the information. He turned and rushed to answer the call, inquiring about the specifics. What do you mean by 4A contacts and 5B contacts? Have they all been eliminated? Qian Shouxin and the remaining leaders widened their eyes in astonishment. This was undoubtedly a first-class achievement. If there were significant A contacts involved, it could even lead to a special merit award. And if there were armed guards protecting the drug den, what a tremendous accomplishment that would signify. It seemed that Ren Qingyun, without even formal procedures completed, had once again secured merit. Very well, I will immediately dispatch armed police for support. Xiao Wan, disregarding everything else, hung up and promptly called the armed police brigade. Qian Shouxin interjected, "The armed police may not suffice. I will notify the military district. Ren Qingyun must not encounter any problems. As long as he returns alive, I will apply for a first-class merit award for him." His expression was grave. Such a bold and tenacious narcotics officer must not only be safeguarded, but also serve as a role model. Unbeknownst to Ren Qingyun, a gunshot shattered the rare tranquility of Nanyuan City. He had not anticipated that, in addition to surveillance cameras, there were patrolling officers nearby. Had it not been for his exceptional hearing, he might have been shot dead. His body slumped within the confines of the blue metal shelter. His left hand switched off his phone while his right hand drew his weapon to retaliate. 4 drug traffickers charged in from the direction of the entrance. Caught completely off guard and met with immediate fatality. A voice resonated in his mind. "Host, unleash your fury. Roar." These vile beings not only refused to surrender, but dared to strike against the Demon Lord. Annihilate them, eradicate them all. It was evidently more irate than Ren Qingyun, clamoring to eliminate every last drug dealer. Ren Qingyun had no time to heed its call, as the gunfire had incited chaos within the community hospital. With shouts ringing out, "The cops are here. Prepare. Quickly report who fired the shots. Searchlights, searchlights, illuminate the area." On the hospital rooftop, blinding beams of light suddenly pierced the night, swiftly scanning for any breaches in the metal shelter. Even with his swift movements, Ren Qingyun could not outpace the sweeping beams of light. In an instant, a bullet was fired as he turned to sprint towards the 4 patrolling officers. Uncertain of how many adversaries lurked in the shadows, he needed to secure more firearms and ammunition. In a vast hospital, if there were indeed hidden individuals, hundreds could be concealed within its walls. The presence of heavily armed locations significantly escalated the danger. The brilliance of his gunfire was captured, immediately followed by a voice booming through the air. The breach in the southeast opened fire. A leader shouted, rallying others to join the assault. Bang, bang, bang. An innumerable barrage of bullets rained down upon his former position in an instant, accompanied by a chaotic throng of footsteps. They were acutely aware that if their secret were uncovered, it would surely invoke a terrifying retaliation from the state. Rat-a-tat-tat. The blue iron sheets provided scant cover from the gunfire, riddled with piercing light. Yet, in truth, Ren Qingyun had long vacated his original spot. Dashing to the side of the patrolling drug dealers, he discovered they were armed with 2 AKs and 2 Glocks. Without hesitation, he seized the weapons, loaded the handguns, hoisted an AK, and aimed one with both hands towards the source of the approaching footsteps. Rat-a-tat-tat. The rifle's power surpassed that of the handgun. With a swifter rate of fire, 6 bullets found their mark, instantly severing the heads of 6 exposed assailants. Warm blood splattered onto those nearby, instilling a profound sense of intimidation. Careful, it could be a special police unit. Their marksmanship is exceptional. One gunshot might be from a single person. Let us charge out together. What about the bombs? Throw the bombs. Don't let him ambush us. First, give him a volley. This is iron, not steel. Rat-a-tat-tat. Someone unleashed a continuous barrage towards the location of the earlier gunfire. Meanwhile, Ren Qingyun had already maneuvered towards the entrance, navigating through a realm teeming with enemies. As his sole concern was ensuring his own safety. Particularly at night, the crimson aura of the demonic figure above glowed like a beacon, easily visible. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat-tat, rat. The AK continued to spit bullets, taking down over a dozen drug dealers attempting to emerge from the entrance. Bodies littered the ground, their blood staining the concrete at the threshold. At the entrance, move out. The loudspeaker blared once more. Those positioned at the breach, emboldened by a sense of security, surged forth recklessly. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. The rhythmic gunfire claimed another 10 lives. Ren Qingyun noticed his rifle was out of ammunition, discarding it aside and retrieving the AK from his shoulder. Like a reaper in the night, he dispatched 31 adversaries who dared to show their faces. Within the confines of the iron barriers, the area had been cleared. Swiftly checking inside the iron sheets, he discovered a drug dealer hiding nearby. Startled by the sight, he was poised to pull the trigger when Ren Qingyun struck him with a powerful punch to the neck. Crack! The strength in his fingers dissipated rapidly, and he crumpled to the ground. Ren Qingyun deftly snatched the AK from his grasp, valuing every bullet. His gaze swept to the distance, where those loading cargo had dispersed. The truck's doors were shut, preparing to depart. Notably, in the open area at the hospital entrance, a group was guarding 2 individuals who appeared to be leaders, moving towards 2 Mercedes-Benz vehicles. Though their identities remained unknown, encountering them meant they could not be allowed to escape. The rapid sound of gunfire echoed as flames erupted once more, mercilessly claiming the lives of those gathered. Some had their heads crowned with a dark crimson hue, indicative of their allegiance to a formidable Dark Lord. They must not be spared. Suddenly, an enemy breached their defenses and chaos ensued. Take cover! Take cover! The accuracy of their gunfire was astonishing. Bombs! Throw the bombs! Despite the presence of dozens, they were rendered utterly helpless. After more than 10 had fallen, the remaining few sought refuge behind vehicles. Anyone attempting to enter the driver's seat would face a fatal shot from Ren Qingyun. Even those hiding behind the cars risked a lethal bullet. Only those concealed behind the cargo truck managed to escape with their lives. 45 bullets felled 30 adversaries. Such was the efficacy of the vehicle's armor. Otherwise, many more rounds would have been expended. With both AKs emptied, they drew 2 handguns, shifting their position to flank the enemy. At that moment, a gruff voice pierced the chaos. I see there's only one of you, and you don't appear to be police. With your prowess, you must be hired by the Ironhead. How much is he paying you? I'll offer you double to join us. I have overseas connections. The profits are far greater. Ren Qingyun paused for a moment upon hearing this. Chapter 35. The autumn wind sweeps away the leaves. Reinforcements arrived from the words of the adversary. 3 pieces of information emerged. First, they were presumably unaware of his existence. Otherwise, they would not have claimed not to be police. Second, they possessed foreign channels, which explained their formidable equipment. Third, there were likely multiple drug production dens in Nanyuan City, suggesting the presence of other players. As he pondered these revelations, 2 grenades soared towards his position. Cursing under his breath, he instinctively evaded, covering 7 meters in mere moments, followed by a roll to take refuge beside a vehicle. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated, assaulting his eardrums. Dust and debris filled the air, some striking him as he swiftly maneuvered closer to several cars, witnessing a surge of individuals emerging from the hospital, clad in white protective suits and gas masks. Armed with AKs, they unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards his location. Rat-a-tat-tat, they had effectively sealed off his escape routes, compelling him to dodge once more. He dashed to the side of a delivery truck, bullets trailing behind him, igniting in streaks of fire. Had he not possessed such swiftness, he would have been riddled with holes. Yet, even so, a stray bullet grazed his right arm, leaving a crimson mark. As the gunfire ceased momentarily, Ren Qingyun disregarded his injury, rushing forward with remarkable speed, dual firearms in hand, and unleashed a relentless hail of bullets. The 15 assailants who emerged were all felled, their heads bursting under the onslaught. Altogether, eliminate him. If he survives, we all perish. In a nearby vehicle, 3 burly men charged forth, wielding Nepalese kukris. Their blows aimed to cleave through him. For them, closing the distance and leveraging their numbers would surely dispatch a single foe. How dare one intruder challenge the Shuanglong gang? You think you're invincible? We are not to be trifled with. Kill him. Brothers, charge. Taking refuge behind a Mercedes, 2 leaders shouted orders while seeking cover within the vehicle. Ren Qingyun had no fear of close-quarters combat. He was prepared to engage in hand-to-hand with any armed drug dealers still lurking. Lifting his right foot, he executed a precise kick aimed at the lead brute's abdomen. The giant disregarded the attack, swinging his kukri down with the force of a gale. Clearly, he was a man who relished a fight. Typically, even a well-trained Special Forces soldier would not fear a kick. But Ren Qingyun was no ordinary individual. His kick struck like a menacing vehicle, sending the man flying 5 meters backward, blood spraying forth as he collided with the side of the delivery truck. Thud! The entire truck door caved in, shaped like a human form. Before the others could react, Ren Qingyun surged toward them like a human battering ram. With a powerful elbow strike, he crushed the face of the second man, blood gushing from his nostrils. A swift elbow lift shattered the jaw of the third brute, the sickening sound of cracking bones echoing, leaving a haunting resonance in the air. With a swift descent of the left foot and a sweeping motion of the right, he twisted the neck of the fourth assailant, executing a flawless 2.5 somersault before landing. Each movement exuded ferocity, every strike lethal and devoid of mercy. The burly men pouring forth became mere targets, each one dispatched with precision. By the time the two bosses had taken refuge in their vehicle, the surrounding henchmen had been thoroughly eliminated. DeLong urged his subordinate to drive, only to be yanked down by an overwhelming force, crashing heavily to the ground. In an instant, he felt multiple fractures, dizziness clouding his vision, rendering his grip on the gun weak, and ultimately causing him to release it. Ere long took the driver's seat, but as he started the car, a powerful fist struck his head, leaving him dazed, with stars dancing in his vision. Nausea creeping in. As he teetered on the brink of despair, someone seized him by the neck and dragged him out of the driver's seat, slamming him to the ground alongside his brother. Ren Qingyun, having executed these maneuvers, concealed himself beside the Mercedes, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. For the moment, he detected no bloodthirsty drug dealers, but the wailing of sirens drew near. Finally, they have arrived. Venturing into the hospital alone would be perilous. A voice echoed in his mind. Host has exhibited the might of the demon sovereign, vanquishing 47 fallen demons and their overlord, thus acquiring 47 drops of pure blood. These may be utilized for cultivation. You are on the verge of commanding vast numbers of carefree demons, capable of controlling hundreds of fallen ones. Could things be looking up? Warning! Warning! The punishment hall of Xuantiangong is rapidly approaching. Escape immediately. The punishment hall harbors a particular disdain for carefree demons. Host, please conceal the aura of the demon sovereign. The earlier rewards seemed promising, but now anxiety set in as the police vehicles drew closer. When Bien Lu led 2 squads into the fray, he promptly called out, "Bianji, over here." His voice quickly drew the attention of the group. The scene was littered with corpses and an array of firearms, causing astonishment to nearly bulge their eyes. No way do they have AKs. Their equipment is far superior to ours. And bombs? We aren't equipped with those. Could they be foreign mercenaries, dressed in camouflage? Amidst the gasps of disbelief, Bai Chongshan's voice rang out. "I'm curious to ask Ren Qingyun, have you activated a cheat?" All headshots, how incredible. Instantly, someone chimed in, "Indeed. What ordinary person could single-handedly confront a squad of mercenaries? Clad in bulletproof vests, with powerful flashlights in their left hands and firearms in their right, they advanced steadily. Finally reaching the 2 Mercedes, they spotted Ren Qingyun hiding in between. Bien Lu, with a complex expression, inquired, "Ren Qingyun, you charged in alone? You told me to wait. Yet you've single-handedly slain so many?" Ren Qingyun nodded, replying, "I had no choice. They discovered me. To ensure my survival, I had to eliminate them." Many rolled their eyes in disbelief, muttering, "Is this even a logical statement? You ensured your safety by slaughtering a mercenary squad?" Bien Lu felt that questioning him was a futile endeavor and opted to change the topic. "How many more are inside?" Ren Qingyun shook his head and said alone, "I dare not rush in, fearing that someone might sense the impending danger and flee in advance. Now that we are numerous, a portion can secure the front and back entrances, while the seasoned narcotics officers accompany me inside to conduct a search. Of course, the command lies with you. I merely offer this as a suggestion." Bien Lu glanced at the dimly lit community hospital on the fourth floor. Under normal circumstances, they would never recklessly enter without waiting for the armed police and military units to arrive. However, the situation was different now, with Ren Qingyun, a veritable human bulldozer, present, making it feasible to take the risk. Third squad, establish a perimeter outside and occupy advantageous positions. No one is to escape. Second squad, immediately locate the surveillance room and seize control of all video footage within. First squad, join us in our advance to prevent them from destroying evidence. Move out. The three squads swiftly dispersed, leaving only the first squad and 3 trainee officers at the original location. Upon witnessing the personnel scattering, Bai Chongshan instinctively inquired, Bien, what about me? Chapter 36. A series of crimes as an intern police officer. Bai Chongshan was merely brought along to assist, never assigned any significant tasks. Consequently, he found himself amidst a critical situation at a drug production den, where the levels of danger were starkly contrasting. Interns were not meant to confront peril. Such responsibilities were reserved for those who had completed their training. Yet, having arrived at the scene, it was inconceivable for him to remain idle. Should anything untoward occur, he would bear the consequences. Bien Lu promptly instructed, you stay with Team 3 on the periphery. It's too perilous inside for you. He then turned to Ren Qingyun. Continuing, let us go. A pat on the arm revealed a hand covered in blood. Bai Chongshan, silently lamenting the disparate treatment of fellow cadets, fell silent upon witnessing the bloodied state of Ren. Despite Ren Qingyun's formidable prowess, he was not immune to injury. What did that make him? It was imperative that he trained harder to bolster his own strength. Resolutely, he followed Team 3's lead, obediently hiding behind a cargo van while keeping watch over the main entrance. You're injured? Bien Lu's voice rose in surprise. Ren Qingyun nonchalantly shook his head, dismissing the concern. It's just a scratch. It's nothing. Let us move. He retrieved a handgun with a full magazine from the ground and charged forward behind Bien Lu. However, instead of entering through the front, he leapt directly to the second floor, shattering a window to gain entry. Inside, he discovered a dormitory with 8 unclad women, their right hands shackled to the bedposts. Upon breaking the window, he appeared dazed, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, fixating instead on the door, as if in a trance. Damn it, a pack of beasts. Ren scanned the room, his expression devoid of light, recognizing the depths of their torment. Striding out, he could easily surmise that these women had been forcibly taken by drug traffickers to serve their depraved pleasures. The women bore old defensive wounds, suggesting they had once fought fiercely, only to be worn down over time. Bursting through the door, he found the corridor eerily silent, littered with broken bottles and remnants of discarded items, cigarette butts, crumpled boxes, takeout containers, all piled haphazardly. He swiftly inspected each room, discovering 2 adjacent chambers, each harboring 4 bound women. One of them, visibly pregnant, glanced at him with a vacant stare before returning to her silence, likely mistaking him for one of their captors. The other rooms reeked of a foul concoction of smoke, alcohol, and the unpleasant odor of unwashed feet. The second floor was devoid of inhabitants. Approaching the staircase, he signaled to Bien Lu below, indicating second floor secure. No sooner had he spoken than gunfire erupted from the first floor, revealing that someone was concealed within. Ignoring the commotion, Ren's keen ears detected movement from the third floor. Like a stealthy panther, he ascended swiftly, each step soundless as he neared the staircase leading to the third level. His exceptional vision afforded him a clear view of the corridor. The floor here was noticeably cleaner than the second, devoid of trash and cigarette remnants, but lined with rows of liquor boxes. 2 women cautiously approached the staircase, dressed in particularly revealing undergarments that concealed only the most sensitive areas. The women appeared tense and trembled with anxiety. One woman in front clutched a bottle of liquor, while the other held a badminton racket aloft. The marks of a slap marred her face, suggesting she had recently been subdued. Her resistance, though palpable, seemed futile. Ren Qingyun chose not to interrupt their plight, instead listening intently to the commotion around him. It seemed as if those outside had met a grim fate, with police lights flashing in the distance. We must be cautious. The police are likely here. We must escape. What about the woman who was captured with us? Should we attempt to rescue her? She is so beautiful. She has probably suffered greatly. A hushed voice reached Ren Qingyun's ears, though the rest of the room remained shrouded in silence. The gunfire from the first floor ceased abruptly, followed by the sounds of anguished cries as someone was dragged away. At that moment, Ren Qingyun suddenly illuminated the stairwell. The soft click of the light switch reverberated like thunder to the two women in the corridor, causing them to panic and scramble for cover. Ren Qingyun stepped forward, his senses heightened to their peak, moving swiftly and silently toward the two women. Upon seeing the tall man with blood-stained clothing burst into the room, the women trembled in fear. The girl with the liquor bottle shook uncontrollably, hesitating whether to strike. "Are there any drug dealers left on this floor?" Ren Qingyun asked in a low voice as he approached. The woman froze, instinctively clutching her chest and shaking her head in denial, terror evident in her eyes. Clearing his throat, Ren Qingyun averted his gaze, urging them softly, "Crouch beside me. Remain down until I ensure it is safe to rise. Otherwise, the bullets do not discriminate." It was not his fault. The woman's striking figure, accentuated by her scanty attire, could distract any man. Thankfully, his momentary distraction was brief, and he quickly redirected his attention toward the deeper recesses of the building. The women, unaware of his identity, saw the gun in his hand and wasted no time, huddling against the wall beside the liquor crates. Ren Qingyun noted that the rooms on this floor were far superior to those on the second. One room was piled high with various garments, while others appeared to be holding pens for women. This floor seemed to serve as the quarters for high-ranking members of the Shuanglong gang. As he reached the innermost room, he could hear labored breathing. With a forceful kick, he flung open the door and charged inside at lightning speed. The deafening crack of gunfire erupted as two individuals inside were caught unawares, their lives extinguished in an instant. Clad in protective gear, they required no further identification as drug traffickers. Once assured that no more threats remained, he instructed the two women, "There are clothes in the room over there. Put them on and wait inside. The police will be here shortly. I am an officer." With that, he turned and raced toward the fourth and final floor. His speed was astonishing. Shadows flickered as he passed the third floor, covering the distance in a heartbeat, leaving those hiding on the fourth floor with little time to react. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted in rapid succession, bullets trailing closely behind Ren Qingyun as he continued his pursuit. Ren Qingyun did not linger. He leapt forward, gliding across the space like a great bird, swiftly maneuvering to the right wall. With a swift motion, he drew his firearm, and in an instant, bullets pierced through the skulls of two individuals. Bang! The lifeless bodies of the drug dealers thudded heavily against the ground. As Ren Qingyun descended, he landed on the sixth step and sprang upward once more, reaching the rooftop of the fourth floor. With his hands gripping the pistols, he swept the area with haste, finding no other figures in sight. A subtle click signaled the activation of the light source as he silently entered the corridor. His exceptional skills and audacity allowed him to listen intently, confirming that the adjacent rooms were devoid of occupants, leading him directly to the innermost two chambers. The corridor and surroundings were remarkably pristine, reminiscent of a grand hotel. He surmised that this was likely the hideout of the two leaders of the Shuanglong gang. Undoubtedly, the aluminum alloy general doors were installed to guard against intruders. Hearing two heavy voices from within, he forcefully kicked the door. Bang! The seemingly robust door was instantly obliterated, crashing violently against the wall beside it. Several steel rods were dislodged from the wall, sending dust cascading to the ground. The scene inside rendered Ren Qingyun momentarily speechless. Chapter 37. Negotiation. Rescue. The opulent decor of the room resembled that of a presidential suite, featuring a massive mahogany desk positioned to the right. Scattered haphazardly across its surface were countless stacks of cash, seemingly amounting to thousands, alongside numerous white plastic bags, their weight undoubtedly exceeding several kilograms. To the left, beside a grand bed, a woman was bound, her hands and feet restrained, her neck held firmly by a man's arm. The majority of the man's body was concealed behind the woman, revealing only his right hand, which gripped a gun aimed at her head. This woman was none other than Su Jinxiu, whom he had parted ways with just hours earlier. It was perplexing whether she possessed some peculiar allure that attracted such desperate criminals. Recognizing the professional demeanor of her captor, he understood there was little chance of rescue. He entered the room, gun raised. As Su Jinxiu caught sight of him, her eyes sparkled with hope, and she struggled violently, seemingly astonished that fate had brought them together twice in one day. However, her defiance was abruptly halted as she felt the cold, hard pressure against her head. A tense and panicked voice resonated from behind her. "Don't move, or I will blow your brains out." Confirming that her struggles had weakened, the man cautiously revealed one eye, locking his gaze onto Ren Qingyun. "So young? But that matters not. Take the money from the table, the goods are yours, and if you deem it safe, I can even deliver the woman to you. Spare my life, what say you?" In the face of death, he was willing to relinquish everything. Ren Qingyun glanced at the money in the bags, then began to survey the surroundings. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "A mere demon lord dares to threaten the demon sovereign? Eliminate him and assert your dominion." Ren Qingyun's eyes flickered as he deliberated. There may yet be an opportunity to save her. Although the man had used Su Jinxiu as a human shield, the corner of the bed was not the most advantageous position, leaving a significant area behind him unguarded. He immediately grinned wickedly. "So you are offering me wealth and beauty? I could easily eliminate you and your entire crew. Even if I were to take some, how much could I carry? A few million would be burdensome. Why not transfer the funds directly to me?" Had he been a simpleton, he might have lunged for the cash at once. Yet he was acutely aware that a normal individual would struggle to transport several million. The piles of money were not feasible to take in their entirety. The man, realizing his tactics were ineffective, tried again. "I know the police are outside. If you kill me, you won't escape. We should collaborate and break out together. I possess all the resources of the Erlong gang. A resurgence would be effortless. Being my second in command is more advantageous than serving Beataitu, is it not?" Believing Ren Qingyun to be a hired muscle sent by Beataitu, he dismissed the notion that he was a police officer. For no law enforcement would act alone in the face of such formidable defenses. They would have already mobilized a full force. Su Jinxiu, upon hearing this, looked anxiously at Ren Qingyun. If it were anyone else, how many could withstand such immense temptation? Seeing Ren Qingyun's apparent indecision, the man pressed on. "Brother, do not hesitate. Why do we live? Wealth is within our grasp. The beautiful woman, once captured, you may play with her first, and I shall take my turn afterward. It matters not. As for power, do not dwell on it. It has long been seized by those in authority, leaving us without the luxury of freedom. The intricate web of deceit within is far beyond your youthful grasp. Prioritizing wealth is far more paramount. The rhetoric is persuasive, and it seems Ren Qingyun is swayed." Deep in contemplation, Ren Qingyun holstered his two firearms and chuckled. "You speak the truth. Do we not live for riches and beauty? Do you have an escape route? Allow me to flee with the lady first, and you can follow behind with the goods." As he spoke, he leaned closer to the grand table, inhaling the scent of money atop it. Su Jinxiu, witnessing this, felt her eyes redden, radiating fury. Was he not a police officer? How could he be so swiftly corrupted? The man, observing this, remained tense but no longer hunched, revealing more of his head. "Your reasoning is sound, though I harbor doubts about your intentions. Lead me to the basement, and we shall escape via the small boat below. From this day forth, you shall be my brother. Whatever you desire, I shall provide." To become a formidable figure capable of establishing such a vast drug trafficking operation, how could one trust a stranger met for the first time? Ren Qingyun suddenly erupted in laughter, slowly advancing toward the sofa where two cargo leather cases lay. Grasping one with his left hand, he discreetly concealed a dagger within. Approaching the table, he grinned maliciously. "Your reasoning is valid. Relationships must be founded on mutual trust. Since you have disclosed the location to me, I shall eliminate you and depart at once." He lifted the case and tossed it onto the table's edge, feigning preparation to load the money. The man, hidden behind Su Jinxiu, panicked, his body instinctively rising. "No, you must take me with you in an attempt to show sincerity. he sought to barter his escape, not realizing he was granting his counterpart the chance to flee alone. Such a slight movement revealed his entire right hand. Ren Qingyun made his move. The concealed dagger transformed into a shooting star, slicing through 5 meters of space in an instant. With a swift motion, it grazed past Su Jinqiu's ear, severing a few strands of hair, and vanished into the man's gun-holding right hand. He was taken by surprise, letting out a horrific scream as the handgun tumbled to the ground with a clatter. "Despicable," he shouted, retracting his left hand and forcefully pushing Su Jinqiu's back. Bound hand and foot, she crashed to the ground, her face a mask of terror. The man bent down to retrieve the handgun, hoping to at least ensure a mutual destruction. Yet his movements appeared in slow motion before Ren Qingyun. The moment the dagger was thrown, he charged forward. With his left arm, he caught the falling Su Jinqiu, while his right hand struck the man's chin with the butt of the gun. A sickening crack echoed as the jaw shattered, rendering him unconscious, collapsing limply beside the bed. Only at that moment did Ren Qingyun exhale a sigh of relief. Hearing the sound of Su Jinqiu's voice in his hand, the soft sobs echoed. Woo woo woo. Ren Qingyun felt the softness under his left hand and instinctively squeezed a couple of times, only to suddenly realize the sensitivity of the area, hastily attempting to withdraw his hand. However, Su Jinqiu's entire weight rested upon his left hand, and releasing her would mean an intimate encounter with the ground. He quickly mustered his strength to lift her and gently placed her on the grand bed. Upon doing so, he noticed her face was flushed, and her eyes glistened with tears as if she had been crying. I'm so sorry. At that moment, a voice resounded from the doorway. "Don't move." It was the others from the side building, arriving fashionably late. Their guns were aimed at the room, causing everyone's breaths to quicken. Ren Qingyun found himself in an exceedingly awkward situation, just as he was laying Su Jinqiu down on the bed. With a hint of irritation, he remarked, I dealt with the danger, and only then did you all arrive. This is just too embarrassing." Chapter 38. Miss Su? The siren's call. Numerous narcotics officers turned their attention to the source of the voice, Ren Qingyun, who was cradling a beautiful woman in his arms, poised to recline. Bien Lu cleared his throat twice and inquired, "What is the situation here? Have they captured a hostage?" Misu. It was evident that Bien Lu recognized Su Jinqiu, greeting her with an awkward nod. However, Su Jinqiu did not spare him a glance, tilting her head instead. Ren Qingyun was unaware of her true identity, but given Zhao Tianyu's relentless pursuit, he sensed she was no ordinary woman. In his previous life, he had never heard of her being held captive by drug traffickers. Could it be that this incident was the reason she agreed to Zhao Tianyu's advances? Or perhaps her rebirth had altered the course of her fate? In his past life, Zhao Tianyu had emerged unscathed, heroically escaping with the money, becoming a figure of public admiration. There had been no incident involving the capture of Baoyu, and, consequently, no circumstance where she was treated as a hostage. A butterfly effect, indeed. By a twist of fate, she had been saved by him on 2 occasions. He explained, "When I entered, that fellow was hiding behind her, concealing himself with remarkable expertise. I didn't take his life. You can interrogate him thoroughly." As he spoke, he drew a dagger, wiping off the blood on his gray camouflage uniform, and severed the ropes binding Su Jinqiu. Although she had regained her freedom, she remained seated on the grand bed, momentarily unsure of her next move. The intense pain stirred the unconscious man awake. Upon opening his eyes and seeing armed officers surrounding him, he quickly shut his mouth in desperation. In the Dragon Kingdom, capture meant only one fate for drug traffickers. June 26th was designated as their execution day. Startled, Su Jinqiu instinctively hid behind Ren Qingyun, grasping his left hand tightly. Her evident anxiety suggested she had been profoundly frightened. Bien Lu, aware that this was not the moment for concern, promptly issued orders. Take the suspect away and inventory the scene for illicit goods. Hey, Qingyun, please escort Miss Su to a quiet place to rest for a while. Prepare a statement, then return her safely. Everyone sprang into action, fulfilling their respective duties. Ren Qingyun found himself momentarily at a loss before Su Jinqiu, and once the drug trafficker was taken away, he whispered, "Let us step outside. The police will handle this." Su Jinxiu nodded, her cheeks flushed, still clinging to his arm as if he were her sole refuge amidst the chaos. Following closely behind him, she descended the stairs, where not only narcotics officers but also armed police were present, indicating reinforcements had arrived. As they reached the entrance, they encountered Director Xiao Wanjun and Qian Shouxin, who were directing the operations. Xiao was the first to spot Ren Qingyun, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, "Ah, is this not our great hero? Single-handedly confronting the drug traffickers' lair, dismantling their production site, and rescuing 22 hostages, a tremendous feat." Internally elated, he reveled in the success of dismantling a significant operation within 2 days, eliminating armed drug traffickers and ensuring collective commendation for their efforts. Ren Qingyun offered a dry laugh before greeting his superiors. "Good day, Director Xiao." "Good day, sir." Suddenly recalling the news from that time, I continued solemnly, "Report, sir, this may not be Bao Wenxing's drug manufacturing den, but rather a trap set by his subordinates to lure me here. I suspect this is part of his diversionary scheme. Once the police's attention is drawn here, he might take advantage of the chaos to escape." Upon hearing this, the smile on Xiao Wan's face instantly froze. Qian Shouxin's smile also became rigid as he asked in a low voice, "Are you certain of this?" Ren Qingyun shook his head, producing a law enforcement recording device, and stated, "I cannot be sure, but during our conversation, they continually claimed that Bao Taitu sent me here to kill them. Moreover, the boss does not appear to be Bao Wenxiang. You can check the vehicle information here and interrogate the surviving witnesses." As he spoke, Su Jinxiu hid behind him, clutching her clothing tightly. Even though she tried to stand tall and maintain a composed demeanor, the fear in her eyes was unmistakable. Qian Shouxin took out his phone, beginning to reorganize their plans. Xiao Wan mirrored this action and said, "Excellent. This information is crucial. We must immediately inform our subordinates not to withdraw." Fortunately, the delay has been brief. The checkpoints across various locations should still be in place. After offering some praise, he connected the call and issued new orders. Ren Qingyun felt a tug at the hem of his clothing and turned to find Su Jinxiu's large eyes blinking at him. "What's wrong? Can we leave?" Although phrased as a question, her tone carried an urgent desire to escape. "Leader, should I take her to a quiet place?" Fei Qingyun inquired. But Qian Shouxin pointed at Su Jinxiu and said, "You little girl, why are you afraid with Grandpa Qian here?" Despite his words, he waved his hand for them to leave. Hearing his familiar tone, Ren Qingyun was struck by a tempest of emotions. Who is Qian Shouxin? A high-ranking official from the department, yet he seemed so familiar with Su Jinxiu. The fact that his own grandfather, Ren Pingsheng, barely conversed with Qian Shouxin was indicative of her extraordinary background. Such an influential figure appearing at this scene could surely trigger a seismic shift. As this thought crossed his mind, his resentment towards Zhao Tianyu intensified exponentially. In his previous life, he had been unaware of this, which is why he had unhesitatingly provided financial assistance to help him become the deputy mayor. Now he realized he had been nothing more than a mere cash dispenser, intended to extract every ounce of his worth. Attaining the position of deputy mayor was not due to his own support being sufficient, but rather because the other party had a formidable father-in-law. Cursing under his breath, he felt a surge of anger, causing Su Jinxiu to halt in her tracks. Realizing his momentary distraction, Ren Qingyun quickly wiped his face and adjusted his emotions, turning back to say, "What's wrong? The bodies in front should have been removed by now." Seeing him regain his composure, Su Jinxiu shook her head and followed him again. The courtyard lacked a quiet spot, so Ren Qingyun led her toward the outside where a row of armored vehicles and ambulances were parked by the roadside. The unconscious man remained in the passenger seat, and the two opted to sit in the back seat. "Upon entering, Su Jinxiu suddenly exclaimed, 'Ah!' Ren Qingyun quickly followed her gaze and discovered that she had stepped on a firearm. "It's nothing. Those are merely the weapons of some assassins that I confiscated. This vehicle as well. I will report it all shortly." The atmosphere within the car was relatively tranquil, offering a brief respite. He settled at the car door, exhaling a deep breath. It had indeed been an exceedingly hectic day, and he finally found a moment to rest. However, Su Jinxiu continued to grasp the hem of his clothing, her voice considerably calmer. Rin Qingyun, did you truly enter alone? Weren't you afraid for your life? Having been abducted and witnessed the ferocity of numerous drug traffickers, along with an array of firearms, she was nearly paralyzed with fear. Yet, she never imagined that. Within a mere 20 minutes, gunfire would erupt outside, and the news of a lone assailant penetrating their ranks would reach her ears. Little did she know that it was he. Before Rin Qingyun could respond to her inquiry, his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he saw it was a message from his elder sister, causing his heart to leap into his throat. Chapter 39. A tranquil night before the operation. Rin Qingyun felt a sense of unease when he received a call from his sister. After the operation, he dreaded the possibility of receiving distressing news. Eagerly, he answered his phone, and the familiar voice of Rin Qingyu resonated through. Little brother, Mom and Dad are home. They just attended a gathering organized by the municipal government, and phones were prohibited inside. I wanted to let you know, so don't worry. Rin Qingyun chuckled, relief washing over him. That's good to hear. With their parents back, the weight on his heart lifted. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he inquired, do you know who invited them? What was the meeting about? Logically, if the municipal government invited entrepreneurs, it should impose such restrictions on mobile phones. What if an urgent situation arose at work? Rin Qingyu's voice came swiftly. Dad said the municipal leaders personally called, and all 12 enterprises were present. It seems to be something urgent regarding environmental pollution control. Municipal meetings usually take place in the morning, don't they? What do you think is going on? Rin Qingyun squinted slightly, his tone growing somber. Sister, you should rest. I'll head back soon. Even if he sensed something amiss, he refrained from voicing his concerns. He would later arrange for his team to investigate. The operation was not yet concluded. Rin Qingyu suddenly realized that her brother seemed increasingly busy since beginning his internship. He had returned home late the previous evening as well. Rin Qingyun glanced at the quietly contemplative Su Jinxiu beside him and sighed. Not yet. It'll probably be quite late. Many are working overtime, and I can't leave immediately. After exchanging a few casual remarks, he ended the call, citing the need to maintain confidentiality regarding his work. Once he hung up, Su Jinxiu, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity, asked, is your sister Rin Qingyu? You know her? Rin Qingyun was taken aback. Was his sister truly that renowned at school? Su Jinxiu nodded, speaking softly. She is a medical prodigy, rumored to graduate from graduate school ahead of schedule. I admire her greatly. It feels quite serendipitous. Perhaps due to the relatively quiet environment, he leaned back in his chair, shedding his defensive demeanor. By the way, I just asked you, aren't you afraid of death? She recalled the initial question. Rin Qingyun let out a dry laugh. Who isn't afraid of death? I'm here to investigate, and if discovered, I would have no choice but to eliminate them. He quickly shifted the topic away from such grim matters. Glancing outside, he saw armed police assisting in the removal of bodies and various firearms and evidence. Every participant in the operation had played a role, yet he had taken the lion's share of the credit. Su Jinxiu noticed a slight twitch in his right arm, confirming his humanity. He spoke with down-to-earth sincerity and acted with diligence, far surpassing the aloof Zhao Tianyu. Moreover, they had shared 2 moments of intimacy within a single day. The thought of this caused her cheeks to flush crimson. Changing the subject, she asked, can't we leave now? You're injured and need to have that bandaged. How had he managed to survive amidst such a hail of bullets? He truly was a man of valor. Rin Qingyun helplessly spread his palms and remarked, the abrasions from the bullet's passage are nearly healed. He silently lamented that without the system's existence, he would have perished 100 times over. By the way, how did they manage to capture you? Did you not return to school at noon? Without a command from the higher-ups, he cannot leave at his own discretion. Su Jinxiu leaned against the back of the chair, her eyes half closed as she replied, after I left the hospital, my mood was rather dismal. So I decided to stroll through the seaside park. I became engrossed in a conversation between 2 beautiful women discussing matters of marriage and wandered into a relatively secluded area by the shore. Little did I know, 2 groups were conducting business there, and upon spotting us, they rushed over and seized us. I couldn't outrun them and was knocked to the ground. At that moment, I thought I was done for, but instead, they found me attractive and stuffed me into a car, bringing me to this place. I was bound in a room, all alone, Surrounding me were armed individuals moving about, and I felt as though my life was utterly over. Just when despair set in, gunfire erupted outside. Two middle-aged men were preparing to take action against me. She became lost in her memories, recounting her past experiences piece by piece. When she spoke of her fear, she grasped Ren Qingyun's left arm, trembling uncontrollably. Ren Qingyun felt a unique sensation. Devoid of any romantic notions, he remained calm and composed. In his pursuit of Ding Huiyi, he had exhausted himself trying to make her laugh and engage her in conversation, only to receive impatience in return. The only moments of gratitude he received were perfunctory thanks when he spent money on gifts. After a long day, who had the leisure to engage in frivolities? He occasionally interjected with words of caution for her safety, and unexpectedly, it lulled her to sleep. Sigh, do you trust me so completely? Ren Qingyun struggled to describe her state, suspecting that the severity of her fright had profoundly affected her demeanor. The car interior fell into a tranquil silence, and he felt himself drifting in and out of consciousness. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, jolting him awake. He promptly picked it up with his right hand to check. The action team personnel can withdraw with the seized goods. The investigative team will take over and continue pursuing potential drug traffickers. A message from Xiao Wan revealed that it was already 1 in the morning. He realized he must have dozed off for a while, or else time wouldn't have passed so swiftly. He immediately replied, "Report, I am still in the Mercedes by the roadside. Should I head back directly?" In 2010, communication was cumbersome. One could only send text messages without the convenience of chat applications. It appeared that Xiao Wan had just remembered him and inquired, "Why haven't you returned? What about the rescued individuals?" Knowing they were likely swamped with work, Ren Qingyun responded, "Both the hostage and I are in the car, and there's still an assassin ahead. We're temporarily parked by the roadside." Not long after sending the message, a figure approached the Mercedes and tapped on the window. The slightest commotion stirred the sleeping Su Jinxiu, who immediately sensed something amiss. She hurriedly distanced herself from Ren Qingyun and glanced towards the other side of the car window, swiftly adjusting her clothes and hair to ensure she appeared undisturbed. Ren Qingyun, momentarily disregarding her, lowered the car window and was greeted by the sight of Bai Chongshan. "You're truly here? Oh, no way, you all." His gaze fell upon Su Jinxiu within the cabin, his finger tracing back and forth between them, conjuring a myriad of vivid scenarios in his mind. Ren Qingyun, shifting his sore left arm, remarked, "What are you daydreaming about? She is merely the hostage. Now that you're here, you can drive. My right arm is injured." Bai Chongshan nodded, his face a mask of skepticism as he glanced at the two of them before hurrying to the driver's seat. At that very moment, the burly man in the passenger seat finally regained consciousness. "Ah, it hurts." Damn, his piercing cries shattered the tranquil atmosphere within the vehicle. The flush on Su Jinxiu's face had dissipated. She composed her hair and turned to Ren Qingyun, softly saying, "I'm sorry, I must have dozed off." Internally, she was engulfed in embarrassment, wishing she could excavate a 3-bedroom apartment from beneath the car floor. How could she have fallen asleep beside a stranger? The very thought was unimaginable. Was she truly so trusting? Chapter 40. Could he accompany me? Bai Chongshan skillfully maneuvered the Mercedes, racing to the narcotics team with remarkable speed. The burly man in the passenger seat was so intimidated by Ren Qingyun that he barely dared to breathe, his eyes darting around as if haunted by malevolent spirits. Upon arriving at the narcotics unit, it became evident that the detention center was nearing its capacity, an unusual sight given the volume of apprehended drug traffickers. Inside, the facility was filled with various injured dealers. De Jinya, Ghost Brother, Zhou Kai, Bao Yu, Tu Chai, along with the recently transported to Long and Erlong, clad in camouflage, and a pair of assassins with incapacitated hands. Despite the large number of detainees, precautions were taken to prevent them from meeting one another to avoid collusion. Intensive interrogations were to commence. After accompanying Su Jinxiu to record a simple statement, Ren Qingyun glanced at the time. It was past 2 in the morning. She stood outside, embracing herself against the darkness of the night. Qian Shouxin emerged from the office, fatigue evident in his demeanor. Spotting Su Jinxiu at the doorway, he approached her and inquired, "Jinxiu, were you frightened today? Did you inform your family?" Responding to his voice, Su Jinxiu turned and forced a smile, saying, "Grandpa Qian, my phone was broken, and I didn't get the chance to tell them. I'll do it tomorrow." Such a significant event could hardly be concealed. She needed to reassure her family. Qian Shouxin waved his hand and sighed. "Ah, I'll send a message to your grandfather. You can call him tomorrow." As he rummaged through his phone for the contact, he casually asked, "Are you returning to school later?" Given that she had encountered 2 incidents in one day, she felt somewhat embarrassed to meet her old friends. Su Jinxiu shook her head, replying, "I don't wish to go back. The dormitory isn't safe. Grandpa Qian, could you have him escort me?" She gestured towards Ren Qingyun, who was tending to a wound. Qian Shouxin was taken aback. Something was amiss with this girl. She had never conversed with unfamiliar males, let alone taken the initiative to approach one. Was she perhaps smitten? Contemplating this, he said, "Very well, let him escort you. He is a valuable asset in this operation and quite capable." After sending a message to an old friend, he approached Ren Qingyun. Ren Qingyun, equipped with a body camera, only needed to provide explanations when absolutely necessary. After returning, he had simply bandaged his wounds. At that moment, as he finished applying the ointment, his gaze met Qian Shouxin's. "Good evening, Chief." Bai Chongshan immediately stood up. Despite the dark circles under his eyes, his spirit remained exuberant. Knowing that their collective first-class merit was secured, Qian Shouxin gestured for him to relax, saying, "You've had a long day. Change your clothes and take her home." Most of the issues have been resolved, and the majority of the operation personnel can head back to the dormitory for a brief rest. Just then, 2 rescued women approached, their eyes sparkling as they looked at Ren Qingyun, exclaiming, "Thank you, officer. Otherwise, we would have surely faced calamity." "Thank you, officer. Could we exchange contact information? We'd like to treat you to a meal." One of the voluptuous women gazed at him with fiery eyes, producing a Nokia 95, evidently a follower of trends. Ren Qingyun waved his hand, firmly declining. "The police serve the people. No thanks are necessary." Although he noticed the girl's refreshing appearance, he couldn't truly be responsible for them. The 2 women displayed evident disappointment, and just as they were about to say something, Su Jinxiu approached, her voice cool and composed. "I would like to meet your sister. Could you introduce me?" This simple request carried profound implications. The 2 girls were visibly stunned, sensing an underlying connection between them. After all, what would prompt a late-night visit to a boy's home? Ren Qingyun couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of a woman with connections. Was she merely seeking to accompany him home? Bai Chongshan recognized the situation, his eyes widening as he pointed at the duo, a knowing expression on his face. "Leader, I'm leaving." Ren Qingyun, feeling outmatched, called out while donning his jacket. "Let's go. Drive that car first. Remember to return tomorrow." He nodded, aware that he referred to the stolen Mercedes. In consideration of Su Jinxiu, he permitted a breach of protocol. Otherwise, he would have ridden his motorcycle back. However, Su Jinxiu declined, stating, "Don't you have your own means of transportation? I don't wish to ride in that car." "A motorcycle, then?" he suggested. "That's acceptable." She agreed, as long as it was not the stolen vehicle. Waving to his colleagues, Ren Qingyun led them outside to ride the motorcycle. He had his helmet and retrieved a black spare from the storage compartment, saying, "It's a bit large, bear with it." Su Jinxiu did not refuse, but after a few moments of fiddling, she still struggled to wear it properly. Reluctantly, Ren Qingyun adjusted it for her, advising, "Hold on my waist while riding, otherwise, you might fall off." With a swift motion, he sat atop the Harley, while Su Jinxiu, adorned in a white long dress, perched sideways on the back. She found it uncomfortable, her body leaning heavily against Ren Qingyun. Adjusting her position to ride more upright allowed her to create a slight distance, gripping his clothing with both hands. Yet, as the motorcycle roared to life, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist, her face flushing deep red. Had she known, she would have preferred the comfort of the Mercedes, even if it had been occupied by a criminal. Amidst a flurry of thoughts, the engine's growl shattered the serenity of the early morning as they sped toward the villa area, where the lights in the living room still glowed. Ren Qingyun parked the motorcycle, bewildered, and removed his helmet, ushering Su Jinxiu through the door. A single glance revealed his sister, bleary-eyed, gazing at him. "Why haven't you returned to your room?" Suddenly, his sister's drowsy eyes widened in disbelief as she pointed at the pair, stammering, "Little brother, this. Could it be so soon?" Although Ren Xingyun had never brought Ding Huiyi home, his family was familiar with her. Yet at 3 in the morning, he had returned with a stranger. This was certainly a significant development. Ren Xingyun hastily explained, "She is a graduate student from your school. She was kidnapped tonight, and I rescued her. She didn't dare return to campus and will stay with us for the night. Su Jinxiu, your junior. To avoid any misunderstandings, let me provide a brief introduction." Su Jinxiu, with an air of grace, extended her hand and remarked, "I have long heard that senior students in graduate programs can graduate early, and you are a talented individual from Nanning University. I have been eager to make your acquaintance, and I am truly delighted to finally meet you." Her smile was warm, yet her tone remained quite formal. Ren Xingyu shook her hand and noticed that it felt particularly cold. After appraising her for a moment, she replied, "No need for formalities. I am merely focused on my studies. Your hands are quite chilly. Do come in and take a seat." She fetched a pair of slippers for her, brushed her hair aside, and shot a fierce glare at her underling. "I need to use the restroom." The early morning chill lingered, and sitting behind the motorcycle was becoming increasingly uncomfortable. "It's right over there." Ren Xingyu pointed towards the partially closed restroom, and Su Jinxiu hurried over. Once she closed the door, she seized her underling by the ear and demanded, "What are you doing? Are you straddling 2 boats? This woman is not to be underestimated. You should let go while you can." Her position as the elder sister, coupled with her authoritative presence, rendered Ren Xingyun unable to move. Chapter 41. Lodging and Obstacles at Work. The host, a formidable demon lord, could not permit a mere girl to humiliate him. He was destined to be unrestrained. With no taboos, to kill, kill, kill. The voice of the system echoed in his mind, unable to tolerate the humiliation of the host. Ren Xingyun chose to disregard it, bending down to alleviate the pain while explaining, "Sister, please let go. You must know that I've broken up with Ding Huiyi. Su Jinxiu is merely seeking temporary shelter. Kindly arrange a guest room for her." "Ouch, it hurts," he silently lamented, having not experienced an elder sister's massage in over a decade. It was not truly painful, but he had to feign discomfort. Ren Xingyu released her grip, casting him a disdainful glance, and retorted, "Do you take me for blind? A girl, out late at night, braving the cold on your motorcycle, just for fun? Wait, are you hurt again? I can smell blood." Looking closely, she noticed that both of his sleeves were in disarray. Ren Xingyun, feeling helpless, chuckled softly, "It's nothing, sis. I need to rest. There is much work to attend to tomorrow. She's your responsibility now. Girls are easier to talk to." He hastily made his exit, determined not to divulge his injuries. "Wait for me, you little rascal," she muttered, as she turned to arrange for Su Jinxiu's stay. The younger brother had already been brought back. She could not simply ignore him. Within half an hour, the exhausted group had all succumbed to rest, devoid of any late-night discussions. Ren Xingyun had indeed found respite. Yet the leaders of the narcotics team could not afford immediate repose. Qian Shouxin, his hair now grayed, rubbed his temples and took a sip of the now-cold red tea. Xiaowan extinguished his cigarette and rasped, "The provincial interrogation expert has arrived. We shall commence interrogations of all drug traffickers at dawn. According to Bao Yu's testimony, we have uncovered the bodies of 22 individuals. This alone warrants the death penalty. Truly a grave offense." Ren Xingyun has achieved yet another feat. A smile broke through his weary countenance at this thought. Beside him, Bian Lu inhaled deeply from his cigarette, his bloodshot eyes widening as he remarked, "Ren Xingyun is indeed formidable. He is poised to earn 2 first-class merits." His statement garnered unanimous agreement from Lu Qingye and the others, lifting their spirits somewhat. For them, accolades were not merely bonuses, but also intertwined with their future political aspirations. Qian Shouxin waved his hand dismissively, stating, "At dawn, I will report to the department. We must secure this." Now, what about Bao Wensheng? The investigation unveiled startling revelations. In just 2 days, 2 additional drug trafficking rings have been exposed. The unique components of Bao Yu's operation differ from those of the DeLong and Erlong families, as well as from those of Tajai. It is no wonder that Nanyun City is viewed as a hub for drug trafficking. Quite terrifying. Xiaowan's smile faded as he continued. According to reports from the traffic police, following his departure from the police station, he returned directly to the Bale Group's branch in Nanyuan City. At 6:30 in the evening, he attended a municipal meeting, but abruptly left the venue before 8 o'clock. He was spotted at the expressway entrance. Yet his vehicle did not approach the toll station. He then turned back to his villa at Binhai Blue Bay and has not ventured out since. According to the procedure, there is no indication of an intent to flee. Everyone suspects he may be involved in drug manufacturing and trafficking, so it is quite normal for him to flee upon hearing the news. A lack of vigorous action is, in fact, unusual. Upon hearing this, Qian Shouxin furrowed his brow in contemplation and remarked, "Tomorrow, have someone investigate what municipal meeting is taking place, who is the initiator, and who has been invited. It is not a banquet. What kind of meeting occurs after 6 o'clock?" Xiao Wan and the others nodded in agreement. He turned to the deputy director and said, "Old Zhang, keep a close watch." "All right." Zhang Chong nodded, his sharp eyes and handsome features marking him as a striking middle-aged man, readily agreeing. He oversees criminal investigations and logistics, holding a rank equivalent to Su Changhua, who is responsible for drug enforcement, albeit with a lower police rank. Qian Shouxin commanded again, "Keep a close eye on him. He cannot leave Nanyuan City and should reveal some telltale signs. Accelerate the interrogation of Bao Yu. We must extract clues. Is there still no progress in the interrogation of Tu Chai?" He shifted the topic, as there was still a major fish waiting to be caught. Xiao Wan cleared his throat twice and said, "Alas, he hasn't said a word since his arrival. The specially appointed translator is also being ignored." A silence fell over the conference room. They had apprehended the individual for over 24 hours without acquiring any information, which was particularly agonizing. Qian Shouxin rubbed his temples and spoke in a low tone. "If the experts cannot extract anything tomorrow, we shall let Ren Qingyan take a turn. Everyone is tired. It is time to rest." After compiling some information and organizing tasks, the weary group departed. The following morning, the sun shone brightly. As the sunlight touched his skin, the warmth roused Ren Qingyun from his slumber. He opened his bleary eyes and glanced at his charging phone. It was 7:30. He had slept for less than 5 hours. He sprang up, hurried into the bathroom to wash up, and discovered that all the wounds from yesterday had scabbed over. A gentle touch caused them to flake away, leaving behind white marks. Though the system's words may be unreliable, the rewards are indeed trustworthy. The heavenly demon body refinement technique consumed 50 points of essence blood, healing his injuries. No longer would he need to worry about his mother's nagging. With a beaming smile, he tore off the bandages, took a cold shower, and descended the stairs, feeling refreshed. "Mom, today is scallion pancake day. It smells so good," he cheerfully greeted, snatching a piece of pancake and tossing it into his mouth. Geng Xiaoji swung the spatula towards his hand, but he deftly dodged. "Hot, don't you know that can easily lead to esophageal cancer? Wait a moment. It will be ready soon." She turned back to manage the electric griddle, casually inquiring, "What time did you come back yesterday? You were working so hard. Why don't you?" This was the same old conversation. She didn't want her son to struggle so much. Ren Qingyun interrupted her with a mumble. "Mom, it's not hard at all. My job makes countless men envious. If it weren't for me, would TU have collaborated with Bell Group? They must have issues." Upon hearing this, Geng Xiaoji found herself unable to retort. Just then, Ren Zhong emerged from the bathroom and remarked, "I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. I saw Bao Wensheng at the meeting last night, but he left before 8. Though he appeared composed on the surface, I sensed a heaviness weighing upon his heart. Let us earn a modest sum and refrain from entanglements. By the way, how fares your girlfriend?" Realizing that I could not persuade him to change his career, I shifted the conversation to the matter of marriage. It is quite natural to contemplate such matters upon graduation. No sooner had I spoken than a voice echoed from the stairway. Ahem. Upon noticing the stir caused by her daughter, Geng Xiaoji retorted with annoyance, "I am discussing serious matters with your brother. Why are you interrupting?" To her surprise, 2 young women appeared. What was happening? Ren Zhong looked on in astonishment, unaware that another girl had joined their household. Su Jinxiu, poised and graceful, greeted them effortlessly. "Good day, uncle and aunt. My name is Su Jinxiu. I'm an alumnus of the same school as Qingyu. After being kidnapped yesterday, I was rescued by Officer Ren. With nowhere to go, I seek a place to stay for the night. Thank you. With elegance, she succinctly explained her situation. The couple exchanged glances. And Geng Xiuji smiled warmly. What a lovely child. Quickly, wash your face and come and dine. They invited her to sit at the dining table and recounted the circumstances of their acquaintance. Chapter 42. Is the agitator blameless while the benefactor must apologize? At 8 o'clock sharp, Ren Xingyun sped towards the narcotics team on his motorcycle. His mother's voice echoed in his ears, urging him, "This girl is quite good. You must hold on to her. That ding fellow, you should swiftly cast aside." He had to admit that his parents had always worried about his affairs. The emergence of Su Jinxiu had finally brought them some satisfaction. Yet, it required her consent as well. Though he acknowledged this, his heart brimmed with unwavering confidence. Zhao Tianyu, a mere petty figure, must be driven far away. Upon entering the narcotics team office, he noticed a few more faces. Injured cadets adorned with the insignia of third-class police officers were diligently at work. Zhao Tianyu, limping with a leg injury, was awkwardly assisting in organizing documents. Upon seeing Ren Xingyun, a smug expression spread across his face as he exclaimed, "Ren Xingyun, everyone else has been confirmed in their positions. How can you arrive late? Look at our injured colleagues who have already come in early and are fulfilling their duties. It is not my intention to admonish you, but as a public servant, one should at least arrive on time, if not voluntarily put in extra hours. Especially since we are a disciplined force, a sense of time is essential." Disregarding what Ren Xingyun had accomplished, he was merely expressing his own self-righteous ideals. He assumed he would garner unanimous agreement, yet the others seemed unfazed. Ren Xingyun felt that Zhao Tianyu, rather than bothering others, had specifically chosen to provoke him. Just as he prepared to retort, Bai Chongshan entered, his eyes reddened. With a tremendous yawn, he remarked, "Do you think everyone is like you, lying in the hospital for a mere scrape? We worked until 3 in the morning yesterday. Are you questioning all the colleagues who arrived on time?" He then pointed at Ren Xingyun, saying, "He fought valiantly yesterday, sustaining injuries in the process. What is wrong with him arriving just on time? You really are a nuisance." His words were unapologetically blunt, leaving Zhao Tianyu's expression sour. Just as he was ready to counter, Su Chonghua's voice resonated from the doorway. "We are all colleagues. In the future, we must fight side by side in the same trench and avoid discord. Ren Xingyun, although you are injured on duty, that is no reason for pride. You must remain humble and united with your comrades, dedicating yourself wholeheartedly to serving the people." It was evident that Zhao Tianyu was the instigator. Yet Su chose to highlight Ren Xingyun as the troublemaker, casting a shadow of disunity upon him. As they listened, the newly confirmed cadets displayed complex expressions. The deputy chief was clearly targeting Ren Xingyun. What would happen next? Zhao Tianyu, regaining his enthusiasm, chimed in with a triumphant expression. "Director Su is absolutely right. We must learn from our seniors, unite, and serve the people together. We must never indulge in individual heroism. We should learn from one another and progress collectively." His flattery was grandiose and utterly insincere. Upon hearing this, Ren Xingyun felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. He immediately retorted, "To foster unity with cowards like you, must I also become a coward on the battlefield? Serving the people entails hiding behind them while they are struck down, injured, yet choosing to hide in the hospital rather than fulfilling one's duties? How can you claim to serve the people? Have you ever truly done so?" Zhao Tianyu, akin to a cat whose tail has been stepped on, reacted with indignation, his complexion alternating between shades of blue and white. Just as he was about to speak, the voice of Su Chonghua reached his ears. "Comrade Ren Xingyun, how can you speak in such a manner? No one on the battlefield is a coward. It is entirely natural to recuperate after injury. By saying this, are you implying that they are all hiding behind the people? Hurry and apologize." The newly appointed police cadet hesitated, intending to assert that no apology was necessary, yet the presence of the deputy director stifled his words. He feared repercussions that could jeopardize his future. Bai Chongshan, unfazed, interjected with a laugh, "I simply do not understand how you can generalize and distort the facts. You are speaking of Zhao Tianyu. Why drag others into this? They're neither cowards nor are they languishing in hospital beds. You are sowing discord among colleagues. which is truly malicious. His words immediately left Su Changhua at a loss for response. Originally, he intended to isolate Ren Qingyun with just a few remarks, diminishing his standing, and subsequently crush him into the dust, ensuring he would never rise again. Yet this audacious Bai Chongshan dared to challenge him? How outrageous! He must be dealt with. Zhao Tianyu, refusing to cower, boldly declared, "Bai Chongshan, how dare you speak to a superior in such a manner? The leader is correct. Words detrimental to unity should not be spoken. We are all wounded on the battlefield, and thus we share the same experience. Ren Qingyun is in the wrong, and no amount of justification will change that." He spoke with righteous fervor, staunchly supporting the deputy director. Ren Qingyun restrained Bai Chongshan, recognizing the latter's complex connections. For not everyone could boast friendship with a woman like Qin Qing. In a cold voice, he retorted, "What have I done wrong? The order to retreat was never given, and yet you were already 30 meters away. Is that not the definition of a coward? I trust the battlefield assessment will yield results swiftly. It is not merely what you assert that matters. You are the one who, out of fear, accuses me of wrongdoing. If battling drug traffickers is a mistake, I would rather err repeatedly. If fighting while injured is a misstep, then I have erred doubly. If my words are mistaken, I embrace being utterly wrong." His three statements resonated powerfully within the confines of the office. Zhao Tianyu's expression had shifted from panic to a grim countenance. Su Jianggu, quali astonitz, could not believe that such a mere officer would dare disregard his authority. He erupted in anger. "Ren Qingyun, do you not understand the gravity of this place? This is a national institution, not a venue for your temper tantrums. Disregarding leadership, targeting colleagues, and making baseless claims of egregious errors. I will report this to the higher-ups and ensure you receive a formal reprimand." Could he not manage a young officer? Was he willing to sacrifice his authority as deputy director? How could he lead in the future? Despite the small number of personnel present, he felt as though he had been stripped bare, exposed to the world. Ren Qingyun had resolved that Su Changhua must be dealt with first. He was simply intolerable. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a dry, hoarse voice emerged from behind Su Changhua. "Who wishes to submit a disciplinary report during this critical 100-day campaign? Let us not dwell on minor transgressions." Upon hearing the voice, the crowd turned in its direction. There stood Qian Shouxin, accompanied by Xiao Wanhe and Bian Lu, approaching together. Upon their arrival, Su Changhua's imposing demeanor abruptly dissipated, replaced by a subdued demeanor. Suppressing his anger, he remarked, just moments ago, Ren Qingyun referred to the injured comrades as parasites hiding among the masses. I demanded an apology from him, yet he asserted he would rather be grievously mistaken. This compelled me to consider filing a report for educational purposes. Although the general situation remained similar, the focus had shifted from an individual to a collective, altering its essence entirely. Bai Chongshan was about to interject with a counterargument when Ren Qingyun silenced him. Despite his significant status, it was not the appropriate moment for him to speak. It was best to await the leader's decision. Chapter 43. Deputy Superintendent and Cleaning Duties? Upon hearing this, Xiaowan let out a cold snort and remarked, "Deputy Director Su, you might not have noticed, but we can hear you quite clearly in the conference room." The words of Ren Qingyun's rebuttal were directed at Zhao Tianyu. When did he become the representative for everyone? Su Changhua's expression twitched, his gaze darkening. This is bad. It seems everything has been overheard. However, it was evident that Xiao Wan was defending Ren Qingyun, suppressing his own authority. With someone backing him, how dare they target him? Qian Shouxin disregarded them entirely, walking up to Ren Qingyun with the epaulets in hand. With a swift motion, he tore off the blue police uniform's in-turn shoulder insignia and affixed the deputy superintendent insignia in its place. He spoke solemnly. After deliberation by the ministry, you are awarded 3 first-class merits and 1 second-class merit. You are hereby promoted to deputy superintendent and appointed as the leader of the narcotics team, with a deputy division-level salary. After fastening the insignia, he patted Ren Qingyun's arm, a look of gratification on his face. Ren Qingyun blinked in surprise. He had not anticipated that so many accolades would be approved so swiftly. He immediately straightened his back and responded emphatically yes. He hadn't yet received his new shirt and was still wearing the original blue short-sleeve police uniform. In reality, members of the action team often wore civilian clothes, donning uniforms only for special occasions. His heart swelled with joy. The recognition of his merits was a testament to the leader's appreciation. Otherwise, how could things have progressed so rapidly? Typically, such processes would take at least 3 months for approval. Yet, this was accomplished in merely 2 days. The materials likely had only just been compiled. There was no need to think about certificates and badges, but the news had already spread. As a prominent figure with direct access to the higher authorities, certain procedures could be bypassed. A mechanical voice echoed wildly in his mind. The host has firmly established a foothold in the law enforcement hall of Xantiangong, successfully infiltrating the inner circle. Special reward: concealment of true identity, which allows for the alteration of one's essence and appearance, requiring the consumption of 2 drops of essence blood. Upon hearing the voice, Ren Qingyun found it dubious, yet the reward was appealing. As a narcotics officer, he would undoubtedly require the ability to disguise his identity for future missions. The other cadets were filled with envy upon hearing the announcement, erupting into applause to celebrate. Zhao Qianyu, however, was consumed by jealousy, his face contorted and body trembling. He clapped a couple of times half-heartedly before letting his hands fall to his sides, choosing to ignore it. In just 2 days, he had achieved so much. Su Changwen narrowed his eyes, and as the applause subsided, couldn't he help but inquire, "Isn't there a regulation against promoting 2 ranks at once?" He voiced the doubts that lingered in everyone's minds, feeling that there was no precedent for such a situation. Qian Shouxin tilted his head, responding casually, "I must ask you, is there anyone who can accumulate such merits in just 2 days? Rules are always rigid. I have long maintained that the capable rise while the inept fall. If he possesses the ability, I will grant him greater authority. Should he err one day, I will hold him accountable without leniency." His resonant voice reverberated within the office, effectively indicating that Ren Qingyun was under his protection. Who would dare oppose this? Su Changhua, naturally, dared not refute and immediately lowered his head, falling silent. At that moment, several cadets' eyes sparkled as if a broad avenue had unfolded before them. With diligence, there lay an opportunity to ascend in rank and position. Ren Qingyun had transcended 6 years of others' endeavors, heralding an immeasurable future. Countless individuals toil for a lifetime, merely retiring as subordinates. Zhao Tianyu seethed with rage, nearly grinding his teeth, and attempted to provoke Ren Qingyun, only to become a cautionary example of repression. How could the second-generation rich, whom I controlled, suddenly awaken? His gaze fixated on Ren Qingyun. His mind raced to devise means to regain control over him. Ding Huai. I must orchestrate some entanglement between him and Ding Huai to hinder his progress. Bai Chongshan, beaming with joy, exclaimed, "You are already a team leader. I want to be the first to join your team. We have partnered twice, and I have never let you down. I must cling to this advantageous position. Future accolades will be plentiful." It was a foregone conclusion that he would become a second-level police officer within a year, perhaps even ascend to the rank of first-level officer. Then he could demonstrate to his family that he could carve out his own path, independent of their influence. "Haha, splendid," Ren Qingyun replied, prompting envy among the others. When the deputy chief had challenged them, they had refrained from interceding, and now they felt too embarrassed to ask for favors. They could only look at Bai Chongshan with faces full of envy, assured that he would continue to accrue merit. At that moment, Xiao Wan presented a document and approached Zhao Qianyu, coldly stating the information recorded by the body camera during the operation, combined with the verification from the technical investigation personnel, reveals that you retreated 30 meters during the action, raising suspicions of cowardice. Considering you're a rookie officer participating in your first operation, you will receive a warning. The narcotics team is not suited for you. From now on, you will remain in the office to handle cleaning duties. With that, he slapped the investigation report against Zhao Tianyu's chest. What? Zhao Tianyu's face instantly turned a deep shade of red, his body trembling involuntarily. struggling to accept the report. His gaze swept across the faces of his peers, ultimately landing on Su Changhua. Yet Su Changhua appeared oblivious, staring out towards the door, yearning to find a crevice to hide in, wishing to avoid attracting any attention. The scoundrel he had chosen was utterly disappointing and required a thorough reprimand. Bian Lu and the others regarded Zhao Tianyu with disapproving expressions before stating, "Since everyone has joined the narcotics team, you must understand that you are facing ruthless drug traffickers. Lacking courage is not your fault. It simply signifies that this position is unsuitable for you. If anyone feels unfit, you may promptly submit a report. I acknowledge that this line of work is exceedingly dangerous and poses a risk to life. Withdrawing is a responsible act for your own safety. If it is discovered that someone falters at a critical moment, veteran narcotics officers will be deeply dissatisfied. On the battlefield, one person's retreat may cause disarray, jeopardizing others, and potentially leading to mission failure. The consequences are dire." The cadets inhaled deeply, their expressions turning significantly more serious. Having weathered the trials of conflict, their courage had markedly increased, dispelling the initial fear they had felt. Moreover, the narcotics team enjoys the highest level of remuneration and the swiftest opportunities for advancement, making it an endeavor no one is willing to relinquish. There is an unwavering determination to not retreat. I aspire to become a distinguished narcotics officer. Bai Chongshan, seemingly unafraid of death, was the first to express his resolve. Before others could respond, someone rushed in from outside, exclaiming loudly, "Chief, Director Xiao, Director Su, Director Zhang." There's news from the interrogation room. Instantly, all eyes shifted, particularly those of Qian Shouxin and others, who strode forward with purpose. "What is the good news?" Xiao Wan eagerly inquired first. If they could elicit a confession from the drug trafficker, it would undoubtedly bring greater accolades. However, the officer delivering the message reported, "The 3 provincial experts have arrived and confirmed that the suspect, Tu Chai, will not speak. They recommend extradition back." They were just about to proceed with the interrogation about you. The leaders. Chapter 44. The proud expert group Xiao Wan issued the command. "Do not stand there foolishly. Attend to your duties and heed the captain's arrangements. Ren Qingyan, come with me." It was a misconception to believe that the provincial experts were particularly formidable, as they proved equally ineffective. "Understood," Ren Qingyan replied, adjusting his police cap and straightening his coat as he stepped outside. Bai Chongshan immediately scampered after him, eager to follow the group leader and secure all the accolades. As they reached the doorway, he suddenly turned back and called out to Zhao Tianyu, "Hey, you shouldn't linger in the narcotics unit. Hurry and report to logistics." Fei Qingyun, overhearing, felt quite pleased. With several leaders observing him, he refrained from further disparaging Zhao, serving as his mouthpiece instead. "Excellent." Zhao Tianyu, upon hearing this, felt a sense of relief wash over him. Now a formal officer, he knew opportunities for redemption would inevitably arise. Regardless of his role, he remained within the police department, and in his parents' eyes, he was still a recipient of state provisions. He was still the most promising lad among the villages. However, being bested by Ren Qingyan left him with a profound sense of discontent. He needed to reclaim his position. Grabbing the report, he turned and exited the narcotics unit's office. Once he confirmed no one was around, he made his way to Su Changhua's office. From the moment he joined the police force, he had resolved to become a loyal subordinate to a leader. Moreover, he aimed to cultivate relationships with influential women to establish a foundation for advancement. Having already ingratiated himself with Su Changhua, he sought to glean wisdom from him at this juncture. When Xiao Wan and his colleagues arrived outside the interrogation room, they found the 3 provincial experts still deliberating their findings. Old Qian, upon seeing Qian Shouxin, they hurriedly greeted him. He acknowledged Xiao Wan and the others with merely a nod, exuding an air of superiority. Qian Shouxin spoke. "My Yong, Ho Bing, Zhao Kaisen, I heard you commenced the interrogation around 5 o'clock. What results have you achieved?" His brow furrowed slightly. Although his tone was cordial, his gaze was scrutinizing. The oldest among them, Ho Bing, with graying hair and a face lined with wrinkles, explained with a hint of frustration, "I am a psychologist. No matter how I approached the questioning, he remained unresponsive. I cannot get him to speak. Ma Yong, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, added, Old Qian. I observed his micro-expressions closely. Regardless of the questions posed, be it about family, life, or loved ones, there was no discernible reaction. His psychological defenses are too robust. The last of the trio, the middle-aged Zhao Kaisen, handed over a sketchpad, stating, Based on their inquiries, I have sketched a profile. He has lost his parents, and his wife and child are being controlled. He harbors fantasies of salvation. I speculate that he believes someone will come to rescue him. He spoke with a touch of pride. Even in the absence of any tangible interrogation outcomes, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Upon hearing this, Qian Shouxin accepted the drawing. It depicted a figure trapped in a cage, with his left foot tethered to his wife and child, his right foot bound to various possessions, and his head filled with dreams. He casually passed it to Xiao Wan and inquired, Is there no other way? No, he won't speak, and we cannot extract any information. Zhao Kaisen shook his head, still maintaining his air of superiority. Qian Shouxin sighed and turned to Ren Qingyun, asking, Why not give it a try? His performance during the interrogation of Bao Yu yesterday had been remarkably extraordinary. One could believe today might yield some results as well. Before Ren Qingyun could respond, Zhao Kaisen interjected, Old Qian, we are already the foremost interrogation experts in Tiannan province. If we are unable to extract information, what can a mere youth accomplish? He is unlikely to alter the course of events. The aged Ho Bing sighed as well, remarking, I employed a half-hypnosis technique, yet still gleaned no useful clues. His involvement would merely squander time. His pride mirrored that of Zhao Kaisen, who held little faith in Ren Qingyun's abilities. Ren Qingyun pondered the source of their arrogance. Who had fostered such hubris? Old Qian elucidated. Tu Chai is the very individual he apprehended, having eliminated over 100 drug traffickers. I believe he possesses some skills. Furthermore, upon hearing of the slaying of over 100 drug dealers, the three turned simultaneously to cast skeptical glances, their expressions tinged with disdain. He appeared to be nothing more than a privileged scion, a radiant youth unbefitting a hardened elite, likely usurping the accolades of others. Zhao Kaisen audaciously interrupted Old Qian. True, we may not match his combat prowess, but interrogation is not warfare. It does not hinge on marksmanship. Are we to brandish firearms at his head? Such a notion is utterly impractical. He harbored no belief in Ren Qingyun's exaggerated achievements, suspecting it to be mere flattery from their superiors. Ho Bing muttered under his breath. He looks freshly graduated. Has he truly taken down over 100 drug traffickers? He may not even have fired 100 rounds in practice. He must be some second-generation rich kid. Though his words were whispered, the disdain was unmistakable. Ren Qingyun remained baffled by their animosity and the extreme reaction his simple suggestion had provoked. Yet he refrained from further dialogue. Aware of the formidable influence within the provincial department, he simply replied to Qian Shouxin's inquiry. Chief, I assure you I will accomplish the task. His face was a portrait of confidence, his posture erect, exuding a spirit of determination. Zhao Kaisen shook his head, stating, Youthful enthusiasm is commendable, but you shall soon understand the depth of despair that follows failure. We are looking out for your well-being, to spare you from psychological turmoil. Ho Bing concurred, Old Qian. There is no need to waste time. Let us focus on how to prevent potential attacks. They collectively dismissed Ren Qingyun's capabilities. Qian Shouxin hesitated. Bao Yu was an arrogant, rich heir, relatively easier to crack, and once he crumbled, he would divulge everything. Yet Tu Chai was a different matter entirely. A true drug lord seasoned in the dance of life and death, particularly in foreign lands, where he would be unrestrained by any moral compass. Ren Qingyun, skilled in apprehension tasks, feared the repercussions of external influences. Xiao Wanze, unable to abide by the provincial expert's dismissiveness, promptly advocated for Ren Qingyun. Chief, allow him the opportunity. He must engage with all aspects of his work to become a versatile talent. It is precisely because of his youth that he deserves more room for error. If he falters, it will be expected. If he succeeds, it will be nothing short of magnificent. Upon hearing this, Ma Yong felt a surge of displeasure. He ran a hand through his graying hair and remarked, It is evident that Director Xiao has high hopes for him, and is nurturing him with great care. Is he a relative of yours? His words were incisive, striking at the heart of the matter. Xiao Wan's expression darkened, and just as he was about to retort, Qian Shouxin interjected coldly, Ren Xingyun, take your team inside. Young people should not fear failure. Yes, Ren Xingyun replied emphatically, then turned to the three experts and asserted, if you cannot accomplish something, do not cast doubt on others. I wonder what your true intentions are in obstructing my interrogation. Do you not wish to learn about the case? Or are you reluctant for us to gather more information? Do you not understand that having another perspective can yield additional insights? You should take the time to learn. With that, he disregarded them and led by Chongshan into the interrogation room. Zhao Kaisen was instantly enraged, stating coldly, young man, there is nothing wrong with being ambitious. But if you are merely a muddy wall, you will never rise. If you manage to extract the truth, I shall take you as my disciple. As the door opened, the atmosphere grew tense, and Tu Chai's emotions became volatile, his body writhing restlessly. Chapter 45. A revelation from a single sentence, the expressions of Ma Yong and the others shifted dramatically. What could have provoked such a strong reaction? When the trio entered, Tu Chai was treated as if he were invisible, his demeanor unaltered. Yet now, the atmosphere was entirely transformed. Xiao Wan coldly remarked, it is because Tu Chai was incapacitated and captured by him. The three were taken aback, yet a sense of disquiet lingered. Surely, merely capturing him could not warrant such an emotional upheaval. Was it truly a case of enemies meeting with heightened animosity? Qian Shouxin, uninterested in their musings, gestured for them to enter the adjacent dark room to witness the interrogation. Ren Xingyun stepped into the interrogation room. Despite Tu Chai's evident emotional turmoil, he remained undisturbed. Instead, he expended a drop of his essence blood to employ the eye of divine punishment. Fortunately, after using 50 drops for cultivation the previous day, he had 9 remaining, more than sufficient for his needs. As the blood energy coalesced above his head, it ultimately manifested into a series of written characters. Fallen Demon, Zhang Dashi in 1995. Murdered the Bao family from his village and fled to Myanmar. In 1997, began involvement in drug trafficking. In 1998, killed 2 men, disposed of his body in the river, and usurped his wife and children. In 2001, trafficked drugs to Longwa, engaging in a black-on-black murder of Tong men. In 2007, reversed the drug trade and killed Tu San, becoming a core member. In 2010, entered the country to procure unique items, successfully negotiated a deal, and killed Lin Zhongyao. This entire criminal record chronicled the rise of a formidable drug lord. With a robust physique, sinewy muscles, and dark skin, his visage bore a ghastly scar, marking him as a ruthless individual. The audacity to seize another's spouse and children suggested he was perhaps a gang leader. Remarkably, the lies he acclaimed numbered fewer than 10, yet his actions struck at the heart of the matter. His formidable temperament was indeed fitting for one of such a notorious stature. Tu Chai observed Ren Xingyun's tranquil demeanor, his own emotions gradually stabilizing as he sat in the interrogation chair, his eyes bloodshot and unwaveringly fixed. Bai Chongshan, noticing the intensity in his gaze, broke into a cold sweat, trembling slightly as he prepared the computer and camera. Striving to appear unaffected, he announced, "We are ready." Ren Xingyun signaled an okay with his hand and called out, "Director Xiao, please send me a skilled typist. There's a great deal of information to coordinate." Bai Chongshan might struggle to keep up with the demands. Although Xiao Wan was unsure of the reason, he promptly dispatched a female officer to assist. In this era, most office personnel were women. "Sister Shun, it's you. Please assist me with the computer work and do so swiftly." Shen Man, a diligent officer responsible for data organization, spent more time with computers than in slumber. Despite her commendable work ethic, her striking appearance led her to be affectionately dubbed Goddess Man. The police uniform clung tightly to her figure, undeniably captivating. "All right," Shen Man nodded, taking her place at the computer. In the past couple of days, Ren Xingyun's name had been ubiquitous, appearing prominently in various reports. Numerous commendations had accumulated, an unprecedented occurrence. Curiosity stirred within her. What exceptional qualities did this 22-year-old possess? To everyone's astonishment, the man who had slain so many drug traffickers was not dissimilar to the boy next door. An instant surge of goodwill arose within her. Once she settled in, Rin Xingyun slowly approached Tu Chai, observing his bloodshot eyes as he remarked, "You need not regard me with such a gaze. As if I have stolen your wife and children." It was evident to all that his eyes flickered with profound shock and terror. What is this? A mere phrase has stirred Tu Chai's emotions? "My own," hidden behind the one-way mirror, uttered in disbelief. As a psychological expert, he had uttered numerous words without eliciting such a response. Without breaking through the emotional barriers, meaningful conversation could not be fostered. The lack of information and the language barrier only compounded the difficulties. But wait, could it be that Tu Chai comprehended Mandarin? Zhao Kaisen posed a soul-searching question, to which no one could provide an answer. Tu Chai's overwhelming emotional upheaval could not escape Rin Xingyun's keen perception. Approaching him, he leaned over the interrogation chair, gazing intently as he said, "Your reaction to that statement is quite pronounced. Could it be that you truly have taken another's wife and child? Such a peculiar obsession you have, reminiscent of Meng De. I wonder how many you have taken, perhaps even from your subordinates?" He punctuated his words with a thumbs up, signaling his approval. "You speak nonsense. You are the one resembling Meng De." Tu Chai began, but abruptly halted mid-sentence. "He has spoken." Ho Bing adjusted his glasses, his expression one of incredulity. Despite their various attempts at coaxing him, none had succeeded in prying open his lips, yet Rin Xingyun's 2 sentences had compelled him to speak. He had struck a nerve. Otherwise, it would have been impossible. For a moment, doubts began to creep into their interrogation abilities. Xiaowan, standing nearby, scoffed, "Oh, Comrade Rin insists on completing the task," who claimed they wished to be mentored. Unable to tolerate the trio's arrogance, he felt compelled to deliver a sharp retort. Even if they were family, they were capable family members. Zhao Kaisen's expression darkened, yet he maintained his haughty tone with merely 2 sentences. "We have not yet uncovered the specifics, have we?" Rin Xingyun, oblivious to their verbal sparring, continued to fixate on Tu Chai, a wicked smile gracing his lips. "I did not expect you to be familiar with Meng De. You seem not to be from Myanmar, but rather from the Dragon Kingdom. Come now, enlighten us." "Nanan Mabu, Min Pio Naiza." A garbled response escaped Tu Chai's lips, leaving Rin Xingyun perplexed. However, a sinister grin spread across his face as he raised his right hand and delivered a resounding slap. The force caused Tu Chai's entire body to bend to the right, nearly toppling from the chair, his cheeks swelling as a few teeth flew from his mouth. Behind the table, Bai Chongshan and Shin Man, along with numerous leaders in the dimly lit room, were taken aback. They had not anticipated such a sudden outburst. "He has broken the rules," Zhao Kaisen exclaimed loudly. Qian Shouxin coldly interjected, "Where is the violation? In the face of invaders, a group of terrorists, how can there be talk of rules?" He witnessed over 100 armed drug dealers charging forward, not these delicate flowers who hide away in their offices. The thunderous roar of Rin Xingyun echoed in his ears. What beastly behavior! Speak like a human. Ah! The pain on his face was excruciating. The wrist that had been twisted was agonizing, but the deepest hurt lay within his psyche. For countless years, no one had dared to show him a disapproving glance, let alone deliver a slap to his face. His visage twisted in rage, a murderous intent radiating from him, every muscle in his body quivering with tension. His bloodshot eyes seemed ready to pop from their sockets, filled with a desperate cry for death. Rin Xingyun's icy voice cut through the air. "Have you begun to speak like a human? Don't be hasty. You will certainly meet your end. You are the leader of terrorists, a pure first-class achievement, utterly devoid of any utilitarian value. I could blow your brains out right here." Observing his subordinates fall one by one, their heads bursting open, "How do you feel? Come, let us converse earnestly. There are 103 of you, and I have dispatched 101, their bodies tumbling down the slope, lost to the world. Who knows if you will ever return, or how your stolen wife and children fare? Is she your sister-in-law now, having murdered your elder brother to claim her? Enough." Tu Chai gasped, his voice booming. Chapter 46. Are you a police officer? It was evident to anyone that Tu Chai's emotions had been successfully stirred. His heavy accent was unmistakable. Yet, Ren Qingyun remained unfazed and addressed Shen Man, stating, "This accent likely originates from the mountainous region of Fujian. For him to have risen to a position of power in Myanmar, he must have been there for at least a decade. Conduct a search for missing persons from that area from 10 years ago and those who have suddenly prospered in the last decade." "Ah," Shen Man responded, feeling somewhat disoriented, instinctively remarking, "The workload is too immense. I doubt I can manage it alone. Is there any way to narrow down the scope?" Without turning his gaze, Ren Qingyun fixed his eyes on Tu Chai and inquired, "Your accent reveals your approximate location. Now, let us ascertain your precise whereabouts. Which grade did you complete?" Tu Chai stared at him defiantly, remaining silent. "Is this even useful?" Ren Qingyun scoffed at his menacing demeanor. "Then let us take a guess." Behind the one-way mirror, Xiao Wan could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, "It's happening! It's finally happening!" Qian Shouxin's eyes glimmered with anticipation, hoping to unearth all emotions. The others, including Ma Yong, were perplexed. Could guessing be a legitimate interrogation technique? What did that even mean? In their line of sight, Ren Qingyun's left hand incessantly shifted, guessing from first grade all the way to sixth. "It's sixth grade." Tu Chai's pupils dilated, and he instinctively recoiled, clearly in disbelief. Ren Qingyun continued, "Let us delve into why you ceased your education. Rural background, impoverished family." Just as expected, like most children, he identified the missing persons from rural areas. Ren Qingyun's back remained turned as he directed operations. Shen Man and her colleagues were astonished. With a single statement, he had significantly reduced the number of personnel needed for the search. Unperturbed by their thoughts, Ren Qingyun pressed on, "Given your age, you must be in your 40s, having become a Myanmar national. Let me venture a guess as to why. Human trafficking, though typically not leading to abduction abroad. Did you get into trouble? Commit murder?" Noticing Tu Chai's eyelids twitching, Ren Qingyun confidently gestured backward once more, asserting, "We must identify missing persons linked to rural homicide cases and fugitives. There should be warrants out for them." Shen Man quickly tapped away at her keyboard, continually narrowing the search parameters. Everyone behind the one-way mirror shared a sense of disbelief. Particularly the three experts from various provinces, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Watching the interrogation, they felt a compelling urge to join in, yet could not muster a single question. Meanwhile, Ren Qingyun's interrogation persisted. "What year did you escape? 2000? 1999? 1998? Ah, 1995. Search for missing persons from 1995 and warrants from 1995 and 1996. Tu Chai could no longer bear to look at Ren Qingyun, diverting his gaze and breathing heavily. Despite having said nothing, his identity was being unearthed. Bai Chongshan was filled with excitement, determined to master this skill and become a proficient interrogator in the future. Shen Man continued her rapid search, having already compressed the scope by 70%. Ren Qingyun did not relent. He continued to inquire, "It matters not if you remain silent. We shall search your home. Are your parents still alive, enjoying their 60s in comfort, or are they languishing in prison? Is your mother alive? It appears she is. What your father? Alas, he has passed. Do you have siblings? In the 70s, you must have had at least 2, if not 3, 4, 5, or even 6. Ah, 6 siblings. They have all committed the crime of harboring fugitives. Even though more than a decade has elapsed, the statute of limitations has not expired, and they shall not escape justice." Each word elicited a twitch from Tu Chai's face, and his gaze turned back to Ren Qingyun, who was met with an angry retort. "How shameless! How can you call yourself a police officer? Are you a devil?" The officers he had previously encountered, though they employed various verbal temptations, had never resorted to threats or violence. Such behavior was unequivocally unbefitting of a police officer. Ren Qingyun scoffed, "From the moment you took a life, you stood opposed to the law, let alone your involvement in drug trafficking. Your execution is warranted, so what is striking you?" With a swift motion, he delivered another resounding slap, bruising the other side of Tu Chai's face, causing him to spit blood. "You!" Tu Chai's fury ignited once more. But as he raised his hand, he found himself quelled by a voice from behind. We Haven T found the corresponding wanted criminal. Surely, there must be some mistake? Rin Xinyin cast a glance and replied. In that era, families with 6 children often struggled to find sustenance. They would lack the robust physique you possess. We are searching for a young man around 25, lean and dark. Without turning his back, he continued to press Tu Chai. Your identity will soon be unveiled. If you voluntarily disclose information, your family may be spared the charge of harboring fugitives. Should you remain silent, your loved ones will witness your execution from their prison cells. We shall conduct public legal education in your hometown, ensuring your family lives in turmoil, seizing all ill-gotten gains. Oh, and rest assured, I will particularly inform the authorities in Myanmar about how you murdered your sister-in-law to ascend and collaborated with the police to eliminate 100 elites. Tu Chai's eyes were wide with terror as he muttered incoherently, "Shut up. How can you be so shameless, you?" In response, Rin Xinyin delivered yet another slap, declaring, "To deal with drug traffickers like you, one must be even more ruthless, more shameless, and more cunning. The choice to speak lies with you, regardless. Your crimes cannot be evaded." At that moment, a startled exclamation from Shun Man Man pierced the air. Ah, there's an A Tong Zhang who resembles him closely, just a bit skinnier. A 15-year-old cold case. He killed the entire Bao family of 4. Rin Xinyin, still not turning, commanded, immediately investigate all his relatives' information, notify the local police station, and apprehend them. In that instant, Tu Chai finally broke down, his eyes vacant, his body slumping in the chair as if all strength had evaporated. He had not anticipated that the identity he had concealed for 15 years could be so effortlessly unearthed. Meanwhile, gasps echoed from the dark room behind the one-way mirror. Zhao Kaisen was taken aback, exclaiming, "He has already uncovered his true identity so swiftly? Could it be a mistake?" Ma Yong licked his parched lips, replying, "It must be genuine. Although the methods employed are ruthless, the outcome speaks for itself." Ho Bing sighed. So they've pinpointed his specific identity? The subsequent interrogation will be much more straightforward. Xiao Wan and the others understood that it was now their turn to assist. They promptly exited the dim chamber to prepare for the handover of detailed information. In any case, apprehending a major drug lord was of considerable significance. Shun Man Man quickly retrieved the household registration and stated, his mother is still alive and resides in a villa district in Jiangtown. He indeed has 5 siblings. One succumbed to a cerebral hemorrhage last year, while the remaining 4 are doing quite well. Shall we issue an inquiry report? The findings from the interrogation closely aligned with the recorded information, confirming his identity. Rin Xinyin said solemnly, "Yes, we must act. Not a single one can be spared." "No!" Tu Chai suddenly seemed to awaken, shouting vehemently. Chapter 47. There are bad people within. Having risen to her feet, Shun Man Man halted, awaiting Rin Xingyun's command. With an imposing tone, Rin Xingyun admonished, "What do you mean by that? A police investigation cannot be obstructed by a mere drug dealer. Proceed." Shun Man Man, acutely aware of Rin Xingyun's unwavering style, unperturbed by external influences, felt the intense pressure. She seized her phone, captured the computer's messages, and strode purposefully towards the exit. Just as she reached the door, Tu Chai erupted in violent struggle, shouting, "Don't go! Don't go! I will confess. Whatever you ask, I will disclose. They are unaware of my true activities, believing I am engaged in business abroad. Let me die quietly. I beg you." He repeatedly struck his head against the small table, pleading for Rin Xinyin to relent. Rin Xinyin gestured for her to halt, and she complied. In a low voice, he instructed, "Begin by recounting your dealings with the Bai family." This was primarily to ascertain the truthfulness of his statements while also garnering additional credit. Shun Man Man turned back, approached the computer, and set down her phone, preparing to type. "My name is indeed Zhang Dashi. Years ago, their son seized land from my family. In a fit of rage, I contemplated their demise. Lost in recollection, he recounted events from that time. Give me a cigarette." Though Rin Xinyin did not smoke, Bai Chongshan offered him one. With his hands incapacitated, he clamped it between his lips, took a puff, and broke into a fit of coughing. Once Rin Xinyin waited for him to finish, he discarded the cigarette and coldly queried, "Describe your life in Myanmar and how you began trafficking drugs." Upon hearing this, Tu Chai reclined in his chair, his gaze drifting at a 45-degree angle, and sighed. I arrived in Myanmar with a snakehead. As a stowaway, I had no rights. Unable to communicate, I worked in mines, coal pits, carried corpses, and transported cement. During the cement hauling, I met a man from Longwa who, seeing a fellow countryman, offered me assistance. Yet he was no virtuous individual. He pulled me into fights for territory, brutal and vicious. After he publicly humiliated me once, I simply killed him. His wife, in gratitude, chose to follow me. Those around me held me in high regard, and I was introduced to exclusive goods. To him, he was a man of sentiment and loyalty, believing that every act of violence had its justification. To the listeners, however, he appeared as a cunning and ruthless drug lord, adept at enduring and striking swiftly and decisively. Qian Shoshin, behind the one-way mirror, showed no interest in his narrative. After he mentioned the killing of the boss, he remarked, "Listening to his account, the map you've drawn is merely waste paper, utterly useless." Zhao Kaisen's face flushed crimson. The sketch he provided was entirely irrelevant, a source of embarrassment. Xiao accompanied Qian Shoshin as he departed, now only awaiting news. Although the side building found their presence distasteful, they conceded, pinching their noses and stating, "Gentlemen, we have several troublesome drug dealers. It would be fortuitous to resolve them with your esteemed assistance." Upon hearing this, Ma Yong promptly agreed. "Very well. We shall proceed immediately." As top-tier professionals in their field, they felt somewhat humiliated by the lesson imparted by a young individual, especially Zhao Kaisen, who wished to leave immediately. Upon hearing there were other distractions, he readily agreed. Seizing the opportunity, he hastily descended the steps. A group departed from the dimly lit room, leaving only a battalion leader, ever ready to assist Ren Qingyun's needs. As he recounted his journey to becoming a core member of the Bamboo Leaf Green, he ceased to elaborate further. Ren Qingyun casually inquired, "What is the purpose of bringing 100 individuals to the Tower Village?" His mind sharpened once more, certain that significant interests were at stake. For otherwise, such a large entourage would not have been summoned. Tu Chai pursed his lips, gazing at Ren Qingyun as he stated, "I would like a drink of water." Bai Chongshan rose to fetch water from the dispenser, pouring a cup with a disposable paper cup and handing it to Ren Qingyun, unfazed by any potential ulterior motives. Ren Qingyun remained confident. After quenching his thirst, Tu Chai exhaled deeply and spoke in a grave tone. "Since 2008, we have been sourcing goods in Nanyang City, high quality and extensive channels. However, 2 months ago, our goods were unexpectedly seized. Thus, I organized a smuggling operation to investigate who was responsible. Initially, everything was proceeding smoothly. Infiltrating the Tower Village, we learned it was a person named Bao Taitu. That individual aims to develop overseas markets and proposed a partnership. Not only would he return our goods, but he also promised a 10% reduction in price. We were quite pleased until we received an unexpected phone call, warning us that the Tower Village was surrounded and urging us to flee to the hillside. Where there were fewer people, better to believe it than dismiss it. We ran outside. Indeed, there were fewer people, but he cast a penetrating glance at Ren Qingyun, sensing he was no ordinary person. One man had eliminated over 100, leading to total annihilation. Ren Qingyun finally turned to Bai Chongshan and Shen Man, whose faces had turned pale as they contemplated a dreadful possibility. There must be a traitor within. Ren Qingyun inhaled deeply and continued his inquiry. "Do you have any recollection of the person who called you?" "No, it was a completely unfamiliar number." Tu Chai responded without hesitation. A foreign drug lord typically would not cultivate informants in Nanyang City. It must be an insider. After a moment's reflection, Ren Qingyun asked, "Do you know about Taitu looks like? Did he mention where the negotiation would take place?" Tu Chai shook his head, replying, "I do not know. There is only a single photograph of Bao Taitu, whose head is concealed by a mask made of iron. According to Lin Zhongyao, this person is ruthless, and we cannot afford to offend him. The transaction is set to occur at the Longshan Mountain Temple." Upon hearing this, Ren Qingyun sighed, realizing that even if he were to go now, it would ultimately be in vain. Most importantly, Bao Taitu was not the surname he had imagined. It referred to someone with a head encased in iron. He was uncertain whether this referred to Bao Wensheng. One final question. If the people from Myanmar confirm that you are in trouble, will they come to seek revenge? How could so many individuals arrive? The Dragon Kingdom's border is constantly patrolled. The passage of over 100 people would certainly leave numerous traces. It would be impossible to go unnoticed. Tuchai shook his head and remarked, I bring with me the elite. They are adept at traversing mountains and rivers. The traces are managed by someone, and this route serves as a clandestine passage. As for the individuals from Zweiking, they will undoubtedly target Bao, Taitu, and the Taijai. I hold significant value, being their treasury. However, they would likely refrain from acting against you. Rin Qingyun cast a penetrating glance at him and stated, in light of your cooperation, we shall ascertain that your family has no involvement in drug trafficking and will not pursue any further action. Nevertheless, you must guide us to that secret path. The vast mountains of Nanyuan City are replete with winding roads. It is not implausible for a steep mountain path to exist. Tuchai shook his head again and replied, I can no longer proceed. My hands are incapacitated. I can only reach the intersection. That will suffice. I hope for your cooperation. Rin Qingyun concluded the interrogation, turning to exit the room with the records in hand. Chapter 48. 3 Messages. Rice Noodle Shop Burial Site. In the director's office, Xiao Wan and Qian Shouxin sat on opposite sides of the desk, their faces beaming with joy as they reviewed the various reports submitted. Xiao Wan, exhaling with relief, remarked, the interrogation of Bao Yu only remains concerning drug trafficking. It can be handed over to the prosecutor's office. Even with Bao Wenxing's formidable connections, he cannot interfere. Qian Shouxin took a sip of hot tea, leaning back in his chair to soothe his weary nerves. He replied, who would have thought that an overseas drug lord would be a citizen of Longhua? I hope we can uncover more useful information. Others should be wrapping up soon. We must tighten our grip on the Dragon Society's operations and swiftly unearth their sales network. He believed that the intensity of the 100-day drug crackdown had been sufficient. Having identified 3 drug trafficking dens, if they could fully dismantle them, it would provide a satisfactory report to their superiors. Xiao Wan nodded in agreement, stating, the idea of sending those 3 arrogant interrogation experts to handle them is excellent. I trust we will receive news soon. Just as the two felt the issues could soon be resolved, a knock echoed at the door. Guomin, Xiao Wan called out. Entering with a folder was Ren Qingyun, his face adorned with a smile as he praised. Xiao Ren, your performance today has greatly elevated our city's reputation. What have you uncovered during the interrogation? Qian Shouxin added his commendation. You never cease to surprise me. I was genuinely concerned you might not extract anything, fearing it might leave a psychological scar. But it seems you held out even longer than Bao Yu. Now, do share any significant revelations. Though the 2 leaders were in high spirits, Ren Qingyun hesitated to dampen their enthusiasm. However, the revelations from the interrogation were indeed shocking. Placing the materials on the large desk, he allowed them to peruse while stating, there are primarily 3 concerning aspects. 1. We have an insider. During the Dazai operation, someone leaked the overall action plan, informing others that our team is the weakest in combat capability. 2. There exists a secret entry route that allows over 100 individuals to come and go freely. The number of people that have traversed this path over the years is unfathomable. 3. Bao Taitu wields significant power. He seizes drugs from traffickers and aims to penetrate the international market. For now, we lack specific information about him. The 2 leaders could no longer muster smiles. Their expressions darkened like the bottom of a black pot as they sifted through the documents. The only sound was the rustling of pages. After hastily reviewing the material, Qian Shouxin could not restrain his inquiry. Are you certain these testimonies are reliable? Ren Qingyun nodded affirmatively, stating, I am confident. He has no reason to lie, nor were there any micro-expressions indicating deceit. Xiao Wan slammed his hand on the desk. Seething with anger, I can't believe there's a traitor among us leaking operational plans. It is utterly reckless. But wait, everyone turned in their phones that day. How could the information have been transmitted? Qian Shouxin, tapping the desk with a cold demeanor, replied, we only searched the mobile phones. But let us not forget that in Myanmar, pagers and landlines are more commonly used. Perhaps they employed more primitive means. Ren Qingyun nodded slightly and remarked, according to Tuchai, in Myanmar, the majority of the time, landlines and pagers are utilized. There's only one mobile phone, which is seldom used unless in extraordinary circumstances. The call received at Ta Zhai was just a notification via the landline. Xiao Wan sighed and responded, "It appears we have overlooked this aspect. Shall we immediately investigate the specific call and track down the individuals involved? Particularly within our ranks, we must unearth who the traitor is. There can be no leniency towards those who betray us from within. If it weren't for Ren Qingyun's valor, our team of over 30 could have faced total annihilation." Xiao Wan comprehended the gravity of the situation and promptly declared, "I will initiate the investigation procedure to determine who bears the greatest suspicion. We must apprehend the traitor." In Ren Qingyun's mind, he already had a candidate in mind, yet he refrained from voicing unsubstantiated claims. Casting a glance around, he subtly suggested, "Director Xiao, the informant may possess alternative means of communication. We should not limit our search to mobile phones. We can investigate who possesses a pager or other devices for transmitting messages." Having concluded the matter, he prepared to take his leave, noting that subsequent arrangements were the responsibility of the leadership. As the interrogation wrapped up, the morning had slipped by, and it was time for lunch. Exiting the office, he called for Bai Chongshan to join him for a meal. Shen Manman followed suit as she stepped out. "I haven't eaten yet either, team leader. Take me along," she implored. Her swift movements were rather exuberant, raising concerns about her attire. Bai Chongshan suggested, "Team leader, your motorcycle won't fit. Take my car instead." He pressed a button on his key fob, and a second-hand Jetta responded with a beep. Ren Qingyun suddenly recalled that he had damaged Bai Chongshan's vehicle the previous day. Smacking his forehead, he sheepishly inquired, "How much did this car cost?" "Allow me to reimburse you. The car I crashed yesterday must be considered totaled, right?" Bai Chongshan scoffed, "I bought that car for 1,000 yuan. I could even make a profit selling it as scrap. Besides, whoever causes the damage should cover the costs. A colleague has gone to contact the Bell Group, and we await their response. Now let's go hop in. This car also cost 1,000 yuan, but please don't be picky." Hearing this, Shen Manman beamed, "Officer Bai, you truly have a knack for business. Buying a car and still making a profit." Indeed, with their banter, they all climbed into the Jetta, which sped toward the nearby rice noodle shop. Bai Chongshan parked the car and stated, "Let us settle for a meal here. During work hours, we certainly cannot indulge in alcohol, nor can we stray too far." "That's fine, as long as we can fill our stomachs," came the reply. Shen Manman was not particular and was the first to step inside. Ren Qingyun lingered at the rear, and as he entered the restaurant, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated. "You are about to enter the burial grounds, bloodthirsty fiends. Although not formidable, they are quite repulsive. Proceed with caution." Huh? He had dined in restaurants before, yet he had never encountered such a notification. What exactly were bloodthirsty fiends? As he observed 3 individuals in police uniforms entering, a plump waitress greeted them with a broad smile. "Welcome, welcome. What would you 3 officers like to eat?" I must tell you that the patrons dining with us have developed a fondness for the braised lion's head. Its exterior is golden and crispy, while the interior is tender and succulent. A signature dish that is both delectable and reasonably priced. Bai Chongshan promptly nodded in agreement, stating, "Let us have 3 lion's heads, accompanied by a bowl of beef rice noodles. Additionally, I would like a bowl of braised chicken rice noodles." Ren Qingyun expressed his indifference and immediately added, "I shall have a small portion of chicken soup rice noodles." The 3 of them settled beside the air conditioner, and Bai Chongshan casually retrieved 3 bottles of Hongbei from the display case, handing them to the others. Gulping down more than half a bottle himself, he exclaimed, "I am parched," took a slow sip, her gaze falling upon Ren Qingyun, and hesitantly said, "Team leader Run, I've heard that you currently have no team members. Would you consider bringing me on board? I can handle the materials for the group." Her eyes sparkled as she awaited his response, utterly captivated by his impressive achievements. As Ren Qingyun pondered his thoughts, the waiter approached with the lion's heads. "Do try it. It is exceptionally delicious." The famished Ren Qingyun used his chopsticks to slice off a piece and place it in his mouth. The next moment, he was taken aback by the sound of the system. Chapter 49. Human Tissues. Request for support. The host indeed possesses the qualifications of a demon lord, daring to consume human flesh, overcoming psychological barriers. he is destined to soar to great heights. Reward: the art of cannibalism. Familiarity with the sense of each part of the human body, the distribution of bones, the forms of muscles, and the core of fat. Goodness! Ren Qingyun's mind nearly erupted. Who in their right mind wishes to conquer their psyche or become a cannibal? He certainly did not share the twisted inclinations of Hannibal. Instantly, he expelled the lion's head from his mouth, his stomach churning violently. Even though it had been cooked, he could still distinctly identify the mingling of human trapezius and gluteus maximus within the pork. He could even detect an exceptionally pungent aroma. It was evident that the individual had long indulged in unique delicacies, deteriorating their health, resulting in renal failure and an unpleasant odor emanating from the flesh. He involuntarily regurgitated it, prompting Bai Chongshan and Shun Man Man to glance at him in astonishment, instinctively halting their chopsticks. The waitress, witnessing the scene, turned pale and instinctively inquired, "Officer, is the flavor off?" "That can't be. Our lions' heads are sourced directly from the headquarters, ensuring uniformity." Bai Chongshan sniffed the aroma, but detected nothing amiss. "What is wrong?" Shun Man Man poked at the lion's head with her chopsticks, as if searching for an inconsistency. In reality, she found no hair or impurities. Suppressing his discomfort, Ren Qingyun instructed Shun Man Man, "Do not touch it, Shun Man Man. Immediately call for the criminal investigation team and forensic experts." Turning to Bai Chongshan, he added, "Find a way to politely ask the customers to leave. Concoct any plausible reason." After issuing his commands, he seized the waitress's hand and stated, "Lead me to the kitchen." Though uncertain of the situation, Bai Chongshan sensed something was amiss. He stood up and addressed the 4 tables of patrons. "I am a police officer. Apologies, everyone. Our team leader has discovered some hygiene issues and has gone to the kitchen to address them. Please set down your utensils and wait outside for the time being." Wearing his police uniform and displaying his badge, as well as presenting the problematic lion's head, he easily garnered trust, especially concerning hygiene matters, which captured everyone's attention as they rose to exit. Meanwhile, Shun Man Man swiftly placed a call to the criminal investigation team, requesting reinforcements. The Bridge Rice Noodle Shop was just 2 streets away from the police station, a mere 5-minute drive. Once Bai Chongshan had closed the door, curiosity filled his mind as he hastened towards the kitchen. Upon entering, he was taken aback. It was far from the chaotic and filthy scene he had envisioned. On the contrary, aside from the pot used for cooking noodles, which bore slight charring marks, the rest of the kitchen was impeccably clean. Various necessary ingredients were neatly organized on display racks, and the lion's head was specially stored in the freezer. It was undoubtedly clean and sanitary, with no apparent issues. Ren Qingyun had already confined 3 individuals in a corner, donned in disposable plastic gloves, extracting the lion's heads. He strode in and inquired, "Team leader, what exactly is happening?" Ren Qingyun raised his head, his eyes glinting with a frigid intensity, and coldly inquired, "If I told you that these lions' heads contain the bodily tissues of 3 individuals, would you believe me?" "What?" Bai Chongshan, incredulous, shifted his gaze from Ren Qingyun's face to the lions' heads, a wave of nausea washing over him. Unable to withstand it any longer, he rushed to the nearby restroom. The kitchen appeared immaculate and orderly, yet the restroom exuded a peculiar, repugnant odor. A swarm of flies buzzed incessantly, inexplicably drawn to something that kept them lingering. He paid no heed to it, squatting at the edge of the toilet bowl, retching repeatedly. How is that possible? How could he know there were 3 people's bodily tissues? His mind was rife with disbelief, yet his body remained loyal to its instinctual revulsion. After some time, his already empty stomach could no longer expel anything further. Unsteadily, he emerged from the restroom and returned to the kitchen, where he found Ren Qingyun meticulously separating the meat within the lions' heads with chopsticks. Most of it was piled together, while a smaller portion was divided into 3 distinct heaps. To Bai Chongshan's eyes, it resembled pork closely, leaving him perplexed as to how Ren Qingyun discerned the difference. With a pale countenance, he asked, "Team leader, are you certain?" "Of course. Would I dare to deceive you in such a matter?" Ren Qingyun replied, without lifting his gaze, finally pausing his task after separating the 3 smaller piles of meat. As Bai Chongshan looked at those 3 heaps, they loomed over him like 3 formidable mountains. He inquired again, did they do this? Gesturing towards the three individuals huddled in the corner. One was a corpulent man clad in a white chef's uniform. Another was a stout waitress, and the last was a frail little girl. They appear to be a family of three, showing no signs of resistance. Ren Xingyun shook his head and stated, it should not be the case. We shall wait for the forensic experts to arrive before making any conclusions. No sooner had he finished speaking than the captain of the criminal police team, Song Zhong, arrived, accompanied by 3 forensic specialists and 5 officers. Upon seeing Ren Xingyun, he promptly extended his right hand, beaming with enthusiasm. Ah, Ren team leader, your name is well known. It is a pleasure to finally meet you in person. After shaking hands with Ren Xingyun, he continued, what brings such a call for assistance? Ren Xingyun pointed to the separated piles of meat and said, I would request the experts to examine whether these consist of human tissue. Additionally, please trace the whereabouts of the deceased. If there is any connection to drug traffickers, notify us immediately. What? Song Zhong exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the 3 heaps. The forensic specialists furrowed their brows and remarked, Team Leader Run, you cannot be serious. How could there possibly be human tissue within lions' heads? Indeed, this meat is already cooked. Are you certain it can be distinguished? They questioned, expressing skepticism, as they had never heard of anyone identifying human tissue solely by sight, especially when the meat was evidently well prepared. Ren Xingyun frowned slightly, his voice icy as he declared, not only have I identified it, but I'm also certain that all 3 individuals were addicts. Please expedite the DNA extraction and comparison. We must pursue further leads. The art of the ogre, though unsettling to the body, is undeniably impressive in skill. The distinctive odor still lingers at the tip of the nose. Song Zhong was acutely aware that the narcotics team had produced such a formidable individual as Ren Xingyun, with his shoulder insignia having elevated him to the rank of second-level police officer. It was evident that he had been promoted beyond the norm, and he might well become a future superior. Contemplating the importance of early rapport, he grasped his handbag and addressed the forensic experts, esteemed specialists. This is merely a matter of verification. I kindly ask for your assistance. Should it indeed be human tissue, this case would be monumental. The 3 experts, skeptical and reluctant, opened the box they had brought with them, stating, let us first test with the reagent strips to ascertain if it is human tissue. Proceeding directly to DNA analysis would be a sheer waste of time. A 50-something expert extracted a small piece of flesh into a test tube and added a chemical reagent. After shaking it vigorously, he withdrew the test strip and immersed it in the solution, muttering, to discern human flesh from pork with the naked eye is sheer folly. If this is human tissue, I shall never need to conduct tests again. By heaven, exclaimed a nearby testing expert, startled. Chapter 50. You were quite kind to test paper change color, confirming that the meat was indeed human tissue. The elderly Gao Yang trembled as he extracted the test paper, his voice quivering. Heavens, how could a person's eyes possibly discern this? It is merely minced cooked meat, seasoned with various spices. If it were raw meat, perhaps it could be identified by sight. But how did he accomplish this? Director Run, I apologize for earlier. Your skills are remarkable. Hearing their conversation, Song Zhong felt a shiver run down his spine. Regardless of how Ren Xingyun discerned the truth, such dismemberment cases are notoriously difficult to solve. Establishing the identity of the deceased necessitates an immense amount of work, including investigating social connections, determining the cause of death, and examining the murder weapon. Each step a formidable challenge. As he glanced at the mountain-like pile of lions' heads in the cabinet, a wave of nausea washed over him, recalling the many crime scenes he had witnessed. He instinctively asked, Director Run, is this your first visit to this establishment? He hoped for an answer in the negative, wishing to believe that the lions' heads he had previously consumed were merely made of normal pork. Ren Xingyun nodded, disregarding the forensic expert's abrupt shift in demeanor. Indeed, it is my first time here. I identified the problem even before tasting anything. Consider this a contribution worthy of first-class merit. He was not in the field of criminal investigation and did not wish to encroach upon another's livelihood. Song Zhong grimaced, expressing, Thank you, you are exceedingly kind. His smile was more painful than tears. As Ren Xingyun prepared to leave, He noticed the forensic expert attempting to combine the three piles of meat and quickly intervened. No, those are from three different individuals. Mixing them would only complicate matters further. I am certain that those lions' heads in the freezer still contain human tissue. Separating them would be an utter waste of time. Let the professionals handle this. Gao Yang was taken aback, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets as he exclaimed, "You mean there's more in there?" "Aye, thank you." His voice emerged almost as a grunt. The thought of the daunting workload ahead was overwhelming. Even several nights of overtime might not suffice to complete it. Observing their despondent expressions, Bai Chongshan felt a modicum of relief in his stomach. His eyes darted towards the restroom as he remarked, "I detect a metallic scent of blood coming from within. You might want to test it with the test paper." "We shall take our leave." The middle-aged man beside Gao Yang perked up at this suggestion. Testing for blood would be far simpler than searching for human tissue amidst the mountain of meat. Song Zhong's simmering anger shifted towards the three shopkeepers as he demanded, "Now, explain what is going on here." The stout man squatted uncomfortably, watching wave after wave of police arrive. His beady eyes darted around, and before he could speak, Ren Xingyun's voice cut through. "Team Leader Song, the deceased were all addicts. You might pursue this angle. They may have criminal records." With a wave, he departed with Bai Chongshan. Outside, customers who had not finished their meals awaited eagerly. Upon seeing the officers emerge, they hurriedly approached, inquiring, "Officers, what is happening inside? Can we still eat?" "Yes, we placed our orders. The lion's head is truly delicious. I've only eaten half of my rice noodles. Should I settle the bill?" Upon hearing the mention of lion's head meatballs, Bai Chongshan nearly succumbed to his nausea, hastily covering his mouth as he rushed into the car. Ren Xingyun addressed them calmly, stating, "You have yet to settle your bill. Perhaps you should dine at another establishment." Meanwhile, his mind pondered the implications of this being a chain noodle shop. What if the lion's head at other locations contained human remains as well? With this troubling thought, he entered the vehicle and said to Bai Chongshan, "Let us investigate the nearest Lu Yisho over the bridge noodles. If human tissue is indeed present, the situation could become exceedingly complicated." Upon hearing this, Bai Chongshan's complexion drained of color, his mind awash with horrific imagery. In a trembling voice, he asked, "Brother, you cannot be serious?" Seeing Ren nod in affirmation, he began to retch again. Shin Man, however, maintained a more composed demeanor, seated in the back, and inquired, "Team Leader, you are quite remarkable. You could discern human tissue the moment the lion's head was served? It is fortunate we had not visited Lu Yisho before. Having been on the force for over 2 years, she had encountered numerous cases, and without having sampled the dish or seen the specifics, the impact felt rather muted." Ren Xingyun sighed and remarked, "I would rather be devoid of such a capability. It diminishes the pleasure of enjoying fine cuisine. Let us hope that other establishments are free of such horrors, as it would facilitate the identification of suspects and victims." Bai Chongshan swiftly shifted the conversation, stating, "Brother, let us set aside the lion's head. You mentioned that 3 individuals are missing. With so many disappearances, has anyone reported it? Even drug addicts should attract some concern if they vanish." Changing his line of thought, Ren Xingyun nodded in agreement. To drug traffickers, addicts represent crucial clientele. Logically, they should not be disposed of. Could it be that someone has taken a particular dislike to them, resorting to extreme measures? With a sigh, he gazed out the window, adding, "I have a profound aversion to gambling and drugs. Their societal impact is devastating. Addicts inevitably become a blight on society, posing significant dangers." From the rear seat, Shin Man suggested, "Team Leader, do you think it possible that rival drug traffickers are battling for territory, particularly eliminating the deceased to avert police scrutiny?" At that moment, Ren Xingyun recalled that it was now 2010, the height of rampant drug activity. Various gangs motivated by profit had proliferated in border towns. Not only in Tianan province, but also in Tianfu province, countless criminal enterprises thrived. As a narcotics officer, Ren faced threats not solely from drug dealers, but also from fearsome organized crime syndicates. These individuals amassed wealth at a dizzying pace, inevitably seeking ever more exhilarating pursuits. Contemplating the moniker of bloodthirsty demon, he wondered if they might engage in dismembering corpses. The system was proving inadequate, and it was likely that violent confrontations were all too commonplace. It was only after 2015 that such criminal factions began to reseed, learning to mask their activities. Amidst their brief discussions, they arrived at Lu Yishou on Zhongshan Road. Ren Qingyun unfastened his seatbelt and declared, "I shall go inside for a look." Shen Man immediately replied, "I will accompany you. If I demonstrate initiative, perhaps I can remain in the team." Bai Chongshan, parked at the roadside, also yearned to rush in alongside them. As Ren Qingyun entered the establishment, the familiar chime of the system resonated. Host has entered the burial ground, with two bloodthirsty demons present. What precisely is a bloodthirsty demon? A mad demon is a murderer, a fallen demon is an addict, and a demon lord has claimed the lives of over 20 individuals. As he ventured further inside, a robust middle-aged woman approached with a smile, inquiring among the three officers, "Which would you recommend from our restaurant's signature dishes? They are exceptionally delectable. Just look around. Everyone is ordering them." Ren Qingyun nodded and replied, "Let me take a look." He leaned closer to a dining table occupied by a family of three, scrutinizing the lion's head meatball for a moment. This time, there are not only addicts but also human tissues belonging to individuals afflicted with other ailments. An unusual aroma, emanating of various spices, surged to his senses. This is disastrous. The case is becoming increasingly complicated. Normal individuals have appeared. Chapter 51. The major case. Ren Qingyun waved his hand, forcing a smile as he said, "The scent of the essence is too overpowering. We shall refrain from eating." Upon hearing this, Bai Chongshan immediately understood the situation, suppressing his disgust as he replied, "Brother, shall we leave now?" Ren Qingyun nodded, suggesting they discuss matters outside. After their departure, the father, clearly irritated, remarked, "What scent of essence? That's utter nonsense. I find it quite delectable. I come here to eat every day." Bai Chongshan, overhearing his words, was curious to see the man's reaction upon learning the truth. Once outside, Ren Qingyun took a deep breath and stated, "We must not alert the snake in the grass. There are significant issues at hand." He turned to Sister Shun, instructing her to call Team Leader Song and have him seal off all Bridge rice noodle establishments while simultaneously conducting surprise inspections at the headquarters and the meat processing plant. The Bridge rice noodles were ubiquitous throughout Nanyang City, with countless brands, and many shops preferred side dishes like folded ear roots over lion's head meatballs. He hoped they could maintain control. After Sister Shun connected the call, she spoke briefly before handing the phone to Ren Qingyun. "Team Leader Ren, have you discovered other human tissues?" Song Zhong's voice trembled, anticipating the gravity of the case. Ren Qingyun responded solemnly, "I would not deceive regarding such matters. We must act swiftly and contain the information. Please report to the higher-ups and hasten to the headquarters and meat processing plant. We may be able to gather some evidence." Understanding that the situation was beyond his control, Song Zhong expressed his gratitude and promptly contacted his direct superior. After Xiao Wan and Qian Shouxin finished their tasks, they headed to the cafeteria, still engrossed in discussing the case during their meal. Xiao Wan slurped a mouthful of rice noodles and remarked, "The information provided by DeLong and Air Long is incomplete. That camouflage uniform undoubtedly belongs to a professional soldier. Likely not from our country. Must we rely on Ren Qingyun for interrogation? The experts are unreliable." Presently, they were in awe of Ren Qingyun, wishing he possessed the ability to be everywhere at once. Qian Shouxin waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Let them continue the interrogation in the afternoon. We will send Ren Qingyun with a large team to locate that small path. For now, let us keep this information contained and prepare the second team for tomorrow. We should block that path and filter out a portion of usable individuals." Xiaowan quickly grasped his intent, marveling at his cunning, and agreed indeed. DeLong and Erlong are already within our grasp. A brief delay will not matter. The on-site investigation requires time as well. Just as they were deliberating on which team members to assign to Ren Qingyun, Xiaowan's phone rang. Noticing it was Zhang Chong, the head of criminal investigations, he promptly answered, "Director Xiao, I must report a case that may incite panic." Without any preamble, Zhang Chong relayed the details provided by team leader Song Zhong. "Xiao Wan, In disbelief, set down his chopsticks, his voice rising in pitch. What? Is this true? Ren Qingyun has uncovered a dismemberment case? His head buzzed, and he felt a tightness in his chest. Yes, Ren Qingyun suggests immediate action to seal off the headquarters and meat processing plant, along with all storefronts. Fearing they might flee upon hearing the noise, Xiao Wan urged urgency. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Notify everyone for a meeting. We need to deploy action immediately." Upon hanging up the phone, he hastily consumed the remaining rice noodles, for if he did not satiate his hunger, he would lack the stamina to work through the night. Qian Shouxin, having overheard the conversation, finished the last remnants of soup, seized his phone, and departed, expressing with a hint of admiration, "Ren Qingyun is indeed a formidable warrior." Uncovering yet another lead. "Comrades, we must exert ourselves." Upon returning to the office, Zhang Chong and the relevant leaders of the criminal police team were already present. Su Changhua and Bian Lu were also seated, evidently just having finished their meals, with some even sporting remnants of food at the corners of their mouths. In a mere 3 minutes, everyone had assembled. Zhang Chong succinctly recounted the details of the discovery, and the atmosphere shifted palpably among the attendees. Historically, dismemberment cases are notoriously challenging to solve and constitute a significant area of unsolved crimes. Particularly alarming was the emergence of multiple victims. Their remains cooked and sold within lion's head meatballs, which would undoubtedly provoke a substantial societal outcry, necessitating a prompt resolution to the case. Su Changhua's face twitched as he could not restrain his curiosity, asking, "Is it truly possible to distinguish human tissue from pork with the naked eye? It's not like we're dealing with raw meat." This was a question that echoed the thoughts of many. Numerous patrons had frequented that rice noodle shop, where lion's head was a must order. If the claims were true, it would be a harrowing reality to accept. Zhang Chong shot him a cold glance, asserting, "Forensic experts conducted immediate tests and confirmed the presence of human tissue. What is crucial now is to control the source, seal off the shop, and monitor everyone involved." The branch stores span 4 major districts, totaling 22 outlets. Our criminal police team comprises 42 personnel, still excavating the scene related to Baoyu, necessitating additional manpower. Particularly, the main store and the meat processing plant may encounter resistance, requiring our best operatives. The numbers he cited, including auxiliary officers, amounted to 124 individuals, all operating at full capacity. However, some personnel were unable to mobilize, rendering them incapable of fulfilling their assignments. Su Changhua's complexion paled, yet he promptly responded, "The drug enforcement team here is already stretched thin. Let us see whom we can allocate." The entire police department was overwhelmed, with late-night shifts becoming commonplace. Just as Xiao Wan was preparing to reprimand him for his lack of foresight, Zhang Chong interjected, "I will only borrow Ren Qingyun. He is well suited for this critical challenge." Upon hearing this, Su Changhua blinked, eager to agree, perceiving an opportunity to relieve himself of a troublesome operative. Nonetheless, with so many witnesses present, he had to temper his enthusiasm. After a brief hesitation, Qian Shouxin remarked, "I believe this is feasible. Let us implement it immediately." Zhang Chong promptly issued orders to the 4 major teams while simultaneously requesting cooperation from various local police stations. The entire process unfolded in under 20 minutes, with police vehicles racing out from the municipal bureau. As Zhang Chong sat in one of the police cars en route to the headquarters, he called Ren Qingyun. Once connected, he inquired, "Team Leader Ren, what are you currently engaged in?" Ren Qingyun, having finished a bowl of rice noodles and on his way back to the police station, recognized the unfamiliar number and addressed him by title, aware it was an internal call. "May I ask who this is?" "Ah, I am Zhang Chong, the Deputy Chief." "Deputy Chief Zhang, how may I assist you?" A faint suspicion lingered in his heart, yet remained unspoken as he gestured for Bai Chong Shan to slow down. Zhang Chong stated directly, "I have just arranged for your assistance from the Narcotics Division. We are en route to headquarters. Where are you?" Ren Qingyun hesitated momentarily, instinctively inquiring, "Am I the only one being summoned?" "I am currently in the vehicle with my team, heading back to the station." He did not doubt the legitimacy of the assignment. A simple inquiry would confirm it, and such orders were not issued lightly. Zhang Chong then instructed, Proceed immediately to the Lu Yishou meat processing plant. As you mentioned, we need to ascertain whether there are any issues at the source. Do you know the address? Ren Qingyun signaled for Bai Chongshan to head toward the meat processing plant and replied, I have already inquired. It is the first meat processing plant, correct? Indeed, Zhang Chang affirmed before abruptly ending the call. Throughout the journey, a nagging feeling of having forgotten something plagued him, and he furrowed his brow in contemplation, unable to pinpoint what it was. Upon arriving at the headquarters of Lu Yishou, it suddenly struck him. Alas, he had not brought a weapon with him. What if he encountered danger? Although he knew Ren Qingyun was quite capable, it would be a disservice to jeopardize an exceptional officer. When he attempted to call back, the line rang unanswered. Chapter 52, The Blood Soul Pool, a Grave Concern. Zhang Chang was unaware that Ren Qingyun and his companions were less than 5 minutes away from the first meat processing plant. As they approached their destination, he silenced his phone to avoid any disturbances. Do not enter. We do not know what dangers lurk within, he cautioned. Slipping into the short-sleeved shirt left in the car by Bai Chongshan, securing the law enforcement recording device, and stepping toward the entrance. The first meat processing plant was once a government-run suburban slaughterhouse, dedicated to the butchery of various poultry and pigs. Now acquired, it functioned as a slaughterhouse for live pigs, also servicing other enterprises. Spanning over 10 acres, he was immediately assaulted by a cacophony of unpleasant odors. The stench of pig manure mingled with the foul aroma of offal. But most disturbingly, there was the unmistakable scent of human remains, not that of the living, but of dismembered human tissue. Even by scent alone, he could discern the presence of at least 20 individuals, implying that in recent days, at least 20 people had met their gruesome fate here, a chilling statistic. Cursing inwardly, his eyes betrayed an unmistakable fury as he strode purposefully toward the entrance, contemplating how to gather evidence and eliminate the scum within. As a police officer, even amidst his rising ire, he knew he must not act recklessly. Approaching the main gate, he noted a security booth where an individual inquired brusquely, "What do you want?" With a demeanor reminiscent of a petty thug. Ren Qingyun approached, exercising patience. "I am the owner of a supermarket, here to inquire about the meat prices. May I enter to select some?" The security guard scoffed. "What does a supermarket owner know about meat?" "Get lost." The guard, sporting a sideways fringe and a casually unbuttoned shirt that exposed his ribcage, puffed on a cigarette, casting a disdainful glance. Ren Qingyun felt an overwhelming urge to strike him, but was resolute in his judgment of the plant's ominous nature. Determined to confirm his suspicions, he activated the recording device. Maintaining his composure, "My young friend, allow me to offer you a cigarette." He extended a half-open pack of Yushi cigarettes with a smile. "You may have misunderstood. I run 2 supermarkets and handle 4 pigs daily. Help me out, will you? Yushi? Half a pack. Who do you think you are?" The security guard's face contorted with derision, yet he pocketed the cigarettes. He picked up a greasy red phone and dialed an internal number. "Brother Liang, there's a supermarket owner at the gate wanting to buy meat for pigs a day. Should we take him?" "Sure." The guard hung up and pointed toward a small 2-story building adjacent to the factory. "Head over there, but don't wander around. Someone will attend to you." Gratefully, Ren Qingyun clasped his hands and hastened inside. Once a long row of red brick factory buildings, the structure had transformed into an aesthetically pleasing steel and concrete complex adorned with tiles. The small 2-story building, with 8 offices on the first floor visible through the windows, was more than adequate. In the distance, he could see the cold storage area devoid of windows. Surveillance cameras were conspicuously placed in every corner. In this day and age, few factories possessed such comprehensive monitoring systems, further confirming his suspicions of wrongdoing. As soon as one enters the factory premises, an array of gazes can be felt fixated upon oneself. Proceeding directly to the second-floor office, the scent of human tissue becomes increasingly pronounced, particularly the metallic tang of blood emanating from within the building. Upon stepping into the small structure, a voice from the system resonates. "Caution, host. You are about to enter the blood soul pool of the bloodthirsty demon sect, upon nourished by human blood, exuding a chilling aura of malevolence. Absorbing this dark energy may aid in cultivation, but can easily lead to mental disarray. Be wary. According to the system, S analysis. There should be a reservoir of human blood accumulated within. Is it not excessively brutal, or have they simply failed to manage it in time? Is there no fear of inspection, where the detection of human blood would leave no escape? While pondering these thoughts, I pushed open the glass door, where a man clad in a white shirt approached. The air conditioning was set to a frigid temperature, instantly dispelling the oppressive heat from outside. The man stood at 6 feet tall, lean and gaunt, with prominent cheekbones and deep-set eyes, resembling someone suffering from malnutrition. He bore a distinct odor, suggesting he had recently engaged in unsavory activities. He gestured for Rin Qingyun to take a seat on the reception sofa in the lobby and asked bluntly, "Do you order 4 pigs daily? Would you like the heads, and hooves included?" Rin Qingyun had never encountered such a forthright business manager. There were no waitstaff to offer water, nor any front desk personnel, making him feel somewhat out of place as he responded, "Of course. Some customers have a particular fondness for them." The tall, gaunt man nodded and stated, "According to the market price for live pigs, it's 7 yuan per pound, and we shall deliver them to you." How's that sound? This price was undoubtedly steep. A 200-pound pig, after deducting the weight of the head, hooves, and fat, would yield at most 100 to 130 pounds. Selling it for 10 yuan would result in a loss. However, Rin Qingyun was unconcerned with such details, lacking a solid grasp of the concept. He shook his head and declared, "I came here seeking a bargain. I'll sign a contract for 5 yuan per pound." Upon hearing this, the tall man's eyes widened in disbelief. "Do you even realize what you're saying? Are you truly the owner of a supermarket?" He clearly sensed something amiss with Rin Qingyun. The 7 yuan price for delivery, including the heads and hooves, was the wholesale rate. Rin Qingyun smiled calmly. "Come now. You're starting high, and I'm countering low. Isn't that quite normal? How about I add a dime to your offer?" As he spoke, his ears and nose were keenly attuned. From one of the rooms, a woman's piercing scream echoed, accompanied by peculiar noises from other offices. The distinct sense of narcotics, hormones, and human excrement filled the air. Particularly, the stench of human blood wafted up from below, reminiscent of a horrifying den of evil. The tall man snorted disdainfully, suddenly rising to his feet, narrowing his eyes as he coldly declared, "Leave at once. We do not serve your kind." His right hand was wrapped in bandages, and his expression was fierce. Rin Qingyun slowly stood up, sneering as he turned back towards the office area. "What do you think you are doing? Trespassing into our office area? If you don't leave immediately, I will call the police." He took out his phone and dialed 110, awaiting his response. Rin Qingyun disdainfully curled his lip and said, "Feel free to make the call. I shall speak with your superior." "Is there an issue?" As he spoke, he had already traversed the hall and was heading towards the adjacent office, which was the source of the greatest commotion. "You want to shed tears until you see the coffin," he bellowed, his voice echoing down the corridor. From the nearby office emerged several robust men, their muscular frames imposing, alongside a group of scantily clad women peering curiously. They certainly did not resemble typical office workers engaged in mundane tasks. The unmistakable scent of potent chemicals wafted through the air, a clear indication of low-quality substances being consumed. It appeared to be a gang affiliated with the underworld. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the leader, adorned in a black tank top with a tiger tattooed on his arm, pointed at him and shouted, "What the hell? You dare to come to our company and act tough? Do you wish to meet your demise? Who do you think you are? Get out of here. Don't disturb our business." They had come to his company to cause trouble without considering who was backing them. With a brazen demeanor and a propensity for violence, they were clearly not to be trifled with. The red mist of blood that lingered overhead attested to the lives they had taken. Rin Qingyun realized that the meat processing plant was entangled in serious troubles. However, this group did not seem capable of meticulously handling corpses. There must be someone more formidable pulling the strings behind the scenes. "Is this how you conduct business? I specifically came here to purchase meat, and you dare to threaten me? Come on, strike me if you dare," he retorted, pointing to his own head, ready to escalate the situation. Chapter 53. I haven't even tried yet. Why are you lying down? The tattooed man, upon hearing those words, instantly furrowed his brow and strode over, shaking his shoulders. "What the hell? This is the first time I've heard such a request. I happen to be itching for a fight. Let me teach you a lesson. For them, resorting to violence was second nature. A few burly men appeared, all clad in black vests adorned with dragon and tiger tattoos, exuding the aura of street thugs. Behind them, a cold man with a cigarette dangling from his lips chimed in, "The boss has issued an order. No one is allowed near the office area. Are you looking for death? Get him." The 6 men remained stationary, believing the muscular man at the front could easily handle a mere young lad. To them, ordinary people would already be quaking in their boots at the sight of them, utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. 2 young women, however, not only showed no fear, but chattered excitedly. "Ha, more toys." The last guy couldn't even stand after 10 hits. "Big brother Tiger, you take him down. I'll keep you entertained tonight. Count me in." They giggled, carelessly tearing at each other's clothes, utterly indifferent to the burly men surrounding them. Ren Qingyun sighed inwardly, pondering whether it was a decline in morality or a distortion of humanity. In any case, they were no longer normal. It was time to take action. The scene in the meat processing plant's office resembled that of a slaughterhouse, perhaps hiding genuine evidence of wrongdoing. A system prompt echoed, a mere group of bloodthirsty fiends, lustful beasts, and frenzied maniacs dare to provoke the majesty of the Demon Lord? Exterminate them all. Ren Xingyun mused that if the system had a physical form, it would undoubtedly be banging on the table, glaring in indignation. At that moment, the muscular man was evidently thrilled, grinning menacingly as he approached Ren Xingyun, raising his massive hand to strike. One slap, and you'll be ready to strip. Slap. The resounding sound of slap reverberated through the air, sending the muscular man flying backward like a cannonball for 10 meters. The burly men behind him hastily dodged. Thud! He crashed to the ground, rolling twice before colliding with the wall and finally coming to a halt. What? Holy crap, Tiger's been sent flying. Damn, what incredible strength. The 2 women who had been tearing at each other's clothes suddenly ceased their antics, and the 6 men standing against the wall were wide-eyed in astonishment. Ren Qingyun casually blew on his palm and grinned wickedly. "You thought you could hit me? I haven't even exerted myself yet. And you're already down?" All gazes converged on him, and even the lanky man finally grasped that the newcomer was no ordinary foe. He immediately shouted in anger, "You're finished, kid? Do you know who you're messing with? Not only you, but your entire family, including your supermarket, will become collateral damage. What are you still standing there for? Get him." His demeanor did not convey mere threats. It suggested he had done this before. Ren Xingyun tilted his head, revealing a sinister smile, and slapped again. Slap! The tall, slender man spun like a top and crashed to the ground with a thud. Blood, mixed with teeth, splattered on the floor, and the sound of cracking bones echoed. Was it just a drug deal? Were you trying to act tough for here? The air was thick with a malevolent scent, and the chilling, merciless voice echoed down the corridor. It successfully jolted the shocked nerves of others. Get him! Move, damn it! Grab a gun! Grab a gun! He is too fierce. Suddenly, a chorus of shouts erupted in the hallway. No one dared to confront Ren Qingyun unarmed. They all rushed into the offices. A smirk curled at the corners of Ren Qingyun's mouth, his eyes glinting with a cold light, reminiscent of a specter, as he pursued them, wreaking havoc. His formidable strength surged through the space like a rampaging bulldozer. Bang! 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 With each punch, a hefty man was sent soaring, and those who encountered him were launched into the air. 6 burly men were sent flying, blood spraying as they broke multiple bones. 2 petite girls, unable to evade in time, were brutally slammed against the wall by one of the large men, leaving them incapacitated with pain. As Ren Qingyun dispatched the 6 men, a cacophony erupted from within the other offices. Some sought weapons, others triggered alarms. Chaos ensued. He caught a whiff of a pungent chemical odor, realizing it was time to act decisively. Upon hearing the unmistakable click of gun safeties being disengaged, a murderous intent surged forth. Dashing into the nearest office, he found 2 men overpowering 2 women. They laughed wickedly, groping them. On a nearby table lay foil and syringes, alongside unopened bags of flour. Most critically, 2 Glocks rested beside them. Foreign firearms again? Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed over and seized one. Confirming it was fully loaded, his anxiety alleviated. The two men, with murky eyes, tilted their heads and asked, "Bro, what you doing?" "Haha, these two interviewees are a real treat today. You should join in." The women, bound at the wrists and ankles, had towels stuffed in their mouths, their skirts torn to shreds, blood staining their faces, and defensive wounds marring their wrists. They were undoubtedly being coerced. With a swift glance, Ren Qingyun struck at the two men. The grip of the gun slammed mercilessly against their skulls, and once they crumpled, he covered the women with their skirts. "The police will be here shortly. Just wait," he muttered. "Damn it, where are you? Show yourself." Bang! Gunfire rang out, causing the recently liberated women to tremble in fear, powerless to escape. Ren Qingyun knew this was not the time to tend to them. His eyes flickered with cold resolve as he bolted back into the corridor. "Here!" someone shouted, identifying Ren Qingyun's silhouette. Yet at that moment, gunfire erupted. Bang! Bang! The sound of Glocks mingled with other handguns, ringing out incessantly. Ren Qingyun moved like a nimble cat, leveraging the walls and ceiling to shift positions. Bullets rained down, swiftly claiming the lives of the armed drug dealers. Even without the vitality of blood coursing above him, anyone daring to aim a gun at him met the same fate. Within 10 seconds, the gunfire abruptly ceased, leaving 12 men in the corridor, lifeless from headshots. The man wielding a machete watched as his comrades fell, blood spraying from their wounds, leaving him breathless and trembling, overwhelmed by fear and despair. Once drenched in the scent of violence, they too were now confronted with the horrifying specter of death. "What is the matter with you, you fools? For heaven's sake, respond. I'll be fine soon." A sense of urgency permeated the office, where a few individuals remained. "They are dead, all dead," someone cried, their voice quivering with terror. In response, Ren Qingyun delivered a fierce kick, sending their heads lolling to one side. Whether one lived or died was a matter of chance. Ren Qingyun swept through the office on the first floor like a relentless machine of slaughter. Meanwhile, outside in the vehicle, Bai Chongshan believed Ren Qingyun had merely entered to gauge the situation and was casually chatting with Shun Man while enjoying the air conditioning. Suddenly, Shun Man expressed uncertainty. "Do I hear gunfire? What is happening? Gunfire?" Bai Chongshan exclaimed in shock, quickly rolling down the window, only to be met with a cacophony of gunshots. "Indeed, it is gunfire. Call for backup." His body shook with fear, and he dared not rush inside recklessly. Chapter 54. The support arrived, yet it was insufficient. Shin Man trembled as she retrieved her phone, preparing to call Deputy Director Zhang Chong, when the jarring sound of screeching brakes pierced her ears. Bai Chongshan glanced over to see 2 police cars from the municipal bureau arriving. He hurriedly exited the vehicle and called out to the detectives disembarking. "Quickly, call for backup. We just heard a barrage of gunfire from within." The assembled municipal detectives and auxiliary officers were momentarily stunned by his words, although they had anticipated some level of conflict. None had expected such a dense exchange of gunfire, indicating that the assailants might be heavily armed. Leading the group was Captain Song Zhong, who swiftly drew his sidearm and crouched behind a police car. He gestured for Bai Chongshan to take cover and asked, "What is happening?" Didn't Tiwi say? Before he could finish, gunfire erupted once more from within, sporadic yet alarming. Damn it, he actually charged in? A chilling thought struck him as he recalled the previous night, when that man had single-handedly taken down over 40 armed drug traffickers without any weaponry of his own. The thought sent shivers down his spine. He was beyond rational comprehension. Bai Chongshan bellowed, "Deploy the shields, don the bulletproof vest, check your firearms, and prepare for reinforcement." There was no time to waste. They could not allow Ren Qingyun to face this alone. Fortunately, those who accompanied him were seasoned veterans, aware of the potential for unforeseen circumstances. Bai Chongshan sought a set of body armor, but there was none to spare. Within seconds, a team of 10 donned their vests and hoisted their shields, swiftly approaching the entrance. Bai Chongshan and Shun Man were tasked with urgently requesting additional support from the precinct. The continuous gunfire signified a major incident. Inside the guard post, a young officer with a sideswept fringe clutched a red telephone in one hand, his eyes fixed anxiously on the 2-story building, awaiting a response. All he heard in reply was the relentless gunfire, which set him on edge. "Damn it, respond quickly. What is happening?" Can't you handle one person? Just as the thought crossed his mind, the guard booth plunged into darkness. Turning around, he found 3 guns aimed at his head. The national emblem on their caps glinted in the sunlight, nearly blinding him. His gun and phone clattered to the ground. He had never anticipated the police would arrive so swiftly. The factory district was devoid of residential or commercial establishments, its stench overwhelming. They had chosen this location precisely because the police response was typically slow, allowing for a degree of concealment. Captain Song ordered his men to secure the suspect in custody while confiscating his firearms, pressing forward toward the second floor. Captain, there are numerous cameras. We've been compromised. An officer warned Song Zhong, pointing to a surveillance camera in the corner. Quickly increase our pace. Realizing they had been detected, they surged forward with even greater urgency. Inside the office building, Ren Xingyun, having eliminated the last drug trafficker on the first floor, observed the police reinforcements outside with a silent shake of his head. Had he not been present, the meager number of officers arriving would be insufficient to make a difference. Of course, had they known the police were on their way, someone would have surely tipped them off, replacing them with a genuine office crowd. He disregarded all else, picking up a loaded handgun and stealthily advancing toward the second floor. I had anticipated a scene akin to last night's raid, filled with drug dealers throughout the building. To my surprise, a group of men and women clad in formal office attire huddled together in the corridor. When they saw me approach, the foremost, a rotund man in his 40s, trembled and pleaded, "Please don't harm us. We are coerced employees and can work for you to run the company." Behind him, about 20 individuals clamored in unison. "Spare us. We are innocent. We are legitimate employees and have committed no crime." Despite their anxious entreaties, Ren Xingyun remained utterly unyielding. For concealed within were 3 demonic beings exuding an aura of malevolence, and the extent of hidden threats was impossible to ascertain. The presence of weapons was equally obscured. With a cold voice, he declared, "Your pleas are futile. All must perish. If you dare to confront me, you must accept the consequences." Raising his weapon, he fired a shot, obliterating a restless demon. "Damn it, let us fight back. Rise and shield him." 4 individuals simultaneously drew their firearms, aiming at Ren Xingyun. However, he swiftly redirected his aim, not targeting their heads, but instead shattering their hands that clutched the guns. A cacophony of screams erupted. Ordinary people instinctively curled into themselves like quail. This was primal instinct. Only the drug dealers, aware of their impending doom and armed, dared to resist. The corridor was soon filled with anguished cries. "On my hand. It hurts, it hurts." Ren Xingyun feared that a bullet piercing through might inadvertently harm those nearby. Otherwise, their fate would be sealed. Meanwhile, hearing the gunfire, Song Zhong rushed to the second floor without pausing to assess the situation. Most of the officers were unfamiliar with Ren Xingyun and shouted, "Drop your weapon and turn around slowly. Lay down your arms, or we will open fire." Ren Xingyun felt an urge to curse. Having gained control of the situation, his comrades demanded he disarm. Was this not the epitome of incompetence? Fortunately, Song Zhong, following closely behind, shouted, "Don't shoot. He is one of us. Move in." With his command, the officers advanced, offering apologies. "Sorry, brother, we didn't recognize you." "No offense intended." Ren Xingyun exhaled in relief and called out, "They claim to be legitimate employees, but verification is necessary. Cuff them all and confine them together." Team Leader Song, remain vigilant for any hidden threats. Execute anyone who resists. Understanding Ren Xingyun's methods, Song Zhong promptly replied, "Understood." He swiftly organized his team to establish control while binding the crouching individual's hands. With a shortage of handcuffs, they lined up on the first floor, ensuring no one could escape. This procedure was all too familiar to them. Ren Xingyun kicked the firearms of several drug dealers toward Song Zhong and the others before inspecting the offices. 14 offices were unoccupied, but the last one, surprisingly, bore the insignia of high-ranking officials, where faint sounds could be discerned from within. Could it be that those from the Erlong gang are indeed their subordinates? How could such a scenario arise? With a fierce determination, he delivered a forceful kick to the door. The resounding crash reverberated through the corridor, startling the wailing individuals into silence. The door collapsed, and in an instant, several bullets erupted from within. Bang, bang, bang. Had Ren Qingyun not heard the unmistakable sound of triggers being pulled from inside, he might have faced grave peril. However, as he kicked the door open, he had already executed a nimble side flip, taking refuge to the right of the doorway. The bullets struck the opposite office, shattering several panes of glass, which cascaded to the ground with a clatter. The occupants inside, caught off guard, failed to react in time. Ren Qingyun had already ascended to the rooftop, clinging to the doorframe like a gecko, and fired a shot into the interior. Bang! Even the seasoned detectives, who had undertaken numerous missions, could not help but marvel at his formidable physical prowess and unexpectedly agile maneuvers. Chapter 55, Remarkable. A woman's anguished scream echoed through the room. Song Zhong and his team rushed to the door, only to behold a striking woman clad in a crimson gown standing by the window. With cascading waves of hair and a plunging neckline, adorned with exquisite jewelry that refracted the afternoon sunlight, she resembled a lady of high society. However, her left hand bore a gruesome wound, blood cascading down her arm, and at her feet lay a petite silver handgun. Bang! Ren Qingyun landed in the room, executing 2 consecutive rolls. Bang bang. For more gunshots reverberated, causing Song Zhong and his companions at the entrance to tremble. The 4 detectives, armed and ready, burst into the office, discovering 2 gunmen on either side of the wall. At that moment, their heads were pressed against the wall, blood gushing from their brows. Gradually sliding down the wall, they left a unique pattern of crimson on the gray wallpaper. Within the opulently decorated office stood a dark red executive desk, adorned with bags of white powder, several bottles of foreign liquor, 5 glasses, and an assortment of delicacies. Upon seeing the glasses, it became clear to Ren Qingyun why he was certain there were others inside. The white powder emitted a pungent odor, undoubtedly exceeding 10 kilograms, starkly contrasting with the office's elegance. Yet, it was also a significant clue. Once assured of safety, Ren Qingyun turned to Song Zhong, stating, "Captain Song, we are temporarily secure. Ensure protective measures are in place and call for reinforcements. I will investigate the workshop." Understood. Song Zhong seized the opportunity to notify headquarters for support. As he watched Ren Qingyun leap towards the window, he couldn't help but ask, "Team Leader Ren, what are you planning to do?" Without turning back, Ren Qingyun replied, "The main entrance to the workshop may be blocked. I must find an alternative route. I hope to uncover human remains, as that would serve as evidence. You all should stay back. I fear for friendly fire." With those final words, he leaped from the second-floor window, leaving 2 distinct footprints on the ground as his body surged towards the adjacent factory. Incredible. Is he really Ren Qingyun? Indeed, a newcomer at the Bureau who single-handedly dismantled numerous drug trafficking rings. It is said that very few traffickers escape alive from his grasp. He has never made a mistake in judgment. Another commendation is surely his for the taking. Truly impressive. His strength is remarkable, inspiring envy among the detectives who followed him in. Just as Song Zhong finished relaying the information, he barked an order. "What are you all discussing? Seal off all firearms and white powder. Stay vigilant. This is a crime scene. Let's move." With the command issued, the team sprang into action. Waiting at the entrance, Bai Chongshan, adjusting his bangs at the security booth, suddenly spotted Ren Qingyun leaping down from the second floor. He was about to call out when he saw Ren sprinting at an astonishing speed. As he approached the outer wall of the factory, he launched himself upward, propelling off the wall thrice, astonishingly reaching a ventilation window. My heavens, that must be over 10 meters. Remarkable. In fact, he could effortlessly ascend a 3-story building. Shaking his head, Bai Chongshan thought it unwise to compare oneself to such a prodigy, lest his spirit be shattered. Ren Qingyun paid no heed to their gazes as he slipped through the window, swiftly surveying the interior. The space was divided into several work areas, appearing quite clean on the surface, yet nauseating odor permeated the air, particularly at the entrance where live pigs were kept. The accompanying grunts were overshadowed by the stench of excrement, exceedingly foul. A few pigs wandered aimlessly in the passage, unbothered by any human presence. Beyond a wall lay the washing area, where a powerful water pump would wash away the filth clinging to the pigs. The pump had since ceased operation, with droplets still cascading down. In the slaughter area, several struggling carcasses hung from the fixed railings, blood flowing into a pooling mass. In the deherring section, a few pigs, seemingly just halted, bounced between machines amidst the rising steam. Further back was the cutting area, where the odor grew even more pungent. Beyond, there were the acidification and disassembly zones, shrouded in obscurity. Amidst such a cacophony of scents, the unmistakable smell of human flesh lingered, particularly sharp. 6. The scent of 6 individuals. The people here were undoubtedly implicated. From his elevated vantage point, he scanned the relatively modern workshop, finding no living souls. Naturally, the walls separating each area limited his view. He leapt down, hastening towards the washing zone. The drop zone was precisely where the slaughter occurred, the air thick with the metallic tang of blood. He landed on the machinery, momentarily absorbing the impact before touching down on the ground. There, he discovered 3 individuals huddled in a corner, trembling uncontrollably. It was no wonder he had not spotted them from above. There was no bloodlust emanating from them, suggesting they were not criminals. Silently, he slipped away, his form flickering like a wraith, moving with remarkable speed. In the same corner crouched a group of people, their lack of a bloodthirsty aura prompting a frown from him. Did they not realize the presence of the deceased? Upon seeing him approach with a firearm, they instinctively shielded their heads, pleading incessantly, "Do not kill us. We are legitimate employees. If we do not comply, they will murder our families." Indeed, they were paralyzed by fear of the gang's tactics, intimidated into silence, unwilling to resist or report. Ren Qingyun coldly inquired, "Why are you hiding here? Do you know where the overseers are?" With no time to spare for them, he needed to pursue the true culprits. A man in his 40s pointed towards the cold storage, saying, "They usually gather in the acidification area. I saw them running that way. That area is a no-go zone for us." Ren Qingyun replied icily, "You had better not have committed any wrongdoings. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to grant you a bullet." He adjusted his body camera and, with a Glock in hand, swiftly proceeded deeper into the establishment, moving faster than a 100-meter champion, arriving at the transfer area. Suspended from iron hooks, slabs of meat and ribs swayed incessantly. For those unaccustomed to such sights, the sheer volume of hanging flesh would surely evoke discomfort. Though it might seem trivial, in this particular area, Ren Qingyun detected the distinct chemical odor of a specialty product. There must be a drug dealer here. Immediately, he unleashed his keen senses, olfactory, auditory, and visual, absorbing a myriad of information. He sensed that if a group were concealed here, even an entire battalion of armed police might find themselves at a disadvantage. Once liberated, he discerned 3 faint footsteps approaching from either side of his position. Without hesitation, he sprang upward, landing atop the hook that suspended the white-striped pig. This vantage point afforded him a comprehensive view of the unfolding situation. Most crucially, he could observe the ominous blood mist hovering above the drug dealer's head. The 3 approaching individuals were evidently formidable, their blood mist darker in hue. In the distance, 7 more figures emerged, similarly emanating a blood-red aura, subtly encircling his position amidst the swine. Further away, only 2 dimly lit auras of crimson could be perceived. As he surveyed the scene, the trio had already encircled him, brandishing their firearms, and shouted in alarm, "Don't move." "Huh, where is he? Damn it. I didn't see him move." Chapter 56. A bold breakthrough, a grave situation. Without a moment's hesitation, Ren Qingyun drew his gun and fired. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding shots echoed as he obliterated the heads of 3 armed assailants. Blood splattered as their bodies slumped to the ground. Swiftly redirecting his firearm, he aimed at the individual concealed behind the pork. Bang, bang, bang. In a rapid succession of 7 shots, they remained oblivious to Ren Qingyun's presence, all meeting their demise in an instant. The entire encounter transpired in less than 3 seconds. With agility, he vaulted forward, propelling himself towards the last 2 adversaries. Voices boomed from the other side. "Donkey, what's going on? How many have entered?" Damn, respond, are you dead? The echoes of their voices reverberated through the desolate workshop, devoid of any reply. Boss, I'll check. Didn't they say there was just one? Why isn't T even dealt with? A sharp voice pierced the air, accompanied by the sound of a gun being cocked. Ren Qingyun had already reached their side, inhaling the pungent scent of chemicals and observing the boss's activities. He dashed towards the sewer, hurling white powder into the depths. In the background, the faint hum of a car engine idled ominously. They were planning to transport something away. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck the preoccupied boss with his Glock using his left hand while simultaneously leaping to kick the departing second-in-command. Crack! Accompanied by the clinking of chains, the man hunched over the white powder, felt a sharp pain at the back of his head before collapsing into the vat. The second-in-command, startled by the incessant sounds, whirled around just in time to see a large foot looming before him. With no opportunity to aim, he was kicked 30 meters away, crashing into the scattered pork and landing heavily on the ground. Coughing violently, he expelled blood, feeling utterly drained and suffocated. As he lay there, gradually enveloped in a pool of crimson, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Ren Qingyun, showing no signs of hesitation, seized the Glock from the second-in-command's grasp and swiftly approached the boss, giving him a finishing blow while also turning off the faucet. Gazing at the towering mound of white powder beside him, he estimated it to exceed 100 kilograms. His eyes swept across the workstation, where bags of flour were carelessly placed between the ribs and pork. Trafficking drugs? Ren Qingyun's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Drug dealers were undeniably resourceful, employing every conceivable method. How many unique items must be shipped from such a vast cold storage facility? It was no wonder that so many were guarding it. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently disrupted a channel belonging to some drug lord. Contemplating this, he surged towards the acidification area at the back. When transporting live pigs, they certainly wouldn't traverse the factory's interior. There must be an exit. As he opened the heavy door, the temperature plummeted by 20 degrees, truly the acidification zone. Inside, a cold chain truck was parked, and several burly men, their heads glistening with sweat, were unloading frozen corpses from the shelves. Hurry, hurry, the cops are here. We must get these out. They cannot fall into the hands of the police. We must transport them at all costs. Once we're outside, who is there? The tension in the air was palpable as the crowd's gaze abruptly shifted towards Ren Qingyun, each person brandishing a firearm. Without offering them a chance to resist, Ren utilized the hanging pork as cover and swiftly squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 2 bullets were discharged, and he quickly realized that the second gun was malfunctioning. The sights were misaligned by a mere 0.5 millimeters. What he intended to aim at was the center of the forehead, yet the shot struck only the right temple. The force was disproportionately amplified, causing one side of the head to explode. Something was amiss. What kind of ordinary criminal would tamper with their weapon? It felt reminiscent of a professional soldier, buried deep in memory. He pondered whether the individual could be saved to uncover the hidden truths behind this ordeal. Thoughts racing, he cautiously dashed to the side of the vehicle, ensuring no one else was present. A quick glance at the cold storage revealed no need to search further. He promptly shut it. Regardless of whether others lingered inside, he did not wish to risk entering. Upon seeing the frozen corpses, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, this is the unmistakable scent of the grim reality." There were 2 on the ground, 2 in the vehicle, and 2 on the tray, all prepared for transport. As he moved the bodies, the sight of them caused a drastic change in his demeanor. This situation was too grave. With a solemn expression, he tossed all the handguns adjacent to the corpses into the cabin and sped away. If ambushers lay in wait, the firearms would provide at least some measure of safety. Upon exiting, he found himself at the far end of the factory premises. After shutting the large gate, he eliminated all possible escape routes and circled the area in his vehicle. Aside from a pig pen, there was no place left for anyone to hide. Finally, he drove to the office building, where 3 police officers, guns drawn, shouted, "Stop! Step out of the vehicle for inspection." Ren lowered his window and announced loudly, "It's me." The officers were momentarily taken aback, then repeatedly apologized. "Our apologies. This vehicle is quite elevated. We didn't see you. We presumed someone was attempting to flee, unaware it was you." Have you concluded your business? Their search of the office area was still ongoing, yet he had already swept through the factory and returned. As Rin jumped out of the car, his expression was grave. The voice of the system echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for eliminating 39 demons and acquiring 39 drops of essence, usable for warning, danger. The Xiantian sect, as Punishment Hall, is targeting you. Quickly employ deception to escape. The host exuded an aura of dominance, instilling fear in the 3 disciples of the Enforcement Hall, earning a reward of 30,000 universal credits from the Xiantian sect. Rin had never anticipated that intimidating his peers would yield a monetary reward. This reward was indeed welcome. It would not be in vain to risk his life. As he had earned some merit, he spoke solemnly. The situation over there is quite complex. The factory is extensive, and it's challenging for me to search alone. Is assistance on the way? It should arrive soon. Should we conduct a thorough search? Inquired Deputy Captain Lu Meng, unable to contain his curiosity. Rin's expression darkened as he coldly replied, "A search is imperative. I have left a few survivors for detailed interrogation. This case is far more heinous than the mere dealings of drug traffickers. You must take a look inside the vehicle." Upon hearing this, Lu Meng and the others were momentarily taken aback. What sort of case could possibly be more appalling than drug trafficking? The 3 detectives assigned to guard the area opened the doors of the vehicle, and, upon catching sight of the frozen corpse, one of the officers, without paying close attention, remarked with a hint of exasperation, "We've encountered refrigerated corpses before. This time, it's just a bit more excessive." However, Lu Meng, as the deputy captain, was different. Upon observing Ren Xingyun's expression, he realized that this was not merely about the corpse itself. After further inspection, his countenance shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed with a curse, "Damn it, this case is monumental. No wonder they sought to obliterate the evidence." He comprehended the gravity of the situation. At that moment, Song Zhong, who had overheard the commotion, emerged and directly inquired, "What is going on? What has transpired?" As he approached the trio, his eyes widened in shock upon seeing the turned-over corpse, and he cursed vehemently, "Damn them." Chapter 57. His investigation is ruthless. A wound marred his waist. A perforation left a cavity in his spinal cord. His eyes were hollow, his heart a void, and his abdominal cavity was empty. With a mere glance, an experienced detective could discern the truth. Organ transplantation. Should a body be discarded, any visible defects would reveal this grim reality. Once reduced to mere fragments, the specifics would be lost. The slaughterhouse discards countless heads, hooves, and entrails, interspersed with some bones, a common occurrence. Moreover, the individuals involved may not even be the ones handling the remains. They could simply be the ones who froze the bodies, leaving the disposal to someone more discreet. Once organ trafficking is involved, the implications are profound. Touching the sensitive nerves of higher authorities would ensure a thorough investigation. Song Zhong was acutely aware that he could not bear the burden. Trembling, he took out his phone and called his superior. Meanwhile, reinforcements from the armed police in nearby precincts had also arrived. Ren Xingyun paid no heed to their reports and returned to the office building. His prior departure was prompted by concerns that the factory workers might destroy evidence, and indeed, they were in the process of doing so. Now back, he could investigate the situation surrounding the blood pool beneath the office building. The system alerted him to the presence of a bloodthirsty pool, yet it was nowhere to be seen. The scene had been meticulously secured, and the investigation continued. A collection of 27 handguns, 42 pounds of flour, and over 30 million in cash had been amassed. 2 women were held captive, and 33 hostages were under control. Had Ren Xingyun entered alone, even the armed police would face a formidable challenge. With so many hostages in their grasp, they could easily eliminate all evidence and surrender after discarding their firearms. Executing a perfect plan, an illegal possession of firearms would not necessarily result in a death sentence. It was merely a matter of catching them off guard. Despite the impressive achievements, the blood pool remained elusive, likely hidden within a basement. Only 4 survivors remained, including a woman in a flowing red dress with voluminous waves. She sat on a chair, cradling her injured hand, watching the police move about. Ren Xingyun strode toward her, fixing his gaze upon her as he inquired, "Where's the basement here?" Beside him, The guard Shin Man Man stared at him in disbelief. How could a detective searching so meticulously have overlooked such a crucial location? The woman with the voluminous waves exhibited a flicker of panic, but quickly regained her composure, her eyes glinting with resentment as she replied, "I don't know." Ren Qingyun's lips curled into a smirk as he seized a foil used by them for consumption and pressed it against her injured left hand without hesitation. "What are you doing?" the woman asked, her voice tense. The agony from the bullet wound surged, abruptly halting her inquiries. She trembled violently, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead. Struggling to free her feet, she found them pinned down by Ren Qingyun's foot. Witnessing this, Shin Man Man felt a shiver run through her body, as if she too were trembling in pain. The busy officers around them cast their gazes over. Goodness, his approach to investigation is fierce. That woman is quite beautiful, yet there is no mercy shown. She can solve cases. Indeed, she is ruthless. Even though it was evident that he was violating the rules, none dared to intervene. Not only did he emanate an aura of chilling coldness, but one should also not show mercy towards drug traffickers. They merely refrained from breaking the code of conduct. For a full minute, as the woman with cascading waves of hair found her clothes soaked through and clinging to her body, Ren Qingyun gradually loosened his grip and forcefully tore away the blood-stained foil. Despite her pallid complexion and trembling frame, she grimly inquired once more, "I will ask again, where is the entrance to the basement?" Her voice involuntarily rose, imbued with an aura of intimidation. This time, the woman with the flowing waves appeared flustered, her earlier hostility replaced by sheer terror. Stammering, she responded, "The storage room next to the restroom. Move aside the filing cabinet, and that is the entrance." She was thoroughly cowed, her fingers nearly crushed, bloodied, and mangled. Ren Qingyun scoffed. "Humph, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink the penalty wine." Grasping her long hair, he roughly dragged her toward the storage room. Such a scene profoundly unsettled the onlookers. When Song Zhong and his team entered, this was the sight that greeted them. He immediately gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Team leader run, that's the spirit." They were eager to eliminate the woman, but, bound by discipline, dared not act rashly. The methods of narcotics officers and criminal investigators differed greatly, the former being more rugged and ruthless. If this had been a decade prior, opinions would have been similar across the board. The disdain for criminals was universal. Murderers and arsonists were universally reviled, and no one would patiently engage in conversation. It was merely due to the potential for wrongful convictions that strict regulations were enforced. Drug traffickers, however, were a different matter. Once involved in trafficking with narcotics in hand, execution was inevitable. Various methods were employed to eradicate evil and punish the wicked. Shin Man Man, being a woman, could not help but softly question, "Team leader, do you think this is excessive?" The woman with the cascading waves, yanked by her hair, writhed in pain, her injured fingers eliciting sympathy. Ren Qingyun coldly retorted, "If you witnessed the state of the corpses outside, you would not utter such words. They cannot be regarded as human. They are utterly vile beasts." His voice reverberated, silencing Shin Man Man, who dared not speak further. As they followed the group to the storage room, they discovered it was roughly the same length as other rooms, yet half the width. Filing cabinets lined the walls, seemingly obstructive. Upon realizing something was hidden behind them, Song Zhong instructed his men to open the cabinets, revealing an elevator concealed behind. Upon seeing the exposed elevator, some began to harbor ominous suspicions. What malevolent intent lies behind this meticulously crafted elevator? Ren Qingyun, clutching the woman with the flowing waves, approached the elevator and gestured for her to press the button. The elevator was equipped with a fingerprint recognition system, even though she hesitated to comply. Ren Qingyun forcefully pressed her finger down on the scanner. The elevator rumbled and soon opened with a chime. As Song Zhong prepared to enter with his team, Ren Qingyun halted him with a raised hand, stating, "I will go in first. There may be an ambush below. You all stay with her and wait for the next opportunity." With that, he strode confidently into the elevator. Something felt amiss. There was enough space inside for a wheelchair. In a previous life, Ren Qingyun had encountered the hospital elevator and swiftly sensed something amiss. Yet, the reasoning eluded him. With only 2 floors, he pressed the button haphazardly, and the elevator began its descent. Leaping into the air, Ren Qingyun positioned himself upside down, his feet braced against the elevator ceiling, with only his head and hands protruding. Accompanied by a soft ding, the elevator doors gradually parted. Bang, 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 a barrage of gunfire erupted, riddling the elevator with numerous bullet holes. However, when the doors fully opened, there was not a soul in sight. As those outside stood momentarily stunned, Ren Qingyun emerged from above, guns in hand, pulling the triggers. Bang, bang, bang. After a relentless 12 shots, the circle of armed assailants surrounding him collapsed, each struck down. 2 figures from above emitted sounds of despair before toppling to the ground. Lightly, Ren Qingyun leaped from the elevator, executing 2 somersaults. No one was present. The space was pristine and orderly, with corridors untainted by dust. 2 hallways extended into the distance, a pungent scent of blood wafting from the left corridor. The right side, in stark contrast, revealed a brightly lit passage, the walls thoughtfully adorned with handrails. A sense of familiarity washed over him, intensifying until he caught sight of a room that sent a chill down his spine. Chapter 58. The metal door and a large fish within this place. There are neither corpses nor unique artifacts, merely a pristine hospital ward. Yet, in a slaughterhouse, such immaculate facilities exist. What purpose could they serve? In conjunction with the aforementioned bodies, the answer swiftly emerged. Venturing further inside, one encountered additional wards, neat, tidy, warm, and fully equipped. The more immaculate these spaces appeared, the more fervently run Qingyun's ire surged. The sheer number of wards suggested that each surgical procedure could result in an equal number of fatalities. A mere 10 patients could yield a staggering profit of millions. With 10 deaths, and considering the scent of 20 individuals, Ren Qingyun surmised that the most recent massacre must have claimed 20 lives. The cleanliness of these rooms belied the underlying stench of blood, terror, cruelty, and slaughter. Those who engage in the trade of organs share equal culpability. As he continued his search, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed behind him. Song Zhong and his men had arrived. The chaotic scene at the elevator entrance bore testament to the peril that awaited below. Fortunately, Ren Qingyun had descended first. Had they arrived earlier, the consequences would have been dire. The recent barrage of gunfire had made that abundantly clear. Discarding a handgun to the side, the 6 individuals divided into 2 teams, one consisting of 4 members, moving towards the left corridor. Song Zhong, accompanied by a detective, trailed Ren Qingyun closely. What discoveries had been made? They too had glimpsed the wards, but seemed devoid of significant insights. Arriving at the center of the corridor, Ren Qingyun remarked, "There are a total of 20 single-patient rooms, equipped with air conditioning, oxygen machines, monitors, and more. This organization has undoubtedly existed for a considerable time and has concealed itself remarkably well. If my conjecture holds true, the operating room should lie ahead." Reluctantly, yet undeniably, he voiced this conclusion. With a sigh, Song Zhong replied, "Soon, others will descend, and I hope we can unearth some useful information. With so many surgeries, it's clear that professionals are involved. Ordinary doctors could not execute these operations. We must apprehend them all." Without further comment, they pressed onward. Indeed, they soon discovered 5 operating rooms, clean and hygienic, equipped with a variety of instruments. Song Zhong lamented, "We have arrived at an inopportune moment. How fortunate it would have been to catch them in the act." Ren Qingyun, pondering a new thought, spoke gravely. "You should meticulously examine the computers and mobile devices of the personnel working above. Perhaps some are engaged in client acquisition. I doubt that mere threats could control so many. There must be substantial profits involved." Agreed. Song Zhong had not considered this aspect. Discovering the basement was already a monumental achievement. The 3 men cautiously searched through the 5 operating rooms, finding no hidden individuals. Behind them lay another 10 rooms, equally pristine. These spaces contained scant furnishings, merely 2 large beds and some bedding. Ren Qingyun could hardly bear to gaze upon these chambers, which may have been the final refuge for countless souls. He could only imagine the terrors faced and the brutal dismemberment that followed. At the far end lay a cold storage room, meticulously organized with various medications and medical instruments. At this point, the corridor had reached its end, with only a formidable metallic wall obstructing their path. The trio, having concluded their search, finally relaxed their taut nerves and prepared to depart. However, Ren Qingyun's steps suddenly halted. How could one enter a treasure trove and return empty-handed? Could the mere enchantments of the bloodthirsty demon sect deter the grand strides of the demon lord? The reward was an all-purpose array activation skill, each use enhancing proficiency. Unexpectedly, at this juncture, the system's alert resonated, compelling him to turn his gaze towards the metallic wall. Song Zhong, noticing his sudden stillness, paused and inquired, "What is it?" This rising star of the police force had garnered substantial merit this time, having uncovered such a terrifying criminal den. Surely, a first-class merit would not suffice. A title was warranted. Ren Qingyun replied solemnly, "I sense something amiss. Look, there, SA camera." He pointed towards the upper right corner of the wall, where a red light was pulsating from a camera. Song Zhong scrutinized it closely and remarked, "Indeed, something is amiss. The camera is not observing the corridor, but rather what lies beyond the metallic wall." One of the accompanying detectives, upon witnessing this, exclaimed, "Could this be a door?" In an instant, Song Zhong drew his firearm, aiming at the metallic wall, declaring, "Let us call for backup. We need the armed police to bring explosives down and blow it open." Such a concealed construction undoubtedly harbors countless troubles. No sooner had he spoken than a voice emanated from beside the camera. "Let us negotiate. Act as if you haven't discovered the metallic door. How much do you want? Just name your price. I can leverage my connections to elevate you to the rank of director within 2 years." Upon hearing this, it became evident that the occupants within could see them, and that they were indeed a significant target. Song Zhong scoffed dismissively, "Nonsense. If you truly possessed such power, you would have already elevated someone. How could we have traced this place?" Li Fu immediately notified the higher-ups. He remained unmoved, convinced that the individual inside was merely trying to deceive them. How could one maintain control in such a situation? Ren Qingyun began to examine the metallic door and ultimately discovered a small, recessed square at the bottom. The so-called knowledge of the bloodthirsty demon sect's array was, in fact, derived from the imported Hami Rabbit insurance door from a misfortunate country. Once locked from within, it was nearly impossible to unlock from the outside. It was fortified metal, resistant to cutting and small explosives. Clearly, considerable effort had been invested. Of course, every door leaves a keyhole for unforeseen circumstances. This metal piece, flush with the entire door and nearly undetectable without careful observation, concealed the keyhole behind it. Typically, it would require a powerful vacuum bowl to adhere, allowing one to pull and insert the key. Presently, they had no means to procure a vacuum bowl, let alone a key. Fortunately, the system had just provided the requisite technique, instilling Ren Qingyun with confidence. He swiftly dashed to the adjacent storage room, which housed an abundance of medical equipment. Unbeknownst to Song Zhong, who had already begun contacting external personnel to bring down explosives, Ren Qingyun was engaged in his own preparations. In truth, the second wave of reinforcements has arrived, yet they bore no explosives and remained indifferent to the imposing metal gate. Through the loudspeaker, a voice rang out. "Are you certain you wish to open the metallic door? I have over 30 hostages here, and I assure you, we shall perish together. No one can capture me, and you certainly cannot." Suddenly, Ren Qingyun emerged from the storage room and, with a single shot, shattered the camera. "What are you doing? It is you who have ruined everything for me. I have already relayed your information. There will undoubtedly be retribution on my behalf. Follow my directives, and I shall ensure your wealth and prosperity. Otherwise, your entire family will pay the price alongside me." The voice was laced with barely contained fury, a blend of threats and enticements, seeking to halt their actions. Song Zhong, taken aback by what he had produced, inquired, "What are you attempting to do? Are you planning to construct a bomb on site? That is utterly impossible." Chapter 59, An Unexpected Encounter. A scene of blood and chaos. What can a defibrillator and a paperclip accomplish together? Ren Qingyun informed them that it could unlock a seemingly impenetrable door. After some fiddling in front of the door, a thin metal plate was forcibly removed revealing a keyhole. Upon witnessing this, Song Zhong was utterly astounded. He could hardly fathom that such a perfectly sealed door possessed a keyhole. The sound of approaching footsteps from reinforcements could be heard, prompting Ren Qingyun to caution. "Take your positions. Once the door opens, there may be an attack." As he spoke, the paperclip was inserted into the keyhole. A series of soft clicks echoed in his ears, effortlessly indicating that the triple lock had been disengaged. The meticulously sealed metal door silently began to slide open. The rushing support team, upon seeing Song Zhong's signal, quickly took cover to the sides, revealing only their gun barrels aimed at the sliding door. From within, tendrils of azure smoke wafted out, but no weaponry was unleashed as anticipated. Standing beside the door, Ren Qingyun charged inside. The interior unfolded into a lavish room of approximately 200 square meters, with shelves neatly displaying various antiques and jade artifacts, alongside stacks of cash. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, sat in a chair before a computer, tossing sheets of paper into a fire pit. Perhaps ENT expected the door to open so swiftly, for he stared in astonishment at Ren Qingyun's sudden appearance. He raised his hand to grasp a handgun resting on the table, only to have it snatched away by Ren Qingyun, who then delivered a powerful shove, sending him sprawling 10 meters away. With a swift kick, he overturned the fire pit, extinguishing most of the flames in an instant, and then stamped out the remnants. Song Zhong and the others rushed in, surprised to find only one individual present. Even more astonishing was the fact that this person was someone they recognized. Bao Wenwu. "You're not dead?" The voice echoed, eliciting surprise from Ren Qingyun. Who was Bao Wenwu? Shouldn't he be deceased? He was only aware of Bao Wensheng's dubious nature, oblivious to their connection. Song Zhong signaled the officers to apprehend him, only to realize that Bao Wenwu was unable to move his legs. He was seated in a wheelchair. He explained to Ren Qingyun, 3 years ago, we were investigating a murder case linked to him. We never anticipated that he would flee to a bridge and plunge into the river. After 3 days of searching, we found no trace of him. We assumed he had perished, yet here he is, alive and well. Ren Qingyun narrowed his eyes, noticing Bao Wenwu's unwavering gaze fixed upon him. He stepped closer and spoke in a low tone. "What is the meaning of that look? Are you defying me? Once we return for interrogation, Bao Wensheng will surely be apprehended. Who would have thought I would inadvertently stumble into your lair? Don't look at me with such disdain. Prepare for your demise." He patted Bao Wenwu's cheek, his expression one of utter contempt. In a fit of rage, Bao Wenwu bellowed, "What do you think you are? Dare to lay a hand on me, and you're as good as dead. Your entire family is doomed. I, Bao Wenwu, swear it. If you have the guts, kill me. Do you dare?" He struggled violently, screaming in madness and mocking Ren Qingyun. Ren Qingyun let out a cold laugh and said, "Mock me, and expect me to kill you to keep your secret? Forget it. Captain Song, there should be numerous valuable pieces of information here. Hurry and send someone to clean up. Let the armed police escort this big fish back. It will undoubtedly yield substantial insights." Song Zhong immediately nodded and replied, "I understand. I'll clear the scene at once." He was aware that the Bureau was recently pursuing Bao Wensheng, and capturing Bao Wenwu in such a setting would surely lead to the discovery of new intelligence. Bao Wenwu was restrained by 2 armed police officers as they moved towards the exit. "Draft it, you coward. Come kill me. Aren't you quick with your gun? You've killed so many. Why are you afraid to kill me? I'm just a cripple. You can't even touch me?" His shouts echoed through the corridor. Ren Qingyun paid no heed, confident that with the armed police present, no issues would arise. Glancing around, he couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder they say to give as much as you have. This wall must be worth billions." Impressive. Song Zhong also expressed his astonishment, saying, "If you hadn't noticed something was off, Bao Wenwu would have likely escaped again. With so much money, he could easily make a comeback. Over there, they even stockpiled rice, flour, and oil. One could survive here for a year and a half without issue." It was truly remarkable, having long prepared for the possibility of discovery. Ren Qingyun gazed at the various antiques on the shelf and sighed. 3 years. This is what they have achieved through hard work. To me, it looks like a mound of countless corpses. Song Zhong patted his shoulder and remarked, Look at how most drug dealers end up. They rarely meet a good fate. Instead, it's these hidden serpents that enjoy life. By the way, how did you manage to open such a security door? I doubt even explosives could breach it. Ren Qingyun chuckled and replied, I learned it in college. I have diverse interests. I'll go check that area. He felt it prudent not to linger with him. Uncertain of what questions might arise, he decided to head down another passage to inspect the blood pool, as the system indicated the potential for cultivating demonic energy. He swiftly departed, leaving a group of criminal investigators to examine the scene. Today had truly pierced the heart of the nest. How many people must have been harmed to accumulate such wealth? Looking at the boxes over there, they were filled with scrolls and paintings. No wonder so many risked it all. The speed of wealth accumulation was astounding. Those present were seasoned investigators, yet they remained awestruck by the piles of money surrounding them. Ren Qingyun quickly navigated through the corridor and soon reached the left passage. Armed police were also moving outward, their discussions incessant. It's horrific inside. Damn it, it's like a den of beasts. They actually let a group of people soak in a pool of thick blood. What kind of twisted thinking is that? The stench of blood is unbearable. Listening to their words, Ren Qingyun's mind began to form a rough image. Yet, upon truly witnessing the scene, he found himself rendered speechless by the shock. At the end of the corridor lay a space of 300 square meters, surrounded by 8 trigrams mirrors. The ground was constructed with 12 irregular blood pools. Several unclad women were bound hand and foot, submerged within, with only their heads protruding to avoid suffocation. A few girls had been rescued and taken to the adjacent bathing area for cleansing, where officers removed their own clothing to provide them with garments. They appeared emotionally numb, passively enduring the actions of those around them. They neither resisted nor spoke, and their eyes rarely moved. Even the presence of uniformed officers failed to elicit any emotional response from them. Alas, how despicable is Bao Wenwu. There were at least 60 women here, and it was uncertain how many had perished. Ren Qingyun's fists clenched tightly, wishing fervently to shoot Bao Wenwu in the head. Enraged, he moved like lightning, bursting forth from the basement. Upon emerging, he was confronted with a situation he found utterly unacceptable, glaring at the crowd present. What on earth is happening? Chapter 60. How can you bring him back to life? At this moment, Bao Wenwu, brought out by the armed police, lay curled up on the ground, convulsing incessantly. A crimson gash adorned his neck, blood oozing forth, while someone nearby applied pressure to assess his condition. He had seemed fine when he was brought out, yet now he lay in this dire state. With armed police standing guard, such an incident should have been impossible. One of the armed police, his face twisted with indignation and grievance, pointed at the disheveled de Bolong, who was being restrained by both the criminal police and armed forces, and exclaimed, "We escorted him out, and he used a steel needle from his ring to slash that man's throat. It all happened so suddenly we were caught off guard." They understood that a grave mistake had been made. Such a crucial prisoner had nearly been killed. Ren Qingyun's visage tightened as he gazed at the contorted face of de Bolong and coldly inquired, "Did you intend to kill him?" His fingers cracked ominously as a chilling aura emanated from him. Fear flickered into Bolong's eyes, yet she retorted with a mocking laugh. "What's wrong? Not satisfied? Go ahead and kill me. I fear you not. You won't catch anything." Kneeling on the ground, disheveled and in tatters, she defiantly raised her head as if embracing martyrdom. Ren Qingyun squinted slightly, suddenly realizing that she was an insurance policy for the big boss. Accessing the basement required her fingerprint to unlock it. Should she discover Bao Wenwu, she would seize the opportunity to strike his throat, leaving no chance for survival. If she failed to locate him, she might resort to suicide within the confines of her cell. No wonder it was said that a woman's heart could be the most venomous. Ren Qingyun lacked medical expertise, and the forensic expert who had accompanied him was currently assessing the situation. Thus, he could only vent his frustration on de Bolong. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap across her face, leaving behind 5 distinct fingerprints and causing blood to trickle from her lips. "If you weren't of any use, you would have been executed upstairs. Now you dare to act tough with me? You've picked the wrong person." They were too afraid to strike, but he was not. They demanded to prioritize the people, and so did he. Yet in his eyes, she was no longer human. His icy tone and unrestrained actions struck the 3 policemen and 4 armed officers surrounding them as exceedingly ruthless. However, no one dared to intervene. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in Ren Qingyun's mind. How can the formidable demon lord be bound by mortals? What if a life is lost? As long as the 3 souls and 7 spirits remain intact, one can prolong life with demonic energy for 3 days. Reward: soul snatching technique. Achievable with 2 drops of essence blood. The King of Hell bids you to die at the 3rd hour. I shall defy fate and extend life for 3 days. Ren Qingyun smacked his lips, realizing that this so-called soul-snatching technique was, in essence, an extraordinary method of emergency aid. It was effective only for external injuries, utterly ineffectual against maladies like cancer. It was merely a battlefield remedy, ensuring survival while awaiting further medical intervention. Thus, no matter the means, the objective remained: preservation of life. De Bolong, disregarding the blood at the corner of her mouth, appeared almost deranged as she screamed, "Why not just kill me? I'm not human. Your hands are drenched in blood, and you're no better." Such grandiloquent words concealed the truth that she was equally a butcher. The impact of Ren Qingyun's actions had been profound. A lone figure had stormed through a small building, managing only to send a single message. In response, Ren Qingyun delivered another resounding slap to the face of the individual known as Big Wave, coldly stating, "You have imparted a valuable lesson to me. Henceforth, when apprehending drug traffickers, I shall ensure their hands are rendered useless. This is to prevent you from resorting to assassination or self-destruction. I kill without remorse and sleep soundly. And you? Your blood-soaked endeavors are merely a quest for psychological solace." Big Wave, whose lips had begun to bleed anew, dared not challenge him further. The pain from the blows was intense, yet not debilitating, deftly administered with precision. Bowing his head in silence, he refrained from uttering another word. Nearby, the forensic doctor sighed and remarked, "It is over. The right carotid artery has been severed, and the bleeding cannot be stemmed. He may succumb to excessive blood loss. Even if we rush him to the hospital now, it would be too late." The forensic doctor, clad in protective gear and stained with blood, wore an expression of despair. Upon hearing this, Big Wave chuckled sinisterly, which soon escalated into an uncontrollable laugh. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. He was quite pleased with his methods, believing he could keep the secret. The 2 armed police officers escorting Bao Wenwu bore expressions of intense displeasure, wishing they could shoot her on the spot. The criminal investigator lamented, "Alas, this big fish surely harbors numerous secrets. He should not die." This only intensified the discomfort of the armed police, as they had failed in their mission. Ren Qingyun lifted a foot and kicked Big Wave in the stomach, abruptly silencing her laughter. "What are you laughing at? What right do you have to laugh? Are you not aware that joy can swiftly turn to sorrow?" He crouched beside Bao Wenwu and spoke in a low voice. "Let me attempt this. What a stroke of ill fortune it is that I must administer first aid to a drug trafficker." The irony of using first aid for a criminal was not lost on him. 2 precious drops of blood indeed. As his words hung in the air, silence enveloped the scene. The forensic doctor began to doubt his own expertise and retorted, "If the carotid artery is damaged, unless it is sutured immediately, the brain will soon succumb to shock from lack of blood. At most, within 10 minutes, he will suffer from insufficient blood supply and clinically die." Big Wave, her face contorted in agony and an unnatural flush spreading across her features, struggled to utter, "You must be dreaming. I strike swiftly. He will not feel any pain." She believed she had executed her actions flawlessly. Ren Qingyun coldly replied, "Since you all believe he is doomed, what harm is there in my trying? I, who would rather shoot him in the head, am compelled to save him for the sake of a confession. It is quite displeasing." He crouched down, drawing closer to Bao Wenwu, and opened his contracted body, his hands hanging limply at his sides. The wound on his neck continued to ooze blood through the white cloth pressed against it, a sight both shocking and gruesome. With resolve, Ren Qingyun expended 2 precious drops of blood, repeatedly pressing on several acupoints beside the wound on his neck. He then instructed the forensic doctor to remove his hands, along with the bloodied cloth. He will die faster this way. The forensic doctor emitted a sound of reluctance, only to discover that the skin and muscle near the wound were instinctively applying pressure to it. Fortunately, only half of the right common carotid artery had been severed, and with compensation from the left side, he barely managed to preserve blood flow to the head. The color of his ashen face gradually returned to normal, and his body ceased to convulse. The forensic doctor stood there, astonished, eyeing Ren Qingyun with suspicion, and directly inquired, What technique is this? Are you massaging acupoints? I have never witnessed an instance where mere massage alone could staunch bleeding. This transcends the realm of medical practice. It verges on sorcery. Ren Qingyun, without lifting his gaze, seized Bao Wenwu's hands and audibly dislocated his wrists. The chilling sound of bones separating resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Even those who did not experience the pain firsthand could not help but feel an unbearable agony. Good heavens! The excruciating torment jolted the already unconscious Bao Wenwu awake, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. Ren Qingyun, unperturbed by his cries, calmly rose and proclaimed, "See, he is not dead yet. You must exercise utmost caution. There may be others who will take action. Deploy additional personnel to safeguard him and ensure he is transported to the hospital." His remarks were directed towards the armed police responsible for escorting him, in order to avert any further complications. The two swiftly acquiesced and reported back promptly. After Ren Qingyun imparted a simple technique of pressure application, the four individuals carried the injured man away, striving to prevent any recurrence of issues. Am I not dead? You have killed me. You have killed me. Bao Wenwu's anguished cries reverberated throughout the office building. The crowd gasped in disbelief. How is this possible? You are no human. You are a devil. How can you revive him? In a fit of desperate struggle, it appeared as though they might turn their wrath upon Ren Qingyun. Chapter 61. Suggestions and the Headache of Regulations. Ren Qingyun exited the office building and approached the pallid by Chongshan and Shen Manman, stating, by Chongshan, Shen Manman, let us follow the armored vehicle ahead. I suspect that there may be further attempts to take action. By Chongshan, observing Ren's solemn demeanor and the glint of cold light in his eyes, rose to his feet and remarked, Team leader, you are truly a man of resolve. Let us not even discuss the corpses. How did that pool of blood below come to be? It is as if it were designed to drown one in its depths. Shen Man rinsed her mouth and coughed, saying, Team leader, is fieldwork truly this terrifying? I am convinced, having experienced it firsthand. She understood the stark difference between hearing and witnessing, especially upon seeing the bodies hollowed out. Any sympathy she harbored for the drug traffickers evaporated completely. One cannot afford to feel even the slightest compassion for them, for they can no longer be regarded as human. The meal she had consumed at noon had been utterly rejected, expelled in its entirety. Ren Qingyun casually remarked, it's best to observe more. He recognized his own unease. Having never taken a life in his past, how could he not feel discomfort in this life when faced with the act of killing? The first time he had slain 100 individuals, and now, within just a couple of days, the total exceeded 100 as well. Strangely, he felt no reaction, as if he had long since grown accustomed to such a reality. He pondered whether the Demon Lord system had altered his mindset. Without indulging in further speculation, he took out his phone and called Zhang Chong. Hello, Team Leader Run. How is the situation? Zhang Chong, the deputy director, appeared to be busy, his voice breathless. He was particularly courteous towards the borrowed personnel, having received news that Ren Qingyun's intervention had not only uncovered a drug den, but also revealed evidence of human trafficking, even apprehending Bao Wenwu. It was clear that had the criminal police rashly charged in, they might have seen nothing at all. The decision to borrow had indeed proven wise. He should remain with the criminal police team to fulfill his significant role. Unaware of Zhang Chong's thoughts, Ren Qingyun quickly replied, Bao Wenwu was just attacked and nearly lost his life. I suspect that there may be further attempts on his life during the transport to the hospital. The scene was largely stabilized, and he resolved to accompany the armed police vehicle. I have 2 Glocks and 3 magazines with me. Upon hearing that Bao Wenwu had narrowly escaped death, Zhang Chong's vigilance heightened. After weighing the situation, he agreed, All right, I support your decision and hope you reach the hospital safely. Will Bao Wenwu's condition affect the interrogation? This was the paramount concern. Whether he lived or died was of little consequence compared to obtaining a confession regarding his heinous acts. Ren Qingyun took a deep breath and replied, "He has been kept alive for now. He won't die within 3 days. Perhaps being taken to the hospital will prolong his life. Very well then. I shall not delay Director Zhang's time." Good. Zhang Chong was indeed quite busy, faced with significant issues at headquarters. The police conducted a surprise inspection and discovered a vast quantity of human tissue in a processing workshop, along with some particularly addictive seasonings. This included hair, nails, bones, and opium, among other things. It seemed that word of the operation had leaked, prompting some individuals to flee in vehicles, and a pursuit was underway. Some were attempting to destroy evidence and were forcibly apprehended. Fortunately, there was little resistance encountered. The manpower wasted was considerable, but there were no significant confrontations. The already strained police force has become increasingly insufficient, as the director must intervene to seal off a major entrance. The operation is rather chaotic, with many passers-by pointing and discussing, adding to the disorder. What is wrong with playing it safe? Are the police really conducting mass arrests? I heard they even drew their weapons, which must have intimidated some individuals. Surely, they must have been up to no good. Otherwise, why would they be surrounded by so many officers? I just passed by the storefront and heard it was sealed off. A significant case must have emerged. No way. I've taken my child to that place 3 times this week. Surely nothing serious has happened, right? The influence of this establishment, with 22 stores across 4 districts, is indeed considerable. Yet, those deserving apprehension will not be spared. All circumstances are promptly reported to the Municipal Bureau. Upon discovering a major case, Xiaowan must personally visit the scene, currently en route to the meat processing plant. Upon receiving the report, his fury soared to the heavens. Even his companion, Qian Shouxin, felt the tension. It likely touched upon core interests, even implicating their own. Ren Qingyun is truly a remarkable asset. Qian Shouxin mused silently, believing he must recommend him for a first-class merit award. The actions from the Municipal Bureau do not affect Ren Qingyun, who sits in a Jetta, trailing 2 black armored vehicles of the armed police ahead. Anyone who sees such vehicles would instinctively retreat, unwilling to become entangled. The armed police can directly contact the director for decisions, a matter beyond Ren Qingyun's purview. His role is merely to escort to the hospital. Bai Chongshan, driving, reflected. Team leader, since this involves unique items, shouldn't we notify the narcotics team for a joint investigation? Why is there no movement? His presence at the scene could at least earn him a collective second-class merit, which would not be a loss. However, involvement in the investigation of unique items could elevate it to a collective first-class merit. Who would desire a bit more recognition? Shun Man gained a deeper understanding of Ren Qingyun, realizing not only his extraordinary combat prowess, but also his formidable character. Ren Qingyun waved his hand, stating, "The narcotics officers have been quite busy lately. It will take time to mobilize them all." Look, as a long line of police vehicles roared past, a few familiar faces could be faintly discerned. Shun Man chuckled. "We've taken a lioness share of the credit. They're just now arriving." Dealing with the aftermath is always the most arduous task. Having previously worked as a clerk, she was acutely aware of the myriad troubles posed by paperwork. She continued, "Team leader, thankfully you're not armed yet. Otherwise, each bullet would necessitate a report. If even one shot is unaccounted for, they will want to discuss it with you. The reasons for shooting, the number used, the effects, and remaining ammunition. Every detail is essential." Noticing Ren Qingyun's lack of a firearm, he appeared rather unrestrained. Upon hearing her words, Ren Qingyun couldn't help but remark, in a battle like today's, where over 50 shots were fired, who could possibly remember every single bullet? Shun Man replied helplessly, "Forget 50 shots. Even if it were 500, every bullet's purpose and the resulting effects must be documented. Moreover, video recordings are required, and the number of spent cartridges must correspond. However, the team leader's sharpshooting should make for easy statistics." As Ren Qingyun felt a headache coming on, the convoy arrived at the traffic light intersection. The 2 armored vehicles ahead passed through on the green light, while Bai Chongshan's vehicle was halted by the red signal. The distance was not far, and they braked to wait for the light. At that moment, the allure of police vehicles seemed diminished. It felt tempting to disregard traffic signals and run the red light. Let's be clear, this wasn't considered executing a mission, Bai Chongshan lamented. Ren Qingyun's gaze fixed on the environment ahead. Beyond the traffic light lay an uphill stretch, followed by a descent. To the left was a wetland park, and to the right, a recently vacated construction site. Nanyuan City was implementing a strategy to transition from secondary to tertiary industries, vigorously developing real estate. The shanty towns near the urban outskirts were undergoing renovations. In the future, this area would become a renowned lakeside villa district, with the wetland park and Swan Lake just steps away. Behind it were elementary and middle schools, and further east lay a newly developed commercial district. In 15 years, property prices would soar to over 20,000 per square meter. For now, it was merely a wasteland. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a sudden explosion echoed from up ahead. Boom! What on earth is happening? Bai Chongshan exclaimed in astonishment. Could there truly be a problem? Chapter 62. A fortuitous guess. Ren Qingyun, not daring to delay, noted that there were still 10 seconds before the traffic light turned green, and the flow of vehicles ahead was not conducive for running a red light. He spoke gravely. This is bad. I need to check it out. Unbuckling his seatbelt, he flung open the door and dashed out. Team leader, Bai Chongshan, was taken aback. How could they assist when they were left behind here? In the back seat, Shen Man prepared to follow suit, but froze as she spotted a vehicle barreling toward Ren Qingyun, her heart racing. The car sped through the intersection, oblivious to the figure that suddenly appeared in its path, unable to brake in time. In a flash, Ren Qingyun's body blurred, narrowly skimming past the front bumper of the vehicle. The car brushed against his pant leg, yet miraculously caused no harm. Bai Chongshan quickly exclaimed, "Stay put. We'll drive. We can definitely outrun the team leader." No sooner had he spoken than Ren Qingyun was already across 4 lanes, appearing at the intersection ahead. Forget it. I take back what I said. Even driving wouldn't guarantee such speed, especially not in 10 seconds. As the signal timer ticked down to 1 second, Bai Chongshan promptly engaged the clutch and shifted gears, managing a successful launch up the incline before flooring the accelerator. The engine of the $1,000 Jetta groaned under the strain, rumbling ominously. While it started off swiftly, it paled in comparison to the red Honda Fit beside it. Once on the move, Bai Chongshan swiftly shifted to second gear and pressed the pedal to the metal, finally overtaking the Fit. Shifting to third gear, he surged through the intersection and onto the road ahead. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as 2 vehicles, having crested the hill, collided in the middle of the road. Blocking the way, Bai Chongshan accelerated to 80 miles per hour, slamming on the brakes just in time to halt before the driver's door of the vehicle ahead. The abrupt stop sent Shen Man careening from the back seat into the front, eliciting a yelp. "Apologies, there has been an accident up ahead." Bai Chongshan pointed helplessly to the scene before them. Shen Man, brushing off her discomfort, adjusted her position and noticed thick black smoke rising from the opposite hillside. Moments later, the sharp crack of gunfire pierced the air. Wow, the team leader was right. Someone has opened fire, Bai Chongshan exclaimed, instantly understanding why the 2 vehicles had collided. They must have panicked upon seeing armed assailants. Shen Man, astonished, asked, "Should we go down and take a look?" There are also police officers. If there's a real problem, they should be directing the scene. Shaking his head, Bai Chongshan replied, "We're not equipped. We should stay in the vehicle, avoid danger, and report up the chain first." He was acutely aware of his limitations and recognized that without the proper tools, he would only complicate matters. Though they refrained from approaching the gunfight, they nonetheless exited the vehicle, utilizing its cover to swiftly advance toward the hill and ascertain the situation. It wasn't too long before a barrage of gunfire erupted from ahead, raising their concerns for Ren Qingyun. Their worries for Ren Qingyun were not unfounded. As he sprinted across the intersection and caught sight of an armored vehicle being obstructed by 2 off-road vehicles in the distance. On the other side of the vehicle, individuals hurled Molotov cocktails and improvised explosives at the armored car. Dense smoke billowed forth, and flames roared, obscuring the vision of the armored vehicle. Several makeshift bombs nearly toppled the first vehicle, forcing it to halt in the center of the road. Ren Xingyun understood the unwavering resolve of certain individuals intent on eliminating Bao Wenwu. Drawing his pistol with both hands, he quickened his pace and scanned the surroundings. This glance proved overwhelming, as a buzzing sensation filled his head. Behind the trees in the park and the low walls of the demolition site, over 60 figures emerged, brandishing handguns and firing at the armored car. The crimson mist floating above them unmistakably indicated their criminal affiliation. The voice of the system echoed in his mind. Host, be cautious. The Demon Lord has united 68 fallen demons to besiege the Punishment Hall. Once both parties are mutually weakened, you may seize the opportunity to eliminate them all. Of course, you have gained the Punishment Hall's recognition and may assist in exterminating the fallen demons as a step towards advancement. The system's reliability remained questionable. Yet Ren Xingyun was now aware of the precise number of fallen demons surrounding him. 3 magazines, coupled with the ammunition from 2 pistols, would suffice. Bang, bang, bang. He moved with the swiftness of a phantom, darting into the ruins on the right. With both guns firing relentlessly ahead, he swiftly dispatched the fallen demons concealed in the shadows. No matter how they tried to evade, the crimson mist above them acted as a beacon, betraying their locations. The drug dealers, who had been fervently assaulting the armored car, suddenly felt bullets whizzing past them, witnessing their comrades' heads explode in gruesome fashion. What the hell? There's a ghost. There's no one at the observation point on the roof. In bewilderment, they questioned the situation. What's happening? Who's attacking us? Run, run. Realizing the peril, the drug dealers sought refuge behind various dilapidated walls, desperate to escape. In the vast expanse of ruins, even 100 police officers might struggle to uncover their whereabouts. The area was littered with tilted walls and scattered debris, providing ample hiding spots. Yet, in Ren Xingyun's eyes, they were mere targets, and he would not let a single one escape. 32 remained, with only one individual possessing remarkable speed, racing onto the road and into the adjacent wetland park. Like a specter, Ren Xingyun pursued his silhouette, commencing a new wave of slaughter. The wetland park, with its obstructive trees, made detection challenging, especially for those concealed behind the foliage. Glock rounds could not penetrate the trunks of trees as thick as a person's waist from 50 meters away to strike an enemy. However, they remained oblivious to Ren Xingyun's maneuvers, continuing to hide behind trees and attack the armored vehicle, hoping to eliminate Bao Wenwu. Inside the vehicle, the armed police, under Captain Hou Fei's command, maintained a vigilant defense. The incendiary devices would burn for no more than 2 minutes, and the smoke would dissipate within seconds. Listening to the incessant sounds of impacts from outside, their expressions darkened ominously. Hey, the assault from the right has ceased. What's going on? Someone inquired, noting the absence of noise from that direction. Hou Fei peered through the observation window to assess the situation outside. The right side had lost its points of fire, revealing traces of crimson blood instead. With assistance, the right side is temporarily secure. Let us retaliate against the left. She was uncertain of the identity of her assailant, yet she knew that as long as she could mitigate the attack, she could mount a counteroffensive. However, she remained inside the vehicle, relying on its cover to fire through the shooting aperture. During the exchange, she observed a palpable panic among the snipers, who were retreating deeper into the park. Hou Fei was taken aback, witnessing the moment when the criminal she had just aimed at suddenly had his head burst into a shower of blood. This was not the combat style of the armed police. They typically targeted the larger area of the chest. Who could it be? Were they? She diverted her gaze, hoping to catch sight of her mysterious protector, but there was no trace to be found. The remaining armed police officers also sensed that something was amiss. The sounds of impact from a vehicle had diminished significantly, eventually fading into silence. What could be happening? Could it be a case of infighting among criminals? Surely, there must be a skilled protector involved. The 8 armed officers were collectively astonished. Chapter 63. Such talent belongs in the Armed Police Brigade. After Bai Chongshan and Shun Man reported their situation, the gunfight on the street had come to an end. Although sporadic gunfire could still be heard, none of it was directed toward the armored vehicle. Oh, that was quick, Shun Man murmured anxiously, glancing at the steadfast armored vehicle. The armed police inside had yet to disembark and assess the situation, prompting their scorn. It felt rather cowardly. Just as they prepared to approach and speak, a loudspeaker blared, "Do not approach, or you will be shot on sight." Moreover, a gun barrel was visible at the firing port. The armed police, noticing the two young officers drawing near, wore expressions of confusion. The captain in charge of the operation, Ho Fei, narrowed his eyes and speculated. Could the individuals who just assisted us be police officers? Is their marksmanship truly that exceptional? Bai Chongshan quickly gestured for Shun Man Man to step back. He raised his hands and shouted, "It was our team leader who acted to resolve the crisis. We are his team members." Understanding that their counterparts were on high alert and to avoid any misunderstanding, Shun Man Man promptly retreated. Hearing gunfire from the direction of Wetland Park, she cast a worried glance that way. Upon hearing the words team leader, the armed police protecting Bao Wenwu peered through the observation port and immediately reported, "Captain, it appears they have apprehended the young man who captured Bao Wenwu. They are indeed team members. It is said that he is remarkably skilled, single-handedly breaching the entire drug den." At this revelation, the armed police within the vehicle turned in unison to regard the speaker. Ren Qingyun. They were equally familiar with this name. The previous night's battlefield at the Tower Stronghold, the community hospital from last night, the drug dealer's shot in the head. All were commendable feats attributed to him. Is it really him? Ho Fei instantly recalled the casualty report and the lamenting tone of the brigade commander. Such talent should remain in the armed police brigade, not be sent to the narcotics team. The ballistic reports indicated precision with every shot, affirming Ren Qingyun's genuine prowess. He then addressed the loudspeaker. "To our comrades across the way, we kindly ask for your understanding in this critical moment. No one is permitted to approach until your team leader arrives." This was tantamount to acknowledging the identities of the two, yet they still would not allow anyone to come closer. Bai Chongshan breathed a sigh of relief, lowering his arms as he walked toward the off-road vehicle. Upon discovering that everyone inside had been executed with precision shots, he understood it was the work of their team leader. He had become numb to such sights. Confirming that the road had been deliberately obstructed, he cautiously boarded the vehicle. He maneuvered 2 cars aside and dragged the 6 bodies to the roadside. Exhaling deeply, he waved to the armed police vehicle and shouted, "The road is cleared. We guarantee the safety of the prisoners. The remaining matters will be handled by us." Though he stated this, Ho Fei did not acquiesce. He maintained a defensive posture, unwilling to afford others any opportunity. Reinforcements had already been called. Observing this, Shun Man Man could not help but exclaim, "The passage behind us has also been blocked by vehicle collisions." Whether by coincidence or design, they found themselves in a predicament, unable to advance or retreat. Bai Chongshan shook his head and approached Shun Man Man, saying, "Sister Shun, let us take cover for the time being. If there are still bandits around, we could find ourselves in a perilous situation. We have done all we can. The rest is up to the higher-ups to decide." As the task team leader, Ho Fei had to be accountable for all the armed police personnel and sought further instructions from her superiors. Bai Chongshan lingered in the vehicle, growing impatient as he muttered, "Darn it, are they on guard against us? If it weren't for the team leader's intervention, we would have been in dire straits." Just then, a piercing siren echoed in the distance, and 4 figures approached from the direction of the Wetland Park. The first 3, their arms flailing and faces etched with pain, walked hesitantly ahead, while the 4th individual occasionally kicked them from behind. "Team leader, you are remarkably swift." Upon witnessing this, Shun Man Man and Bai Chongshan hurriedly exited the vehicle to greet him. As they converged on the path beside the armored vehicle, Shun Man Man raised her thumbs in admiration, exclaiming, "Team leader, you truly are impressive." Ren Qingyun frowned slightly, thinking that such compliments were not fitting for a man. Bai Chongshan's gaze swept over the trio, and he leaned closer to Ren Qingyun, whispering, "Team leader, we just tried to converse with the armed police, yet they forbade us from approaching. They looked down on us." Ren Qingyun nodded, replying, "I will be cautious as well. The escort route has likely been compromised. This vehicle may indeed pose a problem." Leading the 3 captured criminals before the armored vehicle, Ho Fei noticed Ren Qingyun's arrival, followed by the approach of 3 support vehicles, prompting her to finally disembark. 2 armed police officers alighted alongside her, saluting and exclaiming, "Thank you, Team Leader Run, for your timely intervention. Otherwise, we might have found ourselves in a precarious predicament." In truth, they had performed admirably. As long as they secured Bao Wensheng, support from the meat processing plant would arrive within 5 minutes, ensuring a swift resolution. However, thanks to Ren Qingyun, the armed assailants had been neutralized in under 2 minutes. Ren Qingyun returned the salute and remarked, "No need for thanks. We are all comrades. I have captured 3 alive, and I have incapacitated their hands for you." Ho Fei beamed with a bright smile and said, "Thanks to your efforts, he is safe. When can we have a lesson on shooting techniques? I hope to seize this opportunity to recruit Ren Qingyun into our armed police ranks." At that moment, the support convoy of armed police vehicles came rushing in the wrong direction. The battalion commander and the regiment commander promptly saluted Ren Qingyun, extending their hands in gratitude. Ren Qingyun, overwhelmed by their enthusiasm, conducted a brief handover, confirming that there were no casualties among his personnel and that the criminals were securely handcuffed. 2 armored vehicles escorted Bao Wensheng to the hospital. The remaining vehicles and personnel were tasked with managing the scene, restoring traffic, and collecting the corpses of the bandits. Wu Ganglai, the commander of the armed police brigade, remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "Such remarkable marksmanship should belong to our armed police brigade." Alas, what a pity! The battalion commander beside him quipped, "That may not be the case. We are quickly becoming personnel for corpse recovery. Our joint operations with the police have significantly intensified. The number of shell casings we've collected exceeds that of our shooting practice." In response to the complaints, Wu Gang stroked his lips, nodding in agreement. Ren Qingyun returned to the vehicle and, after briefing Zhang Chong, felt a sense of relief wash over him. The various on-site arrests had concluded, and the remaining matters bore little significance to him. The day rushed by, and most of the afternoon had slipped away. A multitude of documents and evidence were transported back for the first time via a cold chain vehicle. The scene investigation team and the evidence personnel continued their diligent examinations at the site. They toiled tirelessly until the sky darkened, and as the clock struck 6:30, Zhao Tianyu, who was sweeping the floor, glanced at the busy Bai Chongshan and others, their concealed resentment unmistakable. He murmured, "Why haven't they arrived yet? The grand performance must commence." Suddenly, his gaze caught sight of a woman bursting through the entrance with great fervor, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. "Ren Qingyun, come out here." Her commanding voice echoed throughout the hall. Chapter 64. An unexpected turn? Domestic violence? In an instant, the busy police officers, caught off guard, turned their gazes towards the sound. A girl adorned in a flowing white gown, exquisitely dressed, stood at the entrance, her arm cradling a handbag. Bai Chongshan instantly recognized her and hurried into the office, anxiously informing Ren Qingyun, "Team leader, we are in serious trouble. Your girlfriend has come to the company, and it appears she has ill intentions." Ren Qingyun, who had been engrossed in writing materials, furrowed his brow and replied, "Did I not make my refusal abundantly clear?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, he rose and strode towards the door, his mind racing with thoughts. Could she be intending to create a scene? Absolutely not permitted. Upon exiting the office, he discerned Ding Hui's voice resonating. "On what grounds are you denying me entry? I am here to see my boyfriend. Ren Qingyun, you come out here and clarify this." The name she shouted caused some discomfort among the officers at the entrance. Ren Qingyun was a rising star within the precinct, having achieved significant accolades. It would be unwise to offend him. At that moment, Su Changhua, holding a cup of water, appeared and retorted, "Who are you, and what do you want? Have some decorum. Do you even comprehend where you are? Making such a ruckus is utterly inappropriate." Having heard that she was Ren Qingyun's girlfriend, he had rushed over, eager to humiliate him. Ding Hui, undeterred by the confrontation, boldly exclaimed, "You must be Ren Qingyun's superior. You ought to take my side. That scoundrel has cast me aside without a second thought." Many officers turned their attention towards her, some even stepping out of their offices to witness the unfolding drama. Wow, she really is his girlfriend. Could it be that he truly abandoned her? They whispered amongst themselves. Well, she is a wealthy heiress. Perhaps he grew weary of her and simply let her go. Despite his impressive capabilities, his character seems lacking. However, Some recalled seeing her in close proximity to Zhao Tianyu at the hospital, leading to further speculation about Ren Qingyun's alleged betrayal. Amidst the murmurs, Su Changhua interjected. What is going on here? Speak clearly. If the officers are behaving unprofessionally, their evaluations will certainly suffer. Ren Qingyun, you need to bring her out at once. Finally, an opportunity had arisen for him to publicly reprimand Ren Qingyun. Regardless of his accomplishments, he must be brought down a notch. Not even his grandfather would shield him from this. Just as he finished speaking, Ren Qingyun's voice pierced through the air. Ding Huai, what are you doing? His tone was icy, devoid of any emotion. Upon hearing his voice, Ding Huai, who had been so self-assured, now appeared pitiful and began to sob. Please don't be harsh with me. I know I was wrong. Don't strike me. She recoiled, seeking refuge beside one of the officers. The sudden shift in her demeanor seemed to evoke fear in response to Ren Qingyun's presence, stirring sympathy among many onlookers. In that moment, Su Changhua's perception of Ren Qingyun transformed, painting him in the light of a domestic abuser, his mouth agape in disbelief. He immediately exclaimed, "Little girl, do not weep. If you have grievances, I shall assist you." He then beckoned Ren Qingyun and reprimanded. Ren Qingyun, apologize to her at once. The young lady has come to seek you out despite past grievances. How can you be so harsh? Put away your methods for dealing with offenders. One must treat family with kindness at home. Domestic violence is utterly unacceptable. It seemed as though all blame was cast upon Ren Qingyun, as if he were burdened with a multitude of accusations. Ren Qingyun tilted his head and shot him a cold glance, retorting, "What have I done wrong that warrants an apology?" As the saying goes, a fair judge finds it difficult to resolve domestic disputes. Do you believe you can discern the truth? He might as well have openly declared, a dog chasing a mouse is meddling in affairs that do not concern it. Su Changhua could hardly fail to perceive this, and his expression darkened immediately. He scolded sharply. How can you speak to a superior in such a manner? Regardless of what has transpired, if the girl is pleading with you, it certainly implies you have struck her. Shouldn't one apologize for hitting someone? I'm looking out for your best interests. Is it so easy for a policeman to find a girlfriend? Have some appreciation. Zhao Tianyu sauntered over and added, as an older brother, I must admonish you. There are no grudges between boyfriend and girlfriend that last until morning. If you resolve your issues, won't everything be fine? After all, couples may quarrel, yet they reconcile at the end. Why not take her out for a meal and enjoy a world of your own? He continued to adopt the role of a big brother, persuading Ren Qingyun. If he could facilitate their reconciliation today, half of the plan would already be accomplished. Upon hearing his words, Ren Qingyun let out a cold sneer, saying, were you pretending to be a good Samaritan? I haven't even held her hand. How can she be considered my girlfriend? Quarreling and making up is a matter for married couples. It has nothing to do with me. Unlike you, I do not shy away from my past. Observing Zhao Tianyu's expression shift dramatically, Ren Qingyun slowly approached Ding Huai, coldly asking, who are you performing for? I buy you gifts, and you accept them. I wish to hold your hand, and you recoil. When did you become my girlfriend? The persona of a lovesick fool was not something he feared to express. Unbeknownst to him, a gray Jetta lingered at the entrance, covertly capturing photographs before driving away. He also failed to notice a petite beetle pulling in, where a woman rolled down her window, quietly listening to everything. Ding Huai felt as if Ren Qingyun were a ferocious tiger, ready to pounce, and her heart raced with terror. She stepped back once more, trembling as she uttered, please do not be angry. It is my fault. I'm simply more reserved and slow to accept things. I truly felt frightened without you by my side these past few days. Will you allow me to come with you? Grant me another chance. She was on the verge of kneeling and begging for reconciliation. Her tear-streaked, pitiable visage could sway most hearts. The girl and the beetle observed silently. The surrounding police officers also ceased their teasing, unsure of what to say. Su Changhua smacked his lips, feeling as though he had swallowed a fly. With his backing, he should have taken a firm stand, publicly reprimanding him, then saying a few kind words. Would that not suffice? If he yielded, would Ren Qingyun not have wasted his efforts to play the good guy? Ren Qingyun was not swayed by her tactics and replied coolly, you are most aware of what you have done. Do not presume that your actions are flawless, nor that I am a fool. Upon hearing this, both Zhao Tianyu and Ding Huiyi were taken aback. Could it be that their affairs had been uncovered? Ding Huiyi, her voice trembling, implored, I have done nothing wrong. Please do not harbor such suspicions. I admit I have not shown you enough care, but I shall amend that. I realize now that you are the one who has treated me best. I will call you in the evenings and will no longer disturb your work. Unable to maintain her fa any longer, she feared that should he publicly reveal her involvement with Zhao Tianyu, it would ruin him. Grabbing her handbag, she fled in haste. Ren Qingyun watched her retreating figure with narrowed eyes. He needed to find evidence of their connection. Otherwise, this entanglement would indeed have adverse effects. Just as Ding Huiyi departed, a woman emerged gracefully from a beetle, holding a thermal lunchbox. The setting sun cast a warm glow, accentuating her delicate beauty. Upon her arrival, the expressions of several police officers shifted noticeably. Chapter 65. Zhao Tianyu. I did not come to see you. Ren Qingyun stood at the forefront. Naturally perceiving the arrival of a figure, his heart filled with astonishment, pondering her purpose and whom she sought. As Ding Huiyi brushed past, she felt a sense of familiarity but did not pause, hastily departing. Suddenly, a silhouette darted by Ren Qingyun like a gust of wind, alighting at the bottom of the steps. Jin Xiao, what brings you here? Upon hearing his voice, the officers exchanged glances. Colleagues who had worked overtime the previous night recognized Su Jinxiu, the woman who had been kidnapped. Some injured narcotics officers, due to their physical state, had left at the end of their shift and were unaware of the specific circumstances. The pressing question lingered. Did Su Jinxiu leave on Ren Qingyun's motorcycle? If Zhao Tianyu was well acquainted with Su Jinxiu, how could he not have learned of her abduction throughout the day without a single call? Because of the knowledge some possessed, many gazes shifted uneasily, whispered speculations emerging. Do you think Ren Qingyun might be breaking up with his girlfriend because of her? Perhaps Ding Huiyi, despite her beauty, possesses a fiery temperament and a touch of materialism. This lady is truly stunning, exuding the grace of a refined lady. If I were in his shoes, I would choose Jinxiu as well. As the officers murmured, Su Chongwu felt a twinge of awkwardness, but seized the opportunity to admonish Ren Qingyun. Ren Qingyun, look at Zhao Tianyu's girlfriend, demure and harmonious. He could learn a thing or two. Unlike you, bring your girlfriend to the office for a scene. What kind of behavior is that? The comparison cast Zhao Tianyu in a favorable light, while portraying Ren Qingyun unfavorably. Internally, Ren Qingyun felt disgusted by this persistent meddler, constantly seizing opportunities to belittle him. He resolved to find a way to rid himself of him. Regretting his past negligence in paying more attention to the intricacies of the political arena to prepare for this life, he turned away, stating, I've already said, we were never in a romantic relationship. With that, he pivoted to return to his office, uncertain of Su Jinxiu's intentions, as he still had numerous tasks to attend to. At the very moment he turned, Su Jinxiu's voice reached his ears, Zhao Tianyu. I did not come to see you. Her tone was frigid, imbued with a palpable sense of detachment. She then called out, Officer Run, I am here to find you. Her voice softened considerably, yet retained its chill. However, everyone could discern the contrasting manner in which she addressed the two men. Zhao Tianyu froze in place. While his colleague's eyes sparkled with intrigue, Su Chongwu stood dumbfounded. Something was afoot. There was gossip to be had. Bai Chongshan wore a silent smile, while Shun Man drew closer, feeling somewhat inferior in comparison to Su Jinxiu ascending the steps. Impressive team leader, Zhao Tianyu was the first to break the silence. Hastily whispering, Jinxiu, what is going on? Did we not agree that once I become permanent, we would go public? Although his voice was lowered, those near the steps could still hear him clearly. Many rolled their eyes. Achieving permanency was merely a result of riding on Ren Qingyun's coattails, earning a collective second-class merit. Otherwise, he would have been dismissed for poor performance during his internship long ago. Su Jinxiu did not turn her head to regard him. Instead, she maintained her frosty demeanor and stated, a significant event transpired last night, which reveals that your promotion is not due to any exceptional merit on your part. On the contrary, your performance has been inferior to that of your peers. She said no more, yet her implication was unmistakable. Do not disturb me again. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu's mind buzzed with confusion. What had occurred last night? How had she learned of the situation at the police station so swiftly? Could it be that all his painstaking efforts were to be overshadowed by Ren Qingyan? That was unacceptable. He stepped forward to explain, Jinxiu, our injured personnel did not work overtime last night and are unaware of any incidents. I left for the hospital to change bandages after work, and my calls to you went unanswered. He had left before finishing his shift. What could have possibly happened? He refrained from mentioning that after changing the bandages, he had gone to the hotel to discuss matters with Ding Huai, only to discover she had fled. As they reached the staircase, Zhao Tianyu resembled an incessant sycophant, yearning for a response from the goddess before him. Su Jinxiu, standing before Ren Qingyun, cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Tianyu and remarked, Your ignorance of the events suggests you have no access to what truly matters, nor do you comprehend your own responsibilities. Even with his thick skin, Zhao Tianyu found himself momentarily paralyzed. Almost every officer around him reveled in his humiliation, while Bai Chongshan erupted in a silent laughter. Witnessing a coward on the battlefield publicly shamed, yet too timid to retort, filled him with delight. He had long disdained Zhao Tianyu's pretense of being a benevolent elder brother, manipulating Ren Qingyun, while such a commendable officer nearly fell victim to his machinations. Su Jinxiu turned to Ren Qingyun and said, Officer Run, I understand you're quite busy. I have prepared some meals for you, knowing you might not have time to dine out. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Please have a bite. I will wait for you. As she spoke, she presented the food container before him with an air of grace, devoid of any awkwardness, as if it were a matter of course, yet her eyes sparkled with undeniable admiration. Ren Qingyun smacked his lips and replied, thank you. He was taken aback that she had gone out of her way to deliver food, especially in front of so many witnesses. A warmth spread through his heart as he reflected on the distinct nature of good women compared to bad ones. Bad women leave you exhausted and drained, while good women uplift your spirit and renew your joy. Her thoughtfulness was truly remarkable. After accepting the insulated food container, he chuckled, It's merely a small gesture. No need to dwell on it. We have all been quite busy, and I just had a bowl of instant noodles, so thank you. Many rolled their eyes at his claim of being busy. How could he be so occupied, yet remain oblivious to the reality? He wreaked havoc outside while they toiled diligently within the precinct. Could he not afford to catch fewer criminals? Su Jinxiu waved her hand dismissively and said, You all continue your work. I shall wait for you in the car. She pointed to the food container and turned to leave, waving her hand as she departed, leaving no trace behind. Zhao Tianyu hurriedly attempted to follow and explain, only to be met with the stern retort, You are already a police officer. Please do not disturb me. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. Your transgressions only compound. The cold voice pierced through him like a chilling winter gale, leaving Zhao Tianyu shivering. It was only when Su Jinxiu entered her vehicle and rolled up the window that he regained his senses. Turning around, he was met with the scrutinizing gazes of numerous colleagues, a flush of embarrassment flooding his face. In that moment, he felt like a mere jester, a provider of amusement for others. Bai Chongshan unabashedly remarked, What brings you here to see me? How distasteful. Do you know what it feels like to be deluded? Ignoring the almost lethal glare directed his way, he turned to embrace Ren Qingyun's shoulder, leaning in to whisper, Team leader, she knows her limits, respects boundaries, does not interfere with work, and is quite beautiful, truly remarkable. You should cherish her. The more he spoke, the more a pang of envy gnawed at his heart. Ren Qingyun glanced up to find Su Changhua wearing a countenance akin to one who had consumed something foul, and with a smile, he said, Look, she has brought me dinner. Shouldn't I be commended? To which Su Changhua retorted, Dream on. Chapter 66. Collusion? Damn it. Su Changhua stormed back to his office, while Zhao Tianyu hastily darted into the restroom, leaving Ren Qingyun to return to the office, savoring his meal with great delight. This small interlude came to an end, yet the discussions among the crowd showed no signs of abating. Team leader Ren possesses remarkable strength and comes from a prestigious background. It is no wonder that girls gravitate towards him. Who wouldn't envy that? Damn, I too wish for a girlfriend to deliver meals, yet she claims to be busy shopping. If you were to rescue a beauty from the depths of despair, she would likely offer herself in gratitude. Forget it. Team leader Ren's prowess is undeniable. By the way, his team is still lacking in numbers. Should we consider submitting a request? Damn, who just labeled him an abusive man, abandoning his responsibilities? Such a rapid change of heart. Beautiful women are drawn to heroes, while Zhao Tianyu is nothing but a toad, hoping to embrace a beauty? Huh. The negative impact brought by Ding Huiyi was effortlessly shattered by Su Jinxiu's meal delivery, creating not even a ripple. Emerging from the restroom, Zhao Tianyu could feel the weight of the crowd's gazes and hear the whispers surrounding him. He had become a mere backdrop, even a jester. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, his eyes reddening with rage. It's all your fault, Ren Xingyun. You must pay. Countless venomous thoughts swirled within him. Gritting his teeth, he requested an early leave from the police station under the pretext of needing a bandage change. After bidding farewell to Su Jinxiu, Ren Xingyun happened to notice Zhao Tianyu limping away. Realizing the extent of his distress, he warned Bai Chongshan to protect their families, then discreetly followed suit. He needed to find evidence of Zhao Tianyu's association with Ding Huiyi. Otherwise, malicious rumors could ruin his reputation. As the top student in the school, trailing behind the mediocre Zhao Tianyu was surprisingly effortless. However, he was taken aback to see that Zhao Tianyu was not heading to a hotel. The taxi's route veered increasingly off course. As dusk fell, the taxi eventually halted outside a villa community. Ren Xingyun was utterly perplexed. Zhao Tianyu hailed from a rural background, and it was inconceivable that he had relatives residing in a villa. More critically, he possessed an access card, effortlessly swiping it to enter through a side gate. The familiarity of the act suggested this was not his first visit. Heightening his vigilance, Ren Xingyun observed the surroundings of the Phoenix Blue Bay Villa area. At this hour, the villas were sparsely populated, with scarcely any lights illuminating the darkness. Surveillance cameras were few, allowing him to scale the wall with ease and follow in Zhao Tianyu's footsteps. He noticed Zhao Tianyu pausing before a well-lit villa. Ringing the doorbell. Hidden behind a tree at the corner, Ren Xingyun saw a burly man in a tight black t-shirt open the door. He certainly did not appear to be a good Samaritan. The man glanced around to ensure he was unaccompanied before brusquely stating, "You've finally arrived. Hurry inside. The boss is waiting for you." Ren Xingyun sharpened his senses, clearly hearing the exchange, and his eyes sparkled with interest. The boss? Was he here to meet with a dark organization? Carefully surveying the villa's perimeter, he observed that only the garage area was under surveillance, while the other directions were devoid of cameras. Boldness accompanies skill. Drawing closer, he leaped into action. In the courtyard, two burly men wielding fans moved back and forth. The sound of Zhao Tianyu chatting with someone reached my ears with clarity. The police station had been exceptionally busy lately. I had merely sought an excuse to step out, and I needed to return to the hospital promptly. As long as the information you bring proves valuable, we shall certainly fulfill all your demands. Ren Xingyun was unaware of the identities of those present, but the involvement of Zhao Tianyu indicated something amiss. Concealed behind the wall, I glanced at the villa, a three-story standalone structure. The bright hall on the first floor housed 5 individuals, 2 flamboyantly dressed women, 2 middle-aged men in vibrant shirts, and 1 bespectacled man in a white short-sleeved shirt. Their gazes were fixated on the entrance. The second floor glowed with light, a tea table set with refreshments, likely remnants of their recent tea-drinking session. As I sniffed the air, my brow furrowed tighter. There was a faint yet distinct scent of unique chemicals, mingling with the aromas of each individual, even a hint of gun oil. I could not ascertain if they belonged to a gang, but I was certain of illegal firearm possession and the presence of drug users. The evidence was insufficient. Zhao Tianyu's connection to them was undoubtedly troubling. My curiosity piqued regarding the substance of their conversation. I leaped into the courtyard, taking refuge on the deserted second floor, stealthily maneuvering to the corner of the first floor, capturing several photographs of Zhao Tianyu standing before the others. I activated my law enforcement recording device, discreetly tucked into my collar, while my phone remained powered off, listening intently to their dialogue. The words reached me once more. "You came to find us, claiming you have intriguing news. Speak." The bespectacled middle-aged man spoke in a deep voice, exuding an air of authority. Ren Xingyun contemplated whether to apprehend the entire group, casting a sweeping glance over them. Suddenly, he noticed that the two women were shrouded in a faint mist of blood, while the two colorful middle-aged men emanated a dark red haze. The bespectacled man was particularly striking, nearly enveloped in a bluish aura. At that moment, a voice from the system echoed, "Caution, caution. The host has intruded upon the domain of the Demon Lord. Should a collaboration be possible, there may be a chance for survival. Otherwise, retreat swiftly." Demon Lord level? More terrifying than the Demon Master, undoubtedly steeped in bloodshed. No wonder they exuded such intimidation. However, there was no evidence on site. Just then, Zhao Tianyu remarked, "Mr. Bao, the last time I conveyed information to you, it was to expose their incompetence. Do not blame me. Furthermore, I was struck by a stray bullet and nearly perished." Boom! Ren Xingyun's mind echoed with the revelation. He could hardly believe that the man who had ruined his life in a past existence was none other than Zhao Tianyu standing before him. He was the one responsible for the deaths of so many police officers, as well as his own family. Damn it! His teeth ground together in frustration. Yet he forced himself to suppress the fury. The bespectacled middle-aged man sitting across from him was none other than the elusive Bao Wensheng he had been tracking. How peculiar. Had he not arranged for someone to follow him? He had seen no police presence on his way here. The bespectacled man waved his hand dismissively, seizing a cigar, while the woman beside him promptly ignited it. Taking a deep breath, he spoke, "Those who follow me are all scarred. You are injured. Yet I have given the old ghost 100,000. Now relay the news." His voice was deep, his words icy and unequivocal. Zhao Tianyu's expression darkened as he swallowed hard and replied, "Mr. Bao, the elder has been taken to the Integrated Chinese and Western Medicine Hospital and has been rescued. It is said that this will not impede the interrogation. We can commence tomorrow." "What?" exclaimed the middle-aged man in the floral shirt, his demeanor frigid with skepticism. "It is absolutely true, as the old ghost has stated." Another individual, his face etched with anxiety, interjected, "Second master," regarding the third master. The bespectacled middle-aged man took a deep drag from his cigar and declared, "Inform the third master to flee. If this continues, there will be no escaping. Notify everyone to lie low and evade this impending storm. What other news do you have?" He inquired casually of Zhao Tianyu. Upon hearing his response, Ren Xingyun's murderous intent surged forth in an instant. Chapter 67. Spending his money, enjoying our lives, Mr. Bao, having infiltrated the meat processing plant, discovered the basement, and unlocked the alloy door, all thanks to Ren Xingyun. I fervently wish to erase him swiftly, should it be necessary to provide his whereabouts. I shall do my utmost to assist. In a bid to eliminate his greatest rival, Zhao Tianyu has completely allied himself with the underworld. Ren Xingyun's chest nearly burst with fury. No wonder he had rushed over. Had he been struck on the face? Indeed, Su Jinxiu is the root cause. He could hardly restrain himself from rushing over, only to hear Mr. Bao's firm refusal. Impossible. His strength is overwhelming. Should our leader make a move, we would face total annihilation. Fortunately, we employed a series of strategies to extricate ourselves from his grasp. I shall not provoke him, nor do I wish to fall into his clutches. It is said that he has already unraveled the secrets of the blueprint. Is he truly that formidable? Ren Xingyun was shaken. He had only just completed the interrogation of the blueprint that morning, and this person had already obtained information. The implications are chilling. This indicates a severe infiltration within the municipal bureau. We cannot act rashly. We must identify the mole, or we shall never sleep soundly again. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his fury and awaited developments. The primary issue is that the unique aroma within the villa is not sufficiently potent. There are not enough quantities. They will certainly deflect blame, claiming the villa is rented, thus easily evading guilt. Yet allowing them to slip away leaves a bitter taste in the heart. After some contemplation, Zhao Tianyu remarked, "I have heard that the interrogation revealed a secret passage. You could lay an ambush." He remained undeterred, seeking to eliminate Ren Xingyun. "Mr. Bao waved his hand dismissively, stating, 'Is there any fresh news?' We shall determine these matters ourselves." Zhao Tianyu pondered for a moment before suddenly saying, "There is another piece of information. The Dragon Brothers have conveyed that the mercenaries hail from the Hua State. They likely possess connections there. It might be worth pursuing." After a brief contemplation, Mr. Bao responded, "This information is valuable. Send him to the hospital. Let's proceed." The imposing figure gestured for Zhao Tianyu to leave the villa and head towards the underground garage. Zhao Tianyu hesitated momentarily, but was urged on by the burly man. Once they departed, Mr. Bao issued a command. "Immediately seek connections with members of the Hua State. This may be our opportunity. Ensure that Third Master handles the handover appropriately. A significant sum of money is forthcoming. Find another villa for our operations. It is time to relocate after 3 uses." "Understood." The crowd responded in unison, hastening towards the underground garage without retrieving their belongings from upstairs. Ren Qingyun was taken aback by their caution. The meeting point was, after all, a theft from others. Thankfully, there was no action taken. Otherwise, he would have been unable to provide evidence and would instead face reprimand. The contents of the law enforcement recording must still be submitted. After 3 Mercedes departed, Ren Qingyun, cloaked by the night, vanished from outside the villa. The police were constrained by numerous limitations in the absence of evidence. Even knowing the depth of the adversary's sins, he dared not act recklessly. Otherwise, he would become a criminal himself. The voice of the system suddenly resonated in his mind. The host truly possesses the demeanor of a demon lord. Even the demon king has fled in fear. Quick, take a look. There may be unexpected gains. Originally intending to leave, Ren Qingyun suddenly realized he could not leave empty-handed and should collect some DNA or similar samples. He swiftly moved, leaping to the 2nd floor, where he grabbed several cups with a napkin and stashed the remnants of cigarettes from the nearby ashtray. With deft hands, he completed his task and made his escape from the villa. After walking a considerable distance, he finally managed to hail a cab, deciding to take a glance at the hospital. He surmised that if Zhao Tianyu could not persuade them to act, he would surely seek alternative methods. Coincidentally, upon arriving at the hospital entrance and preparing to settle the fare, he spotted Zhao Tianyu getting into a car. Following his vehicle, they arrived at the Marriott Hotel, one of the most prestigious establishments in Nanyuan City, where a night's stay cost between $1,200 to $1,500. Given his salary, he could afford only 2 nights. Ren Qingyun felt speechless as he observed Zhao Tianyu alight from the car, only to be greeted by the insufferable Ding Huai, who promptly leaped into his embrace. Holding him tightly, he barely had time to snap a photo. Not only did they embrace, but their lips also met in a lingering kiss. "All right, let us return to our room. You've booked it, haven't you?" "Indeed. I used the platinum card he provided, spending his money, enjoying our lives." Upon hearing Ding Huai's words, Ren Qingyun recalled having specially arranged a platinum card for her to ease her graduate school preparations. After paying and stepping out of the car, he slapped himself. "Damn it. No wonder I feel like there's a meadow on my head. I could forget that." Watching the two stroll into the hotel with their arms around each other, Ren Qingyun felt his eyes nearly bleed. "For heaven's sake, lock it down. Don't let this misfortune befall anyone else." Once they entered the elevator, he strode to the front desk. Presenting his ID, he addressed the beautiful receptionist. "I would like to check the balance on my platinum card." Hearing that a distinguished guest possessed a platinum card, the receptionist immediately began her search. Soon she informed him, "Sir, your card balance is below 300. Would you like to recharge it?" Her scrutinizing gaze was less than flattering, as if surveying a barren field. Ren Qingyun's heart bled. He had initially loaded the card with 100,000, only to have it squandered on some foolish woman. A lovesick fool, may he meet a wretched fate. He resolved to take responsibility for his naive affection, not wanting to alert the snake in the grass. Forget it. Once it's cleared, do not renew it. Just proceed with the cancellation. He couldn't let Zhao Tianyu know he was tailing him, lest he report back to the old ghost. He added, "Regarding my card, if anyone inquires, do not mention my visit. Just say I called, opting not to renew." "Understood, we will remember." The two receptionists eagerly replied as Ren Qingyun exited the hotel and stepped into his car. Tilting his head to gaze out the window, he let out a long sigh, murmuring a complete farewell to the past. Just wait. He felt relieved they were not criminals. Otherwise, he would have shot them in the head. Instead of heading to the police station, he returned home. On this rare occasion, when Rin Qingyun could spend time with his parents, the leadership of the police department convened another meeting. Seated at the head of the table, Qian Shouxin surveyed the gathered reports and solemnly remarked, "Ladies and gentlemen, do you see this? It is truly shocking, utterly appalling." A palpable atmosphere of anger enveloped the conference room. Not only were the city leaders present, but also Hu Mancheng from the provincial department and Su Chang'e, the secretary of the provincial political and legal committee, along with officials from various levels. The documents in their hands pertained to a case unearthed that very afternoon. Hu Mancheng's expression was grave as he hastily reviewed the case summary, his heart weighed down by despair. Su Chang'e solemnly concurred. Indeed, it is horrifying. 20 murders in a month, and not a single report made? 3 years. 3 long years. How many have been turned into lions' heads? How could no one have noticed? At 58, he yearned for the opportunity to accomplish something meaningful before his retirement, to ensure a smooth transition. Yet, he never anticipated the emergence of a case more monstrous than drug trafficking. For 3 years, a well-established operation had thrived in Nanyuan City, complete with sophisticated equipment, a coherent system, and a mature platform, culminating in the tragic loss of so many lives, only now coming to light. They had exploited every individual to the fullest extent. Eyes, kidneys, livers, spleens, skin, every viable organ sold off. Such depravity could only be described as madness, compelling them to abandon their duties and convene for an emergency meeting. Qian Shouxin coldly regarded the assembly and declared, "Based on the intelligence gathered, we have identified 35 doctors involved in the procedures. I recommend we immediately mobilize police from different jurisdictions to apprehend them all. They are executioners, demons who trample upon human life, unworthy of wearing white coats or being called angels of mercy." As a leader dispatched from the capital, he knew that local officials must take action. Chapter 68. Rin Qingyun's vigilance. Hu Mancheng responded solemnly. "Chief, I concur with your approach. Utilizing police forces from different locations to prevent leaks is essential. Capturing the unscrupulous doctors is one aspect. We must also apprehend the upstream channels and downstream sales networks associated with this drug trafficking gang. Otherwise, shall we conduct another joint operation?" Su Chang'e reviewed the materials once more and said gravely, "Is there no specific information on the upstream channels and downstream networks? How can we proceed with a collective action? The collected data merely records various specialized doctors." Hu Mancheng explained, 3 interrogation experts from the provincial capital are at the municipal bureau. We will commence the interrogation of Bao Wenwu tomorrow morning. As we assemble the police, I believe we will yield some results, possibly allowing us to execute a simultaneous capture and dismantle the entire criminal network. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanqing cleared his throat and interjected, "Director Hu, if I may interrupt. Even if we acquire names through interrogation, verifying their identities won't be straightforward. I suggest we first secure some initial successes and then impose a rigorous control over Nanyuan City." This approach grants Hu Mancheng a measure of faith. Should the interrogation yield no results, it would not be too embarrassing. Qian Shouxin, unabashed, added, "Director Mancheng's reasoning is sound, but we cannot rely on the interrogation experts. I propose we allow Rin Qingyun to conduct the interrogations directly and swiftly gather all confessions. If time permits, we may be able to apprehend everyone in one fell swoop." Hu Mancheng frowned slightly at this suggestion, seemingly questioning his own decision. Su Chang'e, unsure of the context, casually inquired, "Who is Rin Qingyun? Is his interrogation skills superior to that of Ho Bing and the others? As a supervising leader, one should recognize capable individuals within the team. Who is Rin Qingyun to be held in such high regard?" At the mention of this name, the leaders of the municipal bureau remained silent, patiently awaiting a response. Qian Shouxin smiled and stated, "Old Su, you are yet to be acquainted with Rin Qingyun. Allow me to enlighten you. During the 702 Tower Zhai operation, he eliminated 100 drug traffickers and captured a notorious drug lord. On 703, he neutralized 4 A-class traffickers and 6 B-class traffickers on the highway. That evening, in a community hospital, he took down 47 armed drug dealers and apprehended 3 key figures alive. On 7/04, amidst a major case, he discovered human tissue within a lion's head and promptly advocated for immediate action. He unearthed a drug den concealed within a meat processing plant, located in an underground hospital, and apprehended Bao Wenwu. He was the vanguard. Crucially, while the 3 provincial experts failed to extract confessions, he succeeded. His interrogation techniques are unparalleled, watching criminals crumble before his eyes. His commendations have left provincial dignitaries in awe. Hu Manqing recognized Ren Qingyun's prowess, astonished by the recent surge of events. He exclaimed, "This is all first-class merit. Why hasn't this made the headlines?" The emergence of such an outstanding officer in Tiannan province must be acknowledged at the ministry level. The more achievement one has, the more they demonstrate genuine service to the people. This is a significant criterion for assessment. Qin Shouxin did not respond, but instead lifted his teacup and took a sip of the now lukewarm tea. Xiao Wan understood that it was his responsibility and thus remarked, "Hu Ting, these achievements require various materials, and we are currently awaiting forensic tests and verification. The past couple of days have been quite hectic, and the materials have yet to be submitted. While first-class achievements can be anticipated, the proper procedures must be followed, ultimately leading to the department. If the materials are incomplete, the submission is likely to be returned for re-examination." Hu Manqing appeared to come to a realization. Indeed, Nanyuan City had recently achieved remarkable results and was overwhelmed with tasks. Nodding, he stated, "In these extraordinary times, those capable must step forward. Inform Ren Qingyun to head to the hospital for questioning early tomorrow. We must eradicate every threat without mercy." His voice resonated with conviction and righteousness. At home, Ren Qingyun, engaged in conversation with his parents, received the news of the early morning operation with a vehicle awaiting him. He responded affirmatively. "Mom and Dad, you should rest early. I need to get some sleep, as tomorrow holds action." Although unaware of the specifics, he presumed it pertained to the events of the day before. After returning to his room and freshening up, he practiced the heavenly demon body refinement technique using 40 drops of his essence. He could distinctly feel that as his physical prowess improved, his muscles and bones became increasingly formidable. He believed he was now more formidable than many elite special forces soldiers, merely lacking an opportunity to showcase his abilities. If he continued to train like this, he would inevitably become extraordinary. With sweet thoughts, he charged his phone and slipped into a blissful slumber. At 4 in the morning, Ren Qingyun was awakened by the sound of his phone's ringtone. He reached out to silence the alarm, quickly washed up, donned his short-sleeved police uniform, and quietly descended the stairs. The entire villa was eerily quiet. The absence of his mother's breakfast felt somewhat disconcerting. He picked up his police badge and baton, donned a simple outer garment, and stepped outside. Upon exiting the villa district, he spotted a police car waiting by the roadside and strode over. As the passenger window rolled down, Bien Lu's head emerged. "Bien, why are you here waiting? Is there a special mission?" Despite having accomplished several merits, Ren Qingyun was not so arrogant as to expect the district captain to personally await him. He had initially anticipated that Bai Chongshan would come to pick him up, which would have been of a much higher standing. Once he entered the vehicle, Bien Lu handed him some dumplings and soy milk, saying, "Get in. Confidentiality regulations prevent discussion. Once we arrive at our destination, you will understand." He advised Ren Qingyun to eat lightly, as there might not be time for breakfast later. Ren Qingyun politely accepted the dumplings. The driver was a captain from the 1st Brigade. Evidently, the ordinary drug enforcement officers were unaware of the specific mission. As the vehicle turned into the First People's Hospital, Ren Qingyun surmised the purpose of their visit. "Bien, aren't there 3 experts from the provincial city? Why am I needed?" He thought that if he had known it would be this complicated, it would have been better to conduct the interrogation yesterday. They might have already obtained the necessary testimonies. He was not entirely familiar with the procedures. As the vehicle slowly entered the hospital grounds, Bien Lu remarked, "We may disregard the lives of criminals, but we must not display such indifference. After all, this is a hospital, and we must maintain our image. Let us go inside together." Upon reaching the entrance of the inpatient building, the two of them exited the vehicle. In a mere instant, Ren Qingyun felt 4 pairs of eyes fixate upon him. lingering for 3 seconds before they shifted away. He realized that these must be the personnel assigned to protect Bao Wenwu. Was the defense really that stringent? For individuals stationed at the base of the building? He uttered a perplexed remark. Is anyone there? I certainly didn't perceive anything. Scanning his surroundings, he noted that even in the early hours of the morning, the hospital was bustling with people. There were those traversing with bandages, others pushing wheelchairs to savor the dawn, rushing nurses and elderly custodians tidying up. How could he possibly discern 4 individuals among them? Casually, he pointed to a patient seated at the flowerbed entrance, reading a newspaper, and said, "That one. He has glanced at us 3 times already and likely possesses a weapon at his waist." And that sanitation worker, standing still while sweeping the debris. As Bienlo struggled to comprehend, the individuals he had identified exhibited noticeable changes in their expressions. 2 of them had not even attempted to lower their voices, making their words perfectly audible. A female patient, stretching her body on the ramp, could not help but commend Leader Ren. "Your keen eye is truly impressive. I shall require them to undergo further training in disguise upon our return." Chapter 69. A glimpse of clarity or a misjudgment. Team Leader Ren recognized the individual before him as Captain Ho Fei, the female officer who had escorted Bao Wenwu the previous day. He waved his hand and remarked, "Captain Ho, please do not incite animosity on my behalf. I merely possess a heightened sensitivity." Bien Lu confirmed that the armed police had secured the area from below, deploying a special forces team, underscoring the seriousness of the situation. He gave Ren Qingyan a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You are impressive." After exchanging a few casual words, they proceeded into the elevator, ascending directly to the 9th floor. Without needing guidance from Bien Lu, they instinctively understood that the room guarded by criminal police was likely Bao Wenwu's. However, as they approached, they were momentarily taken aback to discover that the actual ward was across the hall and bustling with activity. In the corridor, patients and doctors were busily attending to their duties. At 5 o'clock, nurses were pushing carts to check temperatures and blood pressure, while numerous family members assisted patients with personal hygiene and restroom needs. Upon reaching the 9th floor, Bien Lu could not contain his curiosity, asking Team Leader Ren, "How many armed police have you identified?" Ren Qingyun extended 3 fingers and replied, "Along our path, I have spotted at least 30 armed officers strategically positioned in various corners. This floor alone boasts 8. They have clearly invested significantly." Bien Lu, upon hearing this, surveyed his surroundings and could only discern 4. A man dressed in a patient-esque gown, filling a water bottle, could not help but interject, "How did you ascertain that? Had it not been for BNG accompanying you, I would have apprehended you on the spot." It was evident that he too was a covert officer, bewildered by how he had been so easily recognized. Ren Qingyun chose to elucidate, in an emergency ward, every individual harbors some ailment. Yet, you all stand tall with vibrant eyes, practically announcing to the world, "I am an armed officer." The armed police were left speechless. Such vitality and spirit are difficult to conceal. Bien Lu secretly admired Ren's ability to infiltrate a den of vice. He indeed possessed formidable skills. This keen perceptiveness was beyond his own reach. Despite considering himself a seasoned narcotics officer with a discerning eye, he felt overshadowed by the prowess of the special forces. As they approached the ward, Ren Qingyun knocked on the correct door, while Bien Lu inadvertently rapped on the wrong one. The guarding officer remarked, "BNG, it's the opposite." Bien Lu sheepishly scratched the back of his head, self-deprecatingly stating, "I had forgotten." By customary standards, a ward guarded by criminal police typically housed serious offenders. Yet he had not anticipated it being across the hall. Indeed, a voice called out from the opposite room, "Please enter." Recognizing Xiao Wan's voice, Ren Qingyun opened the door and gestured for Bien Lu to enter first. Scanning the room, he noted a dozen individuals, all sporting dark circles under their eyes. Among them were Ma Yong, 3 interrogation specialists, Xiao Wan, Qin Shouxin, and Hu Mansheng, alongside several unfamiliar leaders. Some wore white shirts, while others donned simple t-shirts. Their expressions uniformly grim, likely due to a long night spent on a major case without yielding the desired information. Upon seeing him, Qin Shouxin's face lit up with a relieved smile. "Shaoran has arrived. Come forth." The appellation Xiao Run, spoken by a leader, carried a distinct weight. It is evident to all that he holds a deep admiration and regard for Ren Qingyun. Hu Mansheng, observing Ren Qingyun from such proximity for the first time, discerned an unmistakable aura of distinction surrounding him. Forcing a smile, he remarked, "Ren Qingyun, what a fine young man. Thank you for the praise, Director Hu." Ren Qingyun promptly offered his polite acknowledgement as Qian Shouxin introduced him to the assembled guests. Deputy Director Gao Hualong, Political and Legal Committee Secretary Su Changge, Deputy Secretary Bai Yun, the commander of the armed police team Wu Ganglai, and Political Commissar Cheng Qian. Ren Qingyun greeted each of them in turn, briefly bypassing three interrogation experts who, it was apparent, were caught in an awkward predicament. Despite being labeled as experts, they had failed to extract any valuable information from the already doomed Bao Wenwu. Even armed with documents and case files, they found it exceedingly challenging to elicit the correct answers using Ren Qingyun's methods. With his eyes closed and his cooperation lacking, there were scant micro-expressions to scrutinize. How could any useful information be gleaned from such a situation, particularly with a group of influential figures standing behind them? Their performance had faltered. At that moment, the bigwigs observed Ren Qingyun's poised demeanor, devoid of fear or trepidation, which significantly enhanced their impression of him. Had he appeared hesitant, it would surely have hindered his effectiveness. Following his brief introduction, Xiao Wan stated, "Ren Qingyun, I am assigning you a task. Utilize any means necessary to unearth the upstream and downstream information regarding Bao Wenwu's drug trafficking activities." Ren Qingyun had already harbored suspicions in his heart, yet he was taken aback by the multitude of dignitaries observing his investigation. Nevertheless, he felt no trepidation and replied casually, "The drug trafficking network? He may not even be aware of it. We should interrogate that woman." During the apprehension, she was responsible for distributing the profits and unique items. He is likely in charge of organ trafficking, or perhaps overseeing the financial accounts for the unique items. As he spoke, his gaze caught the furious expression on Bao Wenwu's face, a fleeting moment of disdain crossing his features. Hu Mansheng and the others were momentarily taken aback by his words. Why was he retreating before even beginning the interrogation? Beside him, Hope Bingshao whispered hoarsely yesterday, "We interrogated Lu Suihua overnight. She knows she is doomed, yet she remains uncooperative and deranged. Bao Wenwu is no different. He is undoubtedly intent on concealing the secrets behind him." Su Changge and Gao Hualong frowned, feeling that Ren Qingyun was evading the crux of the matter, diminishing Qian Shouxin's assessment. They placed more trust in the esteemed group of experts, believing that if they had failed to extract information, they would not have summoned Ren Qingyun. And this was the result. Gao Hualong, tall and slender, stepped forward, his hoarse voice explaining the situation. "Comrade Ren, we urgently need to obtain precise information from him to prevent protracted delays that might allow the drug traffickers to escape." Before he could finish, Ren Qingyun had already altered his stance, stating, "His disdainful demeanor suggests I might have miscalculated. Let us proceed with the interrogation." The crowd was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he had seamlessly transitioned into the interrogation phase upon receiving his assignment. Ho Bing suddenly felt like a mere jester, unable to perceive the situation as a profiler. Hu Mansheng and the others felt a sharp sting of embarrassment, realizing he had boldly showcased his skills, casting doubt on their own assessment of his capabilities. As Ren Qingyun had already determined the interrogation, he naturally employed the eye of heavenly punishment, directing its gaze towards Bao Wenwu. The result indicated that 2 drops of essence blood were required. Fortunately, he had preserved 13 drops from the day before and used them without hesitation. Above Bao Wenwu's head, a dense azure mist began to coalesce, swiftly transforming into various inscriptions. Demon King, Bao Wenwu in April 1990, in collusion with Bao Wensheng, Bao Wenli, and others. He murdered 13 individuals from the Go Datong group, seizing control of the Chai River sand extraction site. In June 1991, alongside Bao Wensheng and Bao Wenli, he slaughtered 16 villagers from Zhao family village, usurping a copper mine. In June 1995, in cahoots with Bao Wensheng and others, he trafficked drugs to Myanmar. seizing 50 kilograms for sale upon returning. In August 2007, feigning death from severe injuries to undergo treatment via underground organ networks. He directly murdered 13 individuals, including Zhao Kai. When the evidence against the Demon Lord was compiled, it consisted solely of murder records and a rudimentary account of drug trafficking. By the time he reached the status of Demon King, the murder count had exceeded 50. His sins manifold, and the details of his drug dealings were considerably more elaborate. For the interrogation, it was exceedingly effortless. Ren Qingyun was deeply shaken. Truly deserving of the title Demon King, he was nothing short of a fiendish murderer, engaged in the nefarious trade of black market dealings. Chapter 70. Interrogation surrounded by influential figures. All eyes were fixed upon Ren Qingyun, who had been staring at Bao Wenwu for several dozen seconds. In an inexplicably tense moment, he finally spoke. Bao Wenwu, you cannot possibly orchestrate such a grand affair alone. How many brothers do you have? Were they involved as well? Seeing Ren Qingyun standing at the forefront, Bao Wenwu's fury ignited, his eyes ablaze with hatred, resembling a predator poised to strike. Expecting inquiries akin to those from other officers regarding drug trafficking, he was taken aback by the direct implication of his brothers. He immediately roared, "You bastard! Who do you think you are? You dare to..." His bloodshot eyes glared as he unleashed a torrent of curses. In response, Ren Qingyun delivered a resounding slap that sent Bao Wenwu's head snapping to the side. The injury was visibly torn, blood seeping forth. The influential figures present frowned in unison. While various methods could be employed, initiating with such a brutal slap was perilous. What if he accidentally killed him? Particularly Bai Yun, the Deputy Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission, furrowed his brow deeply, the lines of anger visible on his forehead. He was profoundly dissatisfied with Ren Qingyun's interrogation techniques. Should the interrogation yield no results, a stern admonishment would follow, potentially leading to a reassignment. The people's police serve the people, but this was not the appropriate manner of law enforcement. Unperturbed by the thoughts of others, Ren Qingyun's gaze was frigid as he coldly declared, "Bao Wenwu, why are you so defiant? If I were to kill you, I could just as easily resurrect you, allowing you to experience the excruciating despair of death repeatedly. Do not provoke me further." The shock of this proclamation was as impactful as the numerous accolades he had received. The attention of the influential figures shifted to Xiao Wan, awaiting his explanation. Xiao Wan promptly provided a hushed account of the events from the previous day. The carotid artery was severed. It was he. The revelation about the person who had been brought back from shock sparked even greater curiosity about Ren Qingyun. Did he possess an array of methods? To kill, or to save? Could it truly be a matter of mere thought? At this, Bao Wenwu visibly trembled. He had indeed been dead yesterday, only to be revived by Ren Qingyun. The agony of near death was a torment he wished to avoid experiencing again. Though accustomed to killing, the prospect of facing death himself was unbearable. It was not that one becomes desensitized to death. Rather, fear only grew more profound. Upon hearing that he might die and come back to life, the anger in his eyes cleared slightly. As Ren Qingyun noted the lucidity returning to his gaze, he suddenly raised his phone, revealing a photo of the second master taken the previous night. Bao Wenwu's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils dilating in disbelief as he stared at the image. "You? How did you?" His astonished words became incoherent. Ren Qingyun smirked. "Why the excitement? Did you think we would dare to apprehend you without any evidence?" The onlookers noted Bao Wenwu's incredulous transformation, emotions surging wildly as they exchanged glances, equally perplexed and unable to fathom what evidence had been presented. Su Chang'e and the others sensed he possessed something significant. Following a series of maneuvers, the seemingly doomed Bao Wenwu found himself completely led by the nose. It was not the emotional turmoil that was feared. It was the absence of emotion that truly unsettled. Subsequently, as Ren Qingyun became acquainted with the interrogation process, Qian Shouxin felt a surge of confidence. Come, let me guess how many brothers you have. 3, 4, 5? You actually have 6 brothers? How many of you are still alive? 5, 4, 3? So, only 3 remain? When did you first commit murder? 95, 93, 91, 90. Goodness, 20 years of killing? How many lives have you taken? You're talking nonsense. Bao Wenwu panicked and shouted angrily. Is this how you police handle cases? Arbitrarily assigning us guilt? Fabricating charges without reason? He spat out a famous quote, believing it to be mere conjecture. However, the senior officials present were stirred by a tempest of realization. Years of experience had taught them that the louder one protested, the more guilty they likely were. Little fellow, you possess some skill. Suchang Chnadith. Acknowledging Qian Shoshin's consistently sharp insight, Ren Xingyun delivered another resounding slap, declaring, "Don't throw a tantrum. Do I not know if I am right?" Bao Wenwu's lip split, blood trickling down as he struggled against the handcuffs. "The police are hitting people. What will you do about it, police?" With a sharp crack, Ren Xingyun delivered 2 more slaps, leaving Bao's face swollen and blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Gasping violently, Bao defiantly shouted, "If you have the guts, kill me. Do you think I am afraid?" Ren Xingyun coolly retorted, "The drug dealers who have perished in my hands far outnumber those you have slain. Do you consider yourself a hero? In my eyes, you're nothing more than an ant." The fierce and domineering aura immediately quelled Bao's reckless struggles. As Bao settled into silence, Ren Xingyun continued, "I've heard that Bao Wenshang started from a sand mining operation. How did you acquire your first pot of gold? Robbery? Bank heist? Theft? Murder? Seizing the sand mine? Aha, so it was indeed a robbery of the sand mine." He swiftly turned to inquire of Xiao Wan, Director Xiao. "Having worked for so long, are there any missing persons or brawling cases related to sand mines from 20 years ago? 90. Xiao Wan's face was filled with reminiscence. But he heard Bian Lu interject, "Yes, back then at the Chaihe sand mining site, there were reports of over 10 individuals missing. Later investigation records indicated they were swept away by a flood. Could it be?" His expression turned incredulous. "Could they be responsible? Didn't TU prepare a computer? Look it up. In previous interrogations, you had a computer ready to assist with data retrieval. Why is there none here?" Just then, a voice emerged from outside. "The laptop has arrived and is connecting to the network." Song Zhong, the captain of the criminal investigation team, entered drenched in sweat, clearly having rushed in. Bian Lu immediately took the laptop, sitting on the nearby empty bed to assist with the interrogation. With Ren Xingyun already aware of the entire criminal history, he extracted the complete criminal account of Bao Wenwu and his 5 brothers. "Your accumulation of wealth is entirely founded on the suffering of others. Now, let me guess again. What aspect are you currently in charge of? The drug trafficking network? A correct guess. Come, speak up. Where is the drug manufacturing den? Oh, you are unaware. Then tell me about the drug trafficking network. How many key players do you have under your command?" At this juncture, numerous bigwigs realized the immense bounty they had reaped, their faces alight with joy. Sitting in their chairs, they quickly jotted down names as if they were elementary school students. It was certain that Bao Wensheng and Bao Wenli were both notorious criminals, steeped in malevolence. This operation, conducted across jurisdictions, was poised to ensnare them all. Ho Bing, Ma Yong, and others were thoroughly convinced. No matter how Bao Wenwu evaded or protested, he could not thwart Ren Xingyun's interrogation. By correlating past cases, they were able to ascertain critical details, including the burial site. Although the evidence collection might take a tad longer, it was already evident that this criminal organization, which had long entrenched itself in Nanyuan City, was destined for eradication. Stop guessing, stop guessing. Damn you, just kill me, go on, kill me." Bao Wenwu displayed remarkable mental fortitude, enduring for a full hour before finally erupting in a desperate scream. Chapter 71. The Confession, the Action Commences. Bao Wenwu had never anticipated that he would be apprehended by a mere police officer and brought down to the ground. He could not fathom that despite his self-assured mental fortitude, having weathered countless storms and disregarded the specter of life and death, he would find himself in such a predicament. The more he listened, the more his heart raced with trepidation, though he might refuse to admit it. The very nature of those matters was that they would inevitably be investigated. Once probed, clues would arise. With a suspect at hand, evidence would invariably be unearthed. He had believed himself to have shouldered the burden alone, only to discover that he had unwittingly divulged everything. The heinous deeds of his elder brothers were also laid bare. revealing even the identities of their accomplices. There was no way to shift the blame. He was utterly shattered, once invincible, wielding control over the lives of countless individuals and presiding over a publicly listed company. He had been an unassailable figure of success. He could summon the wind and rain at will. Yet now, reduced to a mere prisoner, the disparity was staggering. The more he endured the interrogation, the more he sensed the terrifying and perverse nature of Ren Qingyun. Finally, he could no longer bear it and erupted in despairing cries. In response, he received a resounding slap from Ren Qingyun, leaving his face battered and marred with blood. Within the confines of the hospital room, none of the witnesses expressed sympathy for his plight. Instead, they felt vindicated by the punishment he received. Once all the evidence was established, his demise was assured. There was no doubt that having unearthed such monstrous crimes, a first-class merit would be his inevitable reward. This was entirely the result of Ren Qingyun's relentless efforts. Storming the drug den, seizing an unparalleled 230 kilograms of illicit substances, confiscating 300 million in cash, capturing Bao Wenwu, and extracting every last confession. He had navigated through numerous barriers to lay bare the entire criminal network. In terms of influence, the amounts involved, and the number of individuals implicated, a first-class merit was indisputable. Do you long for death so fervently? Since you have implicated your two brothers, then drag a host of drug traffickers down to hell with you. Otherwise, how will you reign over them in the afterlife? Are you not afraid that those you have wronged will devour you alive? Bao Wenwu, whether paralyzed by fear or struck by a sudden realization, suddenly proclaimed, "I confess. I will confess everything, and I hope you will grant me a swift end." The assembly was taken aback, ready to document the specifics. Ren Qingyun nodded, stating, "Rest assured. A swift end it shall be, one bullet to the head. Of course, do not entertain thoughts of suicide. I possess the means to revive you." In exasperation, Bao Wenwu's face twitched as he relinquished the notion of seizing an opportunity to bite his tongue and escape his agony. It would only result in suffering without purpose. Speak of your distribution channels. He was urged. Those pork shipments contained 230 kilograms of unique products. Do not pretend it was merely a game. Bao Wenwu realized he could no longer withstand the pressure. The interrogator was a demon. Closing his eyes in despair, he lamented, "I cannot recall the exact number of individuals involved. We merely handled the delivery of frozen meat to the requisite supermarkets, restaurants, cold meat processing plants, and overseas containers. My role was solely to make phone calls. I possess a contact list adorned with various names of beautiful women, all of whom are, in fact, drug traffickers." He began to divulge information, prompting numerous leaders to immediately place calls for the police to verify the details. Orders were dispatched from the hospital room in rapid succession. Whenever Bao Wenwu attempted to conceal information, Ren Qingyun relentlessly exposed him, relentlessly pursuing further revelations. The esteemed figures have been thoroughly impressed. In the realm of interrogation, there is currently no one stronger than him, who possesses the ability to discern the veracity of testimonies on site. With such a skill, he could thrive within the system, not to mention his formidable drive. For 3 consecutive hours, he extracted every piece of information regarding drug traffickers in his possession. Deputy Director Zhang Chong called, indicating that police forces from various regions were fully assembled. The joint operation was officially underway. This involved not only 35 implicated doctors, but also the scattered cold chain transportation of pork, alongside the brothers Bao Wensheng and Bao Wenli. Police from different locales, in collaboration with the Armed Police Brigade, surged towards their designated positions. Within the city bureau, criminal investigators and narcotics officers, save for those in the hospital ward, remained oblivious to the situation. Xiaowan entrusted Ren Qingyun with a crucial task, to ensure the return of Bao Wensheng. There was concern that a large-scale operation could have a tremendous impact on society, given that he was the owner of a multi-billion conglomerate with countless eyes watching. Should a gunfight ensue, the future of Nanyuan City would become even more perilous. According to reports from the surveilling detectives, Bao Wensheng was scheduled to attend a general meeting at the headquarters of the Bailey Group today. Ren Qingyun met with Song Zhong and 10 detectives from different locations, leading a contingent of armed police towards the Bailey Group with great momentum. On the streets of Nanyuan City at 10 o'clock, various police vehicles, armored cars, criminal investigators, and officers were present in numbers several times greater than usual. Outside, the surgical operating room of the Nanyang University-affiliated hospital, two detectives confronted a renowned chief surgeon who had just emerged from the operating table. Lee San, you are suspected of involvement in the trade of human organs. Here is your arrest warrant. Please accompany us. The chief surgeon was escorted away amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. The director of the anesthesiology department at the First People's Hospital of Nanyang was also taken into custody. Prominent and scrupulous doctors from various top-tier hospitals were publicly arrested during peak working hours. Without exception, they were initially taken aback, subsequently rendered immobile as if mired in mud. The procurement head of a local supermarket, the owner of Tianhua Delicacies, and the entire crew of the Ocean Freight Dispatch Group were all apprehended. Each arrest warrant resulted in the removal of individuals, leaving countless others exchanging bewildered glances. At least 300 individuals converged from various locations into the city bureau amidst the wailing sirens of police vehicles. Officers concluding their apprehension duties were promptly dispatched to execute other tasks, remaining in Nanyang City. The numerous detectives within the bureau were utterly astounded by the magnitude of the operation. What sort of significant case warranted the mobilization of police from distant locales? The sheer number of those apprehended was staggering. Was that not the owner of Tianhua Delicacies? My wife adores his prepared foods. Captain, is that not the CEO of the cold chain company? How could he be involved? Look, there's the esteemed cardiologist from the First Hospital. It's said that he has never failed his surgery. Could it be that he is implicated in the organ trade? Quickly, they began to surmise that these individuals might be connected to the major case from yesterday. However, what left them puzzled was the immediate execution of the arrests. The speed was so swift that they barely had time to react. Surely, the details had not yet been confirmed. Sitting in the office of the deputy director, Su Changhua's countenance darkened upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's report. The magnitude of this situation, coupled with his exclusion as the de facto leader of the drug enforcement team, signified a troubling development. The leaders at the municipal bureau remained unaware, and naturally, Bao Wensheng, the owner of the Bell Group, was equally uninformed. Last night, his second-in-command had messaged him, urging an immediate escape. Yet, how could he relinquish the billion-dollar enterprise he had painstakingly built? He resolved to issue orders, gather funds, and prepare for flight. With the heir to such a vast enterprise gone, its existence became questionable. The Bell Group, a reputable and legitimate company, boasted a workforce free of any suspicion. Only the 30-member bodyguard team, loyal brothers who had fought alongside Bao Wensheng for many years, remained steadfast in ensuring his safety, accompanying him wherever he went due to the multitude of enemies he faced. Once all the leaders had arrived in the conference room, he composed himself and strode in purposefully. Ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement to make. I believe the investment climate in Nanyang City has deteriorated significantly. My son has been apprehended by the police, facing a litany of fabricated charges. Henceforth, I shall relocate the company to the Four Seasons Spring City. We will be scaling down all operations in Nanyang City, liquidating assets, and preparing for a grand migration. In an instant, the atmosphere in the conference room turned frantic. Bao Wensheng narrowed his eyes and continued, "Everyone, please remain calm. I will ensure proper arrangements for all employees." Just as panic ensued among the crowd, a sudden, violent crash echoed from outside the door. Bang. Chapter 72. The Bell Group. A climate of anxiety, the conference room, already steeped in trepidation, collectively gasped as their gazes shifted towards the entrance. A burly man clad in black trousers, polished shoes, and a tight black t-shirt rushed in, whispering frantically into Bao Wensheng's ear. Bao's expression shifted dramatically as he leapt to his feet. What? Never did he imagine that the police would come to the company to apprehend individuals. This indicated they possessed irrefutable evidence, leading them to act so brazenly, indifferent to the societal repercussions. It equally suggested that the third brother had faltered and divulged crucial information. It was over. The foundation of the three brothers' empire lay in ruins. The bodyguard nodded, signaling an immediate exit. Bao Wensheng swiftly turned, casting aside any semblance of a commanding presence. disregarding the meeting as he entered a side door adjacent to the conference room, protected by his bodyguards. The headquarters had been specially designed, featuring designated escape routes. As a criminal with countless lives claimed, how could he possibly afford to be as carefree and bold as an ordinary businessman? As they slipped through the small door, Ren Qingyun, accompanied by Song Zhong and others, broke through the security obstruction, taking the elevator to the floor where Bao Wensheng was located. Outside the elevator stood 20 formidable men wielding telescopic batons, blocking their path. From the moment the police entered the company premises, they had received word of the situation, though they hadn't anticipated such a swift arrival. Faced with 20 imposing figures, any ordinary detective would hesitate, restrained by caution. Yet they were confronted by Ren Qingyun. The system cautioned him of intruding upon the lair of a formidable adversary, urging extreme vigilance. As he scrutinized the scene, he discovered that all 20 individuals were seasoned criminals, their hands stained with blood. A thorough investigation would surely reveal their criminal records. If they were merely hired bodyguards, he might have had to exert considerable effort. But the refuse of the scene was akin to a gift of opportunity. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the most robust man sprawling 10 meters away, crashing against the opposite wall, a noise that reverberated within the conference room. Following this, Ren Qingyun bellowed, "Anyone obstructing the police in their duties will be prosecuted for aiding and abetting." His fierce kick not only shocked the group of desperate men, but also compelled the accompanying detectives and armed police to steel themselves for battle. The desperate men, having thrived in the criminal underbelly for over a decade, their hands drenched in blood, began to shout loudly, "The police are attacking us! The police are attacking us!" They boasted, "You think being a policeman makes you special? We are bodyguards, tasked with ensuring our employer's safety. Stand back. Stand back." Their arrogance suggested they could intimidate a mere cadre of junior officers. As long as they delayed, their employer could escape, ensuring the safety of their families. They willingly aligned themselves with Bao Wensheng, drawn by his provisions for their kin. Ren Qingyun snorted coldly. "This is the second warning. Retreat." No one budged. Instead, they brandished their batons, poised for confrontation. Ren Qingyun roared once more. "This is the third warning. Retreat." When they remained unmoved, he took action. Lifting his foot, he unleashed another kick. Bang! Once again, an individual was violently propelled 10 meters away, crashing against the wall. The air was thick with expletives, a cacophony of rage spilling forth from their lips. Simultaneously, a retractable baton was raised, aimed menacingly at Ren Qingyun at the elevator's entrance. As a streetwise thug accustomed to the harsh realities of life, their strikes were merciless. Targeting the head, eyes, ribs, and knees, they unleashed a barrage of attacks. Ren Qingyun's 3 warnings had gone unheeded. Engaging him was beyond their capacity for resistance. Ignoring the oncoming baton, he surged into the crowd like a rampaging beast. His right elbow swept across, landing a devastating blow on the face of man to his right, sending him crashing backward. A swift kick with his left foot sent 2 others flying. As his left foot touched the ground, he was already amidst the throng, nearly face-to-face with his opponents, making the baton strikes cumbersome. Yet his elbows and knees became lethal weapons. The sound of fists meeting flesh echoed, mingled with the sickening cracks of bone. The crowd dispersed around Ren Qingyun like petals scattering in the wind. Those who fell did not rise again. All were subdued. None could escape. Amid the astonished gazes of 8 criminal police and armed officers, Ren Qingyun charged toward the conference room. Song Zhong, unable to pause for reflection, followed closely behind. My heavens! This is astonishing. In merely 3 seconds, 20 individuals lay incapacitated. Incredible. Their attacks were ruthless, yet utterly ineffective. When did such a formidable presence emerge in Nanyang City? Amidst the murmurs, they hastily tore off belts and shoelaces to bind the injured bodyguards. Upon entering the office, Ren Qingyun discovered that the bodyguards and Bao Wensheng had vanished without a trace, leaving only a bewildered assembly of company executives staring blankly. A sweeping glance revealed their vacant expressions. This took him by surprise. Unaware of the unfolding situation, Song Zhong bellowed, Did anyone see Bao Wensheng? He is wanted for murder and poses a significant threat. A collective gasp rippled through the spacious conference room, where over 40 senior executives congregated. Recent days had seen Bao Yu's affairs become a hot topic, with rumors swirling incessantly. They were all somewhat aware. After all, the campus gunfire that had resulted in 8 deaths had already spread far and wide. Coupled with rumors of drug trafficking and murder, unease permeated the atmosphere. However, nothing was more sensational than the prospect of the company owner committing murder, which would inevitably lead to chaos and disarray within the corporation. Preoccupied with their own interests, they hesitated to respond to Song Zhong's inquiry. Moreover, the two individuals donned helmets and bulletproof vests, carrying firearms at their hips, exuding a fierce aura. Without waiting for their response, Ren Qingyun's ears picked up the sounds of chaotic footsteps and heavy breathing retreating into the distance. Turning, he spotted a small door and kicked it open with force. The wooden door shattered, revealing a 2-meter-wide passage. He charged ahead, only to see 2 figures already rounding a corner ahead of him. With a powerful thrust of his legs, his muscles bulged, nearly tearing his trousers as he surged forward. The smooth marble floor bore a distinct footprint, surrounded by a delicate web of spider silk. Upon hearing the sound and witnessing the movement, Song Zhong could only conjure one word in his mind: perverse. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastened to pursue further inside. Within the conference room, devoid of law enforcement, it erupted into a cacophony akin to a bustling marketplace. Chairman Zhang, what on earth has our boss done? Can our company continue its operations? My goodness. It seems the allegations regarding the boss's son are indeed true, and now our employer is embroiled in illegal activities. Are we unwitting accomplices? Will our company be implicated in criminal endeavors? Can we even escape this turmoil? My legs feel weak. Amidst the clamor, a sudden, resounding thud echoed through the air. Bang! A hole appeared in the wall, serving as a projection screen, with debris cascading to the ground. Gunfire, gunfire. Chapter 73. Frenzied capture within the confines of the conference room. The echo of gunfire rendered the assembly speechless. A sudden shout from an unknown source prompted everyone to instinctively crouch down, clutching their heads in fear. As the reinforcements from the criminal investigation and armed police entered, they were greeted by a haunting silence and the remnants of a shattered door. Quickly, the suspect is armed. Without a moment's hesitation, they rushed through the broken entrance. There, they found Song Zhong, blood staining his arm, leaning against the wall. Someone hurriedly approached him, inquiring, "Captain Song, what happened? Where are they?" Pale-faced and gritting his teeth against the pain, Song Zhong instructed them to tighten a tourniquet around his arm, urgently declaring, "They went ahead. Chase them down, they have guns." A bitter pang gripped his heart as Ren Qingyun, who had been in pursuit, had managed to warn them just as the assailants were about to fire. Yet, in a swift maneuver, Ren Qingyun had evaded the bullets, while he himself could not react in time. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of gunfire erupted once more from within. "Pursue! Pursue!" The special task force of the armed police surged forward, including Ho Fei, who had accompanied Ren Qingyun, eager to witness his prowess firsthand. However, the intensity of the situation left her utterly unprepared. Following closely behind, the criminal investigators trailed after them, with Song Zhong determinedly moving along despite the pain in his arm. He recalled Ren Qingyun's earlier injury during an arrest and resolved not to falter. As the team leader, he could not afford to show weakness. Ren Qingyun, leading the charge, managed to grasp the tails of several individuals. To his surprise, the bodyguards exhibited a tactical precision in their gunfire, effectively stifling his pace. Had it not been for his bulletproof vest and helmet, he might have considered abandoning the chase. Undeterred by the presence of civilians, his body camera remained active as he swiftly retaliated. Bang! In the instant the bullet was fired, Ren Qingyun, clad in tactical gloves, caught the ejected shell and deftly tossed it into a small wooden box before continuing his pursuit. The drawback of using a police firearm was that all spent cartridges had to be retrieved post-mission, a design he had implemented to avoid complications, albeit at the cost of his gloves, which now bore the scent of burnt metal. One of the armed bodyguards fell, a bullet striking him squarely in the head, resulting in a heavy collapse against the wall. The remaining criminals immediately descended into panic, having believed the police would not dare to shoot. The reality of a precise and deadly shot shattered their delusion. Run, quickly. If they lingered, capture would surely follow. Bao Wensheng, like a frightened animal, abandoned all thoughts of resistance and sprinted towards the office. Once inside, if he could reach the elevator, not even a deity could apprehend him. In that moment, he cursed the designer of the convoluted corridors that were meant to delay police pursuits, as they equally hindered his escape. In a frantic attempt to evade, Ren Qingyun executed a powerful movement that caused him to collide with a nearby wall. To his astonishment, he discovered that the wall was merely a partition, leading to a vast, hollow corridor. A sudden glimmer of inspiration struck him, and he charged through the adjacent passage, launching a forceful kick at the wall ahead. With a resounding crash, even the reinforced partition could not withstand the sheer ferocity of his strike, collapsing under the force of his assault. Hiding behind the wall, two bodyguards, anxiously awaiting the appearance of Ren Qingyun, were struck by debris from the crumbling structure, resulting in broken bones and torn ligaments. What the hell? How did he come through the wall? They barely had time to voice their confusion before a pair of heavy feet crushed down upon their wrists. The excruciating pain was inescapable, leaving only the anguished cries that echoed through the air. Monster fiend, never had they encountered such a ferocious lawman, resembling a human tank, relentlessly advancing. Unfazed by their reactions, Ren Qingyun pressed onward, kicking down any wall that obstructed his path. With acute hearing, he could pinpoint the locations of those lying in ambush. In less than 7 seconds, he traversed the lengthy corridor, swiftly reaching the end. The last two bodyguards stood at the office door, their eyes brimming with terror. Initially, the sounds of continuous gunfire filled the air, but soon they were replaced by sporadic shots, while the incessant crashing of walls accompanied the cries of the wounded. Inside the office, Bao Wensheng, clutching a pistol in his left hand, hastily rummaged through the bookshelf with his right while pressing the elevator button. Hurry, faster. His glasses askew, slick-back hair disheveled. Sweat drenched him as he gasped for breath. The custom-made shirt he wore was already soaked through. In a state of panic, he glanced back repeatedly, hoping the elevator would arrive swiftly. Ding! The familiar sound of the elevator doors opening resonated like a heavenly melody at that moment. Bao Wensheng hurriedly seized his briefcase and car keys, preparing to rush inside. The next instant, a thunderous crash erupted behind him. Boom! The office wall was violently kicked in, sending the two bodyguards, who had been hiding, soaring through the air as if struck by a car, landing heavily upon the rosewood desk with a thud. Thud, thud! Two figures collapsed, nearly breaking their waists, blood spilling from their mouths. With their hands hanging limply, they struggled to gaze toward the dust-laden wall. A silhouette burst through. Though cloaked in grime, the figure in black police attire retained an air of solemnity. Bao Wensheng was taken aback, astonished that this formidable figure had truly entered. He quickly pressed the elevator's close button, reasoning that if he could shut the doors, they would be unable to pursue him. As the elevator doors silently closed, a book was caught in the gap. The doors began to slide open once more. Bao Wensheng, you are under arrest for murder and drug trafficking. A stark white paper, adorned with a red seal, was thrust before him. Never had he loathed the elevator's safety measures as intensely as in that moment. If only he could crush the book and escape. But now he was trapped within the elevator, with no way out above or below, drowning in a despair that was unimaginable. His eyelids twitched with fury, and in a moment of rage, he raised his firearm, aiming at Ren Qingyun. Yet, his movements were too sluggish. The body camera captured his action. In the next heartbeat, a powerful hand swept through the air. Crack! The terrifying force nearly shattered his right hand. Forget about firing. He couldn't even maintain his grip. Clatter! The pistol clattered to the ground, seemingly mocking Bao Wensheng's overconfidence. Bao Wensheng merely uttered a cry, then resolutely stifled his emotions, convinced that he must not diminish the stature of a true hero. His eyes darted around before he gritted his teeth and declared, "If you release me, I can offer you 100 billion. Simply accompany me to the basement, and I shall transfer the funds to you immediately." Such a staggering offer, made in the desperation for survival. rendered the vast sum of money utterly inconsequential, wealth that countless individuals toil a lifetime to achieve. However, Ren Qingyan coldly scoffed, if I so wished, I could elevate my father's company to 100 billion within 3 years. Why would I require your assistance? Do you not see the national emblem above my head? Do you not observe the flag upon my chest? The oath I took under this flag is one I could never betray. You are under arrest. The frigid voice resonated within the confined elevator. He retrieved the handcuffs and promptly secured them around him, pulling him from the elevator. Turning back, numerous police officers and armed guards stood outside the ruins, frozen in astonishment. Chapter 74. Arrest. News spread. Song Zhong, breathless and pale, approached, equally stunned by the violent nature of the arrest and the indifference towards the staggering sum of 10 billion. The notion of bribery amounting to 10 billion was unheard of, yet it was audaciously proclaimed and subsequently rejected. Each individual bore a body camera, which meticulously documented the recent events. Others were similarly astonished. Moreover, there was that audacious claim, earning 100 billion in 3 years. Such an outrageous boast. No one dared to make such a declaration. Noticing the peculiar gazes directed at him, Ren Qingyan nonchalantly remarked, "What are you all staring at? Take the individuals away. Their armed resistance is commendable." The crowd immediately snapped to attention, hastily apprehending the severely injured and securing the firearms and evidence bags. Simultaneously, they initiated the sealing of the entire office and the parking garage below. Anything pertaining to Bao Wensheng was to be meticulously recorded and archived, to be released only after thorough analysis confirmed its irrelevance to the case. As they escorted Bao Wensheng out of the office, the high-ranking executives in the conference room were left utterly dumbfounded. Witnessing the muscular bodyguards being dragged out like limp corpses was a shocking revelation. The CEO of a trillion-dollar conglomerate had indeed committed murder and wielded a firearm. A firearm, an object that ordinary individuals would never encounter, was now bagged, stained with blood. Ren Qingyan, unconcerned with the aftermath, led the apprehended individuals out of the building and into the police vehicle. He paused by the car to catch his breath, sip some water, and relax his nerves. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation of being watched crept up his spine, causing his body to tense as he swiftly turned his head. However, he saw no one, only a Mercedes-Benz gliding past the roadside. Upon inspecting the license plate, he recognized it as one of the 3 vehicles he had seen the previous night. Could it be Bao Wenli? Yet, the car was already merging into the traffic 100 meters away, making pursuit impossible. A sense of urgency gripped Ren Qingyan's heart. He was uncertain about the progress of the team assigned to apprehend Bao Wenli. It was likely a challenging task. Those individuals had relocated the previous night, and regrettably, there was no evidence at that time. Otherwise, they could have been captured. With Bao Wensheng now in custody, it was probable that his associate had gone into deeper hiding. Like a parasite, he was likely taking refuge in others' homes, and one could not inspect every residence. Ren Qingyan, a man of remarkable composure, temporarily set aside his concerns and focused on fulfilling his duty. Ignoring any words from Bao Wensheng, he directly escorted him to the city bureau. Director Xiao Wan accompanied the officials, awaiting their arrival in the command hall. Upon his entry to report, Qian Shouxin generously praised, "The main suspect has been apprehended. Splendid." He tilted his head toward the handcuffed Bao Wensheng and coldly remarked, "I recall just 3 days ago you threatened us, claiming that the security environment in Nanyuan City was poor and that you intended to withdraw your investments. It turns out the chaos stems from you stirring the pot. Now, your downfall has arrived. Take him down." With no trace of the former dignity of a trillion-dollar CEO, Bao Wensheng was escorted into the interrogation room by 2 detectives. Ren Qingyan reported, "Report. During the arrest, they resisted with firearms, and I returned fire. 4 individuals were killed, and 16 others were severely injured. Shell casings and handguns were found at the scene. The most troublesome matters were reported first." Qian Shouxin pointed at him and chuckled, saying, "You rascal. When have you ever reported shell casings before? However, in the coming days, you must provide me with a detailed report. We need to organize all the cases at hand." Despite claiming indifference, he was acutely aware of the strict regulations surrounding firearms and the necessity of adhering to protocol. Indeed, once the mission concluded and the firearms and equipment were returned with signatures, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. The subsequent tasks were exceedingly cumbersome, necessitating various interrogations and the proper arrangement for the Bailey Group. Although the police station operated with impressive efficiency and did not linger for long, the news of the Bailey Group's owner being arrested spread like wildfire. By the time it reached Renjong and his wife, it was around 3 in the afternoon. They exchanged a glance, recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. Geng Xiaoji hurriedly called her son to inquire about the situation. "Mom, it's true. You all need to prepare the company qualifications and gather funding as quickly as possible. I'll explain the details when I get home tonight. I'm quite busy right now." Although Geng Xiaoji only heard 2 sentences, she understood what needed to be done. "What did he say?" Renjong asked, despite having already heard the content. After Geng Xiaoji relayed the information, she took a deep breath and said, "It's tough for our son to be a police officer, but it seems he can access quite a lot of information. We are prepared. Fortunately, we had made arrangements in advance and communicated with the bank. The loan will be processed soon. Others won't be so swift. We must act decisively to secure the plot of land the Bailey Group holds in the eastern suburbs. We will heed our son's advice and venture into real estate. It is only after encountering obstacles in the business realm that one can appreciate the efficacy of governance. Previously, I thought wealth was sufficient, but I have now realized that even a trillion-dollar conglomerate can collapse swiftly. We must resolutely avoid any dubious paths." When the news reached Tianan University, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Ren Xingyu, having just exited her mentor's office with a letter of recommendation in hand, was preparing to conduct research on microbial communities requiring information from the forensic department. Her mentor had mentioned, in passing, that Bao Wensheng had been apprehended, a shocking revelation. Upon exiting, she quickly called her younger brother. "I heard you captured Bao Wensheng, the head of a trillion-dollar company." Ren Qingyun, who was in the midst of writing a report, chuckled upon receiving his elder sister's call. "Sister, you've heard the news at school. The information spreads rapidly, doesn't it?" "It's true. I personally made the arrest." After exchanging a few more words, Ren Qingyu could not help but ask, what was the charge? Why would someone so wealthy resort to crime? Her perspective was shifted as she struggled to comprehend the reasoning behind it. Ren Qingyun chuckled and replied, "Sister, their initial funding is suspect, and they're involved in drug trafficking, human organ trade, and more. In a tourist city, the disappearance of some individuals often goes unnoticed." "What?" Ren Qingyu exclaimed. "They are engaged in organ trafficking? That's ruthless." Her worldview was entirely reshaped, astonished that such entrepreneurs could exist. Ren Qingyu nodded and remarked, "Sister, the greed of certain individuals knows no bounds, especially when it comes to the heinous drug lords." She then inquired, "By the way, is the campus quiet now?" Reflecting on her sister's friend, she felt that in order to prevent further tragedies, there must be a transformation in campus management. Ren Qingyu affirmed, "Indeed, the security measures on campus have been enhanced. Several young security personnel have been recruited. Access points have been equipped with student card entry systems, particularly in the dormitory buildings. Additional dormitory supervisors have been appointed to prohibit the entry of strangers. I've also heard that the principal is especially keen on creating a banner to present to you." When discussing matters related to the campus, she could speak at length. Unaware of the banner initiative, Ren Qingyun casually asked, "Sister, is there anything else? I've been exceedingly busy these past couple of days." After a moment's contemplation, Ren Qingyu replied, "I need to visit the forensic department at the city bureau to collect some data. Will you accompany me tomorrow?" Ren Qingyun was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 75. Su Jinxiu. Ren Qingyun never anticipated that his elder sister would once again tread the path she had in her previous life. Her visit to the forensic department to gather data undoubtedly served as preparation for her graduation thesis. In her former existence, her work in forensics had led to her tragic demise, falling victim to malevolence and suffering a brutal death. This devastation aged their grandfather by a decade overnight, and within days, he departed from this world. A lifetime of perseverance crumbled as his grandchildren faced setbacks in their careers, unable to bear the weight of such loss. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, "Elder sister, are you pursuing your graduation thesis, Or do you envision a future as a forensic expert? What of our parents' estate? Will you not lend a hand? With a guiding hand, he sought to assist his sister in becoming a billionaire, a task that seemed effortlessly achievable. Ren Xingyu smiled and replied, "Our family's wealth is to be bestowed upon you. My passion lies in studying microbial growth, contributing to our nation. Primarily, I wish to fulfill our grandfather's dream. You are excelling in your endeavors, and I cannot afford to lag behind. Perhaps you should consider finding a wife to assist our parents. I believe Su Jinxiu is quite remarkable," he added, noting her sweet demeanor as she referred to him as brother in the past few days. Ren Qingyun blinked in surprise, hardly expecting Su Jinxiu to possess such charm that she could persuade his sister to speak on her behalf. Indeed, encounters with a beautiful woman often lead to lively conversations. He chuckled. "Elder sister, what are you saying? I merely saved her twice. She is likely expressing her gratitude. Very well. Tomorrow I shall accompany you to the forensic department," he declared, realizing he could not afford to engage in idle chatter with his sister, as his own report remained unfinished. Ren Xingyu set his phone down, suddenly perceiving a transformation in his brother. Previously, he had squandered their family's resources, mingling with dubious companions and contemplating taking over the family business. Yet now, he seemed indifferent to the company, seemingly ready to entrust it to his brother's stewardship. Had something transpired that redirected his focus toward his career? After a 6-month internship, he had attained the rank of second-level police officer. "I hear he is quite impressive. Xingyu's sister, what are you pondering? I called you twice." The familiar voice brought him back to reality. He turned to see Su Jinxiu approaching, her left hand cradling a macroeconomic analysis textbook, while her right grasped a plastic bag containing 2 apples. "Jinxiu, just finishing class? I was just thinking about my brother. It seems he has accomplished something noteworthy." Upon catching sight of Su Jinxiu's bright eyes, his own lit up with a natural smile. "Really? Should we celebrate?" She quickened her pace, contemplating how to engage with Ren Xingyu. Ren Xingyu, noticing her immediate inclination to celebrate, couldn't help but wonder if it was too soon. Did she harbor some ulterior motive? He casually remarked, "Now is certainly not the time." He is busy and only managed to say a couple of words before hanging up. "I must return home. Where are you headed?" Su Jinxiu's expression dimmed slightly, yet she maintained her cheerful demeanor. "I am also heading home. My grandfather is visiting today, and I need to keep him company. Let us walk and eat together." She handed a washed apple to Ren Xingyu. He nodded, engaging in light conversation. Observing that Su Jinxiu showed little interest in fashion, makeup, or celebrity culture. Instead, she exhibited a keen understanding of career pathways, economic principles, and discussions surrounding investment and company development, effortlessly articulating her insights. The family background must be quite remarkable. Ren Xingyu, seated in her small red QQ, observed Su Jinxiu driving her vibrant red Beetle as they exited the gate one after another. Both vehicles were relatively compact, suited for young women. Yet their price differences were staggering, with one costing 4 times more than the other. Ren Xingyu preferred a low-profile demeanor, even deliberately dressing down to avoid unwanted attention, while Su Jinxiu exuded an air of aloofness, seldom mingling with ordinary folk. It was said that she had few friends, only engaging more frequently with Ren. After a 40-minute drive, Su Jinxiu arrived at the municipal courtyard, parking beneath an ancient camphor tree in front of a modest courtyard. Another car was already present, and an Audi was parked on the opposite side of the entrance. The house, dating back to the 1980s, although renovated, still bore an air of antiquity. Nevertheless, the 120 square meters offered ample space with its 3-bedroom, 1 living room layout. Clutching her books, Su Jinxiu stepped into the living room and immediately spotted her slightly plump grandfather, resting on the sofa with his eyes half closed, emitting faint snores. From the kitchen emerged He Yongmei, in her 40s and well-preserved, her long hair neatly styled. She whispered, "Shu, be quiet. Your grandfather didn't sleep a wink last night. Go change your clothes and wait a moment." Mom, was there some significant event last night that disturbed Grandpa? As the director of the Municipal Finance Bureau, her mother should be privy to important matters. He Yongmei sighed, replying, "Naturally, it's about the 705 case. Who would have anticipated that Bao Wensheng, the owner of a billion-dollar conglomerate, is embroiled in multiple criminal allegations. Su Jinxiu responded with a nonchalant "oh," her expression betraying little surprise. The son involved in such misconduct within the campus, nearly falling victim himself, surely indicated issues with the father. "And my dad?" she asked. "He," in a meeting. As the vice mayor, he must find ways to stabilize the economy. Probably hasn't even had time to eat. "You should go change. The meal isn't ready yet." Yongmei sighed again, reflecting on her husband, the 45-year-old vice mayor, whose formidable position came with immense pressure. Were it not for the bureaucratic system, matters could be handled more easily back in their hometown, where a family could provide assistance. Their union was a typical political marriage, her family engaged in business, yet they had not reached the scale of managing a billion-dollar group. Had her father not been in the provincial capital, they might have found themselves in a more remote city. Nevertheless, they had managed to establish roots in Nanyuan City. With commendable performance, they could potentially advance further, contingent upon how the current turmoil was resolved. Even though their voices were barely above a whisper, the elderly man on the sofa stirred awake. Rubbing his eyes and donning his glasses, he returned to a state of alertness. Upon seeing Su Jinxiu emerge in her pajamas, a smile spread across his face as he beckoned. "Jinxiu, come sit with Grandpa." Grandpa, though she was typically reserved with outsiders, in her grandfather's presence, she transformed back into the 22-year-old granddaughter, hurrying to sit beside him on the sofa. Beaming, she remarked, "Grandpa, at your age, you should leave the late nights to the young ones. You must live to 100. The elderly man chuckled. "Do you understand the magnitude of what is happening this time? Regarding the development of the entire Tiannan province, we simply cannot overlook it. Were it not for the indisputable evidence, compromise would have been unattainable, and today as circumstances might have unfolded differently. However, I am fortunate to encounter an exceptionally talented young man today, truly remarkable. The image of the resolute Ren Qingyun emerges in my mind, who, with relentless determination, extracted confessions from Bao Wenwu in a mere 3 hours." Su Jinxiu peeled an orange for her grandfather and inquired, "Who is it that has garnered your esteemed praise? Is he from Nanyuan City?" The grandfather accepted a segment of the orange, relishing the joys of familial bonds, and replied, "Ren Qingyun. I conducted a thorough investigation, and lo and behold, he is indeed outstanding. Within 3 days, he has achieved 4 first-class merits. I believe old Qian is preparing to recommend him for the anti-drug model Vanguard Medal." As the elder spoke of Ren Qingyun, his admiration was palpable, flowing freely. Su Jinxiu smiled brightly, though her pace in peeling the orange had slowed. Her mind was occupied with the memory of him embracing her waist, characterized by his sunlight-kissed handsome visage, resolute, decisive, and unforgettable amidst the flurry of bullets. "Were you pondering?" The elder's voice abruptly snapped her back to reality. Chapter 76. An exceptional drug enforcement officer with a faint blush adorning her cheeks. Su Jinxiu presented an orange to her grandfather and, with a radiant smile, remarked, "You speak so highly of Ren Qingyun. He must possess remarkable abilities, doesn't he?" The elder sighed and replied, "It has been quite some time since I've encountered such an outstanding young individual. If he refrains from making any fundamental mistakes, I wonder how far he might ascend." Su Jinxiu's smile blossomed even further as she responded, "Certainly higher than you can imagine. Complimenting a man is quite normal. Wouldn't you agree?" The elder sensed something unusual in his granddaughter today. Her usual disdain for men seemed to have vanished, replaced by admiration. A glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes. But before he could voice his thoughts, his eldest son entered, dragging his weary body behind him. Su Jinxiu hurried over to assist, taking his briefcase and offering him a pair of slippers. "Father, you had a busy day at work, didn't you?" Sukin unbuttoned his white shirt and exhaled heavily, his tone reflecting his frustration. "Given the magnitude of the situation, it's a miracle I can return home for a meal." After addressing his daughter, he raised his voice. "Father, your team acted too swiftly. Why wasn't there any prior notification? Our municipal committee has been left with no countermeasures." As he spoke to his father, who was both his superior and elder, he voiced his grievances once more. Hiyome called from the dining area. Enough of work talk now that we're home. Father. Jinshio, dinner is ready. As she spoke, she swiftly arranged 6 dishes and a soup on the table, along with a bottle of Yulin spring water. It was imperative to host the elder well. The elder stood and approached the dining table, stating, rather than saying our response was swift, it would be more accurate to commend that young man, Rin Xingyun, for his speed. He managed to extract information from Bao Wenwu in just 3 hours. Had we been any slower, they might have escaped. During the arrest, Bell Group was about to invest a significant sum overseas. The provincial department has salvaged national assets. Though she insisted on avoiding work-related discussions, every sentence seemed to revolve around it. Seated at the table, Su Kan poured wine for his father and then for himself. Su Jinxiu and her mother brought bowls of rice and a platter of watermelon, the perfect summer treat. Father, who exactly is this Rin Xingyun? His name sounds familiar to me. Su Kan casually inquired while passing chopsticks to his father. A highly esteemed drug enforcement officer, he has achieved continuous successes, dismantling several drug dens. He has accumulated 4 first-class merits. We are certain to endorse him. Oh, I remember now. Upon hearing about the drug officer, Su Kan turned to his daughter and asked, Jinxiu, was it he who intervened on the day of your incident? Did he not fire 8 shots in the campus, eliminating 8 armed drug dealers? Was it he who rescued you that night? Su Jinxiu's hand, which was poised to serve food, paused momentarily before she nodded and said, are you referring to the same person as grandfather? His name is indeed Ren Xingyun. She felt a surge of happiness at the favorable impression her father and grandfather seemed to hold of him. It's him. The elder, having seen the commendations, immediately exclaimed. His gaze then shifted to his granddaughter as he directly inquired, I just recalled, what was the name of that boyfriend of yours brimming with lofty ideals? Grandfather, he is not my boyfriend. He is merely an admirer. So Hinkyu promptly corrected herself. Su Kan took a bite of the mushroom, swallowed his meal, and remarked, what suitors? They only know how to speak in grandiose terms. He had encountered Zhao Tianyu, but held a strong aversion towards him. He Yongmei then interjected, Jinxiu, you must keep your eyes wide open. While we are open-minded, we cannot afford to choose someone lacking in capability. Zhao Tianyu, is it? Without substantial merit. You must not allow yourself to grow too close. As a mother, she was naturally more concerned about her daughter's affairs, fearing potential losses. Faced with the admonitions from 3 elders, Su Jinxiu found it quite difficult to withstand. She felt their insights were indeed sharper than her own. And Zhao Tianyu had turned out to be a coward, nearly deceived. The elder nodded, saying, my granddaughter, your mother speaks wisely. There is no rush. At just 22 years old, you can certainly wait until after graduation to consider relationships. That Zhao Tianyu has recently achieved quite a bit, hasn't he? I have yet to hear of him. Su Jinxiu helplessly replied, Grandfather, there is nothing between us. He deliberately seeks opportunities to appear before you. I have made it clear to him that he should no longer disturb me. Her words carried a distinctly frigid tone. Instantly, the 3 were taken aback. He Yongmei then smiled broadly, saying, good. My daughter has finally matured. It's nothing, just a boyfriend. I'll introduce you to someone in a couple of days. Zhao Tianyu had persistently pursued her for years, relying on their high school connection. It seemed her daughter did not entirely despise him, yet they could never fully part ways. The elder chuckled, my granddaughter, he is indeed not a suitable match. You need not feel disheartened. I shall find you someone from the province. His granddaughter's words genuinely delighted him. He raised his glass to clink with his son and took a sip, just as the 2 had barely swallowed their drinks. Su Jinxiu exclaimed, oh, please do not meddle. I will take my time to find someone. Now, let us eat. What does it matter from the province? Is there anyone as impressive as Ren Xingyun? The 3 elders immediately sensed the shift in her emotions. She must have someone she likes. Su Jinxiu was experiencing a blend of pain and joy at home, while Ren Xingyun was still working overtime at the police station. After finishing the gunfire report, he had action reports and more to complete. Writing reports on capturing drug dealers was less exhausting than this. The keyboard on his desk was nearly smoking from constant use. Just as he felt the strain in his neck, he suddenly thought that having Shun Man join his team was quite a boon. Someone had to handle these issues. As he was stretching his muscles, Chongshan walked in, team leader, let's go grab a bite at the canteen. It's already 6:30. If we wait too long, there won't be any food left. Having not participated in the operations, he had been involved in the interrogation of countless criminals. Let's go. Work will never end, but your stomach is your own. Stepping out of the office, he saw police officers bustling about in every area. Many were simply eating instant noodles, having no time to go to the canteen. Police cars with various license plates came and went outside, busy with their tasks. The main leaders at the provincial department were at the command center, awaiting the compilation of various materials. Interrogation documents, assorted data, asset audits, and more were being meticulously checked. Bai Chongshan remarked, "Today is quite lively. Even the city bureau is bustling." Although it was not explicitly stated, the use of external police signifies a lack of trust in a municipal bureau. Upon hearing this, Ren Qingyun immediately recalled an old ghost within the bureau who might be leaking information to Bao Wenli. It is no wonder that the leadership harbors doubts. Should he report the contents on his phone? It would seem necessary to do so, but how could he articulate the circumstances? Should he mention jealousy and rivalry? Setting aside such thoughts for the moment, he hurriedly accompanied Bai Chongshan to the cafeteria, where they consumed 2 substantial bowls of rice noodles along with a bowl of mushroom soup. Just as they finished their meal and before they could rise, Ren Qingyun's phone began to ring. He picked it up to find it was Captain Bien of the building team. He quickly answered, "Captain Bien, what do you need?" "Come immediately to the command center. There is a significant matter." A sense of foreboding gripped Ren Qingyun's heart as an ominous premonition arose within him. Chapter 77, Sudden Incident. Fury at the Joint Operations Command. A crimson banner proclaiming a 100-day anti-drug campaign hung on the wall, while various documents lay piled upon the desk. A group of leaders, their expressions somber, were scattered around the room. Moments ago, news had arrived that the team assigned to apprehend Bao Wenli had failed in their mission. They had traced him to a villa, but it had already changed ownership. The current resident confessed to being coerced at gunpoint, revealing that outsiders had occupied the villa for half a month. The intruders had since departed, leaving their whereabouts unknown, despite a thorough review of surveillance footage along the route. Although 3 Mercedes vehicles were identified, they vanished into a blind spot of the cameras. The surveillance coverage, despite its advancements over the past decade, still had its limitations, with certain areas remaining uncovered. To exacerbate the situation, the police station received an anonymous USB drive containing content that sent them into a frenzy. 3 women were bound together in a dimly lit space, surrounded by flickering insects. A single chilling message accompanied the footage. "Have Ren Qingyun bring my brother, Bao, winching out of the mountains, or 1 person will be killed every hour." As the video played, 10 men and women were visible in the background. The footage, brief and under 20 seconds, conveyed its message with clarity. The captives must be released. This brazen provocation of the police department incensed everyone present. The 3 women featured at the video's outset were of particular significance. They were Ren Qingyun's mother, older sister, and Ding Huai. Among the gathered crowd stood his father, Ren Zhong. Following careful deliberation, a decision was made to contact Ren Qingyun in an effort to contain the situation. Should he become unhinged, not only would they risk losing a commendable narcotics officer, but potentially many lives as well. Bang! Qian Shouxin slammed his palm down heavily on the desk, his voice low and filled with rage. "This is an utter disgrace. Our esteemed officers' family members have been seized, and they dare to threaten us in return? This is lawlessness, absolute lawlessness. What are we to do?" Xiao Wan echoed the sentiment, equally incensed by the audacity of these criminals. While the police were scouring the globe for their whereabouts, they had quietly abducted so many individuals. It was a profound humiliation. Narcotics officers' identities are supposed to be confidential, making it unfathomable that they could be located with such precision. The current understanding was that the individuals seeking to apprehend Bao Wensheng had indeed targeted Ren Qingyun, leading to the capture of his entire family. Among those taken were also Song Zhong's parents and wife, though their animosity towards Ren Qingyun was evidently less intense. Hu Manqing rose, pacing along the edge of the desk, furiously exclaiming, "This is a blatant provocation against the police. Investigate immediately to uncover their location. We're the forensic specialists. Can they trace anything? This is unacceptable." The police department, as a national enforcement agency, should not be threatened by a band of criminals. Xiaowan quickly responded, I have already summoned them. They are diligently searching for clues. Just as they were deliberating, Rin Qingyun strode in briskly. Little Ren has arrived. Take a seat, Qian Shouxin called out, gesturing for him to sit. The gaze of Xiaowan and others converged upon Rin Qingyun, heightening his sense of unease. Hesitatingly seated in the chair opposite Qian Shouxin, he spoke solemnly, Leader, please assign any tasks you have. No sooner had he spoken than the figure of Captain Song Zhong appeared in the conference room, his left arm bandaged, with faint traces of blood visible. Captain Song, please take a seat. Xiaowan gestured towards the chair beside Rin Qingyun, his voice heavy with gravity. He too was enveloped in confusion, sensing that all eyes were fixed upon the two of them. With hesitation, he inquired, Leader, is there an issue with our case? If he were seated with others, Song Zhong might not have entertained such thoughts. However, given that he had only just participated in the morning apprehension operation with Rin Qingyun, which felt akin to dismantling someone's office building, he had never witnessed such a fierce scene. Yet, it was undeniably in a narrow corridor, where avoiding danger was the most prudent course of action, though it was typically beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Xiaowan glanced at the leadership, observing their silence, before waving his hand and stating, there were no issues with the apprehension, particularly with Comrade Rin Qingyun's resolute response, which many officers could learn from, especially regarding the flexibility during arrests. Incurring some financial loss is far better than facing injuries that necessitate hospitalization. The reason for summoning you is to discuss other matters, and I hope you can manage your emotions accordingly. Such a weighty proclamation inevitably caused Rin Qingyun and Song Zhong to exchange a glance, an ominous feeling stirring within them. Song Zhong, seasoned as he was, nodded and said, Leaders, please convey your message. I am prepared to endure whatever it is. Rin Qingyun's mind whirled with images of his parents and elder sister. Could something truly have happened to them? Xiaowan signaled for someone to power up the computer, orienting the screen towards the two men. Upon seeing the images displayed, Rin Qingyun leapt to his feet, exclaiming furiously, How dare they harm my family? I will tear him apart. A fist slammed onto the table, creating a gaping hole. The nearby personnel, ready for such a reaction, swiftly restrained the agitated Rin Qingyun, shouting, Don't act impulsively. Song Zhong maintained an air of calm, having faced similar situations before. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, his face twitching in restrained fury. Though he did not erupt, his anger simmered to its peak. Audacious. The words escaped his lips like a growl. Xiaowan and the others could envision Rin Qingyun's explosive rage, yet they did not anticipate such intensity. A fist had shattered the solid wooden table. Had it not been for the intervention, he might have charged out in a fit of fury. Xiaowan quickly interjected, Comrade Rin Qingyun, we understand your feelings, which is why we informed you immediately upon receiving the news. Please, calm yourself. The priority now is to ascertain their whereabouts, not to act on impulse. Qian Shouxin added gravely, Rin Qingyun, I know you are exceedingly anxious, but I implore you to remain composed. To rescue them, you must maintain your tranquility. Rin Qingyun's mind echoed with the images of his parents and sister, relishing the joy of familial reunion after his rebirth, while also contemplating a visit to his grandfather once things settled down. To his utter astonishment, within merely 3 days, a group of drug traffickers had the audacity to kidnap his family. What fate would befall them, given the ruthless methods employed by Bao Wenli and his ilk? Was it possible that the tragic scenes of his past life would re-emerge, intensified? Would he once again endure the anguish of losing loved ones? He refused to accept such a grim reality. As countless thoughts spiraled chaotically, the voice of the system resonated. Warning, warning. The host's current state is exceedingly perilous. Please temper your emotions, as there is a risk of exposing the identity of the Demon Lord. In light of the host's intense emotional fluctuations, a special reward of the Catalyst Guidance Technique has been granted. Any contact will ensure energy transmission, leaving indelible traces. Follow the clues. There shall be no escape. A drop of vital blood is required. Listening to the system's voice, along with the reassuring words of Qian Shouxin. Ren Qingyun finally managed to force himself into a state of calm. His breath gradually steadied. His eyes gleamed with a cold light as he surveyed the surroundings. He patted the arm of his companion and growled, "I have regained my composure. I shall take responsibility for tracking down the perpetrators. To hell with Bao Wensheng. I intend to retrieve them all." Chapter 78. Suppressing fury and issuing orders. Ren Qingyun's voice was not particularly violent, yet it was imbued with an unmistakable ferocity. Who would dare to venture alone into the den of poison, single-handedly slaying 100 drug traffickers? Could one truly claim he was merciful? If that were the case, he would have perished long ago. His track record spoke for itself, instilling fear in those who might provoke his wrath, were it not for his keen instincts. Fearing he might catch wind of something, acting solo made him a formidable weapon. Qian Shouxin, wary of Ren's propensity for bloodshed, cautioned, "You must assure me that you will not unleash indiscriminate violence or act impulsively. You must control your emotions. Otherwise, you ought to understand the principle of avoidance." Though he spoke of avoidance, if Ren truly decided to act, no one at the police station could restrain him. It would be wiser to accompany him, at least to exert some control. After a day of pursuit, the capture team not only failed to locate Bao Wenli, but also fell victim to a theft themselves. This team was destined for punishment. Ren Qingyun understood all too well that if he could not master his emotions, he would be rendered ineffective. He closed his eyes, taking several deep breaths. When he reopened them, his gaze was devoid of warmth, and he stated resolutely, "I am ready. I will mobilize police authority to swiftly trace the whereabouts of the hostages. Should you refuse, do not blame me for stepping outside the confines of protocol. His parents and sister must not come to harm." That was his unwavering boundary, the very ones he had returned to protect in this new life. Qian Shouxin glanced at the other leaders and declared firmly, "I grant you the authority to fully utilize your capabilities. I will serve as the chief commander, with Mansheng as the deputy. You will issue commands, and we shall maintain oversight. There is but one demand: expedite the rescue of all hostages." According to protocol, Ren Qingyun was supposed to remain uninvolved to avoid impulsive actions that could lead to catastrophic outcomes. Yet Qian Shouxin had greater faith in Ren's capabilities than in others who might falter. Hu Mansheng, recognizing the need to respect the higher-ups, promptly responded, "You may make your requests. We will handle the coordination. However, they must be reasonable and executed through conventional means." He was acutely aware that the failure of the capture team to apprehend Bao Wenli bore significant responsibility. Should they refuse, Ren Qingyun could very well incite a major upheaval. All personnel, from this moment forth, shall cooperate with Comrade Ren Qingyun to expedite the rescue of the hostages. Do you understand? Yes. Even though many leaders present were deeply dissatisfied, the words of the two highest-ranking officials resonated, compelling obedience. Su Changhua also stood by, his eyes glinting with icy disdain. He could hardly believe that this mere youth could locate his family within the span of an hour. He was keen to see how this exuberance would transform into despair later. The various levels of leadership within the Bureau were filled with discontent. One S family being kidnapped was no reason for such reckless behavior. The potential for accolades already bred envy, and with such overt favoritism from the leadership, it was inevitable that ulterior motives would arise. In matters of power, various thoughts and ambitions invariably emerged. Ren Qingyun, however, paid no heed to any of this. His entire focus consumed by the search for his family. He began by examining the USB drive. Had the fingerprints been extracted? Time was of the essence. He needed to locate his parents within the hour and apprehend those scoundrels. Xiao Wan and his colleagues were momentarily taken aback, consumed by the pursuit of Bao Wenli's whereabouts, striving to locate the last known position of his disappearance. Qian Shouxin immediately declared, "Conduct a trace examination, extract fingerprints, and initiate immediate comparisons." Without delay, they transitioned into work mode. Despite having endured nearly 30 hours without rest, they resolved to persevere. Hu Mansheng was engaged in reporting to Su Chang'e, as such a significant matter necessitated transparency. The abduction of a dozen police officers' family members, coupled with threats of death, was certainly no trivial affair. While it sufficed to conduct a forensic examination for the deaths of dozens of drug traffickers, the situation was markedly different for the families. Mishandling the matter could potentially undermine the morale of the police force. Ren Qingyun observed as the forensic experts cautiously retrieved the USB drive and coldly inquired, "Who discovered this USB drive? Who brought it here?" The influx of police officers throughout the day had been substantial, making it relatively easy for various outsiders to infiltrate. However, delivering it to the command center was virtually impossible. Otherwise, one could simply waltz in with a firearm and eliminate everyone. Su Changhua, seated in the corner, furrowed his brow at the mention and promptly rose, stating, "I reviewed the contents before delivering it to the command center." The moment the words left his lips, Ren Qingyun's gaze bore down on him with lethal intensity, nearly overwhelming him, causing his legs to tremble. "How did you come by it?" Ren Qingyun speculated that Su Changhua could very well be the old ghost. After all, how fortuitous that he would deliver it to the command center at such a pivotal moment. The timing was impeccable, allowing for a potential delay and granting Bao Wenli more time to escape. Previously, in his capacity as deputy director, he had access to first-hand information. He needed to venture outside. He could have Zhao Tianyu relay messages. As anticipated, Su Changhua responded. Zhao Tianyu found it while cleaning the courtyard outside, fearing it was someone's interrogation material, so he brought it to my office. Ren Qingyun swiftly retorted, "Why did he deliver it to your office and not to the forensic department?" Faced with Ren's aggressive demeanor, Xiao Wan and the other bureau-level leaders frowned, deeming such behavior inappropriate. A second-level police officer should not be so audacious in confronting a second-level police supervisor. Xiao Wan cleared his throat, hoping to temper the situation. Su Changhua scoffed, replying, "Is it necessary to explain? His current position is awkward, and no one wishes to engage with him. I treat everyone equally, without bias." This implied that the USB drive bore the fingerprints of both individuals. All that remained were the fingerprints of the person who delivered it. Proceed with a swift comparison. He called out to the forensic experts. The forensic team silently admired the efficiency of this approach, as it could save 2/3 of the time. Xiao Wan and the others quickly grasped that he was compressing the timeline, perhaps not specifically targeting Su Changhua, and their expressions softened considerably. At that moment, Song Zhong managed to regain his composure. "I will check on my family's whereabouts to ascertain the time of their disappearance." Familiar with his relatives, he knew where to begin searching. Ren Qingyun addressed the captain of the traffic police brigade. "Captain Tsin, my parents and sister were abducted together, and it is likely they were taken from either the company or our home. Investigate the surrounding surveillance." Tsin Baichuan disregarded him. After all, the illustrious captain was not one to be commanded by a mere drug enforcement officer. Casting a glance at Xiao Wan, he noted his nod and understood that the traffic police would be alerted to investigate the surveillance footage. After a moment of contemplation, Ren Qingyun gently closed his eyes, pondering any other matters that required attention. He then lifted his gaze towards Bien Liu and instructed, "Bien, please have the first squad assist in reviewing the surveillance. Also, summon Zhao Tianyu to join us." "Understood." Bien Liu, fully aware of his capabilities and the debt of gratitude owed, promptly agreed and stepped out. Ren Qingyun's fingers brushed against the law enforcement recording device in his pocket as he turned to the three leaders, his voice resonating with gravity. "Chief, Minister Hu, Director Xiao, I have matters of great importance to report." The concerns regarding his parents and sister eclipsed any hesitation about tracking his colleagues. A profound silence enveloped the room, as an air of the extraordinary settled in. Chapter 79. The Humiliation, brought by Ren Qingyun. "Come with us." Qian Shouxin did not hesitate and led the others into the small office in the back. On the desk were documents, a folding bed was tucked in the corner, and 2 chairs stood by. In the modest space of around 14 or 15 square meters, for individuals stood. "Speak directly if you have something to say." Qian Shouxin granted him considerable autonomy, his voice low and eyes bloodshot. Had it not been for the recent significant breakthroughs in major cases, he would never have afforded him such an opportunity to speak. This was tantamount to lying prostrate on the stove, a grave taboo. Any matters should typically be reported to the superior leadership. Ren Xingyun produced a law enforcement recording device and stated, "Yesterday, Ding Huiyi caused a ruckus at the police station." And I believe, after recounting all the information captured yesterday, he added, "I was too busy today and only just recalled this incident." In truth, even if he had remained silent, the stored information on the memory card would still be reviewed. Crucial information must be preserved and reported. Xiaowan's expression was icy as he demanded, "Are you telling the truth?" He found it utterly unacceptable that the operation into Zai had been leaked. Qian Shouxin's fury surged to the heavens. Had it not been for Ren Xingyun that day, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Even if he had exerted all his effort, 3 drug enforcement officers would still have lost their lives. They were to attend the funeral tomorrow. Now, he learned that the information had been relayed by someone internal. Hu Mansheng, also a survivor, felt his chest heave violently, but soon recalled something and asked solemnly, "Why did you not carry out the arrest at that time?" Ren Xingyun helplessly replied, "Firstly, I did not know who they were or what crime they had committed. Secondly, I aim to uncover the old ghost. I couldn't just arrest someone based on mere words without any evidence, could I? Had I known, I would have certainly acted to eliminate them on the spot." Though he said this, had he been aware of the outcome, he would have wished to eliminate them all immediately. Qian Shouxin sighed, "Indeed. There's an old ghost lurking in the shadows, making our efforts to apprehend thieves and recover stolen goods exceedingly difficult. Once we ascertain this, we will conduct thorough investigations. Our immediate priority is to locate your parents." He then cast a fierce glare at Xiaowan. There was a betrayal somewhat connected to the leadership, but it was not the time to pursue that matter. "Understood," Ren Xingyun affirmed, turning to prepare for his departure. The matter had already been reported. Investigating the mole was no longer his concern. Regardless of who it was, if he were to expose it, he would bear the brunt of the blame. It was wiser to hand over the materials and allow the leaders to investigate themselves. The 3 men emerged holding the memory card, seeking to confirm its authenticity. Meanwhile, during their discussion, Zhao Tianyu stood at the entrance, sweeping the floor with a broom. Various scraps of paper and cigarette butts littered the ground. The police station was filled with habitual smokers who hardly cared during busy hours. He had become the unnoticed one, occasionally bumped into, perhaps receiving a couple of disdainful glances. He was utterly exasperated, despite being a graduate of the police academy and exhibiting meticulous diligence in his tasks. What could have led him to a position as a mere janitor? Conversely, the affluent scion Ren Xingyun, whose flamboyant demeanor and reckless nature often clash with authority, inexplicably earns trust. Most egregiously, he dares to covet the woman to whom he feels entitled. He must be eliminated. His entire family must be eradicated. Casting a glance toward the staircase, he noticed someone descending from the upper floors and quickly bowed his head to resume sweeping, murmuring under his breath, "The sensation of having one's family apprehended must be quite exhilarating, wouldn't it? To witness their brutal demise, would it not be agonizing? Do they truly believe that drug traffickers are easy prey?" As his muttering subsided, he found himself face to face with a pair of stationary feet. Just as he prepared to change direction, a voice rang out, "Zhao Tianyu, come with me." "Ah." Zhao Tianyu momentarily hesitated, recognizing the voice belonged to Bien Liu, and promptly replied, "Of course, Captain Bien." He hastened his steps to catch up, smiling as he inquired, "Captain Bien, what do you require of me?" The captain of the narcotics team held significant authority in the border city of Nanyun, yet in inland cities he was merely a peripheral leader, with little sway over personnel. Regardless, he was still a superior, and it was prudent to curry favor. Without turning his head, Bien Liu ascended the stairs briskly. The drug enforcement unit faced the most ruthless of criminals, and a coward who faltered in combat was not worthy of attention. If one sought to join the narcotics team, they must be prepared for sacrifice. Yet he lacked that resolve. Zhao Tianyu felt a sinking sensation in his heart as Bien Liu ignored him, foreboding ill tidings. His eyes darted, and his expression darkened. He followed silently into the operations command room. Under the intense scrutiny of numerous leaders, an atmosphere of grim foreboding enveloped him. Particularly, Qian Shouxin, Hu Mansheng, and Xiaowan glared at him with barely concealed fury, as though attempting to see through him entirely. He instinctively glanced at Su Changhua, but regrettably, their eyes met only momentarily before Su's gaze quickly averted. Esteemed leaders before he could articulate his thoughts, Ren Qingyun stormed forward, his bloodshot eyes fixated upon him, coldly demanding, "Where did you find the USB drive?" A wave of panic washed over Zhao Tianyu at this inquiry, yet he quickly masked it with defiance, retorting, "What business is it of yours? Just answer me." Ren Qingyun, seething with rage, yearned to strike him down. Yet he understood that any act of violence would jeopardize his pursuit of authority regarding his family's investigation. Independently seeking information about his relatives would undoubtedly be slower than a coordinated police investigation. In the hierarchy of vengeance, his parents' lives held greater importance. Zhao Tianyu would inevitably become the focus of scrutiny and would not remain in the police station for long. Feeling the weight of their gazes upon him, Zhao Tianyu suppressed his rising anger, particularly in the presence of the furious Ren Qingyun, fearing he might lash out. He casually stated, "I found it behind a police car, in the 6th parking space on the east side." His fists clenched, digging into his palms, rage surging within him. The humiliation. This was the indignity that Ren Qingyun had thrust upon him. It must be reclaimed. When you perish, I shall certainly revel in trampling upon you. Hey, Qingyun, undeterred by the expressions on their faces, turned and issued a command. Investigate the 5 minutes prior to his acquisition of the USB drive. Who was in contact with that area? Immediately, personnel were dispatched to review the surveillance around the police station. Zhao Tianyu remained unconcerned, believing his actions had been sufficiently clandestine. However, upon glancing at the multitude of leaders, he noticed their frigid gazes still fixed upon him, sending a chill down his spine and leaving him feeling as though he were seated upon a bed of nails, uncertain of how to respond. He pondered, given that Ren Qingyun's parents had been apprehended, was he not supposed to recuse himself from the matter? Why was he still allowed to participate in the investigation? It was evident that favoritism prevailed, likely due to financial influence. Yet, they were destined to find nothing. Just as anxiety began to take hold, the technical investigation team relayed crucial information. "We have located something." 3 minutes prior, a person clad in a black short-sleeve shirt approached the rear of a vehicle and discarded the USB drive. Follow him to determine whether he entered the vehicle or engaged in some other activity. Ren Qingyun had uncovered a lead, a thread that surely connected the scene of the filming to the police station. Earlier, around 5 o'clock, he had spoken with his sister, promising to take her to the forensic department the following day. Now, as the hour approached 7, the situation had shifted dramatically in a matter of moments. How could they ensure that the police personnel would be alerted within an hour? An epiphany struck him, prompting him to instruct the technical team to procure a mobile positioning device. "Prepare it," he commanded, extracting his phone to make a call. Should the police station become entirely preoccupied with the hostage situation, and if those videos were fabricated, would they not be led astray? He dialed his mother's number, hoping fervently that the entire scenario was merely an orchestrated illusion, wishing that she would answer. As he anxiously awaited a response, the call did not connect. He then reached out to his father, and to his astonishment, the call was answered almost immediately. The voice that emerged from the other end sent a piercing chill through his very being. Chapter 80. Clues. Sudden assault, son? Ren Qingyun, have you delivered my elder brother to the border, as I requested? An hour's journey has already elapsed 36 minutes. Your mother is already on the gallows, and I await the elder brother's call. Beep beep. With merely 3 sentences, the call was abruptly terminated. The technical investigation personnel had just established the signal connection and, upon failing to pinpoint the specific network, reported, "We have only identified a general range. Precise location remains elusive. Time is too short." Ren Qingyun had already concluded that his parents were indeed in their grasp. At this moment, Song Zhong lifted his gaze from the computer and stated, "Team Leader Run, I saw my parents and wife being escorted into a Mercedes. It did not appear to be coercive. It seems they had acquaintances assisting them. As the family of a criminal police team captain, they would not easily enter a stranger's vehicle, yet they had willingly done so. Something was amiss. Investigate the final parking location, correlating it with the signal transmission range." Upon hearing the analysis, The on-site leaders expressed their astonishment. Who could possibly lower their guard and willingly enter a vehicle? Soon, another message arrived. Team leader Run. Your parents and sister were taken from the villa, yet it seems they have not left the premises, as no vehicles have been seen departing from the gate. Ren Xingyun suddenly recalled the modus operandi of Bao Wenli and his associates, who favored seizing others' villas. Coincidentally, his residence was within a villa district, although not renowned. If one were to exit, it would not go unnoticed. His eyes glinted with a cold light as he inquired. Check the surrounding surveillance for any vehicles involved in the abduction of Officer Song's family. With the people already behind them, he needed to confirm his suspicions promptly. Based on the distance traveled and speed, it would be easy to estimate the time to their villa district, examining a 2-minute window before and after. Even some leaders crowded around to view the screen. There, Ren Xingyun suddenly pointed to the upper right corner of the screen and coldly declared, "Click." The staff promptly captured the frame, and everyone beheld the vehicle that had entered the villa district. Xiaowan noticed the issue and immediately called out, "Engage the community surveillance. Ascertain which villa it is parked in front of." While he searched, Ren Xingyun had already instructed, "Leaders, you remain in the office. Officer Song, BNG. Take 2 teams and follow me." Given the involvement of drug traffickers in the kidnapping, it should be a joint operation. Understood. They likely surmised that the villa district where Ren Xingyun resided was highly probable to be their hiding place. Qian Shouxin promptly intervened, saying, "You cannot proceed in this manner. Since you know your elder brother has been captured, they will undoubtedly be on guard. The police are too conspicuous. The moment they appear, they could be discovered. You must change into civilian clothes and use private vehicles." This was wisdom. Those who were desperate and vicious upon sighting police and patrol cars would inevitably resort to extreme measures. It would not be a rescue, but rather a death sentence for the hostages. Indeed, the crowd responded in unison, exhilarated at the prospect of uncovering the whereabouts of the hostages. As Ren Xingyun was about to take his leave, he suddenly glanced at Zhao Tianyu, only to find a look of disdain and mockery etched upon his face. An instinctive sense of unease washed over him. Zhao Tianyu had been in contact with Bao Wenli, and this expression, could it be that they had made a grave mistake? Without hesitation, he strode over and seized Zhao by the collar, exclaiming, "How dare you betray me and remain so composed? Come here." He concocted a flimsy excuse, dragging Zhao into a small office akin to catching a fledgling chick. This unexpected turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. Was this truly the right time to bring up such an embarrassing matter? While one could understand the simmering anger, it was unacceptable to lash out indiscriminately. Qian Shouxin and Hu Mansheng sensed the gravity of the situation, recalling Zhao Tianyu's predicament, and hurriedly followed, declaring, "Do not resort to violence. This is utterly inappropriate. Ren Xingyun, what are you doing? Do not make a mistake." Although the term green hat carried a notorious connotation, it was undeniably inappropriate to resort to violence within the precinct, especially in front of so many witnesses. Zhao Tianyu was nearly paralyzed with fear. After all, he believed he had concealed his indiscretion well. How had it been uncovered? Forgetting to resist, he was ushered into the small office. Observing Ren Xingyun's murderous gaze, he nervously stammered, "What are you doing? I didn't do anything. You can't treat me this way. We're brothers." He could not afford to admit anything, as he was well aware that he was a powder keg ready to explode, and receiving a beating would be for naught. Fortunately, their superior arrived just in time, stating, "Leadership, you cannot allow him to act recklessly." Seeking refuge under the authorities' protection, he realized that being assaulted within the police station would utterly tarnish his reputation. At the rear, Xiaowan closed the door, preventing any prying eyes from intruding. In that moment, Ren Xingyun abruptly pushed Zhao against the wall, demanding fiercely, "Do you know what my parents are?" "Huh?" Zhao Tianyu gasped in surprise, his panic escalating as he cried out, "How could I possibly know where they are?" He sensed that Ren Xingyun was aware of something, yet he could not afford to concede. Moreover, he genuinely did not know. Ren Xingyun aimed to catch him off guard, and by observing his micro-expressions, it was evident that Zhao was flustered and not lying. At that very moment, Qian Shouxin grasped Zhao's right arm, pulling him away. Ren Qingyun shrugged off his grip, nodded to the assembled leaders, and strode towards the exit. The thunderous uproar seemed to diminish, almost as if he had been restrained by his superiors. However, the three leaders understood that if Ren Qingyun were resolute in his intentions, they could not contain him merely for the sake of a statement. Once Ren Qingyun had departed, Xiao Wan confronted Zhao Tianyu directly, asking, "What on earth is happening? Did you truly engage in such disgraceful conduct? As a police officer, you must uphold your integrity and avoid making mistakes." Seeing Ren Qingyun subdued, Zhao Tianyu released a tentative sigh of relief and quickly acquiesced. Yes, you're right, Director Xiao." Just then, Hu Manqing interjected, "So, did you or did you not violate police regulations?" His bloodshot eyes bore into Zhao, flickering with embers of anger. The Taizhai crisis has emerged, and having heard that he is the chief culprit, one naturally feels an intense fury. However, without possessing concrete evidence, it is prudent to feign a semblance of confidence, instilling fear and trepidation within him, which is sure to lead to further blunders. Once one enters the system, even if there is indignation, one must adhere to the standard protocols. Zhao Tianyu's expression was one of utmost anxiety, akin to being subjected to intense interrogation. With a furtive glance, he mustered the courage to assert, "I certainly have not violated any police regulations. All of this is merely a manifestation of Ren Qingyun's persecution complex." In any case, he maintained that there was nothing to incriminate him. At present, the connection between Ding Huai and the others is irrelevant. Whatever actions he undertakes will not bear significance if exposed. Xiao Wan coldly remarked, "It is best that there is nothing to uncover. I hope you will dutifully serve the people. You may leave." In the absence of evidence, the only recourse is to employ a strategy of intimidation for the time being. Perhaps, amidst the tension, he might reach out to the elusive figure behind him. The next step involves swift arrangements to apprehend this shadowy character and gather the necessary evidence. "Yes, understood. I shall take my leave now." In the presence of them, Zhao Tianyu felt an overwhelming pressure, his shirt soaked through with perspiration, nearly succumbing to panic. Chapter 81. Traces, Catalyst Guidance Technique, July 6, 1938. While Zhao Tianyu endured his torment, Ren Qingyun was already clad in a jacket, riding his competition motorcycle, racing towards the luxurious Shurha Hollow City Villa area. The northeastern region, characterized by its commitment to low carbon emissions and an exceptionally high forest coverage, inadvertently led to a scarcity of surveillance cameras, making evasion a simple task. Within the urban confines, the motorcycle's speed surpassed that of their private vehicles. With a thunderous roar, he weaved through the traffic. Song Zhong, in a state of anguish, was restrained by his teammates in the back seat, prohibited from moving to the front. Although he was unaware of the precise nature of the case, the bulletproof vests concealed beneath their attire indicated the seriousness of the situation. Upon arriving at the Villa District, Ren Qingyun heightened his senses, hoping to uncover any clues that might allow him to employ the Catalyst Guidance Technique. The first scent that assaulted his nostrils was that of the sewer, followed by the sounds of a couple engaging in intimacy from a neighboring villa, intermingled with the melodies of chirping birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers. At 1947, propelled by the roar of his motorcycle, Ren Qingyun reached the doorstep. Tilting his head to listen, he quickly discerned that no one was home. His eyes swiftly scanned the surroundings, landing on an unusual accumulation of dust at the entrance. Though minimal, it was unmistakably not from his own residence. His mother was meticulous about cleanliness and would never allow such a long-standing layer of dust to accumulate. Without hesitation, he sacrificed a drop of his blood to activate the Catalyst Guidance Technique. In an instant, a multitude of unfamiliar knowledge erupted in his mind. The minute dust particles were identified as having fallen from the pant legs of someone who had traversed through an unrenovated building. Ren Qingyun surmised that an individual had picked up this dust while surveying the area and inadvertently brought it into his home. Peering through the window, he observed that there were no signs of a struggle within. It was clear that the adversary had brandished a firearm. He parked the motorcycle in the yard and carefully removed his helmet. Following the trail of dust, he embarked on a swift pursuit. However, it did not lead far before it vanished from sight. Yet, he discovered the tire tracks left by a vehicle's abrupt stop. As the brakes were applied, Some soil had fallen to the ground. Although the quantity was scant, Ren Qingyun, utilizing the catalyst guidance technique, was able to discern precisely how long it had been since the vehicle departed and the duration of moisture evaporation. Taking into account the speed of the vehicle within the villa area and the time taken to search, he swiftly pinpointed a potential location, the standalone Villa number 188, situated at the northeastern apex. Approximately a kilometer away, it was hidden behind a small slope surrounded by towering trees. While using the earth as his guide, he quickly dialed Bien Liu. "Bien, I'm heading to the villa at the king's position. Wait for me." Before Bien could utter more than 3 words, a busy signal interrupted the call. "This rascal, he must be intent on committing murder. Hurry to the mountaintop of the villa area. There's 6 vehicles still on the street." Accelerated, weaving through the lanes with urgency, akin to racing cars, provoking a barrage of curses from bystanders. They paid no heed to the outcry, particularly Song Zhong, who was eager to seize the wheel himself. This was precisely why participants were prohibited from engaging in the investigation. Emotions could cloud judgment, leading to rash actions. Ren Qingyun could not afford to wait, fearing for the safety of his family and loved ones. The figure sprinted swiftly, with even the smallest traces of dirt left by tire tracks vividly apparent to his eyes. Moreover, as he advanced, the soil became increasingly abundant, and occasionally, large clumps of earth were visible. It was 7:50 p.m., and the sun had but a sliver of its last rays remaining. In the villa district, a shroud of dimness enveloped the area as the streetlights flickered to life. Ren Qingyun approached the perimeter of the villa, his acute senses detecting familiar scents of chemicals, gun oil, and the pungent odor of sweat. He could hear the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes and the scuttling of insects. There were also hushed murmurs concealed in the shadows. "Damn it, we're stationed here to cover their escape. This is brutal. No more hesitation. Since the day you took a life, you sealed your fate. The second master will surely arrange for your family. What will happen to your son otherwise? Isn't it thrilling now, playing those cops like fools, thinking we're hiding in the countryside while we enjoy ourselves in the villa? As long as the second master leaves safely, he will surely secure our future in Myanmar. The money we earn will suffice for our children's lifetimes." It was evident that those negotiating with the police here were loyal subordinates of the second master. Ren Qingyun glanced around, and amidst the shadowy greenery, various dark red figures, imbued with fierce energy, scattered about. They were undoubtedly elite individuals. Suddenly, a voice from the system cut through the air. "You have entered the realm of the gathered demon lords. Please exhibit your sovereign aura and subdue the 12 demon lords as your servants." Such exceptional beings were rare. They could emerge from the Xintian sect at any moment. 12 of them. Very well, let them all perish. He had no time to report, nor did he wish to. He had already set their future. Like a phantom, he dashed forward, landing soundlessly, his figure swift as he silenced his phone and activated the law enforcement recorder, rapidly traversing the 500 meters. 2 sentinels, concealed at the outermost edge of the villa, could observe the last intersection leading to the villa. Gripping their guns, they exchanged banter while smoking. "Damn, what a huge spider. Why did the third brother make us stay here? Just kill them. I'm about to take my first life. Surely we'll record video, right? Too bad. I want to eliminate that woman. It's been an hour of torment for a few brothers. She must be dead by now. She looks like the campus belle." Capturing the third master as scoundrel, he truly knows how to indulge. Before the words could fully escape his lips, a shadow darted past him. Crack! Crack! Before they could even process it, they felt a sharp pain in their necks, and the world spun a full 360 degrees. Their weapons slipped from their grasp, vanishing into thin air. Ren Qingyun's silhouette glided through the dark thickets like a ghost of the night. 1, 2. Figures of the devil, the sentinels hidden among the bushes, were silently dispatched. As he drew closer, he heard agonized screams emanating from within the villa. "No, please spare me. It was unmistakably Ding Hui, undoubtedly up to no good. Ren Qingyun's expression remained impassive, unaffected by the unfolding events. He refrained from laying a hand on her, because she had not inflicted any psychological damage upon him in this life. Whatever transpired was of her own making. A voice filled with desperation echoed, "Old woman, Your son isn't answering the phone. You are doomed. The sound of a muffled groan pierced the air, and Rin Qingyun's eyes instantly reddened. Mother! His gentle, talkative mother had been struck. In a sudden surge of fury, he twisted the assailant's neck with a brutal force, the bone piercing through the skin with a sickening crack. Infuriated, he surged forth like a vengeful specter, rushing towards the villa's courtyard. The surrounding debris was violently scattered, and he discarded the firearms at the corner outside the gate, clutching only one weapon as he leaped over the wall. Inside lay a 4-story building, dimly illuminated due to its lack of decoration. 3 vehicles were parked outside, one belonging to Song Zhong's family, and 2 others, both Mercedes. One of these had been seen passing by during the capture of Bao Wensheng. A bitter thought crossed his mind, reflecting on those heartless scoundrels who had indulged in every pleasure. Even if they were imprisoned or shot, it could never alleviate the suffering of the victims. They deserved to be eradicated in this moment. At least it would bring him some sense of relief. 3 individuals stood in the courtyard, smoking and vigilantly monitoring the surroundings. Meanwhile, the earlier agitated voice resonated in Ren Qingyun's ears. Haha, so there's a call from Xiaowan. I must inform him, it's been an hour. The sounds of struggle were unmistakable, revealing that someone was already experiencing fear. The anguished cries of Ding Hui echoed from upstairs. Director Xiao, the hour has arrived. Has Ren Qingyun departed? I am ready to kill. Simultaneously, the sound of a gun being readied reverberated ominously. Chapter 82. Charging forward. Commanding the scene, Ren Qingyun heard the commotion and immediately leaped to the ground. Like a cheetah, he dashed toward the 3 individuals engaged in conversation. Startled by his sudden approach, he closed the distance in an instant. Who are you, Bang? Ren Qingyun offered them no opportunity to finish their sentence, landing a powerful punch squarely on the chest. All remaining words were stifled in their throats, unable to escape. The other 2, just turning around, were met with swift kicks. Bang! Bang! With relentless precision, Ren Qingyun delivered consecutive aerial kicks, sending both men flying 20 meters away, crashing into the small vegetable garden of the villa. Although dull thuds echoed through the air, they failed to attract any attention from within the villa. Upon landing, Ren Qingyun spared not a glance for the 3 men, his figure flickering as he charged into the villa. In the main hall, Ding Hui dangled helplessly in midair, 2 burly men gripping a wooden board, exerting themselves to torment her. The board struck her repeatedly. Her dress was torn to shreds, her hair disheveled, and her appearance was utterly pitiful. A pool of blood lay on the ground, the source of which was uncertain. Silently, Ren Qingyun approached, striking the 2 men at their throats. Crack! Crack! The absolute weak points shattered upon impact. The men, reeling in pain, could no longer maintain their grip on the wooden board, retreating while clutching their throats. Ren Qingyun executed a spinning kick, landing firmly on their faces. Even when cornered, he felt compelled to inflict further harm. Without a moment's pause to regard Ding Hui's condition, he swiftly made his way toward the area where captives were held. The safety of his firearm had already been disengaged. It was imperative to act without delay. He drew his gun and rushed toward the illuminated room on the 2nd floor. One glance revealed over a dozen individuals bound hand and foot, scattered about. A remarkably muscular man held a firearm aimed at his mother-ass head. While clutching a mobile phone in his left hand, he sneered, Director Xiao, although we have yet to meet, I am quite familiar with you. Rest assured, if we do not encounter Bao Wensheng today, perhaps it will be your family's turn tomorrow. As he spewed his threats, Geng Xiuji wept uncontrollably, eyes shut, leaning weakly against her husband. Rin Zhong whimpered, struggling and shaking his head, but his efforts were in vain. Ren Qingyu stood behind his parents, filled with fright. Across the room, a group of individuals watched in sheer terror. Unanimously, their mouths were taped shut, silencing any pleas for help. During his advance, Ren Qingyun heard her voice and quickly located a room devoid of a door. Haha, do you think you can buy time? 3rd brother. This time it's Captain Song's daughter, just 15, a tender flower bud. Let us have 2 brothers attend to her. Just then, Ren Qingyun observed the man's gun barrel rise slightly as he laughed maniacally. Without hesitation, he fired 3 shots. Bang! 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 One bullet struck his wrist, another shattered his skull, and the last pierced his heart. The pistol clattered to the ground, blood splattered, landing upon the hair of a family member. And in that moment, all breath ceased. Simultaneously, a series of hurried brake sounds echoed from outside. Hurry, hurry, rush in. The voice from the adjacent building rang out urgently. The bound individuals turned their gaze towards the direction of the gunfire and beheld the grim-faced Ren Qingyun entering. Amidst muffled sobs, Geng Xiuji could not contain her tears. Overwhelmed with excitement and joy, her earlier terror now dissipated. Meanwhile, from the fallen phone on the ground, Xiao Wan's anxious voice broke through. Hello, hello, speak. Ren Qingyun exhaled in relief, picked up the phone, and declared, This is Ren Qingyun. The scene is under control, and I am assessing the safety of the hostages. On the other end of the operations room, Xiao Wan momentarily froze upon hearing the voice. After the gunfire, he had feared that 3 hostages had perished, only to realize that Ren Qingyun had arrived. Elation surged through him as he hastily inquired, You're here. That's good. Is anyone injured? Is anyone dead? Although he was present, ensuring the safety of all was paramount. Ren Qingyun swiftly tore the tape from the mouths of his mother and father, asking, Is anyone harmed? Geng Xiuji could not respond, only knowing that tears streamed down her face. Ren Zhong, beside her, interjected, Only Ding He was taken away. The rest are here, though they have been struck a few times. His eyes brimmed with admiration for his son. From the moment they were kidnapped until now, merely an hour had passed, and they had been located. Though unaware of the ordeal they had endured, the speed at which they were found was indeed remarkable. Ren Qingyun unsheathed a curved dagger and swiftly cut through the ropes binding his family, responding, No one has died as of now, but there are injuries. I am attending to them. After freeing his family, he moved to assist in untying Song Zhong's relatives. Just as he prepared to cut the ropes of the next middle-aged man, an elderly woman, having torn off her tape, exclaimed, Officer, do not release him. He is an accomplice. Ren Qingyun paused, turning his attention toward the bound middle-aged man, who struggled desperately, his eyes pleading for salvation. Yet, Ren Qingyun refrained from acting immediately, continuing his report. The personnel are under control for now. The reinforcements have also arrived. What? Xiao Wan exclaimed in surprise, quickly asking, Did you find them alone? Yes. During the evening rush, there were still some. I rode my motorcycle, which is faster, Ren Qingyun replied. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wan sighed, saying, Secure the scene. Then report back to the leadership. By the way, what about Bao Wenli? He must be suffering in the hands of the drug traffickers. I had anticipated that there might be no survivors of the scene. The current situation is indeed fortunate. Ren Qingyun responded, He is not here. He should have already reached the border. We can notify the border police for assistance in the patrol. All right, I understand. After concluding the call, Xiao Wan reported to the senior leaders beside him. Esteemed leaders, the situation at the scene has been contained, and the personnel have been rescued. We can now await further updates. Qian Shouxin blinked in surprise and inquired, Oh, the hostages have been freed? And what of Bao Wenli? He speculated that it was highly probable that the furious Ren Qingyun had executed him on the spot. Not on sight. It is said he may have fled to the border, necessitating contact with border control. It was evident that this was a diversionary tactic to buy time. I will contact the border patrol while simultaneously dispatching available armed police and officers to the border. Understood. Hu Mansheng immediately began to coordinate the response, though he could not help but gain a renewed respect for Ren Qingyun's capabilities. How had he pinpointed the location so swiftly, having only been gone for over 20 minutes? It was utterly perplexing. Upon learning that the hostages had been rescued, Su Changhua's pupils constricted sharply. Had they truly been located? How could that be? Given Bao Wenli's temperament, it seemed unlikely. Could anyone have deduced his whereabouts? Chapter 83. The child is gone. You must not move. How the leaders on site were shaken remains unknown to Ren Qingyun and others. After locating his wife and child, Song Zhong cradled them in his arms, continuously offering words of comfort. My dear wife, I'm so sorry for dragging you into this again. Mom, Dad, are you all right? Have you sustained any injuries? My darling daughter, how are you? The robust man in his 30s had red-rimmed eyes, overwhelmed by a profound sense of guilt towards his family. Xiao Zhong, Your colleagues are present. Be mindful of your demeanor. Admonished the elderly man with graying hair, his expression grave, bearing the weight of survival after the ordeal. He urged his son to maintain a semblance of normalcy to prevent any undue influence on his child. The lively Song Xiaoya, sporting a handprint on her cheek, peeked from her father's embrace and gazed at Ren Qingyun, exclaiming, "Daddy, who is that handsome big brother? He is so cool." The impact of his sudden appearance and the swift execution of the assailants left a lasting impression on her, especially after she had just been freed from her restraints. The seriousness, charm, and commanding presence of Ren Qingyun were indelibly etched in her memory. Yes, he is my colleague, quite dashing, isn't he? But do not be afraid. He intentionally aimed to reinforce Ren Qingyun's impression, wishing to shield her from any psychological trauma caused by the gunfire. I'm not afraid. When I have the chance. Can I take a picture with him? This inquiry momentarily caught Song Zhong off guard. As a narcotics officer, Ren Qingyun was typically forbidden from allowing photographs to be taken. His daughter, being so young, was oblivious to the confidentiality rules, posing a significant risk, not only to Ren Qingyun, but also to herself. A middle-aged woman nearby, her hair disheveled and a trace of blood at her lips, gently patted Xiaoya's shoulder and said, "Little Ya, be a good girl. Your father's workplace has strict rules against photographs. Now let us head home." She cast a resentful glance at Song Zhong, gesturing towards the corner of the room. Nodding and understanding, Song Zhong assisted his family in standing, signaling to his colleagues to escort them away. "Mom, Dad, my sweet girl, we will first take you to the hospital. We must resolve this trouble completely." The elderly gentleman, with an injured leg, was supported down the stairs by two detectives. "Take care, sir. Allow me to carry you." "Ma'am, the stairs have no handrail. I will assist you." "Sister-in-law, let us depart." The scene was grim, with casualties rendering it unsuitable for ordinary citizens to remain. Upon reaching the ground floor, Xiaoya spotted a motionless large man lying on the ground and approached, delivering 2 kicks to his face. "How dare you bully my mother? I'll kick you to death." Xiaoya, concerned for her daughter, Wang Zuizue, quickly pulled her back. Once assured that his family was safe, Ren Qingyun assisted his father, who was in pain, down the stairs. Upon reaching the bottom, they found Ding Huiyi lying on a stretcher, her face ashen and her eyes vacant. My child, my child." Her gaze inadvertently fell upon a pool of blood, where 2 pieces of flesh lay. Cursing silently, she thought, they deserve this. In her previous life, she had succumbed to a fatal blow from her own misbegotten child, dying on the spot, only to return to this world. Yet, oblivious to the circumstances, Geng Xiuji grabbed her son's ear, whispering reproachfully, "Son, what have you done?" She was pregnant. How could you be so irresponsible? Grinding his teeth in frustration, filled with a sense of disappointment, even if he held disdain for Ding Huiyi, he could not allow his son to simply walk away after making a mistake. Ren Qingyun noticed the barely concealed laughter of the armed police and detectives, undoubtedly having overheard something. He quickly covered his ears and whispered, "Mom, I barely even touched your hand. How could it possibly be mine? We can conduct a paternity test." Upon hearing this, Geng Xiuji paused for a few seconds. She gently rubbed his ears and reassured him, "Son, do not take it to heart. I will introduce you to a girlfriend, and she will certainly not be of that caliber." The girl from that morning was quite decent. Initially thinking her son was irresponsible, she now considered him a suitable match. Amidst their low murmurs, the family exited the villa. Bian Lu gave him a knowing look, and Ren Qingyun informed his family before approaching. "Team leader Run, your methods are rather ruthless. There's only one severely injured person left. Could you help ensure he survives? Otherwise, we won't be able to trace Bao Wenli's whereabouts, and the higher-ups won't be pleased." He had already assessed the situation and discovered that there were 6 A-class criminals present. Even if the others were not, they were likely not of good character, though he lacked the evidence to prove it. Ideally, eliminating them would have been better. But given the implications for Bao Wenli, a live witness was essential. Understanding does not equate to absolution. Ren Qingyun expressed his astonishment. There is still one survivor. "Ah, wait. I thought I had dealt with them all. Yet one remains alive, with his parents and sister seemingly unharmed." Bian Lu's reminder was indeed valid. He had a save face with the leadership. He quickly rephrased, "Where is he? Let me see." Bien Lu's expression turned grim, and he hesitated to let him approach for fear that Ren Qingyun might inadvertently finish off the last survivor. However, in this scenario, even the arrival of an ambulance would be futile. Heightened vigilance. He gestured for Ren Qingyun to follow him. Among the group of detectives, a man lay on his back, his chest concaved and blood spewing from his mouth. His breathing was rapid, as if he might expire at any moment. You take a look. Bien Lu spoke cautiously, wary of Ren Qingyun's potential to inflict further harm. Ren Qingyun glanced over and remarked, he won't die. Just extend his life for 3 days. No need to send him to the hospital. It would be a waste of national resources. Direct him to the interrogation room. As long as he is still breathing, it is not an issue. Curious, Ren Qingyu, who followed closely behind, tugged at his arm and whispered, his sternum is collapsed, and his ribs have clearly pierced his lung, causing hemothorax. Even with immediate surgery, he may not survive. What are you trying to prove? If it weren't for the crowd, I would have yanked you back by your ear. Feeling his sister's concern, Ren Qingyun chuckled and replied, Sister, you underestimate me, don't you? I possess considerable capability. Ren Qingyu grabbed him as he attempted to crouch down, tilting her head and arching an eyebrow. You are a police officer. You have never studied medicine. How can you act recklessly? What if he dies? Who will take responsibility? I observed with utmost clarity that any movement could exacerbate the injuries, potentially leading to immediate death. As the elder sister, I wish to spare my brother from the burden of involuntary manslaughter. While it may seem permissible to take a life during a rescue operation, the consequences of death when attempting to save someone are undeniably grave. Bien Lu interjected, You must be Comrade Qingyun's sister. Do not squander time. He previously saved a person with a severed carotid artery. This should be considerably simpler. What? Ren Qingyu exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. How could that be possible? Without surgical intervention or auxiliary equipment, one can still save a life? As a graduate student in the medical field, her understanding of human anatomy surpassed that of everyone present. This should not be feasible. With Bien Lu's assistance, Ren Qingyun promptly expended 2 drops of her vital essence and commenced the use of the soul-snatching technique. Her hands forcefully manipulated the sides of the chest cavity, striving to elevate the collapsed sternum. The individual coughed violently, blood erupting from his mouth, seemingly interspersed with fragments of internal organs. Oh dear, such a brutal approach may lead to his demise. Ren Qingyu watched in horror as the man expelled blood, as if attempting to purge every drop from his body. However, the subsequent scene left her utterly astounded, her eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Chapter 84. Surely not all were killed by sons? Ren Qingyun, after several violent tugs, found that the blood he had lost was lessening, and the person who had been unconscious began to regain awareness. With a renewed flush of color upon his face, he gazed vacantly at his surroundings. You are the police? Under the harsh glare of the lights stood a circle of solemn-faced men. Undoubtedly law enforcement had arrived. Grant me a swift end. The pain is unbearable. His body ached profoundly, yet the anguish of his circumstances weighed heavier on his mind, leaving him feeling utterly desolate. Lying helplessly on the ground, he certainly did not appear as one on the brink of death. Ren Qingyun clapped his hands and rose to his feet, disdainfully stating, You have survived on the blood of your brethren. How can you expect to escape without atoning for your sins? He had indeed utilized 2 drops of his own essence, a mere fraction of the 18 drops contributed by his brother, a minor transgression, one might argue. Bien Lu let out a sigh of relief and hastily instructed Ren Qingyun to leave. He commanded the other officers, take him away, transport him to the interrogation room, and alert the provincial specialists for questioning. He feared that Ren Qingyun's wrath might surge forth, leading to further bloodshed. Ren Qingyu was taken aback, astonished that her brother could resurrect someone without any apparent effort. What had transpired was no longer mere medicine. It felt akin to sorcery. Grasping Ren Qingyun's arm, she queried with wide-eyed wonder, Little brother, he suffered massive chest hemorrhaging, his lung lobes were damaged, and there should be signs of pulmonary sounds and air pockets. How could he speak so calmly? And what the heart? Was it unharmed? How did you achieve this? After 7 years of medical studies, she found her brother's effortless revival of a dying man utterly disconcerting, as if all her years of dedication were rendered meaningless. She had even forgotten the terror of the previous night, her fear dissipating entirely. Ren Xingyun struggled to articulate a response, finally exclaiming, "This is a battlefield first aid technique. It cannot sustain life for long, at most a day or two before death inevitably follows. It is certainly not a method for saving lives." However, such explanations fell flat before a trained medical student. How could that be? Even battlefield first aid should not yield such miraculous results. You must explain the principles of your treatment. How did you address the abdominal hemorrhage? Ren Xingyun listened, overwhelmed by his sister's incessant inquiries. Fortunately, they had reached their parents, and he quickly interjected, "You must return home first. My task is not yet complete. I must apprehend the main culprit." Ren Xingyu was unwilling to let him off the hook, stating loudly, "You must clarify everything when you return tonight." Geng Xiuji, pulling her daughter aside, whispered, "What is there to clarify? What has your brother concealed?" Mistakenly believing there was some secret between the siblings, Ren Xingyu replied, "You don't understand, Mom. You just saved a man who is surely doomed to die. I wish to learn this art of healing." Even if the individual had been promptly taken to the emergency room, survival beyond 10 hours of surgery was improbable, let alone the ability to converse at that moment. If such medical knowledge could be mastered. As the three conversed, they were guided by the detectives out of the villa's entrance. Whereupon, they beheld a procession of corpses being carried from the woods, casting a sudden pall over the atmosphere. "Old Run," one remarked. "Isn't that the man you kicked just a while ago? He is dead." Geng Xiuji pointed at a burly man preparing to seal a body bag, her voice tinged with anxiety. Ren Zhong held his wife and daughter close, trembling slightly as he nodded and remarked, "Indeed, it cannot be that it was solely the son who committed the act." Ren Xingyun was the first to rush to the scene, having shot dead 3 drug traffickers, which inevitably led to such speculation. Ren Xingyu, upon hearing this, agreed wholeheartedly, stating, "When I saw my younger brother arrive, his gaze was chillingly cold. He must have been driven to madness for our sake. There's a profound sense of security in being valued and protected." With the arrival of police officers from the precinct to provide support and escort them home, a brief record was made. After seeing them off, Ren Xingyun's expression turned solemn as he approached Bian Lu Bian. "Let the scene be handled by them. We must pursue the whereabouts of Bao Wenli." Bian Lu understood the gravity of the situation. The rescue of the hostages was merely one aspect of a far more pressing matter. Nodding in agreement, he replied, "Indeed, we should return to report." The two promptly called for the team to regroup, leaving the